Xue Ling laughed softly. Hu is a man who's seen the world. He's open-minded and knowledgeable. Close relative marriage and keeping things in the family are outdated ideas. The risk of genetic disease is high, and it's easy to have children with birth defects. He knows this, and he's made up a good excuse saying he's not good enough for his cousin. Cheng Tianyuan agreed. A person's perspective comes from their knowledge and experience. Choosing a wife is a big deal. It affects your whole life, your family, your parents, your children, even your grandchildren. Wow, Xue Ling laughed softly. It's that far-reaching? 3 generations? Cheng Tianyuan nodded seriously. When you marry, it starts with the couple. Then it's about getting along with parents and children, at least 3 generations. In the long run, it could be 4 or 5. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, "So, Mr. Cheng, what do you think makes a good wife?" Cheng Tianyuan laughed, his chest shaking. "You're the best wife. Couldn't find another like you even with a lantern." "Oh," Xue Ling giggled. "So how did you manage to marry me? Did you use a car's headlights to find me?" Cheng Tianyuan replied softly, "Not just that." "Then what did you use? Tell me," she teased. He chuckled. "I used my whole childhood, over 1,000 days and nights." Xue Ling felt sweet inside and hugged his neck, giving him a big kiss. He wasn't a smooth talker, but every now and then, a few words from him could move her deeply. Over the past half-year, they'd faced hardships together, moving forward step by step, making steady progress. Their hard work had finally paid off, and the results were gratifying. She believed their future would be even better and happier. The next morning, the weather cleared up. Hu didn't have deliveries, so he took them out to practice driving. Before leaving, Liu Ying reminded them, "We're going back to the old home for tomb sweeping in 2 days. Remember to buy incense and candles." "Okay, Mom," Xue Ling agreed. Up front, Hu asked, "How are you getting back? Taking the bus?" "Yes," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "It's about half an hour, but getting to the station and walking home takes longer." Hu raised an eyebrow. "Why take the bus? I'll drive you. I'm free these days anyway." "That's too much trouble," Xue Ling said, embarrassed. "Aren't you going tomb sweeping? If our whole family leaves, the shop might be short-handed. We'll have to trouble you to watch the shop." Hu explained. "Our family sweeps graves at the winter solstice. Amin can watch the shop, plus my mom and Alan. My uncle and aunt and 2 cousins will go together. Plenty of people. Their family's ancestral graves are at the foot of the mountain, just a short walk away. With 3 people watching the shop, it should be fine." Hu grinned. "I've never been to Chengjia village. I might as well take uncle and aunt too and get out for a bit. I'm bored staying here all the time." Since he'd said so much, it would be rude to refuse. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling happily agreed. Cheng Muhai and his wife were at first embarrassed to trouble Hu, but when Xue Ling said it was settled, they could only thank him with a smile. "If we took the bus, we'd have to stay overnight. With the shop open, we can't be away too long. If Hu drives us, we can go and return easily." "Then we'll trouble you, Hu." Liu Ying smiled. "What do you want for dinner tonight? Auntie will make it for you." Hu didn't stand on ceremony. "Auntie, I want braised beef." "All right." Liu Ying went to the kitchen. The next day, Hu took the couple out to practice again. Xue Ling was already very skilled, driving steadily on the road. Cheng Tianyuan still struggled, sometimes stalling or restarting, only able to drive in circles in an open lot. Hu praised, "You're doing great. Sis-in-law learned before, otherwise she couldn't be this good. Give you another week and you'll be on the road. In a few days I'll take you to the transport division to apply, drive for the supervisor, and then you just wait for your license." They practiced until evening before returning to the development zone. After days of rain, the weather had finally cleared. Cheng Muhai squinted and smiled. "Tomorrow should be nice." Early the next morning, Hu drove over with his mother. "Uncle, you could be a weather forecaster. It's sunny and warm, feels great." Cheng Muhai laughed and brought out lots of things with his wife. Hu opened the truck and helped load everything. Then they all had breakfast together and set off. After 2 days of sunshine, the roads were no longer muddy and the trip was smooth. From the development zone, it took less than 25 minutes to reach Chengjia village, right to their doorstep. They hadn't been back in a while, so everyone was happy. Neighbors saw them arrive in a big truck and hurried over, asking questions with smiles. Why did it take so long to come back? City life must be good, you don't want to leave. We thought you'd come back for New Year's, but you didn't. We missed you. The whole family's back. Where'd you get the big truck? Can it fit a lot of people? Liu Ying and Xue Ling handed out candy to the neighbors. Cheng Muhai beamed. My son and daughter-in-law opened a big shop in town, selling all kinds of things. We help out there now. We're just back to sweep graves and we'll leave soon. Can't leave the shop unattended. Wow! Opened a shop? Old Hai, you're getting rich. Made over 1,000 yet? Amazing. Running a shop in town means you're rich. The Hai family is really making it. Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying smiled proudly. It's all thanks to our daughter-in-law. She even opened a clothing shop. Business is great. See? A daughter-in-law from the city is different, so capable. I always said your daughter-in-law was lucky. She married in less than a year and your family's thriving. If my son could marry a city girl, I'd burn incense every day. They handed out 3 or 4 bags of candy and 8 packs of cigarettes to satisfy the enthusiastic neighbors. The village chief heard they were back and hurried over. The Hai family is finally back. I heard you opened a big shop in town. Congratulations. Cheng Tianyuan quickly handed him 2 packs of cigarettes. Thank you for your support. We're just doing a small business and haven't had time to come home. Please look after things here. The chief swallowed but didn't dare accept. No need to be so polite. We're all neighbors, we help each other. Really, you don't need to. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. These are from our shop. Please take them. The chief laughed and put them in his pocket. Then I won't be polite. Ah, Yuan's making big money. Now everyone in the village gets candy and cigarettes. I'm really happy for your family. The village chief saw them packing up to go sweep the graves and smiled, saying, You all go ahead and get busy. I'll come by again this afternoon. Cheng Tianyuan walked him to the door, then picked up the pastries, cured meat, rice cakes, incense, and fresh flowers. With his parents and wife, they all headed toward the hills. Ahu wasn't idle either. He helped carry things. The hills around here are pretty low, about the same as those near the county town, Ahu remarked. Cheng Tianyuan explained, Actually, these aren't really mountains, just some small hills. They're not even as big as the little hills in the south. All the ancestors from each family are buried here. We usually come to sweep the graves during Qingming festival. Oh, Ahu responded, smiling. It's not far from the county, and the roads are good. Once you get a car, it'll be easy to come back whenever you want. Xue Ling added, Exactly. Even if we end up living in the city, we'll still have to come back from time to time. After all, our roots are here. Well said, sis-in-law, Ahu praised with a laugh. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at Xue Ling with gentle eyes before continuing on. After about 10 minutes, they soon saw 2 small hills with scattered figures on top, clearly other villagers there to sweep graves. Cheng Muhai explained cheerfully, Our family's ancestral grave is halfway up the hill. We'll be there in a bit. The hills weren't hard to climb, and the group made their way up at a steady pace, arriving quickly. Cheng Tianyuan and Ahu got busy pulling weeds and cleaning up the area. Liu Ying and Xue Ling set out the offerings, lit incense, and burned some paper ingots. After more than half an hour of busy work, everyone packed up and headed back down the hill. Ahu, munching on a rice cake, looked at the little stream beside them. Hey, are there any fish in here? Suddenly I'm craving grilled fish. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. There are. The streamfish are really tasty, but they're hard to catch. When I was a kid, I'd sometimes come here with the other boys to catch fish. Usually we'd block both ends and then feel around in the water. Liu Ying quickly called out, You can't go in now. The water's too cold. That's right, Cheng Muhai explained. Spring's just started and there's been a lot of rain. The weather's still chilly sometimes. Don't go in or you'll catch a cold. But Ahu was still daydreaming about grilled fish, muttering, Your yard is big enough. We could set up a branch, light some wood, clean the fish, rub on some salt, oil, and chili sauce, and have grilled fish in no time." "Brother Hu, stop it. You're making me hungry," Xue Ling laughed. "I haven't had grilled fish in ages. Now that you mention it, I really want some." Hearing his beloved wife say she wanted fish, Cheng Tianyuan couldn't bear to let her down. "There are a few fishing nets in the corner of the yard. They haven't been used in years, so I'm not sure if they're still good. When we get home, I'll take them out and see. Maybe we can catch a few fish." "I'll help," Hu said cheerfully. "I'm great at catching fish. I grew up by the river, and in the summers I'd spend all day in the water. This is my specialty." When they got back to the Cheng house, it was only a little after 10, still early in the day. It had been a long time since they'd been back, and the house was covered in a thick layer of dust. Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying quickly started cleaning, with Xue Ling hurrying to help. Hu and Cheng Tianyuan dug out the fishing nets, patched them together, and excitedly ran back to the stream to catch fish. After more than an hour of work, the house was finally clean. Liu Ying said with a smile, "I'll go light the stove and heat up the rice cakes, then make some rice porridge." "Sounds good," Xue Ling replied, not picky at all. "Let's fill up a bit now and we can have a big meal when we get back to the city." Just then, Hu's hearty laughter rang out from outside. "The fish in the stream have been growing all winter. They're so fat. Look, this one's at least 2 jin. Wow, how come your village stream has so many fish? This is awesome." Cheng Tianyuan seemed surprised too. "Maybe it's because no one's been fishing in the winter. I remember there weren't this many when I was a kid." Hu grinned. "You go get some firewood. I'll clean the fish by the well." Cheng Tianyuan agreed and hurried into the kitchen. "Mom, just make some rice porridge. We caught a bunch of fish outside and Hu wants to grill them. We'll all have fish with some millet porridge." "We caught fish?" Xue Ling was thrilled, dropping her broom and running out happily. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and took her hand, leading her to the yard. "I thought we'd only catch a few small ones, but after a few nets we got over 20 and they're all big." Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying came out to see the excitement. The fishing nets were muddy and dirty, with big fish flopping around inside, mouths wide open and blowing bubbles. "Wow, so many! Quick, get a big bucket to keep them in." Liu Ying quickly brought out a big wooden bucket, laughing as she washed it and scooped the fish inside. The stream fish were lively, and most were still alive after being carried back. Hu deftly picked out the dead ones, gutted and cleaned them, and removed the scales, leaving them spotless. Cheng Tianyuan brought in some fresh green bamboo, split them with a sickle, washed them, and skewered the fish. Meanwhile, Cheng Muhai brought out a pile of firewood from the kitchen and carefully lit it. Hu called out, "Auntie, bring some peanut oil and chili sauce." "Coming," Liu Ying quickly brought them out. Hu brushed oil on the fish as he explained, "I used to drive long-haul trucks all over the place, and you'd run into all kinds of weather. Sometimes there was nothing to eat. You can't mess with wild animals, but at least there's fish. Whenever I got to a river, I'd find a way to catch some. I'm really good at grilling fish. My fellow drivers always ask me to make it. Ha ha ha, it's been years since I've had grilled fish." Cheng Muhai patted him on the shoulder and said warmly, "There's plenty here. Eat as much as you want." "Right," Liu Ying laughed. "If you can't finish, just take some with you. Your truck can carry anything." Everyone burst out laughing. 10 minutes later, the grilled fish was ready. 3 in total. Everyone shared them, praising how delicious they were as they ate. Hu, with his big appetite, grilled 2 more and couldn't help asking, "Yuan, got any wine? Let's have a few drinks." "Of course," Cheng Tianyuan replied without hesitation. "We have 2 jars of rice wine at home." No, Xue Ling quickly stopped him. "You have to drive later. You can't drink and drive. It's not safe." Hu licked his lips and chuckled. "Just a few sips." Cheng Tianyuan poured him half a bowl and advised, "Not too much. We're not heading back until evening, so there are still a few hours. A little should be fine." After eating her fill, Xue Ling cleaned up the yard and then went to her room for a nap. After finishing his half-bowl, Ah Hu secretly asked Liu Ying for more. "Auntie, this rice wine must be aged, right? It's so fragrant. Give me another bowl." Liu Ying was very fond of this cheerful young man. Hearing him praise the wine, she quickly brought him a big bowl. "Drink up. I'll pour you more when you're done." "Thanks, Auntie. We're family. No need to be polite." So, Ah Hu ate grilled fish and drank wine until he finally passed out by the well in the yard, snoring away. When Cheng Tianyuan returned from greeting the neighbors and saw Ah Hu passed out drunk, he was startled. Liu Ying heard the commotion and ran out from the kitchen. "Oh, Huzi's drunk, huh? Ah Yuan, hurry and carry him to our kang," heated brick bed, to sleep. Even though it's sunny, the ground is still cold. He'll be better off sleeping on the kang with a quilt. Cheng Tianyuan, both amused and exasperated, asked, "How much did he drink? Wasn't it just half a bowl?" He hadn't expected this tough guy to have such a low tolerance. Liu Ying chuckled and explained, "It was way more than half a bowl. I gave him 4 or 5 bowls." "What?" Cheng Tianyuan was even more at a loss, but could only carry Ah Hu into his parents' room and lay him on the kang to sleep. Liu Ying found a quilt and covered him up. "It's fine. He'll be okay after a nap." Cheng Muhai tapped his pipe and laughed. "That's pure rice wine. Smells nice, but it packs a punch. He probably won't wake up until midnight." Liu Ying couldn't help but ask, "If Huzi doesn't wake up, how are we going to get back this evening?" Cheng Tianyuan could only say, "Then we'll just have to stay the night and go back tomorrow morning." Just then, someone called out from outside. Cheng Tianyuan went out to see the village chief, who was bent over looking at the 2 big buckets in the yard. "These were caught in the little ditch outside, right?" he asked. Cheng Tianyuan replied, "They're from the stream by the mountain. We cast the net a few times and caught this many. There seemed to be a lot of fish over there." The village chief wasn't surprised at all and explained, "At the end of last year, the last 2 fish ponds at Cheng Biao's place were broken open and all the fish swarmed out, swimming everywhere in the ditches. The ditches and the mountain stream are connected, so a lot of fish must have gone over there." Cheng Tianyuan frowned and asked in a low voice, "How's his family doing now? Weren't they planning to sell the ponds last year? Did they manage to sell them?" "They only sold 3 small ones," the village chief snorted. 50 yuan per mu, and they're all muddy fields, not good for planting anything. No one's that foolish." Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, "So how's their family now?" The village chief sighed, slowly took out a cigarette, tapped one out, put it in his mouth, and lit it. "It's tragic. The family's fallen apart, and 2 people are gone." It turned out that Cheng Biao and his wife were addicted to gambling, and their 2 teenage sons were no good either, always up to petty theft and mischief. Cheng Biao racked up a mountain of gambling debt and was eventually forced to sell the fish ponds. But everyone in the village knew what kind of people they were and didn't want to deal with them. Even those who wanted to buy didn't dare. Only a well-off family from the neighboring village bought 3 small ponds. The rest couldn't be sold. Cheng Biao, chased by creditors, hid the money from selling the ponds on himself and tried to run away at night by bike. Afraid of being seen, he didn't even turn on his bike light and was hit and killed by a passing truck. He was riding against traffic on the main road, so the truck driver only paid a small amount out of conscience. The 2 sons fought violently over the money, even using knives and axes. The younger son's neck was slashed, and though he was rushed to the town hospital, he couldn't be saved. Biao's wife couldn't take the double blow and went mad. When she saw the older son calling people to catch and sell fish from the pond, she ran over and broke the ponds open. Overnight, the water from 2 ponds was gone, let alone the fish. The village chief sighed, flicked off the ash, and said quietly, "Their family was always aggressive and unreasonable. When people saw them coming, they'd shut their doors. After the younger son was killed, no one in the village dared report it, not even me. It was right around New Year, with lots of migrant workers back home, so word spread fast. The police from town came quickly and arrested the older son." Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but sigh. Just a few years ago, the Cheng Biao family was wealthy and had land. They were arrogant and looked down on everyone. Who would have thought that in just a year, their family would be destroyed? Chief, what about Aunt Biao? Has she recovered from her madness? The village chief replied, No, she hasn't. The town staff sent her to the psychiatric hospital. I hear she's still there, but I don't know how she's doing. I heard it costs money to stay there, and it's not cheap. A few days ago, someone from the hospital called the neighborhood committee, asking her relatives to pay for her treatment. I'm really at a loss. Cheng Tianyuan asked, Did her older son leave her any money? How long was he sentenced for? The village chief's eyes widened in anger. He killed his brother for money. Murder has to be paid for with your life. I heard no one pleaded for him, and he confessed. He was also involved in other shady things, so he'll probably get the death penalty. That bastard. He didn't leave his mother anything except for 2 half-decent houses. Cheng Tianyuan asked with concern, So what's the village committee planning to do? Madness can be treated. If it can be, we should help. After all, we're all from the same village. The village chief sighed again and explained, Yesterday, the village officials and party members held 2 meetings. We decided the committee would give 100 yuan to the hospital. We're also encouraging everyone to donate a little, 50 cents, a yuan, whatever they can. The Cheng Biao family is finished, and there's only his wife left. We'll help as much as we can. People working outside only earn a few yuan a day, and it's hard to support a family. But if everyone donates a little, it should add up to a few dozen yuan. He patted Cheng Tianyuan's arm and said quietly, Yuan, since you got married, you've become even more capable. Now you can run your own shop, so things must be better for you financially. If you can, maybe you could give a bit more. Of course, Cheng Tianyuan agreed readily. A little while later, Liu Ying and Cheng Muhai heard about it too. Cheng Muhai quickly took out 10 big bills and explained, This is the money our daughter-in-law gave us for daily expenses, but we have enough to eat and a place to live, so we don't really spend it. Saving a life is urgent. Let's use this to help the sister-in-law get treatment. The village chief's eyes widened, then filled with tears. Brother, you're so kind and generous. 100 yuan. That's a lot. Really a lot. Cheng Tianyuan went to his room, took out his backpack, and brought out another 100 yuan. We're all family. If we can give more, we should. The village chief was deeply moved and said loudly, When I get back, I'll announce this on the loudspeaker and praise your family. Let everyone learn from you. No, no. Cheng Tianyuan quickly waved him off and said quietly, Everyone's just trying to help. It's not about how much you give. Whether it's a lot or a little, it's all from the heart. The village chief took the money, wrote down the amount, 200 yuan, on a slip of paper, and had Cheng Tianyuan sign it. Oh, right. There's something else I'll tell you this afternoon. The village is going to allocate land in May. Both sides of the main road along the provincial highway will be divided up, with each person getting a plot by lottery. If you want more, you pay more. Cheng Tianyuan took note and said warmly, We'll definitely come to buy. My wife wants to buy a big plot. Land in our own village is always best. Really? The village chief beamed. All the land will be sold to villagers. If your new wife wants to buy, she can buy as many plots as she wants. If you have the money, you can buy several mu. If we buy a lot, can we get a discount? How much is it per mu? Cheng Muhai asked. The village chief replied, Right now it's set at 60 yuan per mu. It's all solid land, good for building houses, so it can't be too cheap. If you buy a whole section, the committee won't count the corners, so it'll be a bit cheaper. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. I'll ask my wife first. No need to ask. A sleepy voice came from behind. Xue Ling, still drowsy, said, Chief, we'll reserve 200 mu. What? Everyone was stunned. After the village chief left, Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying couldn't stop questioning Xue Ling. Ling, aren't you planning to buy a house in the county next month? Why are you reserving so much land? Child, do you even know how big 1 mu is? I know exactly how big a mu is, Xue Ling replied with a smile. Ling, the land in front of our house is only about 20 mu, and that already looks huge. 200 mu is enormous. That land isn't even good for farming. It's all hard ground, only suitable for building houses. Why would we build so many houses? We're not even living here anymore. Dad, Mom, we're not planning to build houses here for now, Xue Ling explained. But I want to buy up the land while it's still cheap. The area along the village road is really nice. If we can buy it, we should do it quickly." "What?" Liu Ying said with a wry smile, lowering her voice. 60 yuan per mu is expensive. Why stockpile so much when we don't even farm anymore?" The old couple really didn't understand Xue Ling's decision. Seeing they couldn't persuade her, they turned to their son for help. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and said, "If she wants to buy, let her. She earned the money, so she should decide how to use it." With their son's support, the old couple couldn't say much more. Xue Ling yawned and waved her hand. "Dad, Mom, trust me. Just buy it. You'll see in the future that it's the right decision." "Oh." Cheng Muhai hesitated, then asked, "Ling Ling, do you really have that much money? Aren't you planning to buy a car and a house too? The 2,000 yuan you gave us is still here, why not?" "Don't worry," Xue Ling promised. "It's enough. Even after buying the car and the house, there'll still be plenty left." Liu Ying gasped and covered her mouth, laughing. That's a lot." Cheng Muhai also smiled and said quietly, "Impressive." Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged a smile and went back to their room hand in hand. They hadn't been back together in a long time, and the house felt a bit cold and empty. In the corner were several large suitcases, Xue Ling's dowry. Cheng Tianyuan suggested, "We don't live here much anymore, and no one's looking after the place. If we leave things here, they'll just get ruined. Since Hu's truck is outside, let's load everything up." Xue Ling quickly found a rag to wipe down the suitcases, and Cheng Tianyuan helped carry them to the truck. By evening, Hu finally woke up, still a bit groggy. Cheng Tianyuan made him a light cup of tea and handed it over. Hu gulped it down and muttered, "My head's a bit dizzy." Cheng Tianyuan, still worried, suggested, "Why not just stay here tonight?" "No, that's not good," Hu mumbled. "There's not much space, it's too inconvenient." Xue Ling didn't want to stay either. She hadn't brought a change of clothes, and the quilts here hadn't been aired out in days, so they smelled a bit musty. She knew she wouldn't sleep well. So she suggested, "How about I drive?" Hu immediately agreed. "Great, sis-in-law, you drive, you'll be fine." The family loaded everything onto the truck, checked the doors and windows, tidied up the kitchen and yard, and then set off. Hu looked at the 2 big buckets of fish in the back of the truck and laughed. "My fish! I'm gonna grill a couple for my mom as soon as we get back. The stream fish here are so tasty, fat and fragrant." After Liu Ying climbed into the truck, she called out gently, "Ling, drive slowly, there's no rush." "Okay?" Xue Ling replied calmly, started the engine, shifted gears, and slowly drove out of Chengjia village. Once they reached the provincial road, Xue Ling picked up speed. The road was quiet, with hardly any big trucks, so the drive was smooth. In just over 10 minutes, they reached the county town. Another 10 minutes later, they entered the development zone and parked steadily outside Dajia. Cheng Muhai beamed. "Having a car is so convenient. Just over 20 minutes to the county, so fast." Hu was busy unloading the fish and called out, "Uncle, don't worry. Sis-in-law is already planning to buy a car. In the future, you can come back to the village anytime you want. It'll only take an hour round trip at most." Chen Min and Chen Lan, the siblings, came running out to help carry things and support the elders. "We thought you wouldn't be back until tomorrow. Auntie should have made more dinner since everyone's back." "No need," Hu said cheerfully. "Tonight we're eating fish, steamed fish, grilled fish, braised fish. We've got it all." The next day, Hu went off to deliver goods. Xue Ling stayed at the clothing shop doing translation work, and Cheng Tianyuan managed the store, helping her copy out final drafts whenever he had time. A few days later, Hu came back, dusty and tired. "Where's sis-in-law? Sis-in-law, come quick, I've got good news." His voice was so loud that everyone came running. "Huzi, what's up?" "You're back. Come in and have some water." Hu wiped his sweat and walked into the shop, grinning. "How's business been these days?" Chen Min smiled. "Pretty good, very steady." Hu patted his shoulder, took the big bowl his mother handed him, and gulped it down. Hearing the commotion, Xue Ling put away her translation notebook and hurried over. As soon as Ah Hu saw her, he called out, "Sis-in-law, I saw the Jeep you wanted to buy in the provincial capital. You don't need to apply anymore. Just pay the tax and you can drive it away right then. There are 3 in stock." "Really?" Xue Ling asked in surprise. "Where are they selling them?" "At the car factory's outsourcing office," Ah Hu replied. "That's great," Xue Ling said. "Once Yuan Gege learns to drive, we'll go buy the car." Chen Min couldn't help asking, "Cousin, a Jeep must be expensive, right? About how much?" "I asked. It's a bit over 32,000 plus tax," Ah Hu replied. "So about 35,000 in total." Everyone was stunned, except Xue Ling. After Ah Hu finished his deliveries, he took Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling out to practice driving. Later, Xue Ling didn't need to go anymore, and Cheng Tianyuan practiced for a few more days. On a sunny day, Ah Hu took them both to apply for their driver's licenses. They handed in their photos and signed their names. The staff watched them drive for a bit and said cheerfully, "Not bad. Come back in a couple of days to pick up your licenses." Ah Hu leaned in and joked, "Stamp them for us now so we can take them with us. It's a waste of gas to keep coming back and forth." "You rascal!" The man playfully slapped his arm and laughed. "You're doing so well now, making big money and never coming back. It's hard to even see you. You'd better come back a dozen more times or I won't process your licenses." Ah Hu laughed, opened the drawer himself, grabbed the stamp, and quickly stamped their licenses. "All right, we're off." He grabbed the 2 licenses, stuffed them in his pocket, and pulled out 2 packs of cigarettes from another pocket, tossing them to his old colleague. The old colleague glared at him with a smile, rubbed the cigarettes, and put them away. With their licenses in hand, Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan went with Ah Hu to the provincial capital to buy a car. 3 days later, the couple drove back in a Jeep. Everyone crowded around, touching this and that, all grinning from ear to ear. Cheng Muhai's eyes filled with tears as he choked up. "This is wonderful. Our family finally has a car. In the past, I never even dreamed of this." "Dad, Mom, Ah Hu's mom, all of you get in," Xue Ling called out with a laugh. "Come on, let's take you for a ride." With the new Jeep, Cheng Tianyuan often drove it to pick up goods, making things much more convenient and saving a lot on hiring drivers. Spring was rainy, so Xue Ling spent most days holed up in the clothing shop working on translations, rarely going out. Another 10 days or so passed in a blur. The weather finally cleared, the sun was shining, and everyone switched to spring clothes. Some of the sturdier folks even put on short sleeves. Xue Ling got a call from her father, saying he was sending her a batch of summer clothes. She could sell them as she saw fit, and didn't need to worry about the cost. "Are these factory seconds?" Xue Ling asked. Her father replied, "They're leftover stock from a big client, stuff that's been sitting in the warehouse for a couple of years, mostly summer clothes with a few spring and autumn pieces. Most of it was made by our factory, but some wasn't. He came to order new autumn and winter goods for this year, so I gave him a discount, and he sent these leftovers over, saying they were for the factory workers. Your mom thought it'd be better to let you sell them and make some money, so I'm sending them to you." "Thanks, Dad and Mom," Xue Ling said happily. Her father said he'd been busy lately, planning to partner with a friend to make a batch of high-quality goods to sell to the U.S. Xue Ling reminded him, "Don't just focus on work. Take care of your health, too." "We're both doing fine," her father replied, saying he had more to do, and hung up in a hurry. 5 days later, the station called to say a shipment from the capital had arrived, and she needed to sign for it. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan drove the Jeep over. They thought it would be just 2 or 3 boxes, but it turned out to be 8. It took 3 trips with the Jeep to get everything back. When everyone heard there were new goods to sell, they were all eager to help. Xue Ling laughed and told them not to rush. Since it was all leftover stock, she didn't even know what styles were inside. She needed to sort and organize everything before deciding how to sell it. Ah Hu hadn't had any deliveries lately and was getting restless. "Sis-in-law, my truck's still rented anyway. Might as well use it. I'll help you take some to sell out of town. Just cover my gas." Xue Ling nodded and smiled. No problem. Come by in a couple of days. After moving the goods into the shop, the couple started sorting. The stock was a mess. Every kind of style, incomplete color ranges, random sizes, most of it not even folded, just tangled together. Not only was it messy, but it didn't smell great either. The odor made Xue Ling feel nauseous, so she quickly opened the doors and windows. Cheng Tianyuan smiled wryly. It's such a mess. I don't even know where to start. Xue Ling thought for a moment and said, Let's just sort by season and get a count first. Cheng Tianyuan quickly got to work, dividing the clothes into spring, summer, autumn, and winter. There's the most for summer, the least for winter. It's hard to tell spring from summer, so let's just put them together for now. Xue Ling took out pen and paper and carefully counted everything. There are over 2,100 summer pieces, 200 spring and autumn, and only about 60 winter items. Cheng Tianyuan asked, How should we sell them? The styles and colors are all over the place. It might be tough. Xue Ling wasn't greedy and smiled. The quality's pretty good, but it's too messy to sell at a high price. Let's do this. Keep the spring, autumn, and winter stuff in the shop and sell them for 5 yuan each. The summer stuff is smaller and uses less fabric, so let's sell those for 3 yuan each. But when Hu came by, he objected. Clothes like these go for at least 6 or 7 yuan at the department store, and their styles and materials aren't even as good as yours. Xue Ling stretched her back and suggested, How about this? You sell them as you see fit. If you can get 5 yuan, great. If not, 4 or even 3 is fine. Hu agreed right away, called Chen Lan, and they set off. The shop hadn't had new stock in a while, so when the workers saw there were clothes for sale, word spread quickly and people came in groups to buy. Xue Ling wasn't feeling well. Her face was pale and her head was spinning. They're all 5 yuan. No bargaining. If you like it after trying it on, just come pay. Seeing she was unwell, Cheng Tianyuan helped her to the little bed in the back to rest, while he and his mother watched the shop. Xue Ling slept until evening. Cheng Tianyuan came in and asked if she was feeling sick, offering to take her to the hospital. No, I'm not dizzy anymore. Xue Ling smiled weakly. Just a bit hungry. Cheng Tianyuan hurried out and soon brought back a bowl of beef noodles. As Xue Ling ate, she asked, How did sales go? Cheng Tianyuan replied, All sold out. Just over 200 pieces. Some people came late and missed out. Even the last dirty one was bought by a middle-aged woman who said she'd just wash it at home. A thick, warm winter coat for 5 yuan is a real bargain. 200 pieces wasn't a lot, but selling out in an afternoon was still fast. Cheng Tianyuan pointed to the drawer. The money's all here, over 1,200 yuan. Xue Ling nodded and said quietly, I'm still hungry. Yuenge, can you get me another bowl? Seeing her appetite return, Cheng Tianyuan was finally relieved. She rarely got sick, but she'd looked pale and complained of dizziness these past few days, so he'd worried she'd caught a cold. Now it seemed she was fine. He brought her another bowl and told her to eat slowly. They hadn't been back to their rental much lately, so he bought a big wooden bed for the back of the shop, and they mostly stayed there. It was much more convenient to live at the shop. No need to run back and forth, and someone was always there to watch the place. Xue Ling didn't want to be alone at the rental, and she was too lazy to cook for herself. Since they had their own room and bathroom at the shop, it was just as well to stay there. Wife, you don't look too well. Let's just sleep here tonight. I wasn't planning to go back. Let's stay. As the sun set, Hu and Lan returned. Sis-in-law, we sold 1,000 pieces. We sold several hundred in the square in the neighboring county, then went to the department store across the street and sold the rest. All gone. Hu grinned and handed Xue Ling a big bag. All the money's in here. 5 yuan each sold just fine. No need to lower the price. Xue Ling frowned slightly, feeling a wave of nausea, but quickly handed the bag to Cheng Tianyuan. Hu, can I trouble you to sell the other 1,000 pieces too? Of course, Hu agreed cheerfully. The next morning, Hu and his cousin set out again. After 3 days, all 2,000 plus summer pieces were sold, bringing in over 11,000 yuan. Xue Ling gave more than 1,000 yuan to the siblings. Hu quickly waved it off, saying it was too much. Just give us 200 for gas, that's already a lot. Xue Ling shook her head and explained, I thought I'd only get 3 yuan each, but you helped me earn almost half more. I haven't been feeling well these days. If it weren't for you, the stock would still be sitting in the shop. I made a nice little profit this time, and it's all thanks to you. Hu accepted, gave a few hundred to his cousin, and kept the rest. Sis-in-law, I'll be counting on you in the future. I haven't had many deliveries this year, so helping you sell clothes really saved me from boredom, and I made a bit of money too. After chatting for a while, Xue Ling started feeling dizzy again and had to go lie down. Cheng Tianyuan told her to rest and went out to deposit 10,000 yuan into her account. By the time Cheng Tianyuan got back, it was already evening. Hu and Chen Min were outside the shop, smoking and chatting. Yuan, come over here, Chen Min called. Cheng Tianyuan got out of the car and walked over quickly. What's up? Something happened? Chen Min glanced at his cousin, then turned and asked in a low voice, Did you hear that Xiang from your village wants to sell his appliance shop? Do you know about this? Cheng Tianyuan was taken aback and shook his head honestly. I haven't really dealt with him, so I don't know. He hadn't seen the Xiang siblings since the new year, only heard from Hu that Xiang had been beaten up by that Kun guy, and even Mei had been hit. Later, Kun gave Xiang 300 yuan and told him to bring his sister over. Xiang, blinded by money, tied up his sister and delivered her, ignoring her protests. Kun had originally said he'd marry Mei, but after she ran away and angered him, he just gave her brother a bit of money and kept her at his house without even holding a wedding. Mei was timid and weak, but also proud. She couldn't swallow her pride to ask for help, let alone go to the police, so she just endured whatever happened. A month later, Mei got pregnant. Kun was delighted, gave her 100 yuan and gave Xiang another 100. Xiang is a hopeless gambler, deep in debt and with a bad reputation. He got beaten up and locked up by creditors, and Kun brought people and money to bail him out. Now Xiang wants to sell his shop to scrape together some money and try his luck down south. Cheng Tianyuan nodded slowly, then couldn't help asking, So, are you interested? No. Chen Min's honest face looked embarrassed. He lowered his voice. Hu said the shop is rented, but the appliances inside are pretty good. He hasn't had much work lately and is thinking about taking it over. No way. Cheng Tianyuan cut in. Xiang is bad news. Don't get involved with him. Hu took a drag on his cigarette and frowned. Even if it's just a straight deal, money for goods. If the business is good, why not? Still no, Cheng Tianyuan explained carefully. First, that shop never does well. I've biked past it many times and it's always empty, not a single customer. Second, Xiang has always been shady. Can you be sure his goods are legit? He's always up to something and he might use this as a way to drag you into trouble. Chen Min, always cautious, felt a chill after hearing Cheng Tianyuan's analysis. Hu, let's not do it. Running with wolves is too risky. Ha ha, Hu laughed. I'm a tiger. What's there to fear from wolves? But Yuan makes sense. Dealing with people like that could bring a lot of trouble. We do things honestly. No need to ruin our reputation for a bit of money. It's not worth it. Cheng Tianyuan was relieved. My wife's not feeling well. I'm going to check on her. Hu stubbed out his cigarette and asked with concern, Why has sis-in-law looked so pale lately? Has she seen a doctor? It comes and goes. I keep telling her to see a doctor, but she insists she's fine. But I can tell something's not right, Cheng Tianyuan said, frowning with worry. Hu waved his hand. Take her to the hospital tomorrow. Listen to the doctor. Don't put it off. Health isn't something to joke about. Got it, Cheng Tianyuan replied, hurrying toward the shop. That night at dinner, Xue Ling didn't show up again. Cheng Tianyuan explained, She says she's not hungry, just wants to sleep. You all go ahead and eat. I'll make her some millet porridge later. Liu Ying was worried. Is she asleep? Should I bring her something just so she eats a little? She's sleeping, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. Let her rest. I plan to take her to the hospital tomorrow morning. Ah Hu's mom asked, What's wrong with your wife? She looks fine to me. Why see a doctor? Isn't it normal for young women to feel sick when they're pregnant? Don't let her take random medicine if she's expecting. Everyone froze. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. No, she's not. Oh my! Liu Ying put down her bowl, delighted. Ling Ling must be pregnant. Why didn't I think of that? Some people get sleepy and nauseous when they're expecting. She's got all the signs. Oh, it must be true. Cheng Wuhai was so happy he almost dropped his bowl, exclaiming, It must be! It must be! Everyone started laughing. Ah Yuan, congratulations! You're going to be a dad! Ah Yuan and sis-in-law are going to be parents. I love kids. Let me help take care of yours when the time comes. Cheng Tianyuan blushed, unable to hide his excitement, but he kept his composure. I'll take her to the doctor tomorrow and see. Hopefully, it's good news. They'd been married almost a year and she hadn't gotten pregnant. He always said he wasn't in a hurry and was busy with work, but deep down, he really wanted a child. Ah Hu grinned. When you have a baby, make sure they call me Uncle Hu. Ah Hu's mom scolded him, laughing. Ah Yuan's younger than you, and he's going to be a dad. Where's your wife? You don't even have a wife and you want to be an uncle? Aren't you embarrassed? Ah Hu shrank his neck and piled braised pork into his mom's bowl. Don't be mad, Mom. I'll go find a wife as soon as I'm done eating. His mom scolded him, half amused. You think wives are that easy to find? You can't just go out and pick one up? What nonsense! Everyone burst out laughing. When Cheng Tianyuan got back, he found Xue Ling still sleeping and couldn't bear to wake her. Unexpectedly, she slept straight through to morning, and even after 9, she was still curled up in bed. Cheng Tianyuan tried to get her up to see a doctor, but she pushed him away. No, I just want to sleep. It's just spring fatigue. Cheng Tianyuan smiled indulgently. It's already summer and you're still blaming spring. Everyone says you're pregnant. Huh? Xue Ling's eyes flew open, her cheeks slowly turning red as her mind finally caught up. I think I haven't had my period in almost 2 months. Cheng Tianyuan was overjoyed and kissed her cheek. Let's go to the hospital and find out for sure. If you are, we'll ask the doctor what to watch out for. If not, we'll see if you're sick and get you some medicine. Xue Ling's eyes softened and she nodded. Okay, let's go to the hospital. That afternoon, they came back with good news. The family would be welcoming a new little member in the 10th lunar month this year. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't stop smiling. The doctor said it's already 3 months. The baby's doing great. The doctor said it's normal to feel sleepy. Just don't do heavy work or run around. We'll go back for another checkup in a couple of months. Father and Mother Cheng were overjoyed, practically dancing with excitement. This is wonderful. Ling Ling, this is wonderful. Come, help her sit down. Wife, hurry and cook something delicious. Make all of Ling Ling's favorites. Go, go. I'm going. I'll go right now. Yuan, you hold on to Ling Ling. Don't let her bump into anything. From now on, you're doing all the housework. Don't let her lift a finger, understand? We have to follow the doctor's advice and take good care of her. Yes! Cheng Tianyuan nodded eagerly. Ah Hu's mom laughed. I noticed a while ago. I just thought maybe the baby hadn't settled, so you didn't want to mention it. This is great news. Ah Ying, you're going to be a grandma. I'm so jealous. Liu Ying wiped tears from her eyes and smiled. Ah Hu's a good man. He'll try to get married this year. And by next spring, I'll have a chubby grandson too. From your lips to God's ears. From your lips to God's ears. Xue Ling had been feeling dizzy, but everyone's laughter was infectious, and her mood lifted. Her head didn't feel so heavy anymore. She nestled in Cheng Tianyuan's arms and said to everyone, In just over half a year, we'll all be moving up a generation. Congratulations, congratulations, Chen Min grinned. I'm older than Ah Yuan, so I'll be an uncle too. Chen Lan came over, beaming. Sis-in-law, congratulations on becoming a mom. I love kids. When the time comes, I'll help you hold the baby and take care of them. Xue Ling smiled. You're a pro. I trust you. Cheng Tianyuan exclaimed, Oh, we haven't told my in-laws the good news yet. Come on, let's call Mom and Dad. Hurry, hurry. Be careful, don't walk too fast. Take it easy. They called the Xue family first, but Xue Ling's mom wasn't home, so no one answered. Xue Ling held her head and laughed. The factory's been busy lately, so Mom's been helping out a lot. Try calling her office. Cheng Tianyuan found the number in the phone book and dialed. Soon, the secretary answered. After Cheng Tianyuan introduced himself, the secretary greeted him warmly and called Xue Ling's father to the phone. Yuan? Why are you calling at this hour? Is something urgent? Cheng Tianyuan couldn't hide his excitement. Dad, Lingling's pregnant 3 months already. Really? Xue Ling's father burst out laughing and called out, Honey, I'm going to be a grandpa. You're going to be a grandma. Xue Ling's mom cried out in surprise and rushed over to grab the phone. Yuan, where's Lingling? How far along is she? Is it just starting? Cheng Tianyuan quickly explained. She's already 3 months along. She's lying next to me, a bit dizzy, but otherwise fine. Just a little extra sleepy sometimes. Xue Ling's mom was overjoyed and told him to take good care of his wife. No riding bikes, don't jostle her. 5 months is when it's stable. Until then, take it easy, understand? Got it, Mom, Cheng Tianyuan promised. Xue Ling's mom added, I'll go out later and buy some supplements, then send them to you at the post office. Cheng Tianyuan said, Mom, that's not necessary. There are plenty of supplements here in the county. I can buy them. But Xue Ling's mom insisted, laughing, This is your first child. We have to do our part as grandparents. Xue Ling's pregnancy symptoms weren't too bad. Aside from occasional morning nausea and dizziness, she felt fine. She still kept to her routine of early to bed, early to rise, and went for walks by the river every morning and evening. Cheng Tianyuan worried about her, so he accompanied her on every walk. She ate well, slept well, and gradually filled out. Her belly started to show quickly. By the 4th month, her belly was noticeably bigger. Her pregnancy symptoms faded away. Aside from a bigger appetite and a bigger belly, she was just as energetic and lively as before. Besides exercise, she kept up with her translation work every day, never slacking off. Every Friday, she'd drive to the newspaper office to hand in her drafts. Her colleagues were amazed at how energetic she was, even while pregnant. Chief Editor Lin shook her head and smiled. Every time I was pregnant, I had to stay in bed for over 5 months. With my first, I was bedridden for more than 8 months. I cried in secret all the time. Yeah, Lingling, you look just the same as before. How do you do it? I walk every morning and evening and sometimes even jog a little, Xue Ling replied with a smile. I guess it's because I exercise a lot. My pregnancy symptoms aren't bad, just a bit of nausea and dizziness, but it passed quickly. It really wasn't a big deal. Editor Lin laughed. If your first is this easy, the next one will be even better. Remember to have at least 2. Right, your husband is from the countryside, right? You can have a second child, Liu Xing chimed in. Xue Ling saw Wang Qing heading to Director Liu's office and quickly caught up, raising her eyebrows. I'm about to be a mom. When's it your and Wang Qing's turn? What's going on with you two? Why no news yet? Liu Xing's fair face turned a little red, and she whispered, Let's talk outside. Xue Ling, holding her belly, strode out. Liu Xing followed. Lingling, we've hit a big obstacle. I don't know if we'll make it. I've been so anxious lately I can't settle down. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows. What happened? Haven't you two been doing great since New Year? Liu Xing and Wang Qing were a perfect match. One lively and outgoing, the other gentle and quiet. They complemented each other well. From what Xue Ling knew, after Liu Xing confessed, Wang Qing had been going out with him regularly. Movies, late-night snacks, their relationship progressing smoothly. Liu Xing's face darkened, and she said quietly, I was planning to propose to her family, but her mom refused. Why? Xue Ling asked. Liu Xing pursed his lips and gave a bitter smile. Because I'm poor. I'm an only child. But my dad's just an ordinary worker, and my mom's an elementary school teacher. We're just an average family. Her mom looks down on us because we only have an old apartment we've lived in for over 20 years. She wants me to buy a new apartment, or she won't let Wang Ting marry me. So that was it. Xue Ling remembered Wang Ting saying her mom was strict, always pushing her to study hard so she could have a good future and choose her own husband, someone she truly liked. So her mom isn't against you, just wants you to buy a new place before you get married? Liu Xing replied, Isn't that the same as being against me? I only make 200 yuan a month, 50 for myself, 150 for my mom. My dad was sick a couple years ago and we spent a lot, so things have only just gotten better. But to suddenly come up with several thousand yuan for a new place, that's impossible. Xue Ling couldn't help asking, Can't you buy a small one? Your parents already have a place and the new apartment would just be for you and Wang Qing. It doesn't have to be big. Liu Xing gave a wry smile. I checked out the new developments by the river. Even the smallest units are about 80 square meters. Father and Mother Cheng were overjoyed, practically dancing with excitement. This is wonderful, Lingling, this is wonderful. Come, help her sit down. Wife, hurry and cook something delicious. Make all of Lingling's favorites. Go. I'm going, I'll go right now. Yuan, you hold on to Lingling, don't let her bump into anything. From now on, you're doing all the housework. Don't let her lift a finger, understand? We have to follow the doctor's advice and take good care of her. Yes, Cheng Tianyuan nodded eagerly. Ah Hu's mom laughed. I noticed a while ago. I just thought maybe the baby hadn't settled so you didn't want to mention it. This is great news. Ah Ying, you're going to be a grandma. I'm so jealous. Liu Ying wiped tears from her eyes and smiled. Ah Hu's a good man. He'll try to get married this year and by next spring I'll have a chubby grandson too. From your lips to God's ears. From your lips to God's ears. Xue Ling had been feeling dizzy, but everyone's laughter was infectious, and her mood lifted. Her head didn't feel so heavy anymore. She nestled in Cheng Tianyuan's arms and said to everyone, In just over half a year, we'll all be moving up a generation. Congratulations, congratulations! Chen Min grinned. I'm older than Yuan, so I'll be an uncle too. Chen Lan came over beaming. Sis-in-law, congratulations on becoming a mom. I love kids. When the time comes, I'll help you hold the baby and take care of them. Xue Ling smiled. You're a pro. I trust you. Cheng Tianyuan exclaimed, Oh, we haven't told my in-laws the good news yet. Come on, let's call Mom and Dad. Hurry. Be careful. Don't walk too fast. Take it easy. They called the Xue family first, but Xue Ling's mom wasn't home, so no one answered. Xue Ling held her head and laughed. The factory's been busy lately, so Mom's been helping out a lot. Try calling her office. Cheng Tianyuan found the number in the phone book and dialed. Soon the secretary answered. After Cheng Tianyuan introduced himself, the secretary greeted him warmly and called Xue Ling's father to the phone. Yuan, why are you calling at this hour? Is something urgent? Cheng Tianyuan couldn't hide his excitement. Dad, Lingling's pregnant! 3 months already! Really? Xue Ling's father burst out laughing and called out, Honey, I'm going to be a grandpa! You're going to be a grandma! Xue Ling's mom cried out in surprise and rushed over to grab the phone. Yuan? Where's Lingling? How far along is she? Is it just starting? Cheng Tianyuan quickly explained. She's already 3 months along. She's lying next to me, a bit dizzy but otherwise fine, just a little extra sleepy sometimes. Xue Ling's mom was overjoyed and told him to take good care of his wife. No riding bikes, don't jostle her. 5 months is when it's stable, until then. Take it easy, understand? Got it, Mom, Cheng Tianyuan promised. Xue Ling's mom added, I'll go out later and buy some supplements, then send them to you at the post office. Cheng Tianyuan said, Mom, that's not necessary. There are plenty of supplements here in the county. I can buy them. But Xue Ling's mom insisted, laughing, This is your first child. We have to do our part as grandparents. Xue Ling's pregnancy symptoms weren't too bad. Aside from occasional morning nausea and dizziness, She felt fine. She still kept to her routine of early to bed, early to rise, and went for walks by the river every morning and evening. Cheng Tianyuan worried about her, so he accompanied her on every walk. She ate well, slept well, and gradually filled out. Her belly started to show quickly. By the 4th month, her belly was noticeably bigger. Her pregnancy symptoms faded away. Aside from a bigger appetite and a bigger belly, she was just as energetic and lively as before. Besides exercise, she kept up with her translation work every day, never slacking off. Every Friday she'd drive to the newspaper office to hand in her drafts. Her colleagues were amazed at how energetic she was, even while pregnant. Chief Editor Lin shook her head and smiled. Every time I was pregnant, I had to stay in bed for over 5 months. With my first, I was bedridden for more than 8 months. I cried in secret all the time. Yeah. Ling, you look just the same as before. How do you do it? I walk every morning and evening and sometimes even jog a little, Xue Ling replied with a smile. I guess it's because I exercise a lot. My pregnancy symptoms aren't bad, just a bit of nausea and dizziness, but it passed quickly. It really wasn't a big deal. Editor Lin laughed. If your first is this easy, the next one will be even better. Remember to have at least 2. Right. Your husband's from the countryside, right? You can have a second child. Liu Xing chimed in. Xue Ling saw Wang Qing heading to Director Liu's office and quickly caught up, raising her eyebrows. I'm about to be a mom. When's it your and Wang Qing's turn? What's going on with you two? Why no news yet? Liu Xing's fair face turned a little red, and she whispered, Let's talk outside. Xue Ling, holding her belly, strode out. Liu Xing followed. Ling, we've hit a big obstacle. I don't know if we'll make it. I've been so anxious lately I can't settle down. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows. What happened? Haven't you two been doing great since New Year? Liu Xing and Wang Ting were a perfect match. One lively and outgoing, the other gentle and quiet. They complemented each other well. From what Xue Ling knew, after Liu Xing confessed, Wang Ting had been going out with him regularly. Movies, late-night snacks, their relationship progressing smoothly. Liu Xing's face darkened and she said quietly, I was planning to propose to her family, but her mom refused. Why? Xue Ling asked. Liu Xing pursed his lips and gave a bitter smile. Because I'm poor. I'm an only child, but my dad's just an ordinary worker and my mom's an elementary school teacher. We're just an average family. Her mom looks down on us because we only have an old apartment we've lived in for over 20 years. She wants me to buy a new apartment, or she won't let Wang Qing marry me. So that was it. Xue Ling remembered Wang Ting saying her mom was strict, always pushing her to study hard so she could have a good future and choose her own husband, someone she truly liked. So her mom isn't against you? Just wants you to buy a new place before you get married? Liu Xing replied, Isn't that the same as being against me? I only make 200 yuan a month, 50 for myself, 150 for my mom. My dad was sick a couple years ago and we spent a lot, so things have only just gotten better. But to suddenly come up with several thousand yuan for a new place? That's impossible. Xue Ling couldn't help asking, Can't you buy a small one? Your parents already have a place, and the new apartment would just be for you and Wang Ting. It doesn't have to be big. Liu Xing gave a wry smile. I checked out the new developments by the river. Even the smallest units are about 80 square meters. Xue Ling remembered the residential complex that Boss Liu had mentioned before and asked, Is it that Wangjiang Yuan place? That's right, Liu Xing replied. The environment there is great, right by the river. Wang Ting really likes it too. She's been hinting that I should look there. But I did the math. Even the smallest unit is 80 square meters, and at 30 yuan per square meter, that's over 2,000 yuan. He gave a frustrated, wry smile. Right now, that's probably the best complex in all of Rongcheng. Great location, lots of sunlight, not too big, but the buildings are beautiful. But the better it is, the more expensive, and the more expensive, the less I can afford it. Xue Ling knew that at this time, there weren't any housing loans available, and even though the two of them had relatively high incomes for the area, coming up with over 2,000 yuan all at once was really tough. How much can you put together right now? Xue Ling asked. If you're short, I'll lend you the rest. You can pay me back whenever you're able. Liu Xing's eyes widened in surprise, but he shook his head, embarrassed. I talked to my mom a couple days ago. With our savings and this month's salary, we can scrape together 1,000 at most. We're still short by 1,400. That's way too much. I can't borrow that much from you. Xue Ling grinned. Just write an IOU and pay me back slowly. Don't worry, you and Wang Ting are my friends. I won't charge you any interest, and you can pay me back whenever you have the money. I'll never come after you for it. Liu Xing was so moved he was speechless, glancing at her belly. But you're pregnant. You'll have a baby to raise, and you just bought a car. I'm worried it'll be a strain on you. Xue Ling winked and whispered, I just sold another batch of clothes recently and made about 10,000 yuan. Wow! Liu Xing's eyes went wide. You make money that easily? That's amazing. No wonder you could buy a car. You're a real 10,000 yuan tycoon now. Xue Ling chuckled quietly. Her savings were far more than that. Counting what she'd made before, she had over 100,000 yuan in her account. Liu Xing grabbed her hands, grinning. If I can get married, it'll all be thanks to you. Thank you, thank you. Xue Ling glanced at the time. It was only a little after 4, so the post office should still be open. Wait here. I'll go get the money for you. She'd just received a remittance slip from the post office a couple days ago, probably last month's payment for her articles. She'd already changed her address to the Dajale shop, so the remittance no longer went to the newspaper office. Now that she was pregnant, she tried to go out as little as possible, so she planned to pick up her payment while she was out delivering her draft. Liu Xing was surprised. Now? That fast? Don't you need to talk it over with your husband? 1,400 is a lot. No need. Xue Ling shrugged. We keep our finances separate. I earn my money, he earns his. His shop is a partnership with friends, so it's not mixed with mine. I spend my money how I want. He's always supportive. Liu Xing praised. Your husband's a great guy. Exactly, Xue Ling said, heading for her jeep. You should learn from him. I will, Liu Xing called after her. I'll come take lessons in a couple days. Xue Ling drove to the post office and handed over her remittance slip. The clerk recognized her and greeted her with a smile. Here to pick up money again? Xue Ling nodded, smiling. Sorry to trouble you. The clerk checked the slip and read out, That's 1,870 yuan. Xue Ling thought back to the number of words she'd submitted last month and nodded. That's right. Please give it all to me. Since she needed to take care of her pregnancy, her father hadn't sent her any more clothing business, so apart from her translation and newspaper work, she had no other income. Luckily, those two were enough for her needs. Thinking of what Liu Xing had said, she still had a lingering doubt. She remembered that Boss Liu had promised to let her know as soon as Wang Tianyuan was finished. But now the buildings were done and people were already looking to buy, yet she hadn't heard a word from him. She recalled his cheerful, humorous manner and figured he was probably trustworthy. Maybe something had just come up. She went back to the newspaper office, lent Liu Xing 1,500 yuan, and then took the remaining 370 yuan back to the Riverside Development Zone. The shop by the river was their own, and it was spacious. Even though the air in the development zone wasn't great, the river breeze was strong and the shop faced the right direction, so there was no need to worry about pollution. They'd already given up the rental on Songming Road and now lived in the clothing shop. The place was big, but with so many people coming and going, it was always a bit messy. Thinking that in 5 months there'd be a new baby, and she'd need to do her confinement and care for a newborn, her desire to buy a new apartment grew even stronger. Wang Tianyuan was close to the development zone, just a 10-minute walk, making it the perfect location. At dinner, Ahu came back, dusty and tired. Xue Ling pulled him aside to ask for Boss Liu's contact info, or if there was a phone number. No, Ahu explained. He lives not far from here, but he's always busy, sometimes working late. If you need him, I'll go get him after dinner. You have to go at night. He's never around during the day. Xue Ling said, Then please go invite him over after you eat. I'm too pregnant to be running around. Her mother-in-law, Liu Ying, had told her that some families here didn't like pregnant women visiting, thinking it was bad luck. Xue Ling believed in science and didn't care about old superstitions, but she didn't want to upset anyone, so she tried to be considerate. Ah Hu grinned. "No problem. I haven't seen him in ages. I've been meaning to catch up." After dinner, Ah Hu quickly went out and soon brought Boss Lu back. He greeted everyone politely, and when he saw Xue Ling, he immediately offered her a wide stool. "Sis-in-law, have a seat." After a bit of small talk, Xue Ling got straight to the point. "Last time you mentioned Wang Jiangyuan was good, and you were planning to buy there too. I heard it's finished now. Is that true?" Boss Lu took a drag on his cigarette and nodded. "Yeah, it was just finished last month. I've been checking it out, planning to pick the best unit before buying. I remembered you said you wanted one, so I've been keeping an eye out. I just finalized a few good options and was about to come tell you." Ah Hu grinned. "Sis-in-law wants to buy a place? You too? How big are you thinking?" Boss Lu replied, "I'm looking at about 100 square meters. Wang Jiangyuan was built in 2 phases, and the materials and workmanship are really good. I've been checking out the buildings to see which unit is best. The developer even invited a Taoist priest to pick an auspicious day. Sales start next week." He was a professional, so Xue Ling planned to ask for his help. "Which units have you got your eye on? Could you give us some advice? My husband and I want to buy 2 apartments, ideally next door to each other or across the hall. One for us, one for our parents, so it's easier to look after them." Boss Lu had gotten to know Wang Jiangyuan very well recently and quickly replied, "There are a lot of apartments facing each other, but the best locations and best ventilation are all the large units." "How big are those?" Cheng Tianyuan came over, holding 2 packs of cigarettes and handed them to Boss Lu. Boss Lu shot him a look and joked, "Boss Cheng, now that you're running a shop and making money, you've started smoking?" Back when he'd helped them build Dajale, he knew neither Cheng Tianyuan nor Chen Min smoked. "No," Cheng Tianyuan explained with a smile. "These are from our shop. Just take a couple to try." Boss Lu accepted them graciously. "Well, I won't say no then. Thanks." He continued, "To be honest, the apartments at Wang Jiangyuan are really nice, but as you know, the better and bigger the unit, the more expensive it is. Each large unit is about 200 square meters. I can't afford that myself, so I'm looking for the best 100 square meter unit I can find." Xue Ling nodded, agreeing with his approach. In the same complex, different floors and orientations can make a big difference. Being careful in your choice is always wise. Boss Lu smiled. "If you have the money for a big place, I'd recommend the southernmost building on the edge. It's 12 stories, 2 units per floor, each about 200 square meters, with 3 sides of windows. It's warm in winter, cool in summer, with a refreshing south breeze and no cold north wind. Perfect for living." "I heard they come with basic finishing, right?" Xue Ling asked. "That's right," Boss Lu replied. "If you want to upgrade, you can spend a bit more on renovations. If not, just buy some furniture and move in." "Is there an elevator?" Ah Hu frowned. 12 floors is a lot. If you're not on the top, climbing every day would be exhausting." Boss Lu said, "There are elevators, but I wouldn't recommend the top floor. Too windy, and it gets hot in summer. The best is the 7th or 8th floor. The staircases aren't steep, and there's a few meters of landing, so it's easy to walk. I'm looking at a unit on the 5th floor." Ah Hu muttered, "I heard it's 30 yuan per square meter over there. Pretty expensive. That's luxury. An ordinary person's monthly wage would barely buy a bathroom. But this is the first elevator building in Rongcheng." Boss Lu chuckled. "Right now, it's the best housing in Rongcheng. With that location and design, the price is fair. Lately, lots of people have been coming to look. Many want to buy." Ah Hu exhaled smoke and joked, "You're buying 100 square meters. Add taxes and furniture, and it'll be 4,000 yuan easy." Boss Lu raised his eyebrows. "Exactly. I've worked hard for over 10 years, and it's just enough to buy this place. Luckily, my wife is hardworking too. Now that our kid is in school, she's working at the textile factory and has saved a few hundred yuan. With her savings, I don't have to worry. I can just buy it." "Wow." Ah Hu grunted. "Having a wife is great. Too bad I can't relate." "Pfft," Ah Hu's mom teased from behind. Sour grapes. If you're not jealous, no wonder you're still single. Ah Hu quickly called out, "Mom, I was wrong. I was totally wrong. I'm jealous, super jealous." His mom scolded him, laughing. "Jealous, my foot. You should just go find a good wife instead of just being jealous." Everyone laughed. Xue Ling was very satisfied and couldn't help asking, "Brother Lu, do you know anyone there? Can we go see the place early and maybe reserve a unit?" Boss Lu hesitated, then smiled apologetically. "I know the foreman and the boss pretty well from working there, but they don't allow early reservations unless you're a big client buying several units at once." He lowered his voice. "I wanted to reserve the one I liked, and since I'm a familiar face, the boss said I could come by early Monday morning, put down a deposit, and get the keys." Xue Ling thought for a moment and smiled. "Could you help us get in touch and take us to have a look? If it's suitable, I'd like to buy several units." "Sis-in-law, didn't you just want 2? Boss Lu asked. Xue Ling replied, "I do want 2 for ourselves, but if it looks like a good investment, I'll buy 10 more. I want to talk to the boss. If he can give me a discount, I'll buy 12 at once." What? Everyone was stunned. Even Cheng Tianyuan was shocked by her idea. "Wife?" Ah Hu laughed awkwardly. "Sis-in-law, you think this is like buying vegetables at the market? These are apartments." Boss Lu swallowed and asked, "You want 2 big ones? That's about 6,000 each. 2 would be 12,000. Sis-in-law, are you sure you can buy that many?" Xue Ling smiled and said quietly, "I think I can. Please just take us to have a look and help us make the connection. If we get a discount, I'll make sure you benefit too. How about it?" "Deal! Absolutely!" Boss Lu agreed enthusiastically. "I'll take you to see them tomorrow." Early the next morning, Ah Hu went to pick up Boss Lu. "I want to see too. Sis-in-law and her husband have their own car, so I'll pick you up first. Then we'll all go together in their Jeep." Boss Lu was amazed. "They already have a Jeep. Wow, your shop must be making a fortune. You must be doing well too." "Not yet," Ah Hu explained. "The shop's doing well, but we'll split the profits at the end of the year. The reason they could buy a car is all thanks to Sis-in-law selling clothes. She's made a lot from that. I just helped out and made over 2,000 myself." Boss Lu was impressed. "Sis-in-law is clearly no ordinary woman. She's as capable as any man." Ah Hu nodded. "She's amazing. She even knows English. She sits at home writing every day and makes a ton." Boss Lu was finally convinced that Xue Ling really could afford to buy 10 apartments. He took Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan around the complex 3 times, explaining everything in detail and showing them every building. All the utilities are installed and the elevators work, but the main power isn't on yet, so you can't use the elevators. Xue Ling, who exercised regularly, had no trouble walking. "No problem. I can keep going." At lunchtime, they treated Boss Lu to a meal. Xue Ling smiled. "I think it's all great. Please help us make the connection. I want to buy 4 large units, 6 medium, and 10 small ones, all on the 8th floor of the Riverside buildings." He was a professional, so Xue Ling planned to ask for his help. "Which units have you got your eye on? Could you give us some advice? My husband and I want to buy 2 apartments, ideally next door to each other or across the hall. One for us, one for our parents, so it's easier to look after them." Boss Lu had gotten to know Wang Jiangyuan very well recently and quickly replied, "There are a lot of apartments facing each other, but the best locations and best ventilation are all the large units." "How big are those?" Cheng Tianyuan came over, holding 2 packs of cigarettes, and handed them to Boss Lu. Boss Lu shot him a look and joked, "Boss Cheng, now that you're running a shop and making money, you've started smoking?" Back when he'd helped them build Dajale, he knew neither Cheng Tianyuan nor Chen Min smoked. "No," Cheng Tianyuan explained with a smile. "These are from our shop. Just take a couple to try." Boss Lu accepted them graciously. "Well, I won't say no then. Thanks." He continued, "To be honest, the apartments at Wangjiang Yuan are really nice, but as you know, the better and bigger the unit, the more expensive it is. Each large unit is about 200 square meters. I can't afford that myself, so I'm looking for the best 100 square meter unit I can find." Xue Ling nodded, agreeing with his approach. In the same complex, different floors and orientations can make a big difference. Being careful in your choice is always wise. Boss Lu smiled. If you have the money for a big place, I'd recommend the southernmost building on the edge. It's 12 stories, 2 units per floor, each about 200 square meters, with 3 sides of windows. It's warm in winter, cool in summer, with a refreshing south breeze and no cold north wind. Perfect for living. I heard they come with basic finishing, right? Xue Ling asked. That's right, Boss Lu replied. If you want to upgrade, you can spend a bit more on renovations. If not, just buy some furniture and move in. Is there an elevator? Ah Hu frowned. 12 floors is a lot. If you're not on the top, climbing every day would be exhausting. Boss Lu said, there are elevators, but I wouldn't recommend the top floor. Too windy, and it gets hot in summer. The best is the 7th or 8th floor. The staircases aren't steep, and there's a few meters of landing, so it's easy to walk. I'm looking at a unit on the 5th floor. Ah Hu muttered, I heard it's 31 per square meter over there. Pretty expensive. That's luxury. An ordinary person's monthly wage would barely buy a bathroom. But this is the first elevator building in Rongcheng. Boss Lu chuckled. Right now, it's the best housing in Rongcheng. With that location and design, the price is fair. Lately, lots of people have been coming to look. Many want to buy. Ah Hu exhaled smoke and joked, you're buying 100 square meters. Add taxes and furniture, and it'll be 4,000 win easy. Boss Lu raised his eyebrows. Exactly. I've worked hard for over 10 years, and it's just enough to buy this place. Luckily, my wife is hardworking too. Now that our kid is in school, she's working at the textile factory and has saved a few hundred yuan. With her savings, I don't have to worry. I can just buy it. Wow, Ah Hu grunted. Having a wife is great. Too bad I can't relate. Ah Hu's mom teased from behind. Sour grapes. If you're not jealous, no wonder you're still single. Ah Hu quickly called out, Mom, I was wrong. I was totally wrong. I am jealous. Super jealous. His mom scolded him, laughing. Jealous, my foot. You should just go find a good wife instead of just being jealous. Everyone laughed. Xue Ling was very satisfied and couldn't help asking, Brother Lu, do you know anyone there? Can we go see the place early and maybe reserve a unit? Boss Lu hesitated, then smiled apologetically. I know the foreman and the boss pretty well from working there, but they don't allow early reservations unless you're a big client buying several units at once. He lowered his voice. I wanted to reserve the one I liked, and since I'm a familiar face, the boss said I could come by early Monday morning, put down a deposit, and get the keys. Xue Ling thought for a moment and smiled. Could you help us get in touch and take us to have a look? If it's suitable, I'd like to buy several units. Sis-in-law, didn't you just want 2? Boss Lu asked. Xue Ling replied, I do want 2 for ourselves, but if it looks like a good investment, I'll buy 10 more. I want to talk to the boss. If he can give me a discount, I'll buy 12 at once. What? Everyone was stunned. Even Cheng Tianyuan was shocked by her idea. Wife? Ah Hu laughed awkwardly. Sis-in-law, you think this is like buying vegetables at the market? These are apartments. Boss Lu swallowed and asked, You want 2 big ones? That's about 6,000 each. 2 would be 12,000. Sis-in-law, are you sure you can buy that many? Xue Ling smiled and said quietly, I think I can. Please just take us to have a look and help us make the connection. If we get a discount, I'll make sure you benefit too. How about it? Deal! Absolutely! Boss Lu agreed enthusiastically. I'll take you to see them tomorrow. Early the next morning, Ah Hu went to pick up Boss Lu. I want to see 2. Sis-in-law and her husband have their own car, so I'll pick you up first. Then we'll all go together in their Jeep. Boss Lu was amazed. They already have a Jeep? Wow, your shop must be making a fortune. You must be doing well too. Not yet, Ah Hu explained. The shop's doing well, but we'll split the profits at the end of the year. The reason they could buy a car is all thanks to sis-in-law selling clothes. She's made a lot from that. I just helped out and made over 2,000 myself. Boss Lu was impressed. Sis-in-law is clearly no ordinary woman. She's as capable as any man. Ah Hu nodded, She's amazing. She even knows English. She sits at home writing every day and makes a ton. Boss Lu was finally convinced that Xue Ling really could afford to buy 10 apartments. He took Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan around the complex 3 times, explaining everything in detail and showing them every building. All the utilities are installed and the elevators work, but the main power isn't on yet, so you can't use the elevators. Xue Ling, who exercised regularly, had no trouble walking. No problem, I can keep going. At lunchtime, they treated Boss Lu to a meal. Xue Ling smiled. I think it's all great. Please help us make the connection. I want to buy 4 large units, 6 medium and 10 small ones, all on the 8th floor of the riverside buildings. After the meal, Hu left with Boss Lu. Cheng Tianyuan helped Xue Ling up and led her to their jeep outside the shop. Once they were in the car, he finally voiced his doubts. Wife, why do you suddenly want to buy so many apartments? Right now it's just my parents and us. Even 2 units feel like too much. How can you buy 20 at once? Although his young wife always had her own ideas and he usually didn't need to interfere, this was such a big deal that he had to at least ask. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows and smiled, explaining, 2 is more than enough for us. I'm buying the rest as an investment. Investment? Cheng Tianyuan reminded her quietly. That complex has a dozen buildings, each with 12 floors, at least 10 floors minimum. There are so many apartments. If people want to buy, they can just go straight to the developer. Xue Ling shook her head. This batch of apartments is worth investing in. The location, orientation, and construction are all excellent. I believe if we hold on to them for a while, we'll make a tidy profit. Cheng Tianyuan was a bit taken aback, not quite understanding. Xue Ling patted his shoulder and smiled. What? You don't trust my judgment? He gave her a playful look and said softly, Of course I trust you. I'm just worried you'll spend all your money at once and it'll take a long time to get it back. I'm not worried, Xue Ling replied. These apartments are already finished and furnished. I can rent them out for now. Since the development zone opened last year, Rongcheng has seen a huge influx of people, especially well-paid technical workers. They all need places to live, whether they're starting families or already have one. I can rent them out first, then sell them off gradually. Cheng Tianyuan was quick to catch the business opportunity. That's true. There's a big demand for housing from newcomers. The development zone is close by and there are over 8,000 workers there now. Lots of technical staff too. Just the other day, a 40-something technician was asking Chen Min in the shop about good places to buy. Xue Ling grinned. Aren't we the best example? They themselves were newcomers to Rongcheng, first renting, then buying once they'd saved up. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. All right, do as you like. It's your money. You decide. By the way, you still have over 20,000 in my account. Take it out if you want to buy 3 or 4 more units. No, Xue Ling said. That's our family's emergency fund. Unless it's urgent, we shouldn't touch it. Okay. Cheng Tianyuan pinched her cheek gently, his voice soft. Whatever you say. Xue Ling leaned into his hand, nuzzling affectionately. Cheng Tianyuan glanced out the window, saw that no one was looking, and pulled her close for a quick kiss. Xue Ling giggled sweetly. He let her go and started the car. Xue Ling gazed out the window, humming a little tune. Suddenly, she frowned in confusion. Stop! Cheng Tianyuan, startled, slowed down and pulled over. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Xue Ling shook her head quickly, a bit anxious. I think I just saw your little sister. That person's profile looked just like her, but taller and thinner. It was just a glimpse, so I'm not sure. Cheng Tianyuan turned to look back. There weren't many people on the street, just a few scattered pedestrians, none of them familiar. Wife, maybe you saw wrong? Xue Ling wasn't sure either. It was just a flash from the car, but it really looked like her. Cheng Tianyuan sighed softly. Get back in. It was probably just a mistake. If his sister had come back, she'd come find them. If she didn't want to see them in such a big world, how could they possibly find her? They'd already put out missing person notices for several issues, but there'd been no news. Her father-in-law had asked many people to help look, even old friends at the police station, but nothing had turned up. More than half a year had passed, and no one knew how she was doing. She left with the man she liked, and it was her own choice. Good or bad, she has to live with it. Xue Ling patted his shoulder and sighed. That may be true, but she's still your sister. If she's not doing well, wouldn't you feel bad? Her in-laws never mentioned the missing daughter, but Xue Ling knew they missed and worried about her. Children are always a parent's soft spot. Even if they disappoint or anger you, it doesn't change the fact that they're your child. You can't just stop caring. Cheng Tianyuan gave a bitter smile. Home is still in Chengjia village. If she wants to come back, she knows where to find us. The neighbors all know we moved to the development zone. The village chief has our phone number. If she wants to reach us, she can. Xue Ling didn't know what else to say. Let's just leave it to fate. You'll see her again someday. Outside, the early summer sun was blazing and the warm wind made people drowsy. Xue Ling yawned and dozed off. Cheng Tianyuan saw she was tired and slowed the car, driving gently toward the development zone. That evening, Boss Lu arrived on his bicycle. Sis-in-law, Ayuan, Boss Liao heard you want to buy 20 units and agreed to let you reserve early. He wants you to come by tomorrow morning to talk things over in person. Ayuan pulled out a pack of cigarettes and slipped it into Boss Liu's pocket. Thanks for your trouble. Boss Liu grinned. No need to be so polite. I'm just passing along the message. Xue Ling, holding her belly, came over and asked with a smile, Did Boss Liao say anything about a deposit? How long will it take to get the property certificates? Boss Liu replied, You'll need a deposit. Once you pay in full, he'll arrange for the certificates. Shouldn't take long. Great, Xue Ling said. We'll go over tomorrow morning. Sorry to trouble you again. They hadn't bought the apartments yet, so they hadn't told the elders. But at dinner, Hu brought it up, immediately catching the older generation's attention. Buying apartments? Really? Cheng Muhai asked. Liu Ying pointed around. This place is big enough. The second floor is mostly empty, and the third floor too. It's all ours. Why buy more? Hu's mom agreed. We bought this land outright. You have 60%, Hu has 20%, and Min has 10%. It's so big you could fit 3 more families in here. Hu grinned. That's different. This is for business. When I make money, I'll buy a big house for my mom to live comfortably and happily. His mom rolled her eyes and teased, If you want me happy, hurry up and find a wife. Hu quickly shut up and focused on his food. This braised pork knuckle is delicious. Cheng Muhai looked at Xue Ling with a loving smile. If you can afford it and want to live there, go ahead and buy. We're fine here, and we can help watch the shop. Xue Ling was deeply grateful for the elders' understanding and support. She smiled and said, Dad, Mom, of course we'll buy a place for you too. We're family. Liu Ying couldn't help her curiosity. She glanced at her husband before asking, Ling, do you two really want to buy a place in the city? Yes, Xue Ling replied. It's close. Just a 10-minute walk from here. I plan to do some simple decorating, and in a few months we'll move in. You'll have your own apartment too, and you can pick whichever one you like. Liu Ying's eyes shimmered with emotion. She said softly, But it must cost a lot, right? Don't worry, Cheng Tianyuan interjected gently. Ling Ling has it all planned out. Cheng Muhai trusted Xue Ling's abilities completely and smiled. You two do what you think is best. Take as big a step as you can, but don't force it. Liu Ying wasn't as forward-thinking as her husband and muttered, I still think we should save some money. Earning it is hard. You can't spend it all on houses. Aren't you two still planning to buy land in our village? We don't even farm anymore, and now you want to buy land? This place is already so big. Why buy more houses? In her eyes, her daughter-in-law was great at making money, but also great at spending it. Buying a car had cost over 30,000 yuan. She'd never seen so much money in her life. Not long ago, Xue Ling had even told the village chief she wanted to buy 200 mu of land, all in one piece, as long as it could be built on. Fertility didn't matter. If you built houses on 200 mu, that would be enormous. Buying here, buying there. And in the end, A person only sleeps in one small room. Why waste the money? Ha 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 ha, Ah Hu laughed. Auntie, don't worry. Sis-in-law is loaded. Everyone laughed. Liu Ying grumbled. Even if you have money, you can't just spend it. Ling Ling works hard for it. I have to remind her to save some for herself. Cheng Tianyuan was about to speak, but Xue Ling nudged him and smiled. Mom, I know. Don't worry. After I buy the apartments, I won't spend recklessly. Liu Ying, pleased that Xue Ling listened to her, smiled with pride. Ling Ling is the best. Tiger's mom, our Ling Ling has always been a good girl, even as a child. Ah Hu's mom nodded and glared at her own son. See that? You need to find a wife like Ling Ling. Listen to your elders. As the saying goes, if you don't listen to your elders, you'll suffer for it. Young people who listen are always good people. Ah Hu nodded quickly. Got it, got it. Halfway through the meal, Chen Min suddenly remembered something and grinned. I have some good news for everyone. Everyone looked up at him. Chen Min said quietly, Our Xiang has found someone. The engagement is next month and she'll be married before Mid-Autumn Festival. Really? That's wonderful. Congratulations. How come we never heard about this before? Chen Lan explained with a smile. Her fiancé is a colleague. They work at the same factory. When my sister first started, she didn't know much, but he was hardworking and kind, taught her a lot. They got closer and closer, and now they're together. That's great. Ah Hu's mom wiped away happy tears. Ah Hu rolled his eyes and grinned. I'll have to give my cousin a big red envelope. We'll give one too, Xue Ling said. Night fell, and the river breeze was strong. Some factories in the development zone had night shifts, but most didn't. In the evenings, workers would come out to shop and stroll, and sometimes business was even better at night than during the day. By the time the last customers left and they closed up, it was past midnight. Chen Min yawned and closed the windows. Tiger, it's late. You don't have to deliver goods tomorrow. Why not stay over? Ah Hu sat in the corner blowing smoke rings. Sure. Cheng Tianyuan finished cleaning outside and came in. Suddenly, Ah Hu stood up and called, Brothers, let's go have a drink by the river. Cheng Tianyuan and Chen Min both laughed. All right, but just beer. The shop sold 5 or 6 cases of beer a day, and there were over 20 cases stacked in the warehouse. Beer was never in short supply. Chen Min grabbed some peanuts and cashews. Cheng Tianyuan took 3 bottles of beer, and the 3 of them headed out. The night wind by the river was strong and felt wonderful. Ah Hu drank his beer, gazing at the beautiful river, humming an old folk song, the melody drifting in and out. Cheng Tianyuan clinked his bottle against Ah Hu's. Cheers! Ah Hu grinned, took a big gulp, and let out a satisfied, ah, before humming again. Chen Min munched on peanuts and asked curiously, Bro, you hum that tune a lot. Where's it from? Sounds like a mountain song. It is, Ah Hu said, exhaling deeply. His expression turned somber, and his smile faded. Cheng Tianyuan and Chen Min exchanged a glance, sensing Ah Hu had something on his mind. What's up? Is it because Xiang's getting married? Ah Hu forced a smile and said quietly, My cousin finally found a good family. That's a good thing. I'm happy for her. It's just, the one I wanted to marry is already married. Cheng Tianyuan raised his eyebrows. So Ah Hu had someone in his heart. No wonder he always dodged matchmaking. Chen Min licked his lips and said softly, Bro, you've been back for years. Why are you still hung up on her? I thought you'd moved on. Auntie's always trying to set you up, but you keep making excuses. She only has you. Can't keep putting it off. Ah Hu sighed, gazing at the hazy crescent moon. I let go a long time ago, but it's hard. I know I should get married, but I don't know who with. If it's a blind date with a stranger, I'd rather stay single. At least I want someone I click with, someone I can talk to, right? He looked at Cheng Tianyuan and smiled. I don't expect to be as loving as you and your wife, but at least we should get along. Chen Min glared at him. How do you know if you don't try? That's just an excuse. Ah Hu took another swig and nodded slowly. You're right. Maybe I'm just scared because of what happened before. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help asking, Did she let you down? Not exactly, Ah Hu said quietly. She thought I was dead, so she married a young guy from her village. I went looking for her the next year, but it was too late. Chen Min added softly, When Tiger was driving long haul, he went to Qinghai and met a great girl. They really hit it off and he was about to propose. But then he got sent out on a run, his truck crashed in a mountain valley and he was pinned in the cab. He barely crawled out before the river swept him away. His friends couldn't find him, they all thought he was dead. That girl was heartbroken. She cried so much she nearly went blind. Later, her parents took her to get treatment, and once her eyes healed, they quickly married her off to a young man from their village. My brother was lucky. He was rescued by hunters. After he recovered, he went to find her, only to discover she was already married. Cheng Tianyuan let out a long sigh after hearing this. It just wasn't meant to be, no matter how much you cared. Ah Hu smiled, clinking his beer bottle hard against Cheng Tianyuan's. You're right. I didn't hold on. When I heard she'd gotten married, I even told her parents not to let her know I was alive. Better for her to think I was dead, so she wouldn't feel guilty about our promises. I snuck a look at her. She and her husband seemed close, living in a thatched hut. Life was tough, but he treated her well, really cared for her. That's enough. By the end, this tough, iron-willed man couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. Cheng Tianyuan patted his shoulder. Bro, that's what it means to be a real man. Ah Hu snorted, then laughed. Drink up. Why talk about the past? It's all old news, nothing worth saying. But Chen Min, ever the straightforward one, wouldn't let it go. So when are you actually going to get married? Auntie's always nagging you. If you're not tired of it, I am. Ah Hu barked. She nags. You listen, what's so bad about that? Back when I was running the Sichuan route, risking my life every day, not knowing if I'd see tomorrow, all I wanted was to see my mom again, hear her nag, even just a couple of words. Chen Min shrank back, not daring to say more. Ah Hu said quietly, Some things can't be rushed. I'm waiting for a girl I like, someone I can talk to. Heaven hasn't treated me badly. There's a red string for me somewhere, I'm sure. No need to rush. Come on, let's drink. The three of them drank by the river until after 2 a.m. before heading back to the shop to sleep. Cheng Tianyuan tiptoed inside and saw Xue Ling sleeping soundly. He smiled fondly, worried the smell of alcohol would bother her, so he slept on the outer edge of the bed. Compared to Ah Hu, he was a very lucky man. Even after his father-in-law became successful, he never forgot the kindness of Cheng's father. When Cheng came to him, not only did he not refuse the marriage, he immediately agreed to let his daughter marry far away in the south. Though she hadn't been willing at first, she never looked down on him. She supported him, helped him, respected his parents, and was now giving him children. Most importantly, she truly loved him, just as he loved her. In this life, to marry the woman you love and grow old together, that's enough. Maybe it was the alcohol, but as he thought about all this, he felt too happy to sleep. The next morning, it was Cheng Muhai and his wife who opened the shop. Chen Min and Cheng Tianyuan both overslept, not waking until after 9. Ah Hu didn't tell the truth, just said it was hot and hard to sleep at night, so it was fine to get up late once in a while. After all, it was their own business. Working a bit more or less didn't matter. Chen Lan hurried over. Brother Yuan, we're out of joss paper. I thought there were 2 big bundles upstairs, but they were sold yesterday. A customer came for some this morning, so I told them to come back this afternoon. Cheng Tianyuan quickly finished his noodles. I'll go restock right away. Hey, Ah Hu said. Aren't you supposed to go with Zhao Lu to meet Boss Liao? Cheng Tianyuan hesitated, looking at Xue Ling. Wife, should we go this afternoon instead? No need, Xue Ling smiled. We made an appointment, so we should keep our word. I'll go with Brother Lu. You go restock, but I'll need the car today. Cheng Tianyuan looked at her round belly, a little worried. Ah Hu chimed in. I'm going too. I'll help look after her. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Then I'll leave her in your care. Hu's mom couldn't help asking, "Tiger, are you going to buy a place? Do you have the money?" "I went to see it yesterday. The apartments are really nice. Made me want one too. If it's not too expensive, I'll buy a small one. Having a good place makes it easier to find a wife." His mom was so happy she started chanting, "Amitabha." Xue Ling grabbed her ID and asked her father-in-law for the household registration book. Boss Lu arrived on his bike, and she called him into the car, inviting Hu as well. Hu grinned. "Sis-in-law, I can drive too. Why not let me? I promised Yuan I'd look after you." Xue Ling laughed. "I'm just a bit big in the belly, otherwise I'm the same as always. Come on, let's not be late." The three of them drove to Jiangyuan. It took less than 2 minutes. Boss Lu led them straight to the sales office and introduced them to Boss Liao. Boss Liao shook their hands warmly. After a few words, he couldn't help but ask, "Little sister-in-law, are you from the capital? I can hear the accent." Xue Ling smiled. "Yes, I'm from Beijing. My husband's from Chengzhe village. You have a good ear." Boss Liao smiled. "I recognized it right away because my wife is from Beijing too. To be honest, so is my mother." "So we're fellow townsfolk," Xue Ling said, and they chatted for a bit. Boss Liao was in his 50s, tall and sturdy, with thick brows and big eyes, a classic northern look. He seemed well-educated, spoke with poise, and didn't come off as a nouveau riche, but rather as a cultured businessman. Xue Ling gradually steered the conversation to business. "I'm interested in buying the 8th floor of 2 or 3 riverside buildings. Would you be willing to sell?" Boss Liao smiled. "I built these to sell. If you want to do business with me, it's my honor." Xue Ling was pleased, but didn't forget her goal. "Boss Liao, Rongcheng is still a small county, and people's spending power isn't that high. To be honest, 30 yuan per square meter is a bit steep. I'll be frank. Business is business, and haggling is part of it. If I'm picky, I'm also a buyer." Boss Liao laughed heartily. "You're quite the negotiator. Honestly, these apartments are worth the price. But if you're buying in bulk, I can give you a discount. Life is about making friends. If you help me, I'll help you. That's how it works." Xue Ling smiled. "I'm straightforward. Let's not haggle and hurt our friendship. Just tell me your best price. I won't argue because making friends is more important than the deal." Boss Liao's eyes lit up. He could tell Xue Ling was not only attractive but had a rare poise for her age. Hu laughed and chimed in. "Don't be fooled by her being a woman. She's more decisive than most men. I met her when my mom was sick and we'd run out of money. I was desperate, trying to sell my bike at her door. She heard I was in trouble, paid me on the spot, and even gave me 10 yuan for supplements for my mom. From that moment, I knew she and her husband were true friends in hard times." Boss Liao nodded in sudden understanding, looking at Xue Ling with even more admiration. This young woman had poise, vision, and a true friend's heart. Making friends with someone like her was surely a blessing. Boss Liao himself came from a good family, but due to his ancestors' circumstances, he'd had to leave government work for business. In his youth, he'd traveled far and wide, endured many hardships, and finally settled in Rongcheng, where he gradually built up his fortune and became known as a big boss in town. He knew that everything he'd achieved was thanks to the help of friends and family. Even in his 50s, he still loved making friends. He smiled warmly. "Since you've asked so sincerely, I'll give you my best price. To be honest, this development is top-notch. I hired an international master to design it, and all the materials are the best available in China. So I really don't think the price is too high. But since you're supporting my business, I'll do this. The 2 large units are 25 per square meter, the rest are 28. He reached out his hand, smiling. "Whether or not we make a deal, meeting today makes us friends. Meeting you and Brother Hu here is fate." Xue Ling laughed and shook his hand. "Boss Liao, business is important, but today I've gained even more by meeting such a refined and gracious elder. Thank you so much." Boss Liao laughed and gave her hand a firm shake. Xue Ling turned to look at Brother Lu and Hu, then said, Boss Liao, if this deal goes through, it's all thanks to these two for making the connection. Could you give them a share of the benefit? As a thank you for their help? Boss Liao praised. You really are a true friend. I overlooked that. Here's what I'll do. For Xiaoliu's unit, about 100 square meters, I'll give him the best price, 25 per square meter. Same for Brother Hu if he wants to buy. Brother Lu was overjoyed and said excitedly, Thank you, Boss Liao, and thank you, sis-in-law. It was well worth it, just a couple of introductions, and he'd saved 500 win. With a house to buy and a young child at home, every bit saved helped. Ah Hu's eyes went wide, then he burst out laughing. 25? Great! I'll buy one too, 100 square meters. He hadn't made much from trucking this year, but he'd earned over 2,000 yuan helping Xue Ling sell clothes. Other than cigarettes, he'd saved every penny. After fuel costs, he still had 2,000 left. With the discount, he only needed 500 more to buy a 100 square meter unit. This trip was more than worth it. Boss Liao called over his secretary to register the 20 units Xue Ling had picked out. Sis-in-law, I'll need a deposit first, he explained. Once you pay in full, I'll get your property certificate sorted right away. As for taxes, don't worry. I'll help you save as much as possible since you're buying so many at once. Thank you. Xue Ling handed over her ID, household registration, and 10,000 yuan. Here's the initial deposit. I'll come by tomorrow to pay the rest and get the paperwork started. Boss Liao was delighted by her decisiveness. Great! Sales start next week and it'll be busy. I'll get your 20 units sorted first. The secretary registered and calculated the price. 20 units, 2 large, 8 small, 10 medium. Total is 68,500. Xue Ling was thrilled. It was much cheaper than she'd expected. Saving 5 or 2 yuan per square meter really added up. This trip had been a huge success. Ah Hu quickly pulled Brother Lu to tour the complex again, finally picking a medium unit on the 7th floor facing the river. I'll come pay with sis-in-law tomorrow, Boss Liao. Please hold it for me. Boss Liao smiled kindly. You're all reserving early. No one else can take your units. Xue Ling looked around and couldn't help asking, Boss Liao, I noticed you don't have any advertising for such a big development. Isn't that odd? Boss Liao chuckled. I'm just a small business, not a big company, so I didn't bother with that. No, Xue Ling explained. Advertising isn't about bragging. It's about letting people know. No matter the size of your business, if you have something to sell, you need to advertise. The more people know, the more they'll recognize and eventually choose your product. That's the real purpose of advertising. At this time, the market was small, TV wasn't common, and the only media were folk songs or radio. Ads were rare, and even newspapers barely gave them space. Few companies took them seriously, but Boss Liao was a worldly man, and her words made him pause, then smile in appreciation. Sis-in-law, come inside and let's talk more about advertising. Xue Ling pointed outside. Let's walk and talk. I think you could start with some big posters or banners on the building, then print flyers to hand out in the development zone in New City. I guarantee you'll get a lot more visitors next week. Boss Liao's eyes lit up. Please, teach me more. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows and continued. Actually, at the start of the year, Brother Lu told me your building was almost done and would go on sale in 2 months. He knew because he worked on your site. I've been waiting for your ads but never saw a single one. A colleague at the newspaper who's getting married only found out about your place after a lot of asking around. I had to track down Brother Lu and come see for myself before we could make this deal. Boss Liao nodded slowly. You're right. I focus on quality, making sure everything's perfect with professional inspections. That's why it took 4 months longer than planned. Xue Ling smiled. I wanted to buy. My colleague wanted to buy, but we had to go through a lot just to find you. That means you have no advertising or publicity, and you're losing a lot of customers and potential buyers. Boss Liao was stunned, deep in thought. Xue Ling went on, Look, the area outside your complex is huge. The main gate is big. Plenty of space for big posters. You're opening sales next week, so there's no time for billboards, but you can put up posters right away. Print some flyers tonight and hand them out in the development zone and new city. Next week's open house will be packed." She lowered her voice. "Boss Liao, they say good wine needs no bush, but now the city is big. There are more people and lots of newcomers. No matter how good your building is, who knows about it besides the workers and yourself? Just having a grand building isn't enough." Boss Liao was suddenly enlightened. Her words were a wake-up call. Boss Liao was so moved he spoke with a tremor in his voice. "Little sister-in-law, what do you think I should do? There's not much time left." Xue Ling replied, "Time is tight, so we have to pick the simplest, fastest methods with the most direct results. The two I just mentioned. First, put up big posters. Second, print small flyers and hire people to hand them out in the development zone and at various workplaces." "I'll do as you say." Boss Liao nodded eagerly. "But how do I actually do this advertising? I don't know how." Xue Ling thought for a moment and explained, "I haven't heard of any ad agencies in Rongcheng yet. Here's what I'll do. I'll help you with this. My newspaper has a typewriter. I'll type up 200 flyers and get them distributed. As for the big posters, I'll ask Director Liu to help with paper and ink and write some big character posters to put up outside the complex. You handle it. I'll leave it to you," Boss Liao said quietly. "As for the cost," Xue Ling replied, "we can talk about that later. It won't be more than a dozen yuan. I'll get it done first. Also, I suggest you run a big ad in next week's Rongcheng newspaper. That might cost 100 or so." "That's not much," Boss Liao said with a smile. "If it works, it's worth every penny." Xue Ling chuckled and explained, "To be honest, the people who buy newspapers for daily reading are mostly local professionals and office workers. They have the most stable and highest incomes in Rongcheng right now, and they're your biggest potential buyers." Boss Liao was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. "You're right. You're absolutely right." He was, after all, from the older generation and couldn't keep up with the changing market. Xue Ling's words opened his eyes and gave him new confidence. Xue Ling said quietly, "Just leave all the publicity and advertising to me." Boss Liao beamed. "Once it's done, I'll be sure to thank you handsomely." "No need," Xue Ling replied with a smile. "I'm going to withdraw some money tomorrow. If I have enough, just sell me another 10 100-square-meter apartments." Boss Liao laughed heartily and shook his head. "You're supporting my business, of course I'll agree, but this advertising, it's a lot of trouble. I really have to thank you." He was older and liked to be cautious. Although he had a good impression of Xue Ling, this was their first meeting, and he felt uneasy about owing such a big favor, worried he might not be able to repay it. Xue Ling waved it off cheerfully. "No need to thank me. Just friends helping each other. If you ever have a good business opportunity, let me in on it, that's all I ask." Boss Liao nodded eagerly. "I love helping friends. No problem." Xue Ling left the deposit and, seeing Ah Hu and Brother Liu still touring the complex, told them to head back to Dajiale on their own. She had things to do. Ah Hu, responsible for watching over her and the baby, was extra cautious. "Wait, sis-in-law, where are you rushing off to?" Xue Ling smiled. "I'm going to the newspaper office. I'll be back tonight. Tell Ah Yuan for me." Ah Hu was reassured. "All right, be careful." Boss Liao personally saw her out, watching her get in the car and drive off, secretly admiring her as a true heroine. "Little sister-in-law, I'll leave the advertising to you. Is there anything else I should prepare?" Xue Ling thought for a moment. "You don't have enough staff. Just you, your secretary, and a few others. That's not nearly enough. Once the ads go out, there'll be a lot more people coming to ask and buy. You'll need people to register and explain things." Boss Liao nodded in realization. "I'll go find more help right away." "The more, the better," Xue Ling said. Boss Liao still felt a bit uncertain. After all, apartments aren't like vegetables or meat at the market. How could so many people show up at once? But he trusted Xue Ling's instincts. "All right, I'll get on it right away." Xue Ling drove off, stopped to buy a dozen big oranges, and hurried to the newspaper office. The summer heat made everyone in the office feel irritable. When Xue Ling arrived, she handed out oranges to everyone. The staff nearly cheered, happily accepting them. So refreshing, feels great. Whenever Xiao Xue comes, it's either clothes, oranges, or snacks. Wow, so sweet. Really whets the appetite. I bet I'll eat an extra half bowl of rice at lunch. Xue Ling also brought oranges to Deputy Director Zhen and Director Liu. Zhen adjusted her glasses and smiled. Xiao Xue, you're here. Since Xue Ling had turned her column into a side job, Zhen admired her courage, part envy, part jealousy. Later, Xue Ling gave her 2 beautiful dresses, which made her secretly delighted and even warmer toward her. Xue Ling handed her an orange and smiled. A little pick-me-up. Thank you, Zhen said, quickly accepting it. Xue Ling explained, I'm not here to submit an article today. I want to discuss running a big ad, 3 days in a row on the front page next week. Deputy Director Zhen was surprised. Front page? What kind of ad? Is it for you? Xue Ling smiled. It's for a friend from my hometown. He asked me to help with publicity. Don't worry, I'll pay the full ad fee, but it has to be the front page. Zhen nodded. If it's you, it should be fine. But 3 days in a row, all on the front page. That's a first for us. I'll go with you to talk to Director Liu. If he agrees, I have no problem. Great, thank you, Xue Ling said. Zhen smiled. We're all friends. No need to be so formal. Director Liu listened with his eyes half closed, playing with his orange. Front page? There's not much big news lately, but this would be our first front page ad. What's it for? Don't run anything inappropriate, it'd look bad. Xue Ling snatched his orange, peeled it, and handed it back. Of course not. I'm a journalist. I wouldn't run anything shady. It's for a friend's new apartment complex by the river called Yuan. Ah. Director Liu patted her hand, taking the orange with a smile. I was saving that for after lunch. Now that it's peeled and smells so good, I can't resist. You little rascal. Xue Ling giggled and pulled another orange from her bag. Don't worry, I saved you an extra one. Director Liu glared at her, half amused. You sly thing. Always up to something. Deputy Director Zhen watched them with envy, thinking how nice it was to have such a warm, family-like relationship between boss and staff. Director Liu quickly agreed. Promoting new housing in Rongcheng is a good thing. There's no big news lately, so let's do it. 3 days on the front page. Just charge the usual ad rate. Deputy Director Zhen agreed and asked Xue Ling what she needed. Xue Ling had already planned it out on her way over. I want Liu Xing to help with photos this afternoon. I'll write the ad copy. Does that work? Zhen agreed immediately. Xue Ling turned sideways and tugged at Director Liu, who was munching on an orange. Old Liu, I have one more favor to ask you. Director Liu readily replied, Go ahead. Xue Ling grinned and explained, Your regular script is so beautiful. Could you write a few big character posters for my friend? Director Liu, having just enjoyed a treat, felt obliged to agree. How big do you want them? The newspaper office has no shortage of paper and brushes. You read it out, and I'll write it for you after I finish eating. Xue Ling spread her arms wide and shouted, Each character should be 2 meters tall. Director Liu was startled, blinking in surprise. That big? Lunchtime arrived, and Xue Ling stayed to have lunch with her colleagues. No one went off to rest. Instead, they all gathered around to watch Director Liu write the big character posters. Wow, Director Liu is a calligraphy master. He's the vice president of the Provincial Calligraphy Association. Xiao Xue, you really found the right person this time. Old Liu chuckled self-deprecatingly. What kind of lousy vice president am I? Every new year when I write couplets for you, you're all so picky. Hey, we're just picking the ones that suit our homes. Your couplets are in high demand. Most people can't even get them. Who would dare be picky? Xue Ling asked. Everyone, help me think if this slogan is good. Wangjiang Elevator Apartments, your best choice. Wangjiang Garden grand opening on June 8th. Waiting for you. Old Liu was sweating as he wrote, muttering, It's too long. If each character is 2 meters tall, how can I fit such a long sentence? My poor paper. Editor-in-Chief Lin laughed. We're a newspaper office. Are we ever short on paper? but the slogan is a bit long. Let's make it more concise. Everyone was in the literary field, so they quickly reached a consensus. Riverside Elevator Apartments best choice. Wangjiang Garden welcomes you on June 8th. Old Lu picked up a mop-turned brush and started writing in bold strokes. Everyone helped lay out the paper and tidy up. With plenty of hands, they finished in just over 10 minutes. Xue Ling then asked everyone to help come up with a simple, clear flyer with plain language and a contact number. Old Lu, can I borrow your typewriter? Old director grumbled. I eat 2 of your oranges and now you want this and that. Xue Ling laughed. Next time, 4 apples and 4 oranges, how about that? Director Lu turned around and efficiently brought out the typewriter. Xue Ling typed quickly, the keys clacking away. Soon, flyers started coming out one after another. Wang Qing, worried that Xue Ling might get too tired since she was pregnant, came over to help and quickly typed out more than 30 flyers. Liu Xing also came to help, typing out over 50. As everyone chatted, Xue Ling introduced the new apartments. Great location, good orientation, and there's an elevator. Definitely worth considering. Zhao Xue, give me 2 flyers. I want to tell my neighbor. He's looking to move. Ling, give me 1 too. My brother mentioned wanting to buy a place recently. I'll have him check it out next week. Liu Xing grinned. I'm thinking of buying 1 too, a small unit. Who's going next week? Let's go together. Editor-in-Chief Lin teased him. You're buying a wedding home. Of course you should go with Wang Qing. The rest of us shouldn't get involved in you two's business. Everyone burst out laughing. Liu Xing and Wang Qing both blushed and buried themselves in their typing. With everyone's help, by the end of the workday, they had printed over 300 flyers. Xue Ling packed them all up, took the big character posters written by Director Liu, and headed to Wangjiang Garden with Liu Xing. She handed the posters to Boss Liao, telling him to have someone put them up outside the community immediately. Boss Liao quickly agreed. Xue Ling then handed him the flyers, explaining, I'll print more tomorrow, half for you, half for me. My family runs a shop in the development zone, so I'll give the flyers to the technicians there. You can distribute the other half to the government offices tomorrow. All right. Boss Liao nodded eagerly. Liu Xing cheerfully greeted the boss, saying he wanted to buy a small unit and asked if he could reserve one. Boss Liao agreed enthusiastically. You're a friend of Zhao Sao and a journalist too. Welcome, welcome. Liu Xing was delighted. Don't worry, I'll make sure your apartments look great in the photos. After finishing up, Xue Ling took Liu Xing to the photo studio, then finally returned to happy home. Cheng Tianyuan grew worried as it got dark, and she still hadn't come back, so he anxiously waited at the door. In summer, the sun sets late after 7, but the newspaper office finishes at 5. Why was she so late? He waited, and just as he was about to go out looking for her, Xue Ling finally drove up. Wife, why are you so late? Did something happen on the way? Xue Ling's stomach was already growling. She got out of the car and said, I'm fine. Just helping Boss Liao with some promotion. Is dinner ready? I'm starving. Cheng Tianyuan, feeling sorry for her, quickly supported her arm. We were waiting for you to eat. Come on, let's go in. Xue Ling ate 2 big bowls of rice in one go, along with plenty of dishes and meat. Cheng Tianyuan helped her with the food, quietly reminding, Don't eat too fast. Liu Ying smiled and coaxed, Eat more. You're eating for 2 now. The more you eat, the stronger the baby will be. Okay, Xue Ling mumbled. Mom, you eat too. But Aunt Hu, sitting nearby, looked worried and hadn't touched her chopsticks for a while. Chen Min couldn't help but ask, Auntie, weren't you in a good mood this afternoon? Our brother is buying a house and getting married. What's not to be happy about? Aunt Hu forced a smile and said quietly, Of course I'm happy he can buy such a nice apartment, but he said he's still short 500 yuan. That's not a small amount. He said he needs to get it quickly to reserve the place, but where can we borrow that much money in such a hurry? Where's Brother Hu? Xue Ling, who was busy eating, looked up and asked. Aunt Hu gave a wry smile. He's out borrowing money and hasn't come back yet. Xue Ling put down her chopsticks and said, Auntie, tell him I'll lend it to him. He can pay me back at the end of the year or whenever he's able? Aunt Hu was embarrassed and said quietly, "You're buying a house too, and your family needs money. I was thinking, maybe we could take 500 from the shop for now." "That's fine," Cheng Tianyuan agreed readily. Aunt Hu beamed. "Then let's do that." Chen Min gently urged, "Eat something, don't go hungry." When Brother Hu came back and heard what his mother said, he was a bit upset. "How could you ask them for help? We agreed with Yuan and the others to settle accounts and split the profits at the end of the year. They don't need to take any out, so why should I? It's embarrassing." Aunt Hu shrank back and muttered, "Borrowing money might mean paying interest. Our shop's been open for half a year. Surely we've made some profit. Everyone has tough times. Taking some out to help is no big deal, and Yuan and the others are fine with it." "It's one thing for them to agree, but it's another for us to ask," Brother Hu said seriously. Just then, Cheng Tianyuan came back from handing out flyers in the development zone and overheard. He couldn't help but laugh. "Auntie's right. Everyone has tough times. If it were me, would you refuse to help? We're brothers, so let's not worry about saving face. We're in this together for the long run. If one day Amin and I are in a tight spot and think the same way, how would you feel?" Brother Hu was taken aback, then burst out laughing. "You're right. I was being stubborn. Okay, let's do it this way. I'll take out 500 for now. Thanks, everyone." That night, Cheng Tianyuan took 500 yuan from the store's main account and gave it to Ah Hu. The next morning, he accompanied Xue Ling to the bank to withdraw money. When the staff heard she wanted to withdraw 80,000 yuan in one go, they looked troubled. "You'll have to wait a bit. We don't have enough cash in reserve right now. I'll need to call another branch to send some over." Xue Ling smiled wryly to herself and nodded in agreement. Rongcheng only had this one small bank, so both depositing and withdrawing money was inconvenient. But for the next 20 years or so, this situation wouldn't change much. As long as they kept running their business, they'd have to keep making trips to the bank. How she wished mobile payments and money transfers would arrive sooner. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, "Wife, how about I wait here? You can go to the newspaper office and print those flyers. Once they've counted out all the money, I'll call you at the office." "That's the only way," Xue Ling replied quietly. "I'll take the car. When you're carrying that much cash, be extra careful. Try not to leave the bank entrance. Wait for me to drive up and call you before you come out." They'd mostly come to deposit money before, and even when they withdrew, it was never such a large amount. This was the first time. Better safe than sorry. Precautions never hurt. Cheng Tianyuan was always a cautious person, so he nodded. "All right, you drive up to the entrance and I'll come out then." No one knew how long it would take, so Xue Ling drove off first. As soon as she arrived at the newspaper office, Liu Xing came over with a thick stack of photos. "Look, I took all these yesterday. The scenery is fantastic. See, I made sure to get the river in the shot too. The composition looks even better." Xue Ling grinned and praised him. "Not bad, you really are a pro." Liu Xing also pulled out a sheet of paper densely covered in writing. "After I finished taking photos yesterday afternoon, I stood up high and looked around for a while. When I got home, inspiration struck, and I wrote this ad copy in one go. Wang Qing just read it and thought it was great too." He handed it to Xue Ling, tilting his chin up. "See if it'll work?" Xue Ling took it and read carefully. Liu Xing's ad copy was beautifully worded, with elegant phrasing and apt descriptions. He even included his personal impressions and feelings, and the emotional tone was just right. "It's really good, but it's too long, more like a soft sell article. We're not doing a special column this time. Director Liu is willing to make an exception and let the ad take the front page, but it can't take up the whole page. Ad copy should be concise and punchy. The more memorable, the better." Liu Xing was caught off guard, feeling a bit deflated. "But that won't do. There has to be some text under the photos, right?" Xue Ling replied. "The photos should be big and eye-catching with just a dozen lines or so. Ideally, 1 or 2 lines at the top to grab attention. And if there's enough space below, we can add your soft sell piece. but you'll still need to shorten it. Liu Xing nodded in agreement. Wang Ting, eager to help, whispered, I'll help you edit it. You go help Xue Ling with the typing. Wang Ting was a well-known writer, with better writing skills than either of them. With her on the job, Xue Ling felt completely at ease. Edit it the way I just described, Xue Ling said quietly. Wang Ting nodded quickly. Liu Xing went off to help Xue Ling with the typing, muttering under his breath, I want to reserve a unit early, but she doesn't seem very supportive. She was hemming and hawing just now, and I don't know what's going on. Since this was a private matter between the couple, it wasn't appropriate to discuss it in the office. When the other colleagues arrived, they both fell silent. Xue Ling moved her chin slightly and whispered, I'll go ask her. You type as fast as you can. Okay, Liu Xing grinned. Boss Xue, don't worry. Xue Ling, holding her belly, moved over to Wang Ting. Wang Ting was reading the draft, cutting and editing, occasionally adding a word or two and smoothing out sentences. Xue Ling sipped some water and watched without saying anything. Wang Ting worked quickly, finishing the first draft in 10 minutes. Xue Ling took the opportunity to whisper, This apartment is really nice. I bought 2 units for my own family. When you and Liu Xing get married, we'll be neighbors in the same complex, and we can visit each other any time. Wang Ting forced a smile. It would be great to live near you. The development is really nice. Just from the photos, I can tell it's beautiful. It's just... What's wrong? Xue Ling could see she was troubled. Wang Ting's eyes reddened as she murmured, My mom thinks the place he's buying is too small. 80 square meters is a bit small, but it's just the 2 of you, Xue Ling said honestly. It should be enough. The area is all usable space. I've seen the 80 square meter units, and they have a bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, and a small balcony. The space is used very efficiently. Wang Ting choked up. My mom says don't think it's just the 2 of us. There'll be kids, maybe even 2. His parents will get old and might move in with us. How could 80 square meters ever be enough? Xue Ling was speechless for a moment and muttered, You and Liu Xing can always buy a bigger place later. This is just a starter home for your marriage. Once you've earned and saved more, you can upgrade. When you have kids, tough it out for a while. And when they're older, you can move to a bigger place. You have to take it step by step. No one gets everything at once. Liu Xing's family wasn't well off. Even though his salary was decent, asking him to come up with 4,000 or 5,000 yuan for a big apartment was just too much. He'd borrowed 1,000 yuan for himself, and at his current salary, even if he didn't spend a cent, it would take him 5 months to pay it back. Wang Ting whispered, I know, but my mom won't budge. She says if there aren't 2 bedrooms, then just don't buy. Wait until he can afford it, and then I can marry him. Xue Ling frowned and gave a wry smile. That'll take at least another 2 years. You're already 25, and Liu Xing is 27, not exactly young anymore. What worried her more was that Liu Xing might not be able to handle the pressure and might just grit his teeth and break up. Liu Xing came from a small family, went to school, graduated, and started working at the newspaper. Everything had gone smoothly, and he'd never faced any real hardships. If his future mother-in-law kept pushing, she was afraid he wouldn't be able to take it. Wang Ting started to cry, choking up. He's been so happy these days, always telling me the apartments are about to go on sale, and they're fully decorated so we could move in right away. He keeps saying we'll be able to get married soon, but after what my mom said last night, I haven't dared to tell him. Xue Ling was at a loss for words and gently patted her shoulder. Don't panic, we'll figure something out. Wang Ting bit her lip, holding back her tears. Ling, I really don't know what to do. My mom worked so hard to put me through school, I can't just ignore her. But she won't even discuss it, no matter how I try to persuade her. And now I don't even dare talk to Liu Xing. Xue Ling looked at her with sympathy and said softly, A couple is a team. You have to face things together, especially big decisions like this. At lunchtime, I'll go with you to talk to him. Don't worry, I should be able to help. Hearing this, Wang Ting finally felt a little better. Thank you, really. That night, Cheng Tianyuan took 500 yuan from the store's main account and gave it to Hu. The next morning, he accompanied Xue Ling to the bank to withdraw money. When the staff heard she wanted to withdraw 80,000 yuan in one go, they looked troubled. "You'll have to wait a bit. We don't have enough cash in reserve right now. I'll need to call another branch to send some over." Xue Ling smiled wryly to herself and nodded in agreement. Rongcheng only had this one small bank, so both depositing and withdrawing money was inconvenient. But for the next 20 years or so, this situation wouldn't change much. As long as they kept running their business, they'd have to keep making trips to the bank. How she wished mobile payments and money transfers would arrive sooner. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, "Wife, how about I wait here? You can go to the newspaper office and print those flyers. Once they've counted out all the money, I'll call you at the office." "That's the only way," Xue Ling replied quietly. "I'll take the car. When you're carrying that much cash, be extra careful. Try not to leave the bank entrance. Wait for me to drive up and call you before you come out." They'd mostly come to deposit money before, and even when they withdrew, it was never such a large amount. This was the first time. Better safe than sorry. Precautions never hurt. Cheng Tianyuan was always a cautious person, so he nodded. "All right, you drive up to the entrance and I'll come out then." No one knew how long it would take, so Xue Ling drove off first. As soon as she arrived at the newspaper office, Liu Xing came over with a thick stack of photos. "Look, I took all these yesterday. The scenery is fantastic. See, I made sure to get the river in the shot too. The composition looks even better." Xue Ling grinned and praised him. "Not bad, you really are a pro." Liu Xing also pulled out a sheet of paper densely covered in writing. "After I finished taking photos yesterday afternoon, I stood up high and looked around for a while. When I got home, inspiration struck and I wrote this ad copy in one go. Wang Ting just read it and thought it was great too." He handed it to Xue Ling, tilting his chin up. "See if it'll work?" Xue Ling took it and read carefully. Liu Xing's ad copy was beautifully worded with elegant phrasing and apt descriptions. He even included his personal impressions and feelings, and the emotional tone was just right. "It's really good, but it's too long, more like a soft sell article. We're not doing a special column this time. Director Liu is willing to make an exception and let the ad take the front page, but it can't take up the whole page. Ad copy should be concise and punchy. The more memorable, the better." Liu Xing was caught off guard, feeling a bit deflated. "But that won't do. There has to be some text under the photos, right?" Xue Ling replied. "The photos should be big and eye-catching, with just a dozen lines or so. Ideally, 1 or 2 lines at the top to grab attention, and if there's enough space below, we can add your soft sell piece. But you'll still need to shorten it." Liu Xing nodded in agreement. Wang Qing, eager to help, whispered, "I'll help you edit it. You go help Xue Ling with the typing." Wang Qing was a well-known writer, with better writing skills than either of them. With her on the job, Xue Ling felt completely at ease. "Edit it the way I just described," Xue Ling said quietly. Wang Ting nodded quickly. Liu Xing went off to help Xue Ling with the typing, muttering under his breath, "I want to reserve a unit early, but she doesn't seem very supportive. She was hemming and hawing just now, and I don't know what's going on." Since this was a private matter between the couple, it wasn't appropriate to discuss it in the office. When the other colleagues arrived, they both fell silent. Xue Ling moved her chin slightly and whispered, "I'll go ask her. You type as fast as you can." "Okay," Liu Xing grinned. "Boss Xue, don't worry." Xue Ling, holding her belly, moved over to Wang Ting. Wang Ting was reading the draft, cutting and editing, occasionally adding a word or two and smoothing out sentences. Xue Ling sipped some water and watched without saying anything. Wang Ting worked quickly, finishing the first draft in 10 minutes. Xue Ling took the opportunity to whisper, "This apartment is really nice. I bought 2 units for my own family. When you and Liu Xing get married, we'll be neighbors in the same complex, and we can visit each other anytime." Wang Ting forced a smile. "It would be great to live near you. The development is really nice. Just from the photos, I can tell it's beautiful. It's just, Just, what's wrong? Xue Ling could see she was troubled. Wang Ting's eyes reddened as she murmured, My mom thinks the place he's buying is too small. 80 square meters is a bit small, but it's just the two of you, Xue Ling said honestly. It should be enough. The area is all usable space. I've seen the 80 square meter units, and they have a bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, and a small balcony. The space is used very efficiently. Wang Ting choked up. My mom says, Don't think it's just the two of us. There'll be kids, maybe even two. His parents will get old and might move in with us. How could 80 square meters ever be enough? Xue Ling was speechless for a moment and muttered, You and Liu Xing can always buy a bigger place later. This is just a starter home for your marriage. Once you've earned and saved more, you can upgrade. When you have kids, tough it out for a while, and when they're older, you can move to a bigger place. You have to take it step by step. No one gets everything at once. Liu Xing's family wasn't well off. Even though his salary was decent, asking him to come up with 4,000 or 5,000 yuan for a big apartment was just too much. He'd borrowed 1,000 yuan for himself, and at his current salary, even if he didn't spend a cent, it would take him 5 months to pay it back. Wang Ting whispered, I know, but my mom won't budge. She says if there aren't 2 bedrooms, then just don't buy. Wait until he can afford it, and then I can marry him. Xue Ling frowned and gave a wry smile. That'll take at least another 2 years. You're already 25 and Liu Xing is 27, not exactly young anymore. What worried her more was that Liu Xing might not be able to handle the pressure and might just grit his teeth and break up. Liu Xing came from a small family, went to school, graduated, and started working at the newspaper. Everything had gone smoothly, and he'd never faced any real hardships. If his future mother-in-law kept pushing, she was afraid he wouldn't be able to take it. Wang Ting started to cry, choking up. He's been so happy these days, always telling me the apartments are about to go on sale and they're fully decorated, so we could move in right away. He keeps saying we'll be able to get married soon. But after what my mom said last night, I haven't dared to tell him. Xue Ling was at a loss for words and gently patted her shoulder. Don't panic. We'll figure something out. Wang Ting bit her lip, holding back her tears. Ling, I really don't know what to do. My mom worked so hard to put me through school, I can't just ignore her. But she won't even discuss it, no matter how I try to persuade her, and now I don't even dare talk to Liu Xing. Xue Ling looked at her with sympathy and said softly, A couple is a team. You have to face things together, especially big decisions like this. At lunchtime, I'll go with you to talk to him. Don't worry, I should be able to help. Hearing this, Wang Ting finally felt a little better. Thank you, really. By noon, Cheng Tianyuan still hadn't called. The June weather was unbearably hot, so Xue Ling didn't want to go out looking for him and simply stayed at the newspaper office for lunch. The kitchen auntie smiled and said, We bought extra vegetables and meat today. Good thing you came back, Xiao Xue, or we'd have so much left over. Xue Ling handed her a big orange. Thank you, auntie. Your cooking is so good. I've been missing it. The old auntie happily accepted it. You're pregnant, so you need to eat more. It was hot, but the office had a big fan, and everyone gathered under it to eat. As they ate, they chatted about Wangjiang Garden. Yesterday, I gave Xiao Xue's flyer to my 2 neighbors. They got so excited, kept asking me all sorts of questions, and both want to buy a unit. My good-for-nothing son is almost 20, and my wife has been planning for years to buy a nice apartment for him to get married in. She saw the flyer I brought home and said the air by the river is good, plus there's an elevator. She's determined to go see it next week. I'll probably have to take half a day off. How big are you and your wife planning to buy? Liu Xing asked. At least 100 square meters, 2 bedrooms and a living room, plus the rest. You can't go too small. Young couples will have kids, and if it's too small, it'll be too cramped. We've been through it ourselves and know how tough it is to live in a small place. If we can get a bit more for our kids, we should. Liu Xing gave a wry smile. You and your wife have good salaries, so buying bigger isn't a problem. I'm not so lucky. Hearing this, Wang Ting lost her appetite and just picked at her food. Xue Ling, pregnant, had a much bigger appetite than before, and ate 2 chicken drumsticks in a row. After she was full and had rested a bit, she took out 2 big oranges and split them up. "Here, everyone, have some fruit after lunch." The group kept chatting, asking if she was also planning to buy a place. "You and your husband both work here, and now you're about to have a baby. You can't rent forever. If there's a good development, you should settle down. People are like birds. We all need a nest." "Of course," Xue Ling replied with a smile. "I've already decided to buy 2 units, one for us, one for my parents-in-law. We're buying right across from each other, so when you get off the elevator, there's just our 2 apartments at the stairwell. That way it's easy to look after the elders. Just call out and they'll hear you. Very convenient." "Wow," Liu Xing exclaimed. 2 units? How big are you buying?" "Both are large units, 200 square meters each." "Heavens, how much does that cost? Over 10,000, right?" "Xiao Shui, your husband's store must be making a lot. It's only been half a year, hasn't it?" "You must have made a lot selling clothes, right?" Xue Ling just laughed, not daring to tell the truth. Just saying 2 units already got this reaction. If she said 30, they'd be shocked out of their minds. Because Boss Liao was willing to give her a discount, 20 units only cost a bit over 60,000, more than 10,000 less than she'd estimated. She was planning to scrape together another 10,000 to buy 10 more mid-sized units. "My husband's business is doing all right. I made a bit selling clothes before, so I'm planning to take the chance to buy 2 units. Director Liu clicked his tongue and muttered, "No wonder you went into business. There's real money in it." "Ha ha," Xue Ling said. "Business is risky and exhausting. It's not like you, sitting in an office making money with your brain and your pen." Director Liu snorted. "Money is money, but there's a difference between big money and small money." Deputy Director Zhen was secretly envious when he heard Xue Ling's family was buying 2 big apartments at once. Wang Qing felt the same. They were all colleagues, but Xue Ling and her husband could buy 2 big units at once, while her own fiancé couldn't even afford a small one, and half the money was borrowed. Comparisons only made her feel worse, a mix of bitterness, frustration, and helplessness. She quietly slipped away to a corner and cried softly. A while later, Xue Ling brought Liu Xing over. Liu Xing was startled to see her crying. "What's wrong? Are you overheated? Are you feeling unwell?" He quickly pulled out a handkerchief and handed it to her. Wang Qing snatched it and wiped her tears, refusing to answer. Liu Xing was so worried he was like an ant on a hot pan. "Why are you crying? Tell me." Xue Ling motioned for him to sit and quietly explained Wang Qing's mother's decision. "Auntie hopes you can pay more and buy a bigger unit. A mid-sized one." Liu Xing's face went pale, his lips moved, and he slumped against the wall. A bigger unit costs 600 more. I've already borrowed 1,000 from Xue Ling. Even if I switch, it'll take me half a year to save up. If I borrow more, who knows when I'll pay it back? And we still need money for the wedding. Everything needs money. Even if I scrimp and save, I can only put away about 150 a month." Wang Qing, soft by nature, cried even harder when she heard this. Liu Xing closed his eyes, looking completely defeated. The 2 of them sat in silence. Xue Ling watched anxiously and finally stepped forward. "Don't lose hope, there's always a way." Liu Xing's eyes were dull. "What way? If my parents borrow from every relative and friend, maybe we can scrape together another 600. But if all the money goes into the apartment, how will we afford a wedding? How will we live?" Xue Ling sighed and explained her idea. "Earn and pay it back slowly. I have an idea. Listen. Liu Xing, you can buy a mid-sized unit from me. I'll let you pay 1,000 up front and use the rest for your wedding and daily life. Then you and Wang Qing can pay me back 100 a month. No need to rush, you'll be done in less than 2 years. What's there to worry about?" Liu Xing was stunned. "Where did you get an apartment? Aren't you buying big ones for yourself?" Xue Ling made a shushing gesture and explained, "I bought a bunch of apartments from Boss Liao at Wangjiang Garden. Not just one, all by the river. Every unit has a river view, not too high or low, all on the 7th or 8th floor. When the time comes, you two can pick your favorite and buy it from me. The price will be the same as Boss Liao's, and you can pay me back slowly." Liu Xing and Wang Ting looked at each other, overjoyed. "Really? We can pay you back slowly?" Xue Ling nodded firmly. "We're friends. Why not?" It was a pity there were no housing loans in this era. If there were, with their income, they wouldn't have to worry so much. Liu Xing was so moved he grabbed her hand. "Xue Ling, from now on you're my boss, my best friend. Whatever you need, I'll do it. Even walk through fire." Wang Ting sniffled, tears turning into a smile. "Ling, thank you. I don't even know what else to say." Xue Ling laughed. "Boss Liao gave me a good deal, so I'll still make a profit." Liu Xing said, "Just being able to get a wedding apartment and pay you back slowly. If you charged 35 or 40, I'd still be grateful." 30 it is," Xue Ling said, squeezing their hands. "It's settled. Qing, don't tell your mom about this. Just say Liu Xing is buying a mid-sized unit and you should hurry up and marry him. No need to let anyone else know, understand?" Liu Xing was deeply grateful, understanding she was saving his pride. "I understand." That afternoon, Liu Xing was on fire, helping her type out over 400 promotional flyers. Xue Ling then drove to pick up Cheng Tianyuan, and together they took 90,000 yuan straight to Wangjiang Garden. From a distance, she could see crowds coming and going at the entrance, with people gathered everywhere. As soon as Boss Liao spotted Xue Ling, he hurried over, barely able to greet his other guests. "Sister-in-law, all these people are here to ask about the apartments. They all said they came after seeing the big character posters outside and the flyers you handed out yesterday." He beamed with delight. "It's all thanks to you." Xue Ling waved it off with a smile. "The real move is still to come. The newspaper ad goes to print tomorrow, and for 3 days straight it'll be on the front page. The effect will be even better than this." Boss Liao was overjoyed and thanked her repeatedly. Xue Ling introduced Cheng Tianyuan beside her. "This is my husband. He runs a shop in the development zone. He's here with me today to settle yesterday's accounts." Boss Liao warmly shook hands with Cheng Tianyuan. Xue Ling lowered her voice. "There are too many people here, and it's noisy. Let's go inside. We can sign the contracts and then handle the paperwork." "No problem," Boss Liao replied kindly. "Come with me. My secretary is upstairs on the second floor with all the documents and contracts." There weren't many people on the second floor, just a couple of staff sorting files. The secretary, seeing her arrive, quickly brought out 20 purchase contracts. "After you paid the deposit yesterday, I made sure to get all the contracts ready." Xue Ling thanked her, then turned to Boss Liao. "I'd like to discuss something. After talking it over with my husband last night, we thought that since we're buying several apartments to rent out, we might as well buy a few more. I'd like to buy 10 more 100-square-meter units from you, if that's possible." Boss Liao was stunned, unable to hide his surprise. "You want 10 more?" Xue Ling nodded. "I brought all the money. We can sign everything together." "All right," Boss Liao smiled. "Business is business, no matter who I sell to. You're a savvy businesswoman and a friend, so of course I'll support you. Same price as yesterday, 28 per unit. That's as low as I can go, hope you understand." "That's more than fair," Xue Ling replied with a grin. "Thank you for making it happen." Boss Liao quickly called the secretary over. "Come help sister-in-law. Get the paperwork ready for these 20 units, and she wants to pick out 10 more. Let her choose the floors and units, and get those contracts ready too." The secretary was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly. "Right, of course." Signing, counting money, signing, counting money. It took over 2 hours to finish the paperwork for 20 units. Xue Ling had already studied the building, so she quickly picked out 10 more units, all on the 6th and 7th floors, close together. The secretary got help from colleagues, and soon 10 more contracts were ready and signed. "Sister-in-law, you already paid a 10,000 deposit yesterday, so you still owe 18,000. Cheng Tianyuan had already counted out the money. "Here it is?" The secretary had colleagues help, while Xue Ling checked and signed the documents. "These are your copies. the secretary said, pushing over a thick stack. Xue Ling smiled and asked, "When can we get the property certificates?" "Don't worry," the secretary replied. "I'll have someone process them right away. You should be able to sign and stamp everything next week." Xue Ling shook her hand. "Thank you for your hard work." "No trouble at all," the secretary grinned. "You're a real tycoon, buying 30 apartments in one go. Amazing." Once everything was done, the two said goodbye to Boss Liao and left. By then, the sun was setting, the sky ablaze with red clouds. Cheng Tianyuan carried a bag and held her hand as they walked out. He couldn't help but turn his handsome face to her and smile. Xue Ling teased, "Why are you looking at me like that? If you have something to say, just say it." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled dotingly. "Wife, you're a real tycoon now." Xue Ling burst out laughing and pointed at the bag in his hand. "I've only got 10,000 left in my bank account, and there's just over 2,000 here. How am I a tycoon?" She paused, raised her eyebrows, and tilted her chin. "You're richer than me. You still have over 20,000. Cheng Tianyuan laughed softly and gently stroked her rounded belly. "Is the baby being naughty? Are you hungry?" Xue Ling nodded, muttering, "I've been hungry for ages. If it weren't for signing all those contracts, I'd have gone out to eat long ago." "Come on," Cheng Tianyuan said gently. "Let's hurry home for dinner." Xue Ling tugged his hand and whispered, "Remember what you promised me?" "Don't worry," Cheng Tianyuan assured her. "I won't tell my parents for now so they don't get confused and start asking questions. I'll just say we bought 2 big apartments. They'll be happy enough with that." "That's the way," Xue Ling giggled. Her in-laws didn't understand that she was buying so many apartments as an investment to rent out for steady income. She was about to have a baby and would be busy for a while, unable to work. Money in the bank only earned a tiny bit of interest. It couldn't grow. Money had to make more money, or it was just sitting idle. She kept some as backup and put the rest into property. For now, she planned to rent out all the apartments, slowly recoup her investment, earn some steady income, and then make further plans. The next day, Xue Ling went back to the newspaper office. She worked until evening, when the ad was finalized, then left with several hundred flyers. 2 days later, the ad was published. It was the first time an ad had ever appeared on the front page, and it shocked everyone. Suddenly, every government office, factory, and school in Rongcheng, almost every leader and teacher, was talking about the new Riverside elevator apartments. The ad's effect could only be described as sensational. June 8th hadn't even arrived, but people coming to view and buy apartments were already crowding Wangjiang Garden. Boss Liao, following Xue Ling's advice, had called in about 20 friends to help, but it wasn't nearly enough. He had to rope in his wife, son, daughter, nieces, and nephews. With so many eager buyers, Boss Liao had to start selling early. Xue Ling, Hu, and Liu Ge had all signed their contracts ahead of the rush. After buying the apartments, she went back to her clothing shop, continued working as a translator, took care of her pregnancy, and strolled by the river every morning and evening. A week later, Liu Ge showed up with a basket of big watermelons. "Sister-in-law, these are from Boss Liao. He said he's so grateful to you. In just 11 days, the whole development sold out. No one expected it." Hu came running out and picked up a watermelon. "Boss Liao must have counted so much money his hands are cramping." "Poor guy," Xue Ling laughed, holding her belly. 2 million or so. His hands really will cramp from counting." Hu was dumbfounded. "Over 2 million? My God, that much?" Xue Ling secretly chuckled. If it were 30 years later, over 2 million wouldn't even buy a mid-sized apartment in a first-tier city. It was definitely more than that. Brother Lu lowered his voice. "Let me tell you, when Boss Liao saw how many people were coming to ask about the apartments, on the opening day, the riverside buildings above the 5th floor were selling for 40 yuan per square meter. For the 8th to 12th floors, some people were fighting over them, even offering to pay 45, even 50. Xue Ling frowned slightly and asked, "How did it get so chaotic? How could Boss Liao agree to that? From the start, he should have set clear prices. How much for each floor? How much for Riverside and non-Riverside units, all clearly marked. Brother Lu gave a wry smile. Boss Liao didn't want it either. He's an honest guy, not the type to go back on his word for money. But there were just too many buyers, and later on, people were practically fighting to sign contracts. There weren't enough staff, so some relatives took it upon themselves to say, highest price wins, and the scene almost got out of control. Boss Liao hadn't expected the buying frenzy. He called in over 30 people to help, but it still wasn't enough. This was his first development, so he didn't have much experience. Luckily, all the apartments sold, and since the contracts were prepared in advance, it was just a matter of signing and collecting money. No major disputes. Ah Hu smashed a watermelon with a thump and handed Xue Ling a big slice. Sis, eat, Xue Ling laughed, called for Cheng Tianyuan to get her a spoon, and started eating as she scooped. The main thing is there aren't any big developments in Rongcheng yet. Wangjiang Garden has a great location and is an elevator building, the first batch of elevator apartments in Rongcheng. That's a huge draw. Brother Lu grinned. At first, Boss Liao thought it would take until the end of the year or even next spring to sell out. He never imagined that with your promotion, the whole city would know about it. Boss Liao said he'll definitely ask you to help with ads in the future. The results were just too good. Xue Ling ate her watermelon, beaming. No problem. Who knows, maybe I'll even start an ad agency someday and help promote all kinds of products. Ah Hu's face was covered in watermelon juice as he laughed. Sis, there are so many ways to make money in this world. Are you going to try them all? Of course not, Xue Ling replied. I only do what I'm good at, what I'm capable of. Life isn't just about making money. You have to live too. I'm planning to take it easy for the rest of the year, focus on my pregnancy, and take care of the baby. Cheng Tianyuan looked at her growing belly and smiled dotingly. Watermelon's too cold. Don't eat too much at once. Have another piece in the evening. Okay, Xue Ling scooped up 2 more pieces before reluctantly putting it down. Brother Lu asked curiously, Sis, the apartments are already fully decorated. You said you wanted more kitchen cabinets. Do you want them all made of wood? Can you do it? Xue Ling explained. Mainly for the kitchen and bedrooms, some shelves in the living room and built-in wardrobes in the bedrooms, plus cabinets in the kitchen for jars and bottles, everything organized. Brother Lu shook his head, a bit troubled. If it's tiling or construction, I can do it, but I haven't really learned carpentry. Small furniture is fine, but for what you want, I can find you a master craftsman. His family's been doing carpentry for generations since his great-grandfather's time. Just tell him what you want and he can make anything. That's perfect, Xue Ling said. Please help me with this. Tell the master to use good wood. Solid hardwood. No paint. I don't want any paint fumes in the house with a baby coming. Sure, Brother Lu said. We'll pick some nice natural wood. If you want sandalwood, it's a bit pricier, but it has a lovely natural scent. Anything's fine, Xue Ling said. Just make both apartments about the same. I'll budget around 2,000 for furniture and renovations. Do you think that's enough? Plenty, Brother Lu laughed. The apartment itself is only 5,000. Spending 1,000 on renovations is more than enough. Xue Ling thought for a moment. Brother Lu, please try to get it done quickly. My belly's getting bigger and I can't run around much. If possible, try to finish in a month or 2. Should be doable. Brother Lu smiled. I'm buying some furniture for my own place too, and I'll be moving in soon. It'll only take a day or 2 to move. I'll find the master for you tomorrow. Xue Ling said to Cheng Tianyuan, Brother Yuan, in a couple of days, go withdraw 1,000 yuan for Brother Lu. Okay. He agreed immediately. No rush, sis, Brother Lu said. Usually you pay at the end. Xue Ling smiled. You need to buy materials first. We're friends, so let's not fuss about timing. You just bought a place, so I know money's tight. We should help each other out. Brother Lu was quietly touched. Thank you, sis. Don't worry, I'll treat your renovation like my own and do a great job. Ah Hu finished his watermelon and lit a cigarette. Bro, sis, I have to return the truck this evening. I haven't done much business this half year and the rental's expensive. I can't keep it up. Cheng Tianyuan raised his eyebrows. I've been meaning to ask you about that. Wasn't your business going well last year? You were always out on deliveries, sometimes gone for half a month. Why's it so quiet this year? Can't keep going? Ah Hu blew a smoke ring and sighed. I was supposed to return it at the end of last year, but Kun wouldn't hear of it. He said I'd agreed to rent for a year, not just half, and accused me of going back on my word. I did say a year, so after New Year's I renewed for another half. Brother Liu, who knew everyone in Rongcheng, chimed in. I saw this coming. Kun's a real piece of work. He's offended a lot of bosses. Now, even if people have business, they won't hire his guys for deliveries. You rent from him, rely on him for business. How can you make money? Xue Ling said quietly, You can't work with people like that long term. Not only will you not make money, you might get dragged down with them. Exactly, Brother Liu said gruffly. Return it quick, don't drag it out. Cheng Tianyuan frowned slightly. He's not a good person. Better stay away. You can drive, you're experienced, you'll find work. Since the half-year renewal is up, just return it. Ah Hu nodded. Yuan, are you free? Want to come with me? After I return the truck, it'll take me over an hour to walk back. Cheng Tianyuan readily agreed. You drive ahead, I'll come pick you up. They thought it would be a quick trip, 20 minutes at most. But on the way back, they ran into Ouyang Mei and almost got stuck dealing with her. At first, Kun wouldn't let Ah Hu return the truck, insisting there would be business in the second half of the year and he'd make money. Ah Hu said in a low voice, I don't have time to drive anymore. I've opened a shop with my cousin and a friend over in the development zone. Business is busy and I have to help out. Kun sneered, his tone sour. So you're off to make big money now and you look down on my small change? You're really something. Making money for yourself and not caring if your brothers live or die? Ah Hu's face darkened. I rented this truck from you for half a year and only made 2 deliveries. I paid you 40 yuan a month, 240 for 6 months, not a cent short. But I only made 21 yuan from those 2 trips. If it weren't for the rental period, I'd have returned it long ago. What a heartless thing to say. Kun fell silent, then suddenly barked, Can't you just help a brother out and keep the truck till the end of the year? Is it that hard? Ah Hu frowned and explained, I invested in this business, but it hasn't made any money yet. Just to pay your rent, I'm so broke I can't even buy a new shirt. I pay you on time every month, but I never make a profit. How am I supposed to keep going? If you really see me as a brother, you should think about my situation. I still have a mother in her 60s to support, and I'm not even married yet. I can't keep losing money forever. He tossed the keys over. I can't afford the rent anymore. Here are the keys, the truck's outside. Kun snatched the keys, cursing. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Plenty of people want to rent my truck. If you ever come begging for it again, I won't give it to you. Miss this chance and it's gone forever. Ah Hu gave a cold smile and said, I'll buy my own truck next time. I won't need yours. Get lost, Kun shouted. Ah Hu was only too happy to leave. He turned and walked straight out. Cheng Tianyuan saw him and rolled down the window, waving. Ah Hu grinned and walked over, but just as he opened the car door, someone grabbed his arm. He turned to see a well-dressed woman, round-faced and plump with a big belly. She looked vaguely familiar, but he couldn't place her. Brother Hu, it's me, Ouyang Mei called nervously, then poked her head in and called, Ah Yuan, it's me, I Mei. Cheng Tianyuan stared in shock. If she hadn't introduced herself, he wouldn't have recognized her. Ouyang Mei used to be just a little chubby with tanned skin, but now she was much paler and had doubled in size. She'd always been short and stocky, but now, with all the extra weight, she looked like a giant meatball. Ah Hu had seen her once before, but hadn't expected her to get so big. He really didn't recognize her at first. So it's Kun's wife. What's up? Ouyang Mei glanced around, relieved no one else came out. Brother Hu, Ah Yuan, I want to ask you to help me find my brother. He's gone missing. I've been looking for him for ages and can't reach him. A few months ago he sold his shop, borrowed 200 yuan from me and then disappeared. I'm desperate to find him. Can you help? Cheng Tianyuan's face was cold as he replied, I don't really know your brother, never had any dealings with him. If you, his own sister, can't reach him, how could I possibly help? He'd heard Ouyang Xiang was selling his shop, but didn't expect he'd actually done it. That guy never did anything proper. Always hanging out with shady friends. Who knows what trouble he's gotten into now? Ouyang Mei's eyes reddened and she said softly, "Ah, Yuan, you have a car now. You know my brother, so I'm asking you. Back home, there's only my old grandma left. No one else. Here in Rongcheng, your family is the only one I know. I have no one else to turn to." She had a bad feeling something had happened to her brother, but couldn't say exactly what. She'd asked Kun for help, but he was always busy. If she said anything more, he'd just curse at her. Not only that, he wouldn't let her look for her brother, insisting she stay home and take care of his son. If anything happened to the baby, he threatened to beat her. Cheng Tianyuan gave a cold, mocking smile. "My own little sister has been missing for 7 or 8 months, and I haven't found her. She's only been to Rongcheng once, and she's a bit slow, but I'm not worried. Your brother's a grown man, always out and about. What are you so worried about?" Ah Hu nodded in agreement. Yuan's right. Your brother's over 30, a grown man. Maybe he just went somewhere far and will be back after a while. "No," Ouyang Mei choked out. "I keep dreaming he's hurt really badly." Cheng Tianyuan said seriously, "If that's the case, you should go to the police. A missing person is a big deal. The police will help you. The world's a big place and your brother's always on the move. How could we possibly find him?" Ah Hu added, "Yeah, the police are the ones to help with this." Ouyang Mei swallowed, looking pale. "But my brother, he's never done anything good. Would the police even want to help?" Ah Hu immediately retorted, "That's not right. In our country, the law protects every citizen. Even if your brother's a criminal, he still has rights. If a citizen goes missing, no matter who they are, the police will take the case. They're the real experts at finding people. You have to rely on them." Ouyang Mei's eyes filled with tears and she started to sob. "My brother's a real bastard. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have ended up married here. But he's still my only brother. No matter how heartless he is, he's still my brother. I can't just ignore him." "All right, go on," Cheng Tianyuan said, starting the car. Ouyang Mei kept complaining. "I was born unlucky, stuck with such a cruel brother, and now an even crueler husband. My life is so miserable. Kun acts nice on the surface, but he controls everything. He wants me to give him a fat son, forces me to eat 10 meals a day, and yells at me if I can't finish." Ah Hu frowned and said quietly, "Sis, have you heard of the marriage law? Marriage is about freedom. You're not his slave. What right does he have to treat you like that?" Ouyang Mei just kept crying. Cheng Tianyuan waved his hand. "We have to go. Take care of yourself, and remember to report to the police. Goodbye." "Ah, Yuan, Brother Hu, don't go," Ouyang Mei called after them. "Hey, what are you doing?" Kun came running out, shouting, "Can't you see they're driving? Why are you getting so close? You want to get yourself killed? If you die, that's one thing, but don't hurt my son. If anything happens to my son, I'll beat you to death." Ouyang Mei trembled in fear, watching the jeep drive away, sobbing quietly. "Crying again," Kun cursed. "You useless woman, all you do is cry. Marrying you was the worst luck ever. If you keep it up, I'll beat you. Shut up." Half a month later, Xue Ling received her property certificates and a big bag of keys. Boss Liao quietly asked if she wanted to resell a few units, emphasizing that there were buyers willing to pay over 50 yuan per square meter. Xue Ling smiled and explained, "I don't need the money for now. I plan to rent them out first, just to earn some rent for baby formula." Boss Liao couldn't help but remind her, "Little sister-in-law, there are still plenty of good spots along the Rongcheng riverbank, and I'm sure they'll be developed soon. You're holding 30 units. If prices go up, that's great, but if there's a downturn, you could lose money." He was already over 50, at the age where one accepts fate. In his view, the progress of the domestic economy was already remarkable. When he was young, he didn't have enough to eat or wear. Apart from his learning, he had nothing. The current market conditions would have been unimaginable 30 years ago. Xue Ling chuckled softly and explained, "I'm holding these apartments partly as an investment, and partly so I have a stable income. To be honest, now that I have the keys and property certificates, I plan to rent them all out." "That's good too," Boss Liao said, reminding her. There are quite a few residents nearby, but the best opportunity is in your development zone. As far as I know, there are several hundred highly skilled workers brought in from other places. The younger ones want to settle here, the older ones want to bring their families. Everyone's eager to buy or rent. He smiled apologetically and explained, "Just a few days ago, 2 team leaders from the electric fan factory wanted to buy a place and asked if I had any left, but I really had nothing left to sell. This area is close to Wangjiang Garden, the roads are good, and it's convenient for commuting." Xue Ling nodded. "I plan to put up a rental notice at the shop entrance, then see what the going monthly rent is." Cheng Tianyuan reminded her, "When we rented on Songming Road, the old lady's price wasn't low, 35 yuan a month. This place is new, bigger, and has elevators. It should be 45, maybe even 50. Boss Liao smiled and said quietly, "Yesterday, my secretary said someone already resold a 100 square meter apartment, not even a riverside one in the East Building, for 60 yuan per square meter. A month's rent only covers a tiny bit of the purchase price, so it's not much." Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling nodded in agreement. From what they knew, factory workers' salaries were pretty good. 200 yuan a month wasn't rare. Skilled workers could get 250, and managers even 300. Xue Ling thought for a moment and set the prices. Tenants provide their own furniture, pay 3 months' rent up front plus 1 month's deposit. For the 80 square meter units, 40 yuan a month. For the mid-sized 100 square meter units, 50 yuan a month. Cheng Tianyuan suggested, "I'll get you a sheet of red paper to write the notice and put it up tomorrow." Xue Ling nodded, then turned to Boss Liao. "The current housing prices aren't at their peak yet. Rongcheng is just getting started, and the development zone is only beginning to grow. There's still a lot of room. Do you have any other plans?" Boss Liao smiled gently and said apologetically, "I'm getting on in years. I never expected this project to pay off so quickly and make such a big profit. I'm still not sure about the future, and I don't know if I should keep pushing forward. After all, I'm already at the age where people accept their fate." "Of course you should," Xue Ling said with a laugh. "You're only in your 50s. Why retire so young? Lots of business people only start making real money in their 40s or 50s. My dad, for example, made his first big fortune after 40. He's 50 now and thinks he can keep going for at least another 20 years. Boss Liao was a bit surprised, then smiled. "Actually, I'm still in good health, and I do want to keep going in this business. It's just, I'm not sure about the market, so I don't want to rush in." Xue Ling suggested, "You should keep investing in real estate. It's your specialty, and you're getting better at it." "I was just a builder before," Boss Liao explained. "This was my first time developing a whole building. I was nervous, hired experts to design it, lived on site every day and supervised every detail myself. That's the only reason it worked out." He smiled apologetically and said, "Investing takes guts and determination. I'm getting older, my heart can't take too many ups and downs, and my family is urging me to retire while I'm ahead. That's why I'm hesitating." Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Liao, if you don't mind me asking, from buying the land to all the construction and labor costs, how much did this project cost you?" Boss Liao already had the numbers in mind, and seeing her ask so seriously, he couldn't refuse. "To be honest, it was a little over 400,000. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows and asked, "Isn't there a big piece of land on the other side of your development?" Boss Liao replied, "Yes, but it's all woodland now, planted with fruit trees. Beyond that is a mix of hills and flatland with beautiful scenery. Past that is Yuecheng." Xue Ling narrowed her eyes and said quietly, "The biggest selling point of your development is the river view and the elevators. As long as there's land by the river, you have opportunities. Why not just extend the project and do a Wangjiang Garden Phase 2? "Woodland, huh?" Boss Liao's eyes lit up. "That would be great, but I doubt the fruit farmers would want to sell. When I bought the land for Wangjiang Garden, it was easy because it was all wasteland. Just like the development zone used to be, nothing but weeds, so it was cheap and easy to buy." Xue Ling shook her head. "Woodland can be sold too. Just compensate the farmers for the fruit trees. The key is whether you can buy it. That land is at least twice as big as this one, right?" More than twice, Boss Liao corrected. Xue Ling pressed her point. Then you should definitely invest. Do a phase 2, even a phase 3, you could make a fortune. With phase 1 such a hit, why stop now? Are you really satisfied with just one big score? Are you? Boss Liao was still hesitant. I'll go ask around first. If it's for sale, I'll make plans. He paused, then smiled and asked, Little sister-in-law, would you like to invest? You have a great eye and the drive of a real business person. I'm getting older and not as thorough as I used to be. If I had a capable partner like you, I'd be much more confident about doing it again. He was getting on in years and sometimes just didn't have the energy. His children were all still in school, spoiled and soft, none of them able to help. If he could have such a capable partner, he'd be happy to go for another big success. After all, this was his first big fortune, if he just stopped here. Xue Ling was right. He really wasn't satisfied. Xue Ling laughed and shrugged. But I don't have the money. She was tempted, but real estate investment required too much capital. She couldn't leverage that much right now. Ah, well, Boss Liao said. Let's take our time with this. I'll ask around about the land, have someone check the geology, and if it's suitable for high-rises, we'll talk again. What Boss Liao said was very tempting, but Xue Ling still didn't dare agree. She was over 5 months pregnant now, finally in the stable period, but aside from her translation and part-time work at the newspaper, she had no other income. Even if she managed to rent out more than 20 apartments, the total income wouldn't be much. That money would only cover daily expenses. It was nowhere near enough for a big investment. So far, her best business had been selling clothes, but doing it on a small scale was exhausting while pregnant, and the market was limited. There was no way to make real money that way. For people in this era, earning over 100 yuan a month was already considered very good, but she had lived through the era of economic boom and the rapid, convenient rise of the digital economy, so she couldn't be satisfied with her current situation. Life and business are like rowing upstream. If you don't move forward, you fall behind. The mid-80s to late 90s was a period of explosive economic growth. If she just stayed in Rongcheng raising kids and enjoyed a comfortable life for 10 years, by the time she wanted to make big money again, she might have missed her chance. Besides, once people get used to comfort, they can't handle hardship anymore, and they lose the drive and courage they once had. But as for which direction to go next, she was honestly a bit lost. Cheng Tianyuan saw her daydreaming by the window, so he walked over quietly and gently hugged her from behind, his big hands resting on her rounded belly. "Wife," he said, "is the baby bothering you?" At 3 months, she'd said she could sometimes feel the little one moving, though it wasn't obvious. By 4 months, the baby would sometimes kick hard. Last night, while he was helping her copy out a final draft, she suddenly cried out, "Ouch!" The baby had kicked her. Cheng Tianyuan had felt both worried and happy, gently rubbing her belly and coaxing the little one not to trouble Mommy. Xue Ling smiled and leaned into his strong chest. "No, he's been good just now. Yuenga, I think it might be a boy. He's so naughty. The doctor said you only really feel kicks after 7 months, but I'm just over 5 months and he's already so active." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled and kissed the top of her head. "Boy or girl, I'll love them both. I'd actually like a girl, a little one just like you." Xue Ling couldn't help but act spoiled, muttering, "No way. They say daughters are a father's sweetheart from a past life. If you have a little sweetheart, you won't love me anymore." Cheng Tianyuan laughed, doting on her. "How could that be? I'll always love you the most. The baby is our future, but I'll love you both very much." Xue Ling giggled. "Well, we'll see when the baby's born. Maybe then you'll only have eyes for your daughter." Cheng Tianyuan teased. "What? You're already jealous of your daughter? That won't do." "I don't care. I've decided I'll only have sons, only boys." Xue Ling stuck out her tongue at him. Cheng Tianyuan bent down and kissed her forehead. "All right, it's so hot outside, you and our son need a nap." Her belly was getting bigger, and the weather was stifling. She often woke up at night and didn't sleep well, so it was best to nap at noon when things were quiet. Xue Ling nodded. Did you get the red paper? Got it, Cheng Tianyuan replied. I'll write the notice after you wake up, and we'll post it on the shop door. He helped her up and half carried her to bed. Get a good rest. Feeling sweet inside, she closed her eyes and drifted off. Cheng Tianyuan turned the ceiling fan to a low setting, left the door half open, and went out. The lunch break was over, and the shop was quiet with few customers. Chen Min and Chen Lan were dozing at the door, and the three elders were napping in the back. Cheng Tianyuan wasn't sleepy, so he tidied up the shelves. He wiped down the beer bottles and set them on the shelf, his gaze drifting out the window. Suddenly, he saw a woman peeking in from not far away. She startled, turned and hurried off. Cheng Tianyuan narrowed his eyes, thinking her face looked familiar. Could it be a Fang? He stared, but quickly dismissed the idea. That woman was half a head taller than A Fang, with long legs and arms, tall and slim, looking sharp and capable. No way it was his little sister. He sighed softly. There'd been no news from the capital, and he had no idea how his sister was doing. He suddenly realized he hadn't checked in with Lin Kong's family for over a month, so he decided to visit them that evening. Lin Kong's old house had been repossessed by creditors, and his mother was forced to live in the countryside. Lin Kong himself had vanished without a trace, with no word sent back to Rongcheng. He knew he'd probably be disappointed again, but he still had to try. He was halfway through his chores when someone called from outside. Anyone in the clothing shop? I need something. Cheng Tianyuan quickly tossed aside his rag and ran out, worried the noise would wake his precious wife. He saw a man and a woman, both around 30, dressed in bright colors, wearing flared pants and permed hair, what the radio would call fashionable. It was a scorching summer afternoon, and the two must have walked over. Their faces were sunburned and sweaty. Their outfits were so similar, even their hair, that if the woman's figure hadn't been so obvious, he'd have thought they were both men. Who are you looking for? Cheng Tianyuan blocked their way. The man grinned and pointed into the shop. We're looking for the owner. Cheng Tianyuan, sweating in the sun, saw they looked like they'd come from far away. Their shoes were covered in dust, so he pointed inside. The boss is napping. What do you need? Go inside and get out of the sun. The woman laughed cheerfully. Old Shan, we finally found it. She's napping, so we shouldn't disturb her. I'm so thirsty. Let's go in and buy a beer. The man, called Old Shan, laughed too and patted her on the shoulder. Whatever the wife says. He looked at Cheng Tianyuan. You work here, right? Do you sell beer? Yes, Cheng Tianyuan replied. Come in and pick one, I'll open it for you. The two followed him in, chatting as they went. Didn't expect to find beer here? Nice. We walked all the way here, and the economy's pretty good, not as backward as we thought. Hey, that's just you. I never thought that. Except for the big cities up north, isn't the rest of the country about the same? Cheng Tianyuan opened 2 beers and handed them over. The man gave him 2 yuan, and Cheng Tianyuan gave him 50 cents change. Our clothing shop isn't open right now. Are you here to buy clothes? The woman's eyes lit up. Why isn't it open? We came all this way to buy wholesale from you. Cheng Tianyuan calmly explained. We're not open right now. No time, and no stock, so the shop's closed. The fashionable man let out an ah and pointed to the clothing shop at an angle. That shop is yours too? You just said our shop, right? Cheng Tianyuan nodded. It's my wife's. She's pregnant now, so she hasn't restocked for a while. The man's face fell in disappointment. We came all this way just to buy stock from you to resell. The woman sighed and gulped down a big mouthful of beer. Disappointed. Nothing's more disappointing than this. Noticing their distinctive style and southern accent, Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, You're from the south, right? Yeah, the man replied. We're from South Island. South Island is in the south of the country, with a population of over 10 million. But it's separated from the mainland by sea, so transportation isn't very developed and the economy has always lagged behind. The older generation said that, in the past, Most people fleeing famine or disaster came from South Island. In recent years, the government has been working hard to develop the island's economy, but due to transportation issues, it still hasn't caught up with the North. The woman asked, "Hey, your wife's clothing shop does good business, right?" "To be honest, we're in the clothing business too. We saw the styles your wife sells and wanted to buy from her. Since she's not doing it now, could you connect us to her supplier?" Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh. "My wife only sells locally. How did people from South Island hear about her?" The man explained, "We're from South Island, but we've been doing business all over for years. The economy there is getting better, people's lives are improving, just like here. When we travel, if we see something that suits South Island, we buy it and ship it back to sell. A while ago, we came here and saw lots of people wearing the same summer shirts. We thought the style was great, and the fabric was comfortable and absorbent. Perfect for South Island. We asked around, went to several places, and finally found out the clothes came from a shop called Dazhong Clothing Store in the Rongcheng Development Zone. So, after wandering around for 2 or 3 days, we finally found you," the woman said with a wry smile. "Who knew you'd stopped selling?" Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. "My wife gets her stock from the capital." "I figured," the man said with a smile. "Only designers in the capital could come up with such nice styles." The woman pressed, "Where in the capital does your wife get her stock? Can you connect us?" "Well," Cheng Tianyuan said, "why don't you two rest for a bit, and when my wife wakes up, you can talk to her directly." "All right." The man patted his chest and introduced himself. "I'm Shan Yue, but everyone calls me Old Shan. This is my wife, Chen Shuiyu. We're both born and raised on South Island." Cheng Tianyuan nodded with a smile. "Nice to meet you." As Chen Shuiyu looked around the shop, she asked, "Your shop is pretty big. Business must be good, right? The stock is well organized." Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "It's all right. Just average." Chen Min and Chen Lan saw there were customers drinking beer and that Ah Yuan was looking after them, so they didn't come over. It was a hot summer afternoon, with no breeze from the river, and once you sat down, you didn't want to get up. The siblings chatted quietly, apparently about Ah Hu. Half an hour later, Chen Shuiyu couldn't help but ask, "Hey, has your wife woken up yet? Maybe you could check. If it's convenient, let us know." Cheng Tianyuan glanced at the clock. Xue Ling had been napping for over an hour, so she was probably awake. He went to the other shop. Xue Ling was already up, sitting at her desk reading a translation with a cup of hot tea beside her. Cheng Tianyuan went in and told her about the 2 visitors from South Island. "Oh?" Xue Ling stood up, holding her belly. "If that's the case, bring them over to talk. If they want to buy in bulk, I'll let them connect directly with my dad." That was what Cheng Tianyuan had in mind, so he brought Shan Yue and Chen Shuiyu over. Both were dressed fashionably. After a few words, Xue Ling could tell they were experienced business people, the kind used to traveling and hustling. Shan Yue grinned. "Our village was poor. I've known her since we were kids. Childhood sweethearts. People in the mountains marry young. When I was 15, I wanted to marry her, but her mother wouldn't agree. So she snuck out at night with a couple of outfits and came to find me. And I took her out into the world. I was bold, took her out of the mountains that night, and we took a boat off South Island." Chen Shuiyu smiled happily. "We've been doing business outside, made some money, sent it home to our parents, and told them we were married. They had to accept it. Over the years, we've bought goods everywhere and sold them back home. It's been pretty good." Shan Yue added proudly, "We built a house at home, one for my family, one for my in-laws. Our business has grown. We've sold beer, daily goods, all sorts of things." Chen Shuiyu said quietly, "Clothes on South Island are poor quality, mostly rough linen from the mountains. In the past, people just made do. We bought 2 batches of clothes from the provincial capital, over 20,000 pieces each time. As soon as they hit the docks, they sold out." "So you want to buy from me to sell in South Island?" Xue Ling asked with a smile. "Exactly," Shan Yue replied. "Your summer shirts sell for 7 yuan each, not expensive. If you can give us a wholesale price." "She's not selling anymore. Chen Shuiyu interrupted. So let's just ask her to connect us. Sis, you get your stock from the capital, right? Which place? Is it a wholesaler? Xue Ling smiled. Not a wholesaler. It's my family's factory. Wow! Shan Yue got excited. If it's a factory, that's factory price. Amazing! Your family makes clothes? Is it a big factory? Xue Ling explained. My family runs a clothing factory, specializing in all kinds of clothes all year round. Chen Shuiyu's eyes sparkled. So, can you introduce us to buy from your factory? Xue Ling replied. Factories only do bulk orders. You need to order a certain amount. How much do you want? I'll ask if we can do it. Also, South Island is hot, right? Even in winter, people only wear thin, long sleeves, so you probably only want summer clothes? Shan Yue quickly answered. Thin, long sleeves are even better. There are lots of mosquitoes and flies on South Island, so people prefer thin, long sleeves to avoid getting bitten. Short sleeves, too, Chen Shuiyu added. Young people love to wear less, cool and stylish. I love short sleeves myself. Xue Ling nodded. Got it. You want thin, long sleeves and summer short sleeves, but all in fashionable styles. Exactly. The brighter the colors, the better. People back home love bright red, blue, and green. The more eye-catching, the more popular. Xue Ling smiled and nodded again. She remembered a classmate from South Island who had a very unique taste in clothes. The more colorful and flashy, the better, and she loved to pile on accessories. How much stock do you want per batch? She asked. Shan Yue thought for a moment. At least 20,000 pieces. 50,000 would be even better. We do wholesale now. Ship it over, store it in a warehouse, and the local vendors and shopkeepers come to us for stock. Xue Ling understood. They were essentially middlemen. What price range are you looking for? Of course, the better the quality, the higher the price. Labor and materials cost money. You're both experienced, so I won't say more. Chen Shuiyu replied, 5 or 6 yuan is best. Average quality is fine. People there don't care much about quality, just that it looks good and feels cool. Xue Ling took note of everything, then said, I'll call and ask for you. Please wait a moment. Because so many people came and went at the shop, Xue Ling had moved the phone to the bedside in the back. Cheng Tianyuan, worried a sudden call might startle his wife, kept the phone in a box with a cover. Xue Ling went to the back, took out the phone, and dialed her father's office. A moment later, the secretary answered. The factory director and his wife are busy in the garment room. Hold on, I'll get them. Xue Ling said, Please hurry. Thank you. Sensing her urgency, the secretary rushed off. Soon, her father came to the phone, slightly out of breath. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, nothing like that. Xue Ling quickly reassured him. The baby and I are both fine. The doctor says I'm in the stable period, almost 6 months now. Her father scolded her gently. I thought something was wrong. Your mom and I rushed over in a panic. My fault, Xue Ling said softly. I didn't explain clearly and made you worry. Dad, let me tell you some good news first. I bought 2 big apartments in a riverside elevator community nearby. We can move in 2 months. That's great, her father said with a low laugh. The Muhais aren't too far away, right? If you're in the same community, the elders can help with the baby and look after each other. Right across the hall, Xue Ling explained. Just call out and you can hear each other. Each unit is huge, 200 square meters, plenty of space for the whole family. Her father smiled. That's good, Xue Ling continued. I also bought nearly 30 more apartments, planning to rent them out for a steady income. What? Her father couldn't help but ask. 30 units? Doesn't that leave you with no money? Real estate takes a long time to pay off. Even with rent, it'll take years to recoup your investment. Xue Ling giggled and said quietly, I think real estate in Rongcheng is still worth investing in. It's just getting started, so if I can stockpile some good properties, it's a good thing. I'm not ready to sell yet, just planning to rent them out for now. Her father didn't object. Take your time making money. You're pregnant now, so don't rush. Having some rental income for stability is good. But I'm not satisfied, Xue Ling muttered. I want to earn more. Her father chuckled and explained, "Selling clothes is too tiring. There are a dozen or so boxes of seconds in the warehouse, spring and summer thin shirts. The factory is mainly making winter clothes now, so we'll send those to you at the end of the year." "Thin shirts? How many?" Xue Ling asked eagerly. "About a dozen boxes, maybe 2,000 or 3,000 pieces." "Dad, is the factory still making summer clothes? Cheap, ordinary short-sleeve shirts?" She then explained the situation with the two South Island merchants. Her father replied, "We made a big batch of summer clothes in the spring, but they've all sold out. There's still some fabric in the warehouse. If you want, we can make more, but the minimum order is at least 100,000 pieces. The fabric is decent and the factory price is about 2 yuan each. The cost for short sleeves isn't high." He paused, then asked, "Are these people trustworthy? Don't get scammed by some small-time crooks." Xue Ling thought for a moment, then asked, "Dad, can I be the middleman for our factory?" "Why not?" her father said. "If someone's going to make money, why not my own daughter? I'm just worried it'll be too much for you while you're pregnant." "It's not hard," Xue Ling explained. "I walk several kilometers every morning and evening. I'm in great shape." Her father was strict on the surface, but as their only child, he wanted the best for her. She'd made a bit selling clothes, but after buying so many apartments, she'd spent almost all her money. Once money is tied up in property, it's hard to move. Even with high rent, it takes years to get it back. If she stopped being a retailer and just acted as a middleman, it wouldn't be so tiring. Just coordinate orders, deliveries, and payments, and find a place to store the goods. After all, her father ran the factory, so she could order any time and even delay payment if needed. None of that was a problem. After thinking it over, her father quickly agreed. "If you have somewhere to store the goods, I'll have the back workshop start a batch of summer clothes for you tomorrow, using this year's most popular northern styles. 100,000 pieces will be ready in 5 days. We'll ship them by train and you can wholesale them out." "Great," Xue Ling said happily. "Summer clothes still sell well here. There are 2 months left in the season, so we'll start with those. I have space to store them. There's room in the back warehouse and on the second floor." Her father reminded her, "Remember, don't let anyone take goods on credit. You're new to this, so be careful. Only exchange goods for cash. That's the safest way." "Okay, I'll listen to you," Xue Ling replied. She understood this well. This wasn't the information age, and anything could be faked. Just because someone showed up and talked a good game didn't mean she could trust them right away. She knew what to watch out for as a middleman. Her father added, "I'll give you a discount, 2 yuan per piece, 50 cents off the factory price." For his own daughter, he only needed to cover costs and workers' wages. Xue Ling grinned. "Thanks, Dad." "Don't run around, take care of yourself and the baby," her father reminded her. All right, we'll talk again soon. I'll have them stop other work and make a batch of summer clothes for you. Bye for now." "Bye, Dad." Xue Ling told the Shan Yue couple that a large batch of summer clothes would arrive in Rongcheng within half a month. Chen Shuiyu asked anxiously, "A large batch? How much is that? Sis, we need at least 20,000 pieces." Xue Ling smiled gently and replied, "About 100,000 pieces. This is the smallest batch our factory does. The minimum order is 100,000, so this time it's just one batch." "All summer clothes?" Shan Yue asked. Xue Ling nodded. "There are also a few thousand spring-thin, long-sleeved shirts, but those are factory seconds, with minor flaws, so the price will be lower." "How much?" Chen Shuiyu asked quickly. Xue Ling smiled. "I can't say for sure yet. It depends on the quality. If the fabric is good, it'll be over 5 yuan. If it's average, under 5. The couple exchanged a glance. "And the summer ones are good quality?" "Very comfortable cotton," Xue Ling replied. "All colors, all sizes." Shan Yue asked, "So how much per piece?" "Sis, we're doing wholesale, so please give us the best price. Then we'll keep coming back." Xue Ling smiled. "Don't worry, it'll only be a little above factory price, just enough to cover shipping. Summer clothes should be 3 yuan, at most 3.5. Chen Shuiyu's face relaxed, and she secretly gave her husband a look. Xue Ling explained, "I'm the factory's middleman, so I take on the risk and shipping costs. If you want to order, you'd have to go to the capital to pick styles and pay a deposit, and big factories require at least 100,000 per order, small ones at least 20 or 30,000. That's impossible, Tianyuan said with an awkward smile. It's too far, just getting from South Island to the north takes days by train, and we can't take that much stock at once. Exactly, Chen Shuiyu added. If you have stock here, we'll come and buy. Xue Ling thought for a moment. Next, I'll supply the local county clothing shops. Anyone who wants 1,000 pieces or more can buy. If you're serious, bring cash and pick up the goods. I'm running a small business, so it's strictly cash for goods. Shan Yue and Chen Shuiyu, having been in business for years, understood this well. They hadn't worked with her before, so there was no way she'd let them take goods on credit and pay later. We'll come back in a few days, Shan Yue said. Xue Ling wrote down her phone number for them. Call anytime. I'll ship in 5 or 6 days, and if it catches the right train, it'll be here in 10 days. To avoid a wasted trip, call ahead. Great, Shan Yue said. We'll be in touch. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan saw them out, watching as they left the development zone before heading back. Wife, are you really going to do wholesale? Cheng Tianyuan asked. I'll go tidy up the second floor so you can store stock. Xue Ling replied, Summer clothes are thin. Even 100,000 pieces isn't that much. I'll keep them at the clothing shop for now. Cheng Tianyuan glanced back and said quietly, That couple isn't ordinary. They've got serious connections. Xue Ling chuckled. They've been hustling since their teens all over the country. Of course they're savvy. They know how to make money by using their South Island network and local know-how. What about your dad? Don't you need to pay a deposit for so much stock? Cheng Tianyuan asked with a smile. Xue Ling shrugged. I've only got a little over 10,000 left, not enough for a deposit. Haha. Cheng Tianyuan did the math and said quietly, At 2 or 3 yuan each, 100,000 pieces is 300,000. It was shocking when you added it up. A few yuan per piece didn't sound like much, but in bulk, it was a huge sum. He squeezed her hand, half amused, half exasperated. Good thing it's your dad. Otherwise this business wouldn't be possible. Xue Ling giggled. I don't have much ability yet, so I have to rely on my family for now. Since it's my dad, I'll take advantage where I can. Once I make money, I'll pay him back right away. Luckily, it was her own father. Otherwise, starting from scratch and making it big in one leap would be nearly impossible. Well, not exactly one leap. It was more like using a better springboard to climb higher. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, Wife, are you thinking of going into the same business as your dad? I remember your dad didn't ask you to come back and help or take over, right? When he'd gone with her to the capital for New Year, he'd heard her father urge her to stay and make her mark there, even saying the family factory would eventually need to be run by family and not to waste time in a small place. He'd felt uneasy at the time, but was relieved when Xue Ling refused. He didn't want to be apart from her, not even for a day. Since marrying her, she'd gradually become an inseparable part of his life. His family and business were all here, and the shop was just getting started. He couldn't leave to go with her. So, selfishly, he hoped she wouldn't go back to the capital. Xue Ling was briefly surprised, then shook her head. My parents are still young, and they have plenty of help. They don't need me. Even if they did, I probably wouldn't agree. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Why not? Seeing how happy he looked, Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. It's not that I think the factory is bad, or that I won't take over someday. After all, my parents built it up with their life's work. If they can't manage any more, of course I'll help. He nodded. Xue Ling continued, The reason I wouldn't agree is that I don't think a whole family should be in the same business. Cheng Tianyuan gently reminded her, The capital is far from here. Even if you started your own factory, you wouldn't be competing with your dad. No need to worry about that. Sometimes when relatives do business together, over time disagreements arise. Some end up splitting and still competing in the same field, which can hurt relationships or even turn people into rivals. It's not about competition or money, or even hurting relationships, Xue Ling explained. It's that having the whole family in one industry is risky. Clothing is a basic need, so it's hard to be eliminated. But if something ever happened to the industry and I was in it too, I'd be hit just as hard. So my main investments in the future won't be in clothing." Cheng Tianyuan was quietly amazed. His clever wife really did have bigger ambitions. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows and said softly, "I want to make the most of my dad's resources, make some quick capital, and then invest in real estate. Rongcheng is just getting started, and there's a lot of room for growth. Of course, I'll keep being a middleman, but I'll need your help." "Of course, no problem," Cheng Tianyuan agreed immediately. With Chen Min and his parents helping at the shop, he could spare the time. Cheng Tianyuan was still a little uneasy. He squeezed her hand. "Wife, we've been married almost a year, and the changes at home are honestly what you'd call earth-shattering. If you told me last year that things would be like this now, I wouldn't have dared to dream it. I'm already very content." Xue Ling raised her eyebrows. "So? So, don't put too much pressure on yourself," Cheng Tianyuan said gently. "We're still young. There are plenty of opportunities ahead, so don't rush. Take it slow." Xue Ling smiled and nodded firmly. "Don't worry, I won't stress. If I see a good opportunity, I'll go for it. If not, I'll just do some translation work and make a little money." Cheng Tianyuan smiled dotingly and said softly, "To me, even if you just do translation, you're still making big money." "Ah!" Xue Ling suddenly touched her belly and grimaced. "He kicked me. That hurt a bit." Cheng Tianyuan panicked and quickly helped her sit down. "Are you okay? Does it hurt a lot?" Xue Ling took a deep breath, then smiled and shook her head. "It's fine. It's over now." Cheng Tianyuan bent down, looked at her belly and couldn't help but gently touch it. "Baby, you can't kick Mommy, okay? Or when you come out, Daddy will spank your little butt." Xue Ling burst out laughing and rubbed his head. Cheng Tianyuan grinned, his handsome face full of happiness. For the next 10 days or so, Xue Ling kept up her translation work and went for walks morning and evening. If the weather was good and visibility high, she'd even jog along the river. Cheng Tianyuan was busy opening the shop in the mornings and could only join her for evening walks. Sometimes he'd catch up to her running by the river, her steps light, and he couldn't help but smile. 6 days ago, Xue Ling's father called to say the 100,000 summer short-sleeve shirts, 5 colors, red, green, purple, blue, and white, all sizes, were finished in 4 days, packed in 1, and already shipped to the train station. Xue Ling wrote down the shipping number, but Shan Yue and Chen Shuiyu never came back, not even a phone call, as if they'd vanished. Wiping her sweat, Xue Ling said, "Doesn't matter. I was never going to rely on just one customer as a middleman. Once the goods arrive, I'll have Hu take them to nearby towns and shops to promote, spread the address around, and then wait for customers to come." Cheng Tianyuan wasn't worried. "It's just clothes, not food. No need to worry about spoilage." "These are this year's trendy styles," Xue Ling said with a smile. "But I can't wait until next year to sell them." Cheng Tianyuan shook his head and said quietly, "It's not like the capital here. People there care about fashion and trends. Around here, people were still going hungry and cold just a few years ago. Now that life's better, as long as clothes are comfortable and look nice, that's enough." "It's fine," Xue Ling said, sharing her plan. "Worst case, I'll store some and sell them next summer, just to recoup the cost." The river breeze was strong, and she sat at the shop door enjoying it. Cheng Tianyuan poured her a glass of water and went back inside to help. The weather was hot, and at night, workers who weren't on shift would come out to cool off, walking, dating, chatting. The riverside was lively. With so many workers, business was good, especially beer at night. Sometimes they'd sell several cases in one evening. Cheng's parents handled the beer bottles, busy inside and out. Hu's mother had suffered a bit of heat stroke a few days ago, so Hu had her rest at home and got some herbal medicine for her. With one less helper, everyone else had more work, and Cheng Tianyuan had been busy in the shop, only helping Xue Ling with her translations at midday. Hu, after losing the truck, had gone back to work at his unit for now. But he wasn't one to sit still. Every evening he'd come back complaining about how sitting all day made his bones ache. He'd cook for his mother, tidy up, then come to the shop to help, drink beer, and joke with his buddies. This is what life should be. Seeing Xue Ling sitting alone, cooling off with a drink, he hurried over. Sis, I heard from Yuan you've got clothes to sell again, right? Xue Ling smiled and explained she'd only be doing wholesale from now on, not retail. Hu gave a wry smile. I was just about to help you sell clothes. I don't even want to go back to the transport department. A month in the office and my whole body aches. I'd rather go dig foundations in the mountains. Xue Ling laughed. You've been back at work a month, right? Go get your pay, then take another leave of absence? I've got a new job for you. What is it? Hu grinned. Sis, you need help? I'm your guy. Don't even need much pay. 100 a month is fine. Xue Ling shook her head, sipping her water. No salary. Huh? Hu laughed awkwardly, then said cheerfully, No salary's fine. I eat here anyway, and I can help you run errands and help out at the shop. Xue Ling shook her head again, smiling. That's not what I meant. I want you to work on commission, understand? You can take the Jeep, go to clothing shops in nearby towns and promote our short-sleeved shirts. Get them to come here for stock. She added, Your commission is a referral fee, 10 cents per shirt. But you have to tell them the minimum order is 1,000 pieces or no wholesale. Deal, Hu laughed. I knew you'd be generous. No salary's fine. Commission will be high. So confident? She teased. Hu replied, It's not confidence in myself. It's confidence in your clothes. As soon as people hear they're from the capital, everyone will rush to buy. All the young girls love city clothes. Xue Ling asked, Is your mom feeling better? Can she come help soon? Tomorrow, probably, Hu said. She's better, but I want her to rest another day or two. She's like me, can't sit still. Xue Ling smiled. They say sons take after their mothers. You and your mom really are alike. Hu grinned. My dad died when I was little. My mom raised me alone. She's open and cheerful, just not very lucky. Nonsense, Xue Ling said softly. A tough first half of life doesn't mean the second half won't be good. She has a filial son like you. She's happy. Now you've opened a shop and bought a house. She must be over the moon. Hu took a big swig of beer and wiped his mouth. It's all thanks to you, sis. Without you, there'd be no shop, no house. Xue Ling raised her glass to him, smiling. Let's toast with water. Here's to making even more money together. Big money! Hu cheered. Cheers! Early the next morning, Xue Ling got a call from the train station. The goods had arrived, 12 boxes of spring-thin shirts and 25 boxes of summer short sleeves. Hu hurried to the bus station to find friends, got 2 big trucks, and helped bring everything to the clothing shop. The unloading went smoothly. Xue Ling gave the drivers 50 win and 2 bottles of beer. Sis, that's too much, Hu said. 20 each is enough. Xue Ling replied, It's hot. Let the extra 10 be for you two to buy cigarettes and drinks. The drivers grinned and thanked her, telling Hu, Next time you've got a good job like this, remember your brothers. We'll come any time. Deal! Hu saw them out. Then the 3 of them started counting the goods. There was so much that it took more than a whole day to finish, but finally, every color and size was clearly recorded. Hu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Sis, I'm going to drive to the next county. It's still early, I can hit a few places. Clothes this nice and comfy, the department stores will definitely buy them for at least yen? Xue Ling handed him samples and explained. Tell them the wholesale price. Large sizes are 3.5, medium and small are 3. Minimum order is 1,000 pieces. Hu nodded, committing it to memory. Cheng Tianyuan, worried she'd be tired, brought over a bowl of beef noodles. Wife, have something to eat and take a break. Xue Ling was indeed hungry and started eating. Ever since I got pregnant, I always feel like I can't get enough food. I wish I could just keep eating. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. Then eat more. But not too much, Xue Ling muttered. I'm afraid if I get too fat, you won't want me anymore. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. You're still too thin, only your belly's bigger. The rest of you is the same. I'd like you even more if you were a bit plumper." "You like chubby girls?" Xue Ling teased. "Like 200 pounds? Really?" "I don't like chubby girls," Cheng Tianyuan said softly. "But I like you. No matter what you look like, I'll always like you." Xue Ling giggled. "Liar. You say you don't like chubby girls, but if I get fat, you won't like me anymore. That's what you really mean." Cheng Tianyuan laughed. "You? Even if you fell in a vat of oil, you wouldn't get fat. I'm not worried. I think you'd look even better with a little more weight." "I'd rather not," Xue Ling replied. "I need to be careful. Good nutrition is enough. If the baby gets too big, it'll hurt more when I give birth." Cheng Tianyuan, being a man, hadn't thought that far. He just wanted a big, healthy baby. Hearing her, he quickly said, "But you still need to eat. Just don't eat too much meat. You exercise a lot. Mom says the more you move, the easier the birth. Don't worry too much." Xue Ling muttered, "How can I not worry? I'm the one who'll be in pain, not you." Cheng Tianyuan looked at her with mock annoyance. "If I could take the pain for you, I'd do it in a heartbeat. Don't worry. I'll exercise with you and find you lots of fresh fruit to eat." "Okay," Xue Ling replied sweetly. Just then, the phone rang. Cheng Tianyuan got up, went to the back, and opened the box. A moment later, he called, "Wife, it's that Shan Yue couple. They want to pick up goods. They'll be at the station tomorrow morning." Xue Ling nodded. "Tell them they're welcome, and to come pick what they want." After relaying the message, Cheng Tianyuan put down the phone. Didn't expect they'd still want the goods, after all these days. Xue Ling smiled, not surprised at all. "You don't get it. They're seasoned traders, always comparing prices. They're stylish, know a bit about fashion, so they like to pick trendy styles that sell well. Around here, only the provincial capital has big clothing factories. Nowhere else can compare to the north or the capital. Plus, clothes from the north get marked up by middlemen as they move south, so by the time they get them, the price is high. They're wholesaling and retailing to South Island, so their profit margins are tight. Our stuff is from our own factory, and Dad's price for me is barely above cost, lower than anyone else's. I'm the only middleman, and the goods come straight here, so I'm the cheapest. They could try to order directly from northern factories for a better price, but they can't meet the minimum order and the risk is higher, so they'd rather come here and buy in person. It's safer." Cheng Tianyuan understood after her explanation. So they were out comparing prices, and now they're back to buy wholesale. "Exactly," Xue Ling said. "They're sharp. Let's handle them carefully. But since they want a lot, they might be our biggest customers, so we can be a bit flexible on price." Cheng Tianyuan, who started with small business, always believed in small profits and quick turnover. If Dad keeps the price low and the quantity is big, even a 1 yuan margin per piece means a lot of profit. Xue Ling nodded. "That's how middlemen make money. On volume. Dad's making winter clothes now, which have higher profit but also higher costs. Let's see how this goes. No rush." That evening, Ahu drove the Jeep back. "Sis, 2 shop owners said they want to buy. I gave them our address and phone number." Xue Ling said, "Thanks. Go wash up for dinner." Ahu's mom was back helping out, and when she saw her son come home, she called Liu Ying to set the table. Early the next morning, Shan Yue and Chen Shuiyu arrived. They looked like they'd been on the road a lot, already tanned before, now even darker. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "Want some water? Had breakfast yet?" Chen Shuiyu sniffled and said with a wry smile, "Didn't sleep on the bus last night, couldn't eat either. Just some cold water is fine." "That won't do," Xue Ling said. "Cold water on an empty stomach is bad for you." Shan Yue glared at his wife. "You're always complaining about stomach aches. Do you want more? Eat what you can, you have to take care of yourself." Chen Shuiyu grumbled. "But I can't eat. I just don't want to." Xue Ling turned to Cheng. "Go ladle 2 bowls of porridge from the kitchen and get some pickles." Shan Yue was busy looking at samples and discussing with his wife. The porridge came quickly, and Shan Yue tried to pay. "No need," Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "It's homemade. We cook extra since there are always people coming and going. It's just leftovers from breakfast. Don't mind it. Chen Shuiyu took a bite of pickles, chewed, and her appetite returned. She finished the whole bowl of porridge. Shan Yue also ate quickly. Thank you. Thank you. Xue Ling wasn't in a hurry. Take your time looking at the goods. All the samples are here. Check them carefully. Early the next morning, Xue Ling got a call from the train station. The goods had arrived. 12 boxes of spring thin shirts and 25 boxes of summer short sleeves. Ah Hu hurried to the bus station to find friends, got 2 big trucks, and helped bring everything to the clothing shop. The unloading went smoothly. Xue Ling gave the drivers 50 wien and 2 bottles of beer. Sis, that's too much, Ah Hu said. 20 each is enough. Xue Ling replied, It's hot. Let the extra 10 be for you two to buy cigarettes and drinks. The drivers grinned and thanked her, telling Ah Hu, Next time you've got a good job like this, remember your brothers. We'll come anytime. Deal. Ah Hu saw them out. Then the 3 of them started counting the goods. There was so much that it took more than a whole day to finish. But finally, every color and size was clearly recorded. Ah Hu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Sis, I'm going to drive to the next county. It's still early. I can hit a few places. Clothes this nice and comfy, the department stores will definitely buy them for at least yuan. Xue Ling handed him samples and explained, Tell them the wholesale price. Large sizes are 3.5, medium and small are 3. Minimum order is 1,000 pieces. Ah Hu nodded, committing it to memory. Cheng Tianyuan, worried she'd be tired, brought over a bowl of beef noodles. Wife, have something to eat and take a break. Xue Ling was indeed hungry and started eating. Ever since I got pregnant, I always feel like I can't get enough food. I wish I could just keep eating. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. Then eat more. But not too much, Xue Ling muttered. I'm afraid if I get too fat, you won't want me anymore. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. You're still too thin. Only your belly's bigger, the rest of you is the same. I'd like you even more if you were a bit plumper. You like chubby girls? Xue Ling teased. Like 200 pounds? Really? I don't like chubby girls, Cheng Tianyuan said softly. But I like you. No matter what you look like, I'll always like you. Xue Ling giggled. Liar, you say you don't like chubby girls, but if I get fat, you won't like me anymore. That's what you really mean. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. You? Even if you fell in a vat of oil, you wouldn't get fat. I'm not worried. I think you'd look even better with a little more weight. I'd rather not, Xue Ling replied. I need to be careful. Good nutrition is enough. If the baby gets too big, it'll hurt more when I give birth. Cheng Tianyuan, being a man, hadn't thought that far. He just wanted a big, healthy baby. Hearing her, he quickly said, But you still need to eat. Just don't eat too much meat. You exercise a lot. Mom says the more you move, the easier the birth. Don't worry too much. Xue Ling muttered, How can I not worry? I'm the one who'll be in pain, not you. Cheng Tianyuan looked at her with mock annoyance. If I could take the pain for you, I'd do it in a heartbeat. Don't worry. I'll exercise with you and find you lots of fresh fruit to eat. Okay, Xue Ling replied sweetly. Just then, the phone rang. Cheng Tianyuan got up, went to the back, and opened the box. A moment later, he called, Wife, it's that Shan Yue couple. They want to pick up goods. They'll be at the station tomorrow morning. Xue Ling nodded. Tell them they're welcome, and to come pick what they want. After relaying the message, Cheng Tianyuan put down the phone. Didn't expect they'd still want the goods after all these days. Xue Ling smiled, not surprised at all. You don't get it. They're seasoned traders, always comparing prices. They're stylish, know a bit about fashion, so they like to pick trendy styles that sell well. Around here, only the provincial capital has big clothing factories. Nowhere else can compare to the north or the capital. Plus, clothes from the north get marked up by middlemen as they move south, so by the time they get them, the price is high. They're wholesaling and retailing to South Island, so their profit margins are tight. Our stuff is from our own factory, and Dad's price for me is barely above cost, lower than anyone else's. I'm the only middleman, and the goods come straight here, so I'm the cheapest. They could try to order directly from northern factories for a better price, but they can't meet the minimum order, and the risk is higher. So they'd rather come here and buy in person. It's safer. Cheng Tianyuan understood after her explanation. So they were out comparing prices, and now they're back to buy wholesale. Exactly, Xue Ling said. They're sharp. Let's handle them carefully. But since they want a lot, they might be our biggest customers, so we can be a bit flexible on price. Cheng Tianyuan, who started with small business, always believed in small profits and quick turnover. If Dad keeps the price low and the quantity is big, even a 1 yuan margin per piece means a lot of profit. Xue Ling nodded. That's how middlemen make money. On volume. Dad's making winter clothes now, which have higher profit but also higher costs. Let's see how this goes, no rush. That evening, Ahu drove the Jeep back. Sis, 2 shop owners said they want to buy. I gave them our address and phone number. Xue Ling said, Thanks. Go wash up for dinner. Ahu's mom was back helping out, and when she saw her son come home, she called Liu Ying to set the table. Early the next morning, Shan Yue and Chen Shuiyu arrived. They looked like they'd been on the road a lot, already tanned before, now even darker. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Want some water? Had breakfast yet? Chen Shuiyu sniffled and said with a wry smile, Didn't sleep on the bus last night, couldn't eat either. Just some cold water is fine. That won't do, Xue Ling said. Cold water on an empty stomach is bad for you. Shan Yue glared at his wife. You're always complaining about stomach aches. Do you want more? Eat what you can, you have to take care of yourself. Chen Shuiyu grumbled, But I can't eat, I just don't want to. Xue Ling turned to Cheng. Go ladle 2 bowls of porridge from the kitchen and get some pickles. Shan Yue was busy looking at samples and discussing with his wife. The porridge came quickly and Shan Yue tried to pay. No need, Cheng Tianyuan smiled. It's homemade. We cook extra since there are always people coming and going. It's just leftovers from breakfast. Don't mind it. Chen Shuiyu took a bite of pickles, chewed, and her appetite returned. She finished the whole bowl of porridge. Shan Yue also ate quickly. Thank you, thank you. Xue Ling wasn't in a hurry. Take your time looking at the goods. All the samples are here, check them carefully. The Shan Yue couple, both lovers of fashion, were very satisfied after looking over the goods. Clothes from the big city really do have the best styles. But these spring-thin shirts, while the fabric is nice, have mixed sizes and random colors. They'll be hard to sell in bulk. Xue Ling smiled and explained, Like I said before, these are factory seconds. I'll sell them cheap, retail only, not wholesale. Chen Shuiyu quickly asked, Cheap? How cheap? Xue Ling replied, 4 or 5 yuan each. Spring shirts use more material, and this batch was good quality. But there weren't many, just over 3,000 pieces. It wasn't the right season, so they wouldn't sell well in the shop or outside. She planned to store them and try selling in the fall. Since her dad had given them to her, she wanted to make at least a little money, not just let them go to waste. The couple exchanged glances and signaled to each other. Xue Ling calmly kept counting and sorting, ignoring them. After a while, Chen Shuiyu spoke up. Sis, if we take a lot of summer shirts, can you give us a better deal on these autumn ones and let us have them all together? Xue Ling countered. A lot? How much is a lot? I need a real number. I'm running a small business. I have to be careful. She made her position clear up front to avoid awkwardness later. Chen Shuiyu raised her hand, spreading all 5 fingers. 50,000, 30,000 small, 20,000 large. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows in surprise, secretly delighted. Clearly, her stock was very attractive to them, and her price was lower than other middlemen. Otherwise, they wouldn't have jumped from 20,000 to 50,000. Since that was the case, she needed to protect her other interests as much as possible. Summer short sleeves use less fabric. The long sleeves are seconds, but if you look closely, aside from minor flaws, they're perfectly wearable. Shan Yue said, But they do have flaws. If someone's picky, they might not want them. Sis, this is our first deal. If we get along, we'll definitely come back. Xue Ling chuckled. To me, making friends and business partners is more important than just one deal. In that case, give us a half gift, half sale. Chen Shuiyu jumped in, seeing Xue Ling soften. Xue Ling laughed. But I can't sell at a loss. Shipping these from the north costs several hundred yuan alone. Even though her dad had covered the cost, she could use it as an excuse. Shan Yue, more impatient, pressed, So how much can you lower the price? Xue Ling asked, How many autumn shirts do you want? There aren't many, just over 3,600. All of them, Shan Yue replied. People in the mountains love thin long sleeves. They keep off mosquitoes and it's damp and cool in the mornings and evenings. All of them? Xue Ling thought for a moment. If I sold them retail, I could get 7 or 8 yuan each. Since you're so sincere, I'll do 4 yuan. That's the absolute lowest. I can't go any lower. Still a bit high, Chen Shuiyu bargained. Can't you do 3.5? Or even 3? Xue Ling lowered her voice. Yesterday my husband's friend wanted to buy the whole batch, said he'd pay 4 or 5 each. He said department stores sell them for 10, he'd sell for 7, and make 2 yuan per piece, over 7,000 for the lot. She waved her hand. You two should just take the short sleeves. I haven't agreed to sell yet, but since he's my husband's friend, I have to consider first come, first served. No way, Chen Shuiyu protested. We came 20 days ago. If it's first come, first served, it should be us. Xue Ling smiled gently. 4 yuan is already a half gift, half sale. The couple kept trying to bargain, but Xue Ling just smiled and calmly deflected every attempt, leaving them no room to push further. All right, 4 it is, Shan Yue finally agreed. Xue Ling said, The goods are all here. How do you want to ship them? Rongcheng has a train station and a small dock. The dock, Shan Yue said. There's no train to our place yet. If we use the train, we'd have to transfer to a boat anyway. Better to ship by boat from the start. Xue Ling nodded. Do you know anyone at the dock? If not, my husband can help you make arrangements. Great. Can you get us a better price? Chen Shuiyu asked. Xue Ling explained. My husband knows some of the dock workers. He'll help you get the best deal. We're all friends here, and friends help each other. Thanks, Shan Yue said. Xue Ling reminded them, You can go check now. Once you've confirmed the shipping and the boat, we can load up any time. As soon as you pay, the goods are yours. The couple discussed quietly for a moment. Sis, where's the bank here? I'll go to the dock with your husband, and my husband will go to the bank for the money. He's a man, so it's safer for him to handle cash. All right, Xue Ling said. We have a car, so we can drive him to the bank. Much faster that way. Shan Yue thanked her. Let's tally up and check the goods, then settle up and load. Of course. Xue Ling called Cheng Tianyuan to help. Hu happened to be there and came over to help. Sis, lots of people want to buy. Save some for them. Don't sell it all at once. Chen Shuiyu piped up. What's there to worry about? We're only taking half. There's plenty left. We came first, so we get first pick. Hu and Xue Ling just smiled. With more hands, the goods were quickly counted and bundled. 50,000 pieces done in no time. Xue Ling wrote up the invoice and explained. Large sizes are 3.5 each. 20,000 is 70,000 yuan. Small sizes are 3 each. 30,000 is 90,000. The 3,600 long sleeves plus a few extras as a gift. So just count 3,600 at 4 each. That's 14,400. Chen Shuiyu, sharp as ever, said, Sis, just round off the 400. We're buying so much, don't bother with the small change. Xue Ling refused. My brother's helping you find a truck, and my husband's helping with the boat. We need to cover travel and driver fees. Those 400 will help with that. You can help with the truck too? Shan Yue asked. Xue Ling nodded. Shan Yue, being decisive, agreed quickly. All right. We don't know anyone here, so finding a hauler is a hassle. If you help, then don't round off. Xue Ling stood up and made arrangements. Yuenge, you and Shuiyu go to the dock. Hu, you come with me and Shan Yue to the bank. We'll split up and get it done. Hu drove, with Shan Yue and Xue Ling in the back seat. Hu was a straightforward guy. He'd traveled all over when he was younger, and when he heard Shan Yue's surname, he quickly guessed he was from an ethnic minority. "I've been to South Island. There are huge stretches of tropical rainforest, beautiful but dangerous. I really admire you folks walking through the jungle like it's flat ground." Shan Yue laughed. "We all grew up there, so it's natural. If you lived there for a few years, you'd get used to it too. People can adapt to any environment if they stay long enough." Xue Ling and Hu chatted with him and soon had a good sense of his background. Shan Yue said quietly, "My wife and I have been hustling outside for over 10 years and finally saved a bit of money. You can't just rely on working for others. You'll never get rich that way. The economy on South Island is booming now, so we have to seize the chance to make money. Every deal can bring in 20 or 30,000, though it's tiring running around, but the money's good." Hu laughed. "So you're a big shot after all?" At the bank, Shan Yue took out his passbook to withdraw money. The staff were startled by such a big transaction and quickly called the manager. The manager opened the safe and took out 200,000 yuan. Shan Yue withdrew 180,000, then handed Xue Ling 174,400. Xue Ling gave him the invoice and had Hu drive her to the post office to wire the money. She sent 170,000 to her father, then called him from the post office. "Dad, here's 170,000 up front. I'll pay the other 30,000 once I've earned it." Her father was surprised. He hadn't expected her to pay back so much so soon, but he just smiled and didn't say much. "You're still pregnant. Don't run around too much. Take care of yourself." "Yes, Dad." After that, Hu helped arrange a truck to move the boxes from the clothing shop to the dock. Cheng Tianyuan had worked part-time at the dock before and knew several of the captains well. When they saw him dressed up, they offered him cigarettes and joked about him striking it rich and not coming to haul cargo anymore. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. "I opened a little shop with friends, so I haven't had time to come by." "Wow, so you're a big boss now." "Where's your shop? We'll come check it out. From now on, we'll call you Boss Yuan." Cheng Tianyuan didn't have time to joke around. He explained he had a shipment going to South Island and asked if anyone could take the job. Chen Shuiyu, experienced as ever, said, "From here to South Island, if the weather's good, it's a 10-day round trip. I want a fast boat. The faster, the better. Price is negotiable." Everyone was happy to get business. Soon, Chen Shuiyu picked a small cargo boat and negotiated the price. "We can leave any time," the captain said. "Just me and 2 crew all living on the boat, ready to go." "We'll bring the goods over now," said Chen Shuiyu. With Hu's driver friends helping, the goods arrived at the dock in half an hour. Box by box, everything was loaded into the hold in minutes. The whole process went so smoothly that Shan Yue and his wife were surprised. "Usually it takes us 2 or 3 days, checking goods, finding trucks and boats. It's never this quick. I can't believe we're ready to sail back to South Island in less than a day." Xue Ling shook hands with them, smiling. "Time is money in business. We try to make things as convenient as possible. Here's to a great partnership." The couple shook her hand warmly. "It's been a pleasure. If sales go well, we'll be in touch. There's a phone at home. We'll call you." "Great," Xue Ling smiled. "Safe travels." The boat slowly pulled away and soon disappeared down the river. Hu drove them back, chatting and laughing along the way. "Sis, half the stock is gone in a flash. You can order more. There's still plenty of space on the second floor, enough for tens of thousands more pieces." Xue Ling laughed. "Clothes are seasonal. I can't stock up recklessly. Let's see how things go. If more orders come in, I'll restock then." Cheng Tianyuan agreed. This time, it was just that couple's big order. Otherwise, we couldn't have sold so much at once. Better to take it slow. It was just the beginning. No need to rush. She didn't have much cash on hand and couldn't take big risks, plus she was pregnant and needed to focus on her health. Hu said, "I went back to the transport department yesterday to arrange another leave and picked up last month's 160 yuan salary. Man, a month in the office and my whole body aches. My mom says I'm just not cut out for easy jobs, calls me unlucky." Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh. As they pulled up to the clothing shop, they saw Chen Min waiting with 2 men. "Sis, These two are technicians from the factory. They saw your rental notice and want to rent 2 apartments. Xue Ling quickly invited them in. All the apartments are at Wangjiang Garden. My husband can show you around. If you like them, you can move in any time. Just so you know, they're all newly renovated and never lived in, but you'll need to bring your own furniture. Rent is paid every 6 months with 1 month's deposit. If you ever need a little extra time, just let me know. I'm easygoing. My only rule is to keep things clean and not disturb the neighbors. The 2 men were well-spoken and quickly agreed. Cheng Tianyuan grabbed a big ring of keys. There are lots of units. You can pick. Prices are posted, so you know what to expect. So many keys? You own that many apartments? Cheng Tianyuan smiled. All bought by my wife. 30 in total. Let's go, I'll drive you over. There are security guards at the gate, so it's very safe. The 2 men exchanged glances full of admiration. Brother, did you say 30 apartments? All bought by your wife? Yep, Cheng Tianyuan said honestly. She's very capable and a great earner. Why can't I find a wife like that? Mine just calls all day asking me to send money home for the kids and her parents and nags me to rent a place so she and the kids can move here. Mine's the same. The kids in school, there's no housework, and she spends all day playing mahjong with the neighbors, never thinks about making money to help out. Cheng Tianyuan didn't see it that way. As he drove, he said, It's a man's job to support his family. My wife is just especially independent and capable. Not everyone's like that. Come on, brother, tell us. Having such a capable wife, do you feel a lot of pressure? Cheng Tianyuan gripped the steering wheel and chuckled softly. Why would I feel pressured? My wife may be capable, but she's gentle and kind. She discusses everything with me, helps me care for my parents, and is carrying our child. With a wife like this, how could I feel any pressure? No, big brother. You misunderstood us. The young man with the short beard explained. Men are prideful by nature. With such a capable wife, does it hurt your pride? Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. Husband and wife are one. She contributes to the family and so do I. If the family is doing well, I have plenty of pride. If I insisted on saving face and kept my wife in the countryside raising chickens and ducks, farming a few acres and living off my 100 yuan salary, what would be the point? My wife isn't an ordinary rural woman. She's educated and knowledgeable. If I kept her in the village, she'd be unhappy, and it would be a waste of her talents. She's more capable than me, and everyone around us knows it. I'm proud of her. In my view, a man's pride doesn't come from being better than his wife, but from being upright and capable. If one day my wife stops earning and relies on me, I'd be happy to support her, but I wouldn't feel especially proud. Pride comes from your own ability to compete with others, not from competing with your wife. He wasn't the most eloquent, and his words were a bit jumbled, but he made his point. The 2 educated men in the back both laughed. Big brother, you're a man of real insight. Cheng Tianyuan just smiled and said no more. The apartment viewing went smoothly. They quickly decided which units to rent and arranged to come back in a few days to sign the contract and pay the deposit and rent. That night, Xue Ling wrote up several simple rental agreements, checked them twice, and handed them to Cheng Tianyuan. Yuenge, I'll leave the rentals to you. You keep all the keys. Hu and I will be busy with the clothing wholesale and probably won't have time, so it's best you handle it all. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Xue Ling added, Tomorrow morning, go into town and find a locksmith. Get a duplicate set of keys for each apartment for us to keep. Label them with white tape and write the building and unit number clearly. Cheng Tianyuan praised, Great idea. After a long day, the 2 went to bed early. The next morning, Hu brought 2 plump women over to pick up goods. They both ran clothing shops in the neighboring county, decent-sized stores with good business. We used to go to the provincial capital for stock. With the travel and shopping, it could take 3 or 4 days. If we can get good, cheap stock here, of course we'll go wherever's closer and more convenient. Xue Ling poured them water. The 2 women chatted endlessly, picking through the clothes, complaining about this and that, and after half a day finally settled on sizes and colors. Xue Ling remained calm and patient throughout. Hu, on the other hand, got a headache from their chatter and hid in the shop. In the end, the 2 women took 3,000 pieces, paid over 10,000 yuan, and got their invoice. Xue Ling had Ah Hu drive them back. The goods just barely fit in the jeep. When Ah Hu returned, Xue Ling gave him 300 yuan from the sale. "This is your referral fee." Ah Hu scratched his head, embarrassed. "Sis, all I did was bring them here and drive them back. Didn't do much." "You earned it," Xue Ling said. "Keep bringing people. No matter how much they buy, you get 10 cents per piece." Ah Hu was thrilled with his first commission. "Sis, I'll go to another county tomorrow. Right away." Business people are all connected. And as more people came for stock, many small shop owners heard the news and came too. Some couldn't afford a 1,000-piece minimum, so they teamed up with friends to buy together. Xue Ling was a very reasonable wholesaler. Any quality issues could be exchanged at any time, with the only rule being no credit, cash and carry only. Of course, with more people came more trouble. Occasionally, someone tried to take advantage or cause a scene, but Xue Ling was generous and let them have a little benefit, never fussing over small losses. Luckily, Ah Hu was big and burly, so most people were instinctively wary of him and didn't dare try anything sneaky or go too far. Half a month later, there were only about 10,000 pieces left in the shop, with mixed colors and sizes, and sales slowed down. Xue Ling wasn't greedy. She cut the price of large sizes by 50 cents to 3 yuan and small sizes to 2.5, and even offered delivery. People love a bargain, so many were happy to buy. Some shopkeepers who sold out quickly came back for more, and when they saw the leftovers were cheap, they snapped them up. 20 days later, all the stock was gone. In the blink of an eye, it was almost the 8th lunar month, and Xue Ling's belly had grown even bigger. 8 months along, just over a month to go before the baby arrived. Xue Ling wired the remaining 30,000 to her father, then counted up what was left. After paying Ah Hu's referral fees, she'd made over 120,000 yuan. That batch of long sleeves brought in over 10,000. Even though the profit per piece was small, the volume made up for it. She deposited the money in the bank, and with the previous 10,000 plus, she now had over 140,000 saved. Ah Hu had earned several thousand and was in high spirits every day. "Mom, I'm going to buy a little 3-wheeled truck. I can help Sis move goods and give people rides. I checked, it's just over 7,000. His mother refused, shaking her head. "Money's hard to come by. You should save it to get married, not buy a truck." "No way." Ah Hu pleaded for days, but she wouldn't budge. He was a filial son and didn't dare go against her, so he asked Xue Ling for help. Xue Ling, heavily pregnant, went to talk to his mother. Soon she agreed. Ah Hu grumbled. "I begged her for days and she wouldn't agree. Sis, did you put a spell on my mom? Ha ha." Xue Ling raised her eyebrows. Just 2 sentences and she agreed. "What did you say?" "I said, I'm going to keep doing this business. If you have a 3-wheeler, you'll earn even more. Just the delivery fees will add up." She agreed right away and told you to buy it so you wouldn't miss my business. Ah Hu rolled his eyes, then burst out laughing. "Mom, I'll listen to you. I'll go to the provincial capital tomorrow. When I get back, I'll take you for a ride by the river." Cheng Tianyuan hurried over to support Xue Ling. "Wife, don't stand too long. Sit down." The doctor said her baby was sitting a bit low, so she shouldn't move around too much to avoid early labor. Liu Ying didn't think it was a problem, reassuring Xue Ling that the lower the baby's head, the easier the birth. But Xue Ling listened to the doctor and tried to rest as much as possible. Just then, the phone rang. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, "I'll get it. You walk over slowly." He helped her up, then hurried inside. As Xue Ling made her way to the door, she heard him call out, "Wife, it's Shan Yue. He says he wants another 70,000 short-sleeved shirts." It turned out that after the Shan Yu couple transported the clothes to the southern island, they sold out very quickly. The weather there is hot all year round, so light shirts and short-sleeved clothes are very popular. Shan Yu emphasized, "Send another 70,000 pieces, half in small sizes, half in large." Xue Ling, however, was a bit troubled and explained, 70,000 is a bit hard to arrange. The factory's minimum order is 100,000 pieces. I'll have to discuss it with my dad and see if he agrees." Shan Yu said, "Just keep 30,000 for your own wholesale. I'm sure I'm not your only customer, right?" You're not, but over here the season is already changing, Xue Ling explained. It's already August, which is autumn here. When the wind picks up in the mornings and evenings, sometimes you need to wear a light shirt. There's no market for short sleeves here anymore. Well, just ask anyway, Shanyu replied. My wife and I recently bought a batch of betel nuts to sell, so we don't have that much cash on hand. For now, we can only order 70,000 pieces. Xue Ling thought for a moment and replied, Call me again in the evening. I'll give you a definite answer then. Okay, Shanyu said, and hung up. Xue Ling put down the receiver and shifted to a more comfortable position. Her belly was getting bigger and bigger. If she sat for too long, she'd feel uncomfortable all over. She couldn't say exactly where, but she just had to get up and move around and she'd feel much better. Cheng Tianyuan noticed and hurried over to help her sit properly. What's wrong? Is the baby kicking again? Xue Ling chuckled softly. No, probably asleep now, being very good. Cheng Tianyuan smiled too, his strong face softened with fatherly affection. I bet it's a girl. As the months went by, everyone, her in-laws, Chen Min, Ah Hu, and the others, kept guessing whether this baby would be a boy or a girl. Everyone was busy during the day, but at mealtimes they'd joke and chat. Lately, several people had bet this one would be a boy, even putting 10 ween on it. Xue Ling smiled sweetly. Boy or girl, it's our little treasure either way. Cheng Tianyuan asked, Want some green apple? Yes, Xue Ling swallowed, replying softly, A slightly tart fruit is especially nice to eat. Since getting pregnant, she'd been eating a lot of vegetables and grains but very little meat. Except for a bit of fresh pork and beef, she didn't eat anything else. The doctor said the baby's size was right on track, praised her for not gaining too much weight, and told her to keep walking and exercising, not to just lie around because her belly was big. But half a month ago, the doctor said the baby had dropped a bit early, so she needed to sit more and not move around too much. She still ate lots of fruits and vegetables, careful not to eat anything she shouldn't. Cheng Tianyuan quickly went to the other side, washed a green apple, and brought it over. After eating, Xue Ling shifted to another comfortable position and called her dad. After listening, her dad explained, We've been rushing winter orders lately, so it might not be possible, but there's still fabric in the warehouse, enough for several tens of thousands of pieces, just might have to wait a bit. How long would that be? Xue Ling asked. Her dad thought for a moment and said, In 5 days, a batch of winter orders will be done. I'll have the workers do some overtime for you and try to get it done in 2 days. Xue Ling asked, Half large, half small, 70,000 in total. Can you manage? Is there enough fabric? There should be enough for over 80,000, her dad said. We'll make them all at once so the fabric doesn't go out of style by next year. If there are extras, sell them if you can, or just keep them for now. Xue Ling agreed readily. Then please hurry, Dad, and ship them as soon as possible. All right, her dad said. At most, a little over a week. On the southern island, people wear short sleeves all year, so there's no rush about the season. At that moment, Xue Ling's mom grabbed the phone. Ling Ling, how big is your belly now? Are you uncomfortable? You must be due soon, right? Xue Ling answered each question, unable to resist acting a little spoiled with her mom. Just over a month to go, probably early September. Her mom was both happy and worried and said softly, The factory here is still busy with winter orders, probably for another month. There are no spring orders yet for next year, so the factory will probably have to stop for a while. I've already discussed it with your dad. No matter how busy the factory is, I'm coming to Rongcheng to take care of you during your confinement. A child is always a piece of their mother's heart. Xue Ling hadn't understood this before becoming a mother herself. Now, as a mother-to-be, she could feel the little baby growing inside her, day by day, connected to her heartbeat and breath. That feeling, it was just so subtle and wonderful. Hearing her mom say this, Xue Ling's eyes grew a little moist. Mom? If you're too busy, just stay and help Dad. I have enough help here, don't worry. Her mom huffed affectionately. No matter how busy I am, I'm still coming. If he wants to make money, let him do it himself. There's always money to be made, but this is my first grandchild. Your dad's factory hasn't had a day off since the start of the year, sometimes even working overtime at night. He can't leave, but I can." Xue Ling felt warm inside and laughed softly. "All right then. We'll be moving into the new house in a few days. It's spacious, 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. You and Dad will have plenty of room to stay." "Good," her mom said happily. "A few days ago, I bought a whole bunch of little clothes for the baby. I'll bring them all over so the little one will be nice and warm." "Ah," Xue Ling exclaimed, suddenly realizing she hadn't prepared anything herself. "Mom, what do I need to get ready?" Her mom thought for a moment and replied, "Prepare some thin blankets and some things for the baby. The most important thing is to get everything you'll need for your confinement washed and aired out. Also, you'll need some supplements for your recovery." She quickly added, "I'll help you get all that ready and bring it over. I've given birth to you and taken care of your 2 cousins during their confinement. I have experience." Xue Ling shook her head. "No need, Mom. It's too much trouble for you to bring so much stuff by yourself." "Don't worry," her mom replied. "I'll fly over and let Ayuan drive to the airport to pick me up. Easy." "That works," Xue Ling said. "It's only a 3-hour drive from here to the provincial capital." Mother and daughter chatted for a while longer before hanging up. In the evening, Shan Yu called right on time. Xue Ling told him the goods would arrive in about 10 days and asked if that was acceptable. Shan Yu replied, "It's a bit late, but my wife and I still need to sell off our betel nuts, so we won't be able to come over these next few days anyway. It takes several days by boat, too." "All right, it's settled." Xue Ling laughed. "Then it's settled." After hanging up, she strolled leisurely at the doorway. There were still rental ads posted at the entrance of Dajale. So far, 10 units had been rented out, mostly to technicians and workers from the development zone. Yesterday, Boss Liao called to say a few people wanted to buy her houses, offering 70 yuan per square meter. But she couldn't bear to sell, saying she wasn't in a hurry for money and didn't want to sell yet. Those people ended up renting 3 units instead, with Brother Yuan handling the contracts. When the rental ads were posted, her parents-in-law were both shocked. They'd already thought it was astonishing when she bought 2 large apartments. Who could have guessed she'd buy 30 units in one go? Something they couldn't even imagine. Her father-in-law, Cheng Muhai, rushed out in a panic, his voice trembling as he asked, "Ling, why did you buy so many houses? Where did you get all that money? Did you borrow it?" Liu Ying was dazed, her face blank, unable to react for a long time. Xue Ling found it funny and quickly replied, "No need to borrow money. It's all from the savings I made selling clothes before. I still have money left over. I didn't spend it all on houses." "Then, why did you buy so many houses? To rent them out and make money?" Cheng Muhai asked. Xue Ling answered honestly, "Yes, it's to make money. Dad, Mom, a family needs a stable source of income. I'll keep investing in business to earn more, but Brother Yuan relies on this shop. Investments have risks, and so does business." "That's true! That's true!" Cheng Muhai nodded in agreement. Xue Ling continued, "There are quite a few people in our family. The elders will get older, and there will be children in the future. To make sure everyone in our family is provided for, we need a stable income. Only with steady income every day and every month can we make sure our family isn't threatened by risks." Liu Ying didn't say much, just smiled. "Well, that's good. That's very good." Cheng Muhai soon understood and smiled as well. "Ling, you really think long-term. That's great. If something happens to us old folks, at worst we're gone. But it's different for the kids. We have to make sure they grow up well, can go to good schools, and get good medical care if they're sick. This steady income is a good thing." Ahu's mom, who was listening nearby, laughed and said, "Of course it's a good thing. My son could only buy 1 apartment, and I was so happy I couldn't sleep for several nights. You bought 30, and they're still asking questions. You should be clapping and cheering and be happy." Everyone laughed. As more and more apartments were rented out, the rental income started to accumulate. Yesterday, Brother Yuan said that the rent had already reached several thousand, and he'd deposited it all into the bank account. Xue Ling didn't think much of it, just reminded him to keep an eye on things. She strolled slowly at the shop entrance, enjoying the cool river breeze, feeling content as she gently stroked her belly. Her mother-in-law, Liu Ying, came out and asked kindly, "Ling, are you hungry? The pancakes on the stove are almost ready. I'll bring you a few to snack on first." "Okay. Thanks, Mom," Xue Ling replied with a smile. Just then, Father Cheng came out carrying a box of empty beer bottles. "Ling, your mom and I were just discussing whether to go back to our hometown for Mid-Autumn Festival. Since you're here, we wanted to ask your opinion." Xue Ling smiled and asked, "Do you and Mom want to go back?" "I was thinking of going back to tidy up the house," Liu Ying explained. "We only went back once for Qingming, and it's been almost half a year." "All right," Xue Ling said. "Let's do as you wish. We'll drive back, tidy up the house, and come back in the evening. We have a car, so it's very convenient." "See?" Liu Ying said happily to Cheng Muhai in a low voice. "I told you Ling Ling would agree." Cheng Muhai smiled too and went back to his work. Cheng Tianyuan came out of the kitchen with a pancake, the aroma wafting and steam rising. "Wife, I made this one. Try it." Xue Ling took it and took a bite, but it was so hot she quickly pulled her mouth away. "It's too hot." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. "Let it cool a bit before eating." Xue Ling told him about her parents-in-law's plan, saying that Mid-Autumn Festival was just over a week away, and maybe they could close the shop for a day, go back to the old home, and make the elders happy. Cheng Tianyuan hesitated. "We're moving to the new house in a couple of days. I'm afraid we'll be too busy." Both apartments had been renovated over a month ago, but Xue Ling insisted on airing them out to avoid construction material fumes, so they waited a while before moving in. The wind by the river was strong, and with the windows open, the air had cleared out any smells. He and Ahu had been going over to clean whenever they had time, and it was almost done. "No worries," Xue Ling explained. "Other than clothes, we don't need to move much. The furniture and daily necessities over there are all new, so we can move in any time. If the weather's bad or we're too busy, we can stay here for the night, no need to run back and forth." Cheng Tianyuan was always frugal and hadn't wanted to buy too much, but hearing her say this, he agreed. "All right, I'll get things ready." Since they ran a shop, they didn't lack daily necessities. They'd just prepare a couple of extra sets when restocking. If anything was missing after moving, they could add it later. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. "You and Ahu have been cleaning these past few days. Tired?" Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "It's not hard work, not tiring. After Lu finished the renovations, he already cleaned once. It's just that after airing out, there's a bit of dust." Xue Ling quickly finished the pancake and licked her lips. "It's so good. I want more." Cheng Tianyuan laughed dotingly. "I'll go make a couple more." "I'll go with you," Xue Ling said, holding his arm. "I want to watch you cook. I haven't seen you in the kitchen for a long time." He laughed softly. "You like watching?" "Of course," Xue Ling replied sweetly. Hand in hand, the two were about to head to the kitchen. "Brother, sister-in-law," a voice called from behind, so soft and quiet that if it hadn't been so still around, they wouldn't have heard it. Cheng Tianyuan paused, turning his head. A few meters away stood a tall, thin, dark-skinned young woman, looking nervous with a pale, skinny man beside her, smiling ingratiatingly. Cheng Tianyuan frowned, momentarily stunned. But Xue Ling, sharp-eyed, immediately recognized the woman as her sister-in-law and the man beside her as Lin Kong. After a few months apart, her sister-in-law Cheng Tianfang had grown much taller. She used to be fair and chubby, but now she was thin and dark, her hair cut short, messy and yellowed, tangled into a wild mop. Her clothes were dirty with 2 holes, and she wore a pair of worn-out plastic sandals. Lin Kong still had that pale, delicate look, but he was much more down and out than before, no longer scholarly, but with a bit of a slovenly, roguish air. His clothes were barely presentable. When he saw them looking over, he quickly waved enthusiastically. "Big brother, sister-in-law." Cheng Tianyuan's face darkened, glaring coldly at Lin Kong, Then at his own sister. Cheng Tianyuan kept her head down, eyes red. Xue Ling tugged her husband's sleeve and whispered, "Let's see what's going on first. Don't just get angry." She waved to her sister-in-law and called, "Ah Fang, you're back? Dad and Mom are inside." Cheng Tianyuan swallowed, tears streaming down her face. Lin Kong smiled and hurried over, pulling her along. "Big brother, sister-in-law, we came here especially to see you." He pulled Cheng Tianyuan along, grinning as he walked over, his eyes darting around nervously. Cheng Tianyuan's face was cold as he said in a low voice, "Who are you calling big brother and sister-in-law? Don't call us that." Lin Kong looked embarrassed and tried to smile ingratiatingly. I really love Ah Fang. You're her brother, so you'll be my brother too." Cheng Tianyuan just kept crying, glancing timidly at Cheng Tianyuan, not daring to speak. Xue Ling quickly called toward the back of the shop, "Dad, Mom, come here." Liu Ying was busy in the kitchen. Hearing the shout, she was startled, hurriedly tossed the spatula to Ahu's mom, and rushed out in a panic. "What's wrong? Lingling, is your stomach hurting?" Xue Ling went to meet her, quietly pointing at Cheng Tianyuan. "Mom, no. It's just that little sister-in-law is back." Liu Ying froze, staring at Cheng Tianyuan. Cheng Muhai was tidying up in the warehouse. Hearing the commotion, he hurried out and was stunned as well. Lin Kong shrank back nervously, tugging at Cheng Tianyuan. "Quick, greet them!" Cheng Tianyuan bit her lip, tears streaming down, and finally choked out, "Dad! Mom!" Cheng Muhai strode forward and with a loud smack, slapped her hard across the face. "Wah! Whoa!" Cheng Tianyuan burst into loud sobs. Cheng Tianyuan quickly stepped in to stop his father from hitting her again. The old man had worked hard all his life and had a strong hand. That one slap had already left her face swollen. Another might have drawn blood. Liu Ying was crying too, hitting her daughter's arm. "You stupid girl! How could you be so foolish? Do you know how hard it was to raise you? Was it easy? And this is how you treat us? How could you do this to your dad and me?" Cheng Tianyuan collapsed to the floor, not dodging or resisting, just crying. Xue Ling pulled Liu Ying back, trying to calm her. "Mom, don't hit her. Whatever it is, let's talk inside. The workers are about to get off work. If people see this, it won't look good." Chen Min and Chen Lan had come out too, both stunned by the scene. Chen Min was the first to react, helping Cheng Tianyuan up. "Uncle, Auntie, it's good that Afang is back. Let's talk things through slowly." Cheng Tianyuan echoed in a low voice, "Dad, Mom, let's all go to the back." Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying, still angry, walked to the back. Chen Min shot Lin Kong a look. Lin Kong, pale with fear, hurriedly helped Cheng Tianyuan and followed. Xue Ling, holding her pregnant belly, said to Chen Min, "I'll leave things here to you two for now." Chen Min nodded. Xue Ling walked slowly, and as she passed by, she saw Cheng Tianyuan kneeling in front of her parents, crying her heart out. Lin Kong was speaking softly beside her. "Please don't be angry. Afang and I truly love each other. I'll treat her well and be a good son-in-law to you both." Cheng Tianyuan snorted coldly. "You gambled away your own house, can't even support your own mother, so how are you going to take care of my sister? You can't even take care of yourself, can you?" Lin Kong blushed, stammering, "That's not true." Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying sat on the small sofa, both silent and grim-faced. Xue Ling found a clean towel and handed it to Cheng Tianyuan. "Where did you go, little sister? Do you know how hard everyone's been looking for you? We put out missing person ads several times, even asked people in the capital to help. Mom and Dad have been so worried. Why didn't you send even a letter or a message? Explain to your parents." Cheng Tianyuan took the towel, sobbing as she wiped her face. I was wrong. Dad, Mom, please forgive me. I was confused and just left with him. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I regret it so much." Cheng Tianyuan's face was stern as he asked, "Where did you go with him? If he's so great, why did you come back?" Cheng Tianyuan whimpered. "At first we went to the capital, but life was really hard. In the spring we moved around a few places, and in April we came back to Rongcheng." Xue Ling was surprised and exchanged a glance with Cheng Tianyuan, so she'd been back for quite a while already. Cheng Tianyuan remembered seeing a shadow outside the shop a while ago and couldn't help but ask, "You already found us, didn't you? That day at noon I saw someone outside the shop. That was you, wasn't it?" "Yes," Cheng Tianfang choked. "I secretly went to Songming Road to look for you, but you weren't there. Then we went back to Chengjia village and heard from the villagers that you'd opened a shop in the development zone by the river. So I came here. But I didn't dare see you. I just left quickly." Cheng Tianyuan took a deep breath, so angry his liver hurt. Their family hadn't been well off before, but their parents had always doted on their youngest daughter. She wasn't spoiled, but she'd been raised with care. She'd always been fair and chubby, and the best food always went to her. She'd never been this thin or dark before. Now she was so haggard, even her own brother barely recognized her. He felt she'd brought this on herself, but also felt heartbroken and helpless, so angry he almost wanted to hit someone. He impulsively turned and grabbed Lin Kong by the collar, lifting him easily off the ground. "It's all your fault! You lured my sister away and didn't even give her a good life. If you can't take care of her, what right did you have to trick her into leaving? Are you even a man?" Cheng Tianyuan was tall and strong from years of work, the kind who looks slim in clothes but is muscular underneath. Lin Kong was as weak as a bean sprout. Being lifted like that, he was terrified, trembling and shouting, "Spare me, I won't do it again, I won't." Cheng Tianfang panicked, jumping up to grab her brother's arm. "Big brother, let him go! Please, I'm begging you, let him go!" Cheng Tianyuan saw how pathetic Lin Kong looked and felt it wasn't even worth hitting him, so he tossed him to the ground. "Ah!" Lin Kong was dizzy, hiding behind Cheng Tianfang, too scared to speak. Cheng Tianfang sobbed, "Big brother, Dad, Mom, please forgive me. I know I was wrong, I really do. But I don't know what else to do. I can only beg for your forgiveness. Woo." Cheng Muhai said coldly, "Forgive you? After you did something so disgraceful, shaming our family, how can we forgive you? You even stole money from home, from your sister-in-law. How old are you? Do you have any sense at all?" I didn't think it through." Cheng Tianfang shrank back. "I was really confused at the time, so I took the money and left with him." Liu Ying sniffled and demanded, "What's going on with you two now? What about his family? What have you gotten from following him? Explain it clearly." Cheng Tianfang looked anxiously at Lin Kong, who finally came to his senses. I've already married Afang. When she's old enough, we'll register our marriage." Liu Ying asked sternly, "Married? How? Just because you say so?" Lin Kong blushed and mumbled, I have nothing now, but it'll be different in the future. My mom already knows Afang is with me and she's agreed." Xue Ling quietly tugged Cheng Tianyuan's sleeve and whispered, "Don't worry about him for now. Get him out of here first, then ask your sister how she's really been. If you can persuade her to leave him, that's the best outcome. Making a mistake for a while isn't the end of the world, but wasting a whole life is." After hearing this, Cheng Tianyuan also felt it made sense. His sister was not even 17 yet. Her life was still ahead of her. If she stayed with a useless man who lazed around, only cared about pleasure and gambling, her whole life would truly be ruined, but she was still young. If she could break away from this man, her life might start over. She could find a good man and live a steady life. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. "Lin Kong, you're not welcome here. Leave." As soon as he said this, Lin Kong jumped in fright and quickly tugged at Cheng Tianfang's hand. "Afang, I can't leave you!" Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying exchanged a glance, secretly signaling their son. Their daughter had already gone with this man. If they drove him away, who would she rely on in the future? In their minds, once a woman followed a man, she couldn't just get divorced so easily. Her reputation was already ruined. If this man left, who else would marry her? Who would want her? Cheng Tianfang panicked and pleaded, "Big brother, don't drive him away. We have nowhere else to go." "Nowhere to go?" Cheng Tianyuan asked. "Where were you staying before? Didn't his house get repossessed by creditors? Did you get it back?" Lin Kong's face turned red with embarrassment. Not yet. We were renting a small place near the station, but the lease is up. Cheng Tianyuan clung to Liu Ying's leg, begging, Mom, please forgive me. Let us stay for now, okay? No matter how bad he is, he's the one I chose. Xue Ling said seriously, You know he's bad, yet you still want to stay with him. Little sister, you've been with him for almost a year. Has he given you anything? A stable life? A steady income? Has he? I... Cheng Tianyuan stammered. Lin Kong quickly raised 3 fingers, swearing, I swear I'll treat Ah Feng really, really well. She's my wife. I'll love her and cherish her. I'm just down on my luck right now, but once I get back on my feet, I'll give her the best life. The most expensive gifts, the prettiest clothes. Don't worry, I won't let Ah Feng down. Xue Ling rolled her eyes inwardly, scoffing to herself. Trust him? She'd sooner trust a dog. At least a dog knows gratitude and loyalty and will guard the house. But this man had always relied on sweet talk to get by, lazy and addicted to gambling. She'd seen through him long ago and would never believe him. Cheng Muhai was silent for a moment, then asked, What about your family? What are you two doing for a living now? Lin Kong quickly replied, My mom has temporarily moved to my uncle's place in the countryside. Ah Feng and I have been doing odd jobs near the station. I help sell tickets there. Liu Ying looked at her daughter, dressed in rags, thin and dark, and felt a pang of heartache. You know you were wrong. Right or wrong, it was your own choice. Your father and I never forced you. Whether your life is good or bad from now on, you'll have to bear it yourself. Cheng Tianyuan got up and hugged her mother's arm. Mom, I missed you and Dad so much. I missed home. I've come to see you a few times in secret, but I was afraid you were still angry, so I didn't dare show myself. Mom, he said he wants to marry me. I hope you'll give us your blessing. Lin Kong quickly smiled and bowed. Yes, I truly love Ah Feng. I only lost the house because I was set up, and had to lay low for a while. Ah Feng never left me, always stayed by my side. From then on, I decided to turn over a new leaf, work hard, and give her a good life. Cheng Tianyuan lowered her head and said softly, I already have a child with him. Liu Ying was shocked and looked at her husband. Cheng Muhai's face was dark, and he said nothing. Xue Ling frowned deeply. She's pregnant? This is bad. If there's already a child, it'll be even harder for her to leave this man. Cheng Tianyuan heard this and cursed under his breath, no longer insisting on driving Lin Kong out. Liu Ying, eyes red, scolded, You shameless girl. Everything I taught you went in one ear and out the other. No shame at all. Lin Kong quickly added, Ah Feng and I haven't registered our marriage yet, but I'll definitely take responsibility for her and the child. We came here together to ask for your forgiveness. Cheng Tianyuan sobbed quietly, and the room fell silent. Cheng Muhai took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a hard drag. Go get the food. We'll talk after we eat. Things were a bit chaotic, so it wasn't appropriate to eat with Chen Min and the others. Liu Ying and Cheng Tianyuan brought over meat, vegetables, soup, and pancakes. Xue Ling lost her appetite at the sight of Lin Kong. I'm not hungry, you all eat. I'll go help watch the shop. Lin Kong and Cheng Tianyuan wolfed down their food as if they hadn't eaten in days. Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying, seeing their daughter like this, felt both heartache and helplessness. They barely ate, each having just one pancake. After eating, Liu Ying boiled hot water in the kitchen, then went to Xue Ling's clothing shop to find a couple of tops and took some of her own pants for her daughter to change into after a bath. Lin Kong said quietly, Dad, Big Brother, Ah Feng and I used to live near the station, but the landlord took the place back, so we have nowhere to stay. Your place is big. Could you spare us a bed for now? Cheng Muhai frowned and told his son, There's a room at the other end of the second floor with a bathroom. Go buy some supplies and get them settled in. Lin Kong was overjoyed and quickly thanked them. I'll go get our things. Ah Feng is pregnant, so let her rest here and not run around with me. Cheng Muhai watched him hurry off and said nothing. Dad? Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, dissatisfied. I've told you before, this guy is no good. He's all talk, always tricking people. Chung Muhai flicked his ash and said in a low voice, "Let's hope he really changes. Afang already has a child with him, what else can I say? He seems to treat her okay. Let's let them settle in for now and see how things go." Liu Ying quietly came over, wiping away her tears. "Ayuan, you only have one sister. Could you really bear to see her out on the street? If this man can change and just finds a job to support the family, then that's all we can hope for." Cheng Tianyuan let out a long sigh and went out to buy a bed. Since their shop sold daily necessities, they didn't lack supplies. Liu Ying brought up a bunch of things to the second floor and helped clean the room thoroughly. The room was newly built and had never been lived in. With a new bed and wardrobe, it quickly looked fresh and welcoming. Cheng Tianfang ate some preserved plums and sweetly thanked Liu Ying. "Brother, I saw an old dressing table downstairs. Can you bring it up for me?" Cheng Tianyuan went down and brought it up. Just then, Lin Kong returned with 2 woven bags. Cheng Tianyuan didn't want to talk to him and went straight downstairs. Lin Kong and Cheng Tianfang looked at the bright, clean room and couldn't stop smiling. "Fang, your clothes look so nice. Who gave them to you?" Cheng Tianfang replied softly, "My sister-in-law sells clothes. My mom picked out a few for me." "Any for me?" Lin Kong asked excitedly. "They're all for women." Cheng Tianfang took 20 yuan from her pocket and whispered, "I just got this from Mom. Go buy yourself a couple of decent shirts. Don't embarrass yourself." Xue Ling was very much against the two of them staying, but she couldn't say it out loud. After all, she was the daughter-in-law. If she tried to kick them out now, her father and mother-in-law would definitely think she couldn't tolerate her sister-in-law. No matter how bad the sister-in-law was, she was still their own daughter, and that was a fact that couldn't be changed, so they would never just abandon her. She forced herself to endure it, drank some warm water, and went for a walk by the river. Ahu came back on his 3-wheeler, and his mother called him in for dinner. Cheng Tianyuan had just returned from buying a bed. He and Chen Min had worked up a sweat moving things up and down, and now sat at the door enjoying the breeze. Ahu, munching on a pancake, said, "All your furniture's been delivered to the new place. I went in earlier. It's really high-end. Sister-in-law has great taste. Those built-in wardrobes and display shelves she had the master carpenter make look so elegant and classy." Chen Min laughed. "Both apartments are the same, right? Last time I heard sister-in-law say she wanted them as similar as possible, so the elders could pick which one to live in." "They're identical," Cheng Tianyuan replied. "I picked the one with the main bedroom facing south. Lingling will be doing her confinement soon, so I wanted her to have a nice view. If she gets bored inside, she can go to the big window and look at the river." Ahu said, "As long as you move your clothes and daily necessities over, you can move in right away." Ahu's mom was a bit envious and couldn't help asking her son when they'd move. "End of the year, I think," Ahu said sheepishly. "The commission money sister-in-law gave me. I spent it all on the 3-wheeler, only have a few hundred left. Once things are better at the end of the year, we'll invite relatives and friends for a big housewarming. Mom, what do you think?" "Sounds good," Ahu's mom laughed. "Then I'll wait. We'll move into the new place at the end of the year." Chen Min quickly congratulated his aunt. Ahu's mom asked, "When are you going to buy a place over there too? Then we can all live together and visit anytime. Wouldn't that be great?" Chen Min smiled honestly. "Give me another year or 2 to work hard." "No need," Cheng Tianyuan said. "I've checked the books. After the year-end bonus, you should have enough to buy a new apartment." Chen Min's eyes widened in surprise. "Me? I only have a 10% share. Can that really be enough? Even a small place costs at least 2,000. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. "Yes, definitely enough." Everyone laughed. The shop was a joint venture, and even someone with just a 10% share like Chen Min could get over 2,000, which meant everyone else had made plenty too. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "We've worked hard for a year. Just 3 more months and we'll settle accounts and split the profits." Ahu's mom was so happy she hugged her son's arm, exclaiming, "This year is like the god of wealth has come to our door. You bought a 3-wheeler, a new apartment, and still get a big bonus. Tomorrow I have to go pray to the god of wealth and ask him to keep blessing us." Everyone laughed happily. Upstairs, Lin Kong listened from the window, secretly overjoyed. Truly, heaven never seals off all exits. He'd thought that after being kicked out by the landlord, he and Afang would be homeless. Afang had cried, saying how nice it would be to stay close to her parents, now that they ran a big shop and lived in a spacious house. That had fired him up, and he'd dragged her over here. Look at that. Now they had a place to stay, and there was money too. And not just a little money. His brother-in-law's shop must be making a fortune. If even someone with a 10% share could get over 2,000, then the main family must be making much more. Fantastic, fantastic. He thought for a moment, then turned and took Cheng Tianyuan's hand. Afang, you're already pregnant. We can't delay our wedding any longer. How about this? Tomorrow I'll go get my mom and have her come host a simple wedding for us. That way everything will be proper and your parents won't be angry anymore. They'll be completely reassured. Cheng Tianyuan, half asleep, quickly agreed. The next morning, Lin Kong and Cheng Tianyuan slept in until late. When they came downstairs, they went to the kitchen to find Liu Ying. Liu Ying brought out hot soy milk and meat buns. They're still warm. Eat up. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help asking, "Where are Dad and Big Brother? I haven't seen them. Where's sister-in-law?" Liu Ying replied, "Your sister-in-law is working as a translator. Your dad and Big Brother went to the new apartment complex to clean up. We're moving in the day after tomorrow." "What new complex? Moving where?" Cheng Tianyuan asked excitedly. Liu Ying explained that Xue Ling had made money and bought 2 new apartments in the Riverside complex, one for themselves, one for her and her husband. "Your dad and I will live in one. They were both renovated 2 months ago and we're moving in the day after tomorrow." Lin Kong's eyes lit up. "Mom, how big is it?" Liu Ying had already seen it and gestured, "Very big. 3 big bedrooms, a big living room, 2 bathrooms, 2 balconies. They said it's about 200 square meters, very spacious." Cheng Tianyuan's eyes sparkled as she grabbed Liu Ying's hand. "Mom, if you move over there, will you be there all the time?" "No," Liu Ying explained. "We'll just sleep there at night. During the day, we'll still be here running the shop. Probably only breakfast over there. The other 2 meals here. It's close, just 10 minutes by shortcut." At that moment, Lin Kong saw the Jeep parked outside the clothing shop and quickly finished his bun. "Whose car is that outside? I was just about to look for a ride to pick up my mom." Liu Ying, busy picking vegetables, replied, "That's Ling Ling's car." Cheng Tianyuan was stunned. Lin Kong was secretly ecstatic. Wow, he'd thought Cheng Tianyuan's family was just poor country folk, but in just a year they had a house, a car, and a big shop. Good thing he'd gone out in the freezing cold to find Cheng Tianyuan and treated her well, always sweet-talking her. Cheng Tianyuan gulped down her soy milk and asked, "You don't know how to drive. How are you going to pick her up?" Since sister-in-law bought it, it was basically part of the family. If it belonged to the family, she had a share in it. Lin Kong smiled. "I can't drive, but Big Brother can, right? When he gets back, I'll ask him to take me." Then he looked at Liu Ying with enthusiasm. "Mom, I want to bring my mom over to host our wedding. Afang is already pregnant. We can't delay any longer. Don't worry, I'm my mom's only son, and now that Afang is carrying our family's child, my mom will definitely treat her well." When he'd first told his own mother he wanted to marry Cheng Tianyuan, she'd been furious, saying there was nothing good about a country girl and scolding him for being blind. But he couldn't bear to let go of Cheng Tianyuan. She was so simple and obedient, always did whatever he said. She gave him money, cooked for him, and slept with him. He couldn't let her go, at least not until he found someone better. He never expected he'd actually picked the right person. Ha! If his mom found out how rich Cheng Tianyuan's family was now, she'd definitely agree. Once the wedding was done, everything would be set. Liu Ying's expression wasn't great, but she was secretly relieved. Her daughter was already pregnant, so she could only marry him. If her in-laws could be kind to her daughter, as a mother, she'd be at ease. "Ahu is busy in the warehouse. I'll have him come over and take you to pick up your mom." Lin Kong quickly agreed. Thank you, Mom. Ahu had already heard all about Cheng family's Fang girl from his own mother's chatter when he got home yesterday. He was a straightforward, rough-and-ready guy who valued loyalty and responsibility and believed in being upright and honest. So he had absolutely no good impression of Lin Kong. If you like a girl, you should come to her family to propose properly, work hard, and give her a good life. But instead, Lin Kong had run off with the girl without a word, and now that he couldn't make it outside, he came back to freeload off her family. Did he ever think about how much face the girl had lost because of him? It was just shameful. When Liu Ying asked him to drive Lin Kong to the countryside, he couldn't refuse the elders, so he agreed. But agree was all he did. He didn't say a word to Lin Kong in the car, just drove in silence. Lin Kong was the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. Seeing Ahu's tall, burly frame, bigger and tougher than even his own brother-in-law, and that fierce, unfriendly look, he didn't dare make small talk, just sat quietly in the back. Lin Kong's mother was named He Liu Hua. After losing their city house and with her son running off, she had no choice but to shamelessly move back to her own family. Her brothers had all moved into new houses, but there were still a few old, shabby rooms left, so they gave her one to live in. Lin Kong's family had once been quite well off. He, Liu Hua, had lived the good life, eating and drinking well every day, used to luxury and comfort. But after her husband ended up in prison and died, her life plummeted. Now even her son was unreliable, and she could only sponge off her family, who were all annoyed with her. She was naturally lazy, refused to help with farm work, and always put on airs like a rich lady, looking down on the villagers for being uneducated and uncultured. One day was tolerable, but every day was too much. Her sisters-in-law all disliked her. Eventually, they agreed to stop letting her come over for meals. Other than giving her a room in the old house, they ignored her. With no choice, He Liu Hua started doing embroidery at the edge of the village to earn a little money for rice and vegetables. She complained every day that her son hadn't come to fetch her. Half a month ago, she finally got a call from him, but he said he wanted to marry that poor girl from Chengjia village, which nearly made her sick with anger. Her son was a high school graduate and good-looking. He could have married a rich girl, so why marry a country bumpkin? She hung up in a huff, ran back to the old house from the village office, and cried herself to sleep. These days, she hadn't felt like embroidering, but with the rice jar nearly empty, she had to get up and work, grumbling all the while. She decided that once she finished these pieces, she'd buy herself some pork. Otherwise, she'd never feel better. Lin Kong recognized his uncle's old house and had Ahu park outside, then rushed in. "Mom! Mom!" He Liu Hua was startled, at first thinking it was someone else, but then realized it sounded just like her son. She quickly put down her needlework and hurried out. "Ah! Conger, my son!" She saw her son in brand new shirt and trousers. His face was a bit tanned, but he was still as handsome as ever. Lin Kong explained that he'd come to take her to the city to prepare for his wedding. "What?" He Liu Hua's face darkened, her voice sharp. "You still want to marry that country girl? Are you out of your mind? You've lost your house, your father's gone, you need to find a father-in-law who can help you get ahead. I'm thinking of your future. If you want to marry that Cheng Tianyuan, I won't allow it. No way!" Lin Kong grinned sheepishly, lowering his voice. "Mom, her family isn't poor anymore. They're doing great. I'm telling you, I don't have a house or a job now, so I can't marry into a rich family. Those rich people all look down on me, and the ones who don't are either ugly or want me to marry into their family." "No way," He Liu Hua shrilled. "You're my only son. Your father's only son. How could you marry into someone else's family? No way!" Lin Kong lowered his voice. "Tianfang's family is from the countryside, but they're rich now. Her brother and sister-in-law run a big shop in the new development zone in Rongcheng. Huge place, sells all kinds of things. They've bought 2 big apartments in the city, both with elevators, and even have a jeep." He Liu Hua, once a high official's wife, knew what a jeep cost, and was stunned. "Really? A big shop, a car, and apartments?" "Yeah," Lin Kong said happily. "I was worried about having nowhere to stay, but Tianfang told me about all this, so I took her to her parents right away. Now we're living on the 2nd floor of their shop. Good food, good place, even the bedding and bed are brand new." He Liuhua was tempted. Did her family agree to let you marry her? How could they not? Lin Kong grinned. She's already pregnant with my child. Mom, you're about to be a grandma. He Liuhua smiled and glared at him. How far along? How many months? Almost 2 months. She's a bit slow, only just found out a few days ago. He Liuhua snorted. So what are they giving her for a dowry? Didn't you say they have 2 apartments in the city? They have to give one as a dowry or I won't let her in. She's just a country girl, barely educated. How is she good enough for you? Lin Kong chuckled. Mom, Tianfang is really obedient and simple. She's young and listens to everything I say. I just have to coax her a bit and she'll do whatever I want. I'll get her to ask her parents for it. I heard both apartments are 3-bedroom, really spacious and with elevators. He Liuhua smiled and nodded. Then you teach her well, but you say you want to marry her, and we don't have any money. You think you can get married for free? The bride price and all that cost money. Lin Kong waved it off. She's already pregnant, so who needs a bride price? We'll just have a meal together, no need for all the formalities. A meal? He Liuhua scolded. Do you even have money for that meal? Weren't you saying you were starving a few days ago? Lin Kong raised his eyebrows proudly. What's there to worry about? The Cheng family has money. Let them handle it. Let them prepare the dowry, and then we'll have money. We can eat as many meals as we want. That's true, He Liuhua giggled. Lin Kong urged, Mom, hurry up and pack your things. I'll take you over. There's a jeep outside. We'll be in the city in half an hour. After the wedding, I'll bring you back. He Liuhua rolled her eyes and grabbed his arm. No, I want to live with you from now on. Lin Kong couldn't argue with his mother, so he had to agree. He Liuhua happily packed her things while saying, You're living the good life now, but don't you forget your mother. I raised you with so much hardship, you know. But I only have 1 room right now, Lin Kong explained. He Liuhua said, Tell Cheng Tianyuan to get a dowry, and it has to include a house. Otherwise we won't marry her. When we get that 3-bedroom apartment, I'll just take 1 room for myself. Not too much to ask. Fine. Lin Kong lowered his voice. But Mom, you have to work with me. We need to treat Cheng Tianyuan well so she'll willingly listen to us. Her parents only have 2 kids. They won't just abandon her. As long as we play this right, the money and the house will be ours. Got it. He Liuhua nodded eagerly. When she saw the brand new jeep, she was over the moon, touching it all over, secretly swallowing her excitement. This car must have cost a fortune, right? Ah Hu, thinking she was an elder, felt awkward not to answer, so he said, a bit over 30,000. Mother and son's eyes widened in delight, whispering excitedly, If the Cheng family can buy a 30,000 yuan car, they must have way more than 30,000. He Liuhua asked, Your big brother's friend, so you must know how big his business is, right? Ah Hu answered honestly, Not really. Yuan and I co-own the shop, but the money came from my sister-in-law. She bought this car with her own earnings. She runs a clothing shop, and is really capable. He Liuhua was stunned. All earned by Cheng Tianyuan's sister-in-law? Yep, Ah Hu replied. He Liuhua jabbed her son hard, scolding in a low voice. If you're going to marry a woman like that, understand? Lin Kong rolled his eyes, annoyed. She's from the capital, and I heard she and Big Brother were engaged since childhood. She's a college graduate. Her family's rich. How could she ever look at me? Mom, don't forget why we came back to Rongcheng. He Liuhua grumbled a few times, dissatisfied. Ah Hu ignored their mother-son act and just focused on driving. The jeep was powerful, and he drove steadily and fast. So in about half an hour, they reached Rongcheng and the development zone. He Liuhua looked at the new riverside scenery, exclaiming in surprise. Wow, this place used to be so desolate, now it's all factories. Look, son, so many apartment buildings. Must be a residential complex. Ah Hu explained. That's called Wangjiang Yuan, the only elevator apartments in Rongcheng right now. Each square meter goes for 50 or 60 yuan. Lin Kong seemed to remember something and asked, I heard Big Brother bought 2 elevator apartments. Are they over there? Yeah, both are there, Ah Hu said. They're moving in the day after tomorrow. Liu Hua was overjoyed. Wow, such beautiful apartments. This was just perfect. The jeep turned into the development zone and stopped in front of Dajiale. Lin Kong lowered his voice. Mom, this is it. Big Brother's shop is right here. Liu Hua glanced at it and couldn't help swallowing. It's so big. Lin Kong had arrived in a rush last night and it was already dark, so he hadn't seen clearly. Now, seeing the rental ads for Wang Jiangyuan posted at the shop entrance, he was surprised. I thought they were moving in themselves. Why are they renting to others? Ah Hu glanced at him, not wanting to say much. Sister-in-law didn't just buy 2 big apartments. She bought others too, and now she's renting them out. Lin Kong and his mother exchanged a look, both secretly smiling. Just then, Cheng Tianyuan ran out. Kong Ge, you're finally back. Liu Hua glanced at her, frowning in distaste. So dark and skinny, like a piece of charcoal. Lin Kong nudged her, and she quickly changed her expression, smiling at Cheng Tianyuan. Ah Fang, I'm your mother-in-law. Lin Kong took her hand gently. This is my mom, your mother-in-law now. Just call her Mom like I do. Cheng Tianyuan blushed and whispered, Mom. Liu Hua responded warmly, patting her shoulder. That outfit looks nice on you. Just then, Liu Ying came out and looked their way. Ah Hu stepped forward. Auntie, I've brought them back for you. I have things to do, I'll come by later. Liu Ying nodded. Liu Hua bustled over, warmly grabbing Liu Ying's hand. You must be my in-law. Hello. I'm Kong's mother. Liu Ying nodded shyly. Hello. Liu Hua wiped her sweat and turned. Son, I'm thirsty. Go get me a glass of water. Lin Kong agreed and went to the kitchen. Liu Ying called out, There's still soy milk on the stove. Bring a bowl for your mother-in-law. Liu Hua smiled. Where's my in-law? I should greet him too. Liu Ying explained he was cleaning the new house and would be back at noon. Liu Hua said enthusiastically, We'll help out this afternoon. From now on, we're all one family, so we should help each other. Liu Ying, raised in the countryside and naturally kind, always treated people even better if they treated her well. Seeing how warm and friendly Liu Hua and Lin Kong were, and how they seemed to care for her daughter, she felt secretly pleased. Now that things were set, if her daughter could marry the man she liked, and his family treated her well, that was the best outcome. Cheng Muhai and his son came back after a morning of work to see a middle-aged woman sitting at the shop entrance, chatting with Cheng Tianyuan as they ate sunflower seeds. Mom, that's my dad, and that's my big brother, Cheng Tianyuan said happily. Liu Hua looked over, quickly stuffed the seeds into her pocket, and called out, In-law? Big brother? Hello? Time to eat. We've got braised beef and ribs for lunch. Everyone eat up. In-law, you're too kind. So much food, it's too much, really. Don't mention it. It's your first time here, so of course we have to make it a bit special. Come, sit and eat. Cheng Tianyuan saw everyone eating and drinking, but his own wife was missing, so he hurried over to the clothing shop. Xue Ling was busy translating, not even looking up. I didn't go out, but Lin Kong's mom is so loud I heard everything. Cheng Tianyuan's face was grim, and he said quietly, I don't like this family. They're too flashy, all honeyed words, not the type to live a steady life. Xue Ling chuckled. You think they're saying nice things for your sake? No, it's all for their own benefit. Just wait. Their true colors will show soon enough. Cheng Tianyuan felt exhausted and lay down on the bed. Wife, are you hungry? If it's too noisy over there, I'll bring your food here. Xue Ling nodded. Just tell Mom and Dad I'm busy with work so they don't think I'm being rude to your sister's mother-in-law. Cheng Tianyuan got up. I can't stand the noise either. I'll bring it over and eat with you. Xue Ling used the excuse of being too busy to eat all her meals in the clothing shop. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't bear for her to eat alone, so he brought food over and ate with her. Liu Hua noticed Xue Ling didn't treat her warmly and secretly disliked her, always feeling that Xue Ling's sharp eyes could see right through her. In-law, Is your daughter-in-law giving me the cold shoulder? She asked Liu Ying. Liu Ying smiled awkwardly and quickly shook her head. No, she's just really busy and her belly's so big, she's due soon. Sitting for too long is uncomfortable, so she stays over there so she doesn't feel awkward. Li Hua's face darkened and she said sarcastically, A daughter-in-law from the big city is sure proud. There are so many elders here, her parents-in-law are waiting with hot meals, but she doesn't come, and even gives us attitude. Cheng Muhai frowned and explained, In-law, we're just an ordinary rural family, not so many rules. Ling Ling isn't usually like this. She's busy with work and heavily pregnant, so it's understandable. He and his wife had lived with Xue Ling long enough to see that she didn't like Lin Kong and his mother, but there was nothing they could do. Now that their daughter was back, she was definitely going to marry Lin Kong. If things got ugly, their daughter would surely suffer in her husband's family. Children's debts are paid by the parents. For their daughter's sake, they had to try to please this in-law. Li Hua's face was still sour as she shot a look at Lin Kong and Cheng Tianyuan. Lin Kong noticed and quickly picked up a pastry, putting it in Cheng Tianyuan's bowl. Afang, do you think your sister-in-law doesn't welcome us? She barely talks to us. Cheng Tianyuan, a bit slow, only now realized that Xue Ling always ate separately and, except for her morning and evening walks, stayed in the clothing shop all day. She grew anxious and blurted out, Dad, Mom, what's with sister-in-law? Nothing, Cheng Muhai said sternly. Cheng Tianyuan's eyes reddened and she muttered, She's my sister-in-law. I'm the younger sister. I have a higher status at home. She's doing it on purpose, right? Giving us attitude? She married into our family. She's your daughter-in-law. How can she not show you respect? Chen Min and Chen Lan exchanged glances, keeping their heads down, not wanting to get involved. Ahu's mom couldn't take it anymore. These days, Ahu rarely came to eat, probably because there were too many people and too much gossip. Xue Ling and her husband always stayed in the clothing shop, clearly not wanting to deal with the crowd. Ahu's mom had always liked Xue Ling, first because she was truly capable and had helped her own son and nephew, and second, because Xue Ling was genuine and straightforward. She was the type to speak up if something bothered her. What status? She's the eldest sister-in-law, you're just the younger sister. How can you have a higher status? That's nonsense. Even the old saying goes, the eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. You're younger, just a little sister, and you dare say you outrank her? If it weren't for your sister-in-law, would your family have what you have today? You should be showing her respect. Cheng Tianyuan was the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. After Ahu's mom's scolding, she wilted and didn't dare say another word. Li Hua forced a smile. We're all family. Just chatting. Nothing serious. Sister-in-law, why get so worked up? I was just talking with my in-laws about family matters. Nothing to do with you. Ahu's mom said nothing more, tossed her bowl down and left. Hey! Liu Ying panicked and hurried after her. Cheng Muhai kept a stern face. Let's just eat. The next day, Ahu's mom didn't come to help at the shop. Liu Hua quickly volunteered to help, but really just hung around eating and drinking, her mouth running all day. Lin Kong was the same. He claimed he'd help his brother-in-law watch the shop, but really just snacked, grabbed beers, and freeloaded. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan had already moved to Wangjiangyuan and ate there morning and night. Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying, since their daughter's family was still at the shop, hadn't moved yet. Chen Min was an honest, good-natured man. Since Lin Kong was Cheng Tianyuan's relative and they'd been friends for years, he didn't want to make a fuss over a little money. But when Cheng Tianyuan came back from a supply run and saw how Lin Kong and his mother were behaving, he was quietly furious. This shop isn't just mine. My wife put up the money, and it's a partnership with Ahu and Chen Min. If it were just mine, maybe I'd let you take what you want. But since it's a joint business, every time you take something, half of it isn't even mine. You're putting me in a tough spot, you know? Lin Kong grinned sheepishly. Got it. Won't happen again. Liu Hua grabbed a few more bags of sunflower seeds, smiling. It's just that Afang's pregnant and gets cravings, always asking for snacks. I just come down to get her something. It's one thing for adults to go hungry, But you can't let the baby go hungry, right, big brother? Cheng Tianyuan's face was dark as he went to find his parents. If Afang's going to marry him, then let's get it done. This is a joint business, not just my place, and we can't let their whole family stay here forever. Cheng Muhai sat in silence, smoking. Liu Ying said quietly, Afang said Lin Kong's house was repossessed to pay debts, and now they have no money, not even a place to stay. Cheng Tianyuan said coldly, But they can't just stay here forever. If they don't have a house, they should rent one. This is my business, not just our family's home. Hu and Chen Min might not say anything, but if they ever did, it would be too embarrassing. Their tolerance was for him as a friend, not for Lin Kong's family. You can't just take advantage of someone's kindness and pretend nothing's wrong. Liu Ying, thinking of what her daughter had asked, couldn't help but say, Aiwan, your dad and I only have you and Afang. She may be disappointing, but she's still your sister. If she's getting married, we still have to prepare a dowry. Cheng Tianyuan frowned. I don't have much money. Everything I had went into this shop. All my savings were just a few hundred yuan, and it's all invested here. We agreed to settle accounts and split profits at the end of the year, and it's only August now. Liu Ying swallowed. Your sister, she was hoping, since we have such a big place and several apartments for rent, maybe we could give her one as a dowry. Cheng Tianyuan's brows shot up and he shook his head. That's Ling Ling's, not mine. The 1,000 yuan and the holiday money Ling Ling gave you, that's yours. But the rest, even if she doesn't say it, is all in her name. We can't just assume it's all ours. A man should be able to provide for his family, and it's only right for my wife to spend my money. But I can't just take my wife's money for myself. That's not what a real man does. After hearing this, Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying both fell silent, their faces somber. They understood perfectly well what their son was saying. Ever since Ling Ling married into the family, things had improved day by day, no exaggeration. Everything they had now was thanks to her. Just a year ago, the family was dirt poor, barely able to pay off debts by selling land. But this year, they'd bought big houses, dozens of them. Their son, who used to work for others, now ran his own shop and was a boss, and they even had a big car to drive. If this wasn't brought by their daughter-in-law, then who? Cheng Tianyuan said crisply, Dad, Mom, all the money I have is Ling Ling's. If she doesn't offer to give Afang a dowry, you can't ask her for it, and neither can I. She doesn't like Lin Kong and his mother, and she's told me more than once that it'd be better for Afang to keep her distance from them. It would actually be better for her. No. Liu Ying wiped her tears, choking up. She's already pregnant with his child. Who else would marry her now? Who would want her? Cheng Tianyuan fell silent. His wife's views were modern, but his parents had lived in the countryside all their lives and couldn't accept that way of thinking. And his sister was just too disappointing, hopeless. Cheng Muhai thought for a moment and said, Look, all the money we have is from Ling Ling, about 1,400 ween. Since we have food and a place to stay here, we hardly spend anything. Let's give all this money as her dowry and have them find a place to rent instead of staying here. What do you think? Tell Ling Ling for us. Okay, Cheng Tianyuan said. That's money she gave you, so you can decide what to do with it. Liu Ying said nervously, It's just, she said she wanted a house. Don't mention it. Cheng Muhai cut her off gruffly. That's Ling Ling's. She worked hard for that money, and those houses are her safety net. Didn't you hear her say? That's her steady income, and also a backup for this family. Aiwan is right. We can't just assume her things are ours. As he spoke, he grew angrier, tossing his cigarette to the ground and stomping on it. She wants to get married, but she stole money from the family for that man, and now she comes back crying, asking for a dowry without even a bride price, and she dares to ask for a house. Is there anything more shameless? This is all your fault. You spoiled her. That's why she's so brazen. She ran off and still dares to come back. She's lucky we didn't break her legs or throw her in a pig cage. Liu Ying was frightened and didn't dare say more. Cheng Tianyuan, ever the filial son, stepped forward to hold his mother's arm. Dad, let's not say any more. You're the elders, so you decide Ah Fang's marriage. I don't want to get involved, and Ling Ling is against it anyway, so don't expect her to help. You talk to Lin Kong's family yourselves. We'll pretend we don't know anything." He paused, then added, "But do it quickly. Mid-Autumn Festival is coming. Get it settled and have them move out soon." That night, Liu Ying quietly told her daughter about it. Cheng Tianyuan was unhappy and went to find Lin Kong. "Dad and Mom said they can only give us 1,400 yuan as a dowry. The house belongs to my sister-in-law, they can't decide that." Lin Kong was secretly pleased to get that much money, but then thought about not having a place to live. Unacceptable. "Ah Fang, sweetheart, think about it. We have nothing in Rongcheng and you're pregnant. You can't be without a home. Your sister-in-law has 2 big apartments and so many smaller ones for rent. Why can't she give us one? Isn't she your sister-in-law? How can she be so heartless?" Cheng Tianyuan was a little afraid of Xue Ling, but even more envious and resentful. "What can I do? If those houses were my brother's, he'd give me one for sure. But they're all my sister-in-law's, and if she won't give, what can I do?" Lin Kong shook his head and sighed, speaking gently. "But she's already your brother's wife, isn't she? Husband and wife are one. Her money is part of this family's. You're part of this family too, right? So you should have a share." He gently stroked her slightly rounded belly, coaxing, "Sweetheart, even if you don't think of us, you have to think of our son. Can you bear for him to be born and have to move from place to place, always renting, always wandering?" Of course, Cheng Tianyuan couldn't bear it, and she pouted. "No." Lin Kong lowered his voice. "Ah Fang, 1,400 wen sounds like a lot, but it's really not. It's not even enough to buy the smallest apartment over there. Your family has so many houses and a car that cost over 30,000. With all that money, how come you, the daughter, only get this little bit?" Sigh. Cheng Tianyuan was indignant after hearing this. "I'll go talk to my parents tomorrow," Lin Kong coaxed. "Don't be too direct or they'll get upset. You should act sad, maybe cry a little, talk about how hard things will be for you, how you'll be homeless, and what will happen to the baby. Make them feel sorry for you. You're their little girl. Even if you're not as important as your brother, they can't be too biased, right?" Cheng Tianyuan took note and nodded. "But if we get a house and money, you can't go gambling again. Or I won't have your baby. My family has money now. I could just live with my parents forever." Lin Kong laughed, hugged her, and kissed her. "I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you say. I haven't gambled since the new year, have I? You're right, gambling is bad. 9 out of 10 lose. Since we came back to Rongcheng, haven't I always listened to you? Don't worry, wife." Cheng Tianyuan giggled, snuggling into his arms, feeling happier than ever. The next morning, Xue Ling received a shipping notice from the train station. She quickly had Cheng Tianyuan find Ahu, and they rushed to the station to pick up the goods. "Dad got all the summer fabric made up, over 90,000 pieces," she said. Cheng Tianyuan worried, "But Shan Yu only wanted 70,000. "Don't worry," Xue Ling said. "We'll wholesale the rest nearby. If we can't sell them all, once the baby's born, Ahu can watch the shop and sell them slowly." Ahu called 2 big trucks, and everyone spent the whole morning unloading, filling the shop with goods. Xue Ling knew the Shan Yu couple would arrive soon, so she, Ahu, and Cheng Tianyuan worked together to sort everything out. The 3 of them worked until midnight before finally finishing. Xue Ling tucked the shipping slip into a drawer, exhausted, and crawled into bed. That night, Cheng Tianyuan also stayed at the clothing shop. Ahu, worn out, drank a big glass of water, and just slept in the little truck outside until morning. Cheng Muhai locked up the shop and went to the back, only to see his daughter clinging to his wife's arm, crying. He shouted angrily, "Enough! How many times are you going to cry in one day? Have you even looked at how hard your brother and sister-in-law work for their money? Your greed knows no bounds." Cheng Tianyuan stomped her foot and ran upstairs in tears. Liu Ying watched her go, letting out a long sigh. The next morning, Xue Ling tried calling the Shan Yu couple, but no one answered. Cheng Tianyuan guessed, "They're probably on the road." "Most likely," Xue Ling replied.
I already told them roughly when the goods would arrive, so judging by the timing, they should be on their way. The two decided to wait a bit longer, but that afternoon, two unexpected guests arrived. Uncle Cheng came driving a donkey cart, bringing the village chief with him. "Oh my, I knew the development zone was over here. Look at all those tall buildings from afar, it's beautiful," the village chief exclaimed. The whole Cheng family came out to greet them.
The village chief and Uncle Chang were excited as they looked at Dajiala. What a big place! A real department store! Chung Muhai quickly brought out beer and peanuts to treat them. It's been a hot journey. Have a drink to cool off. The village chief and Uncle Chang didn't stand on ceremony, each gulping down half a bottle. Yuan, where's your wife? The chief asked. Cheng Tianyuan helped Xue Ling over, smiling. She's pregnant, so it's easier for her to sit in the back. Congratulations. Uncle Chang and the chief both offered their best wishes. Xue Ling sat down and asked Cheng Tianyuan to bring out more candy and peanuts. When you head back, take some for the folks in the village. The chief thanked her and explained why they'd come. The village was planning to sell land in July, but everyone kept arguing. Some said it was too expensive, some didn't like the location, and in the end, nothing got sold. I worked hard to get all the paperwork done at the township, but it was all for nothing. He sighed, lowering his voice. Back then, you said you wanted 200 mu. I thought it was too much and didn't dare agree right away, so I said I'd see if anyone else wanted to buy and try to put it together for you. But only San Guotao at the village entrance bought 1 mu, and Cheng Jian at the far end bought 2. No one else wanted any. Villagers only bought land if it was fertile, mostly to grow crops for themselves or to sell for a bit of money. But this land was all hard ground, tough to work, only really good for building houses. 1 mu could hold a lot of houses, but at 60 or 70 yuan per mu, the villagers thought it was too expensive and wouldn't buy. Land in the countryside isn't like in the city. City land is worth a lot, but in the country, it's hard to raise the price, and even if it's cheap, people might not want it. Uncle Chang, munching peanuts, explained, The chief waited for you to come back and buy, but you never did. We thought you'd be back for Chikchi Festival, but you didn't show. Now it's almost mid-autumn, and you're still not back. He got anxious, and since I was coming to the city to sell sweet potatoes, I brought him along to find you. Luckily, you said you were in the development zone, so we just asked around and found you quickly, the chief said with a smile. Cheng Muhai smiled politely. Chief, you're so thoughtful coming all this way. No worries, the chief replied. We haven't seen you in ages. Besides telling your wife about the land, I mostly just wanted to see how you're all doing. It's been over half a year. I really missed you. Cheng Tianyuan looked at Xue Ling and asked quietly, Wife, what do you think? Xue Ling stood up and said, Chief, we have a car. Why don't Yuan and I drive you back and we'll take a look at the land? If the location is good, I'll buy it all. I want a whole stretch. If it's too small, I won't take it. There is, the chief said happily. Let's go now. We can talk on the way. Uncle Chang waved them off, happily eating peanuts. You go ahead. I've got my donkey cart. I'll head back tomorrow. I'll stay with Muhai tonight and catch up. Xue Ling took over 30 yuan into the shop and asked Chen Min to bring out a sack of peanuts and 20 bottles of beer. Got it, Chen Min quickly agreed. He, Liu Hua, who was hanging around, couldn't help muttering, Why pay for stuff from your own shop? What's the point? Chen Lan, annoyed, said, Whenever sister-in-law Xue Ling takes anything from the shop, she always pays. She never just helps herself. Did they think everyone was like them, freeloading all day? He, Liu Hua, fell silent, not daring to say more. Cheng Tianyuan drove Xue Ling and the chief back to Chengjia village. The chief didn't even rest, but immediately took them to the village entrance to see the land. Sister-in-law, I'll be honest. This is the best and neatest land in the village. That 20 mu over there is your family's, and right outside is the provincial road. It's all connected, perfect for you. The ground is solid. You could build a 10-story building on it. Xue Ling had been married into Chengjia village for over a year, but still didn't know the area well. Cheng Tianyuan helped her walk slowly as they looked around. The chief showed them 2 big plots, one by the mountain, one by the provincial road. The mountain land was cheaper, 40 yuan per mu, while the land by the road was 70. Right now it's sold by the mu, but in the future, when there's less land, it'll be sold by the 10th of a mu. I worked hard to get the paperwork done. If the land bureau director wasn't my old classmate, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. But the villagers don't get it. They say there's plenty of land, so what's the point of all this paperwork? The chief, a bit tipsy, kept talking. To be honest, I was hesitant to let you buy so much at first. After all, it's the whole village's land. You can't just buy it all because you have money. But since no one else wants it, you can buy as much as you want. I won't stop you. He took another big swig. If the mountain land doesn't sell, I'll go to the township and split it up for every household. As long as you have a village household registration, you'll get a share. Xue Ling nodded and said decisively, I'll take all the land by the provincial road. How many mu is it? The chief sobered up a bit. The front part is about 200 mu, the back 100 mu still needs paperwork. Xue Ling asked, Can you get it all done together? If so, I'll buy it all. I can, the chief replied. I can get it done. Xue Ling thought for a moment. I'll have Yuan bring a deposit tomorrow. I want the whole stretch. Once the paperwork's done, we'll sign with the village committee and buy it outright. No need for a deposit, the chief said with a smile. We're all from the same village. If you say you want it, I'll save it for you. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged a smile. If no one wanted it, why did it need to be specially reserved? The chief added, The 200 mu by the provincial road, if you buy it all together, the lowest price is 60 yuan per mu. The back part can be cheaper, same as the mountain land, 40 per mu. So that's, Cheng Tianyuan calculated. 200 mu is 12,000, 100 mu is 4,000, so 16,000 in total. The chief swallowed and clutched his chest. Just be sure to have the money ready. Xue Ling smiled. No problem. Next weekend is Mid-Autumn Festival. We'll come back to the village for the holiday. Chief, I hope the paperwork will be ready by then and we'll bring the money to sign. Great, great, the chief said. I'll get on it tomorrow. Tomorrow. By the time Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan returned to the city, the sun was already setting and the sky had grown dim. Cheng Muhai and his wife had prepared a big meal to host Uncle Chang, who was now tipsy and grinning as he saw them come in. Did you take a good look? Are you buying? It's all good land, perfect for building houses. If I had money, I'd buy a mu myself so my sons and grandsons could build houses in the future. Cheng Tianyuan explained with a smile. We've seen it. My wife decided to buy the land by the provincial road. Cheng Muhai asked nervously, Isn't that area really wide? About how many mu? 300 mu, Xue Ling replied. It's settled. We'll go pay and sign the contract at mid-autumn. Uncle Chang, muddled with drink, hugged his bottle and mumbled, 300 mu? How much is that? How much money? Cheng Tianyuan gently said, Uncle Chang, let me help you rest. How much money? Uncle Chang pressed. Cheng Tianyuan, nearly choked by the smell of alcohol, quickly answered, 16,000 yuan. Take it slow. Let's go to the little bed in the warehouse corner for tonight. Liu Ying called out, I've already made it up. It's that little bed. Aiwan, help Uncle Chang over. Blankets are ready. Off to the side, Lin Kong tugged at Cheng Tianfang, giving her a look. Cheng Tianfang lowered her head, knowing he was blaming her for not getting a house from her parents. She felt both wronged and upset. He, Liu Hua, cracking sunflower seeds, called out, In-law, big brother, you've already bought houses in the city. Why buy land in the countryside? Rural land isn't worth investing in, there's no money to be made. Buying 300 mu at once. What are you going to plant? Even if you have money, you shouldn't waste it like that. Xue Ling's face was calm. Not planning to plant anything, just buying it for now, we'll see what to do with it later. Cheng Muhai didn't really understand why Xue Ling wanted so much land, but he knew his daughter-in-law had a good eye. Since she wanted it, she must have her reasons. If our daughter-in-law wants to buy, let her. I'm old now, and my son and daughter-in-law make the decisions. My wife and I rely on them, and we don't understand investments. If they think it's good, let them do it. He Liuhua looked embarrassed and said nothing more. With no outsiders around, Cheng Tianyuan grew bolder and said to her father, "Dad, you say that, but sister-in-law is still your daughter-in-law. If she and big brother make a bad decision, can't you say something?" She pouted, then started crying. "Sister-in-law gave you a big house, and you listened to her about everything. Sure, you have a big house, but you don't care if I live or die. You have so much land and so many houses, but I don't even have a place to stay. You're so heartless." Cheng Muhai glared at her, then looked apologetically at Xue Ling. Xue Ling calmly ate her pancake as if she hadn't heard a thing. Lin Kong, seeing Cheng Tianfang cry, hurried over. "Ah Fang, don't cry! You're pregnant! You can't get too worked up. The doctor said it's bad for the baby. Dad and Mom only have you and big brother. They won't be unfair. Don't worry, they love you." "Love? Where?" Cheng Tianfang shouted. "Big brother has a big house. I can't even afford to rent. Isn't that favoritism? I have nowhere to live and they don't care. Boo-hoo-hoo." Cheng Tianyuan came out with a big bowl of beef noodles, but before he even got outside, he heard his sister's words and his face turned dark. Liu Ying tugged at him, begging him not to say anything harsh. Xue Ling, her ears ringing from the noise, clapped her hands, grabbed another pancake, and headed for the clothing shop. He Liu Hua saw and couldn't help but chime in. "Ah Fang, don't cry. Your parents and big brother are your blood. They'll care for you. Your sister-in-law married in, it's different. Don't worry, if you don't have a place we can rent. Kong and I will take care of you." Cheng Tianyuan, face cold, followed Xue Ling with the beef noodles. Liu Ying, seeing her daughter crying so hard, tugged at her husband's sleeve. "Old man, we have a place to live and food to eat. Ling Ling gave us such a big house, we don't really need it. Why not? Why not give it to Ah Fang as her dowry?" Cheng Muhai's face was grim, and he said nothing. Cheng Tianfang immediately hugged Liu Ying's arm. "Mom, really? If I have a house, Kong and I will have a place to live. When my baby's born, we'll have a home. Mom, thank you. You're the best." Lin Kong and He Liu Hua exchanged a secret, delighted look. Cheng Muhai lowered his eyes and said quietly, "That house was a gift from Ling Ling. We still have to discuss it with her. We can't just agree on our own." "Dad, please, just care about me for once," Cheng Tianfang sobbed. "Sister-in-law is part of our family. Her things are ours, right? I'm not married yet, I'm still part of the family. You have so many houses, why not give me just one?" She suddenly shouted. "When I rent, even getting water is hard. I have to haul water every day, it's exhausting. You're living so well now, eating meat every meal. Why can't you spare a little for me? Am I still your daughter? Don't you care about me?" Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying both kept silent, faces dark. Suddenly, Cheng Tianfang cried out, clutching her belly in pain. Everyone panicked and rushed to help her. Liu Ying cried out in alarm. "You're pregnant! Why get so worked up? We never said we wouldn't give you the house. If you want the big house, it's yours. It'll be your dowry, okay?" Xue Ling heard everything from inside. After finishing her beef noodles, she wiped her mouth. "Ayuan, I'm going for a walk." Cheng Tianyuan knew she was upset, so he cleaned up the dishes and went to the kitchen. He saw his sister clinging to their mother, no longer in pain or crying, happily planning to move into the big apartment the next day. He was furious. He shot Cheng Tianfang a fierce glare and stormed out. Xue Ling, hand on her belly, walked along the riverside, gently stroking her stomach, her expression calm and relaxed. "Honey, I'm sorry," Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. "Don't be upset. I'll ask Mom and Dad to give the house back." "No need," Xue Ling replied. "Once it's given, it's theirs to do with as they please. You only have one sister. Your parents can't help but love her. If we're living well and she doesn't even have a place to stay, of course your parents will feel bad. Let them have it." "But," Cheng Tianyuan said, "that house is right next to ours. It'll drive me crazy." He couldn't stand Lin Kong and his mother, and his own sister was so clueless. Living so close, seeing them every day, he'd rather not live there at all. Xue Ling's eyes flickered. "You're right. I couldn't stand it either." Cheng Tianyuan turned. "I'll go get it back." "Wait." Xue Ling stopped him. "They can have a house, but not the one across from us. Leave it to me. I'll handle it. When the young couple returned from their walk, they saw Liu Ying waiting anxiously at the door. Mom, Xue Ling called softly, what are you doing out here? Liu Ying gave an awkward smile and said quietly, Ling, I was waiting for you. I have something to discuss. Xue Ling smiled. What is it? Liu Ying explained in a low voice. You're so filial, giving us that big apartment. But your dad and I are comfortable living here and we can help out at the shop. We really don't need that place. Xue Ling nodded. That's fine. If you don't need it, I'll rent it out in a few days and earn some rent. Liu Ying was startled and blurted out, No, you can't rent it. That's a brand new, beautiful apartment. Xue Ling shrugged. All the other apartments are brand new too. I bought them to rent out. If you're not living there, I'll just rent it. No, that's not it. Liu Ying sighed, lowering her voice. Ling, you know Afang and her husband don't even have a place to stay. Living here isn't convenient since it's a business. I was wondering, could you let them have that apartment? No, Xue Ling replied. I gave that to you and Dad, not to her. Liu Ying was stunned, not knowing what to do. In her mind, Ling was always easy to talk to, always reasonable. But this was a big apartment. She looked to Cheng Tianyuan for help, whispering, Aiwan, your sister's getting married. We have to prepare something for her dowry. Cheng Tianyuan felt a little guilty, but he really disliked Lin Kong's family and remembered Xue Ling's warning. Mom, I really don't have any money. Like I said, Ling gave you over 1,000 yuan, and you can give all of that to Afang. That's enough to buy a nice small apartment in Rongcheng. When the shop pays out at the end of the year, I'll give you more to keep on hand. Liu Ying was troubled, choking up. But Afang says that complex is so nice. Mom, Cheng Tianyuan said sternly, a month ago, you and Dad were cursing her for stealing money and running off. Liu Ying's face flushed with shame and she fell silent. What her daughter had done in the old days would have meant being drowned in a pig cage. Her father and brother would have lost all face in front of the clan. Even now that she was back, the family could have just ignored her, as if she didn't exist. Xue Ling shook her head. Mom, tell Afang that apartment was renovated for you and Dad. It can't be given to her. If she's getting married, I can prepare other dowry for her. With that, she turned and went back to the clothing shop. Liu Ying snapped out of it, wanting to ask what Xue Ling would give her daughter, but didn't dare. Cheng Tianyuan pulled her aside, whispering, Mom, I'm already angry about this. The apartment was a gift from Ling to you, and you tried to give it away without her permission. Lin Kong gambled away his own family home. Do you think he deserves something good? But, Liu Ying tried to defend. He said he's changed. He won't gamble again. Cheng Tianyuan took a deep breath. You said it. You take it back. All the big apartments are in Ling's name. Unless she agrees, no one can live there. Liu Ying's eyes reddened. Can't you help persuade her? Your sister just keeps pushing us, being stubborn. She's pregnant. I'm afraid something will happen. I don't agree with just giving away the apartment, Cheng Tianyuan said firmly. That place is right across from us. I don't want to deal with those people. I've wanted to beat that guy up for ages. Liu Ying was startled, and seeing her son storm off, she hurried to find her husband. Cheng Muhai's face was grim. If Ling and Aiwan don't agree, then we can't give the apartment. But no buts, Cheng Muhai said quietly. Aiwan lives there now. If you move that family in, he'll get angry and might use his fists. If things get ugly, brother and sister will become enemies. Is that what you want? Liu Ying thought about it and realized he was right. Cheng Muhai continued, You have to be tough. Don't let her wear you down with tears. If you upset your son and daughter-in-law, is that good? We rely on them to support us. Do you think your daughter is someone you can count on? Liu Ying glared, then fell silent. The next morning, Liu Ying went upstairs to find her daughter. Your sister-in-law and brother both said no, that apartment is for us. Cheng Tianfang was furious. But you promised. Last night you said we could move in. Mom, how can you go back on your word? Shut up, Liu Ying snapped. I'm going back on it. You stole all my savings and now I'm giving you over 1,000 as dowry. That's already generous. You've never brought a penny home and now you're getting married with no bride price and I still have to give you over 1,000. Go ask around. Who else gives their daughter that much? Whether in Chengjia village or Rongcheng, who else gave their daughter so much? Even rich families only gave 300 or 400 at most. Cheng Tianyuan was left speechless. Lin Kong tugged her sleeve. Cheng Tianyuan burst into tears. But I have nowhere to live. Where are we supposed to go? If we buy a place with 1,000 yuan, how will we live? Liu Ying frowned. Your sister-in-law said she'll prepare other dowry for you. That apartment was for us, no one else. Why? Cheng Tianyuan snapped. She already gave it to you. Why can't you give it to me? Why does she get a say? Isn't her money all my brother's? She married into our family. How can she have so much of her own? Liu Ying pursed her lips. Because she earned it. Your brother said all those apartments have deeds in her name. She can give them away if she wants, but if she doesn't, no one gets them. Cheng Tianyuan started crying again. Lin Kong held her arm and whispered, Don't cry. Didn't your sister-in-law say she'd give you other dowry? Don't be upset, it's not good for the baby. Mom, Cheng Tianyuan asked, what will she give me? Can't I just have that apartment? Liu Ying shook her head. She hasn't said yet, but it won't be that apartment. She said it's for us to live in when we're old, not to give away. Cheng Tianyuan grew anxious. Then go ask her for me. Don't push it, Liu Ying scolded. What kind of girl asks her sister-in-law for dowry? If she's willing, that's her generosity. Just wait. Don't ask again. But I want the apartment, Cheng Tianyuan whimpered. She has so many. Why not just one? I said wait for your sister-in-law to arrange it, Liu Ying said coldly. If you keep crying, pack up and leave. Don't stay here. With that, she hurried downstairs. When He Liuhua heard that Liu Ying had gone back on her word about giving the big apartment, she was furious. Didn't she promise last night? How can she go back on her word? That mother of yours is so biased. Your brother and sister-in-law have over 20 apartments. Why can't you get even one? Cheng Tianyuan shrank under her scolding and muttered, None of those are really ours. They're all my sister-in-law's. So what? Doesn't that count for anything? He Liuhua blustered. You're her sister-in-law and you're getting married. How can she not give you anything? And she's so rich, too. Lin Kong, sulking nearby, added fuel to the fire. Fang, she can sell a plot of land for over 10,000 in one go and buy a car for over 30,000. Your sister-in-law must be loaded. With all that money, why is she so stingy with you? Cheng Tianyuan pouted. Who knows what she's thinking? I barely know her. She married my brother and moved to the city right after. I've hardly spoken to her. He Liuhua urged. Didn't she say she'd arrange something else for you? Go ask her. Make sure you ask for a big apartment. Right, Lin Kong said quietly. I heard the Wangjiang Yuan apartments are the best in Rongcheng. She has so many, we should get at least one, or where will we live? He Liuhua added, and your belly's getting bigger every day. You can't delay the wedding any longer. Go ask your mom for money and we'll throw a banquet and make it official. Cheng Tianyuan, simple-minded as ever, had no ideas of her own and just nodded. But she wasn't completely clueless. Kongge, after we get married, you have to find a job. You can't be like before. I'm pregnant now, so I can't work outside. You'll have to support the family. Lin Kong nodded eagerly. Don't worry, I'll work hard and take care of us. Cheng Tianyuan looked at He Liuhua. Mom, will you live with us then? Of course, He Liuhua said sharply. Kong is my only son. Who else would I rely on? I raised him so he could take care of me in my old age. Cheng Tianyuan was secretly unhappy, but didn't dare show it. Ever since her future mother-in-law arrived, she'd been bossing her around. At first she thought the old lady cared about her pregnancy, but she gradually realized her mother-in-law was just like Lin Kong, lazy, selfish, always thinking of herself. She'd thought that after the wedding, her mother-in-law would go back to the countryside. Who knew she'd insist on staying? Cheng Tianyuan was unhappy but didn't know what to do, so she just rubbed her belly and stayed quiet. Lin Kong waved his mother away and whispered to Fang, Mom's going to live with us. And with the baby, we can't have a small place. Try to get closer to your sister-in-law and persuade her to give us a big apartment. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. I'll go talk to her later. Xue Ling was busy. After counting over 90,000 summer garments, the Shanyu couple arrived. Chen Shuiyu was as haggling as ever, cheerfully trying to get close. Sister-in-law, we've worked together before, so we're old friends now. This time, you should give us a better price, right? Shanyu was more straightforward. This batch is all summer clothes, only good for our southern island. It's almost mid-autumn here. Everyone's wearing long sleeves. If you give us a good price, we'll take all 90,000, not just 70,000. Xue Ling just smiled calmly and poured them hot tea. Chen Shuiyu nudged her husband. I don't like tea, get me some beer, I love beer. Shanyu tried to stop her. You said your stomach hurt on the boat yesterday, don't drink. Have something warm. Chen Shuiyu pouted. But I don't like it. Shanyu gave in and went to the shop across the street to buy 2 cases of beer. Chen Shuiyu popped a bottle and drank happily. Xue Ling explained, You may not know, but I plan to do wholesale long-term. If I can't sell these, I'll just keep them for next year. Rongcheng isn't a big city. People here aren't that fashion-conscious. I can sell them next summer. They might not sell, Chen Shuiyu said. Shanyu nodded. In business, it's best to move stock quickly. First, it costs money to store it. Second, it might fade or get dirty. If you hold on to it too long, you'll regret it. Xue Ling had to admire the couple. One sharp, one smooth, working in perfect tandem. I've thought of all that. Of these 94,000 pieces, 50,000 are small sizes, the rest large. I'd hoped for half large, but we ran out of fabric at the end, so this is what we have. She gently stroked her big belly and smiled. I'll give birth soon, so I won't be able to run the shop for the next 2 months. If I can sell the whole batch, it'll save me a lot of trouble. Exactly. Chen Shuiyu glanced at her belly, unable to hide her envy. We've been married over 10 years and still don't have a child. If I got pregnant, I'd stop working and stay home to have a big, healthy son. Shanyu smiled. Take care of your health first. You're always complaining about your stomach and eating whatever you want. I'm not worried about kids. I'm worried about you being too busy. Chen Shuiyu beamed with happiness and took another big swig of beer. Sister-in-law, you seem straightforward. Give us a straightforward price. Xue Ling thought for a moment. If you're willing to take the whole batch, I'll give you the same price for all sizes. 3 won each. Only 50 cents off? Chen Shuiyu's face fell. Xue Ling smiled calmly. That's over 40,000 pieces. 50 cents each is a lot. Don't you think that's generous enough? Chen Shuiyu thought for a moment and said nothing. Ahu chimed in. Sister-in-law, don't give any more discounts. Even if you're on maternity leave, Aiwan and I can run the shop. If they want 70,000, fine, I'll wholesale the rest to small vendors. No problem selling them all. Chen Shuiyu protested. It's already the end of the season. Who's going to buy summer clothes now? Why not? Ahu said. Our local vendors like to stock up for the next season. There are plenty of clothing shops in the nearby counties. No need to worry. Shanyu turned to Xue Ling. Can't you go a bit lower? We have to pay shipping and everything. Xue Ling shook her head. Brother Shan, this is already half the factory price. If you bought direct from the factory and shipped it south, it'd cost 2,000 more. If you keep haggling, it's not sincere. Ahu, remembering Xue Ling's hint, jumped in. 2,000 is too much. Sister-in-law, how about this? Shut up! Chen Shuiyu pushed him aside. We're negotiating here. Shanyu grinned. All right, 3 won for everything. The bargaining went smoothly, but there were no ships at the dock lately, so the goods couldn't be shipped out yet. We'll have to wait until tomorrow for a ship. We'll be here another day, said Shanyu. Xue Ling asked, Where are you two staying? A small inn? Shanyu replied, Yeah, there's a little inn in the county. We stayed there last night. I'll settle up with you before we ship out tomorrow. Xue Ling nodded. Ahu, could you drive them to the inn to rest? Sure. Ahu agreed readily. Shanyu thanked them and stood up to leave, but suddenly Chen Shuiyu's face went pale and she gasped, Husband, my stomach hurts so much. Shan Yu was startled and hurried to support her. What's wrong? It hurts again? Xue Ling came over and asked, Where does it hurt? Chen Shuiyu pressed her hand to her stomach weakly. Right here. Xue Ling said, That's your stomach. Stomach problems can be serious. You're taking a ship south tomorrow. Better go to the hospital and get checked, just in case something happens on the way. Shan Yu couldn't help scolding. I told you not to eat cold stuff all the time, but you never listen. The doctor said you need to take care of your stomach. Keep it warm, but you always eat cold things. If I don't listen to you, you say I don't care. Well, if I don't care, you can just suffer. He was just worried, but Chen Shuiyu, who'd grown up with him, immediately started to cry. I'm in so much pain and you're still scolding me. Shan Yu quickly comforted her. Come on, let's go to the hospital. I don't want to go, she pouted. Xue Ling watched, amused, and advised, It's your own body. No one can take care of it for you. No matter how good your husband is, he can't feel your pain. Why make yourself suffer just to get his sympathy? Chen Shuiyu was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Xue Ling continued, If your stomach hurts, you suffer and he worries. It's hard on both of you. What's the point? Ahu, always straightforward, frowned and said, If you're healthy, you can take care of your husband. If you don't treat small illnesses, they'll turn into big ones. You need energy and health to manage your family. If you're sick in bed, what can you do? Chen Shuiyu thought about it and finally agreed. All right, let's go to the hospital. Xue Ling said, I need to go for a prenatal checkup anyway, and I know the OB doctor. Let's go together. It'll be easier. Great, Shan Yu said gratefully. Ahu drove the three of them to the hospital. Xue Ling went for a checkup every month, and now that she was further along, the doctor had told her to come every 2 weeks. As soon as she entered, the doctor recognized her. Not many people are as obedient as you. The doctor had once praised her and remembered her well. In her previous life, Xue Ling had worked herself sick for money, only to lose her health in the end. Now, she cherished her body and tried to look after those around her. She pointed to Chen Shuiyu and asked, Doctor, my friend has stomach pain. Could you take a look at her first? Of course. The doctor examined Chen Shuiyu and asked many questions. Chen Shuiyu, right? Your problem is quite serious. You need to go to internal medicine for a GI check. I suspect a severe gastric ulcer. Also, your body is too cold and you have uterine coldness. Are you trying to get pregnant? Chen Shuiyu was stunned and shook her head. We've been married over 10 years and never conceived. Doctor, isn't this just a stomach problem? What does it have to do with having kids? The doctor glared. Of course it's related. This isn't just a stomachache. You've been eating wrong for years, right? Otherwise, how could it be so bad? Everything you eat and do affects your whole body. Too much cold food makes your body cold, and severe uterine cold makes it hard to get pregnant, you know? I didn't know. Chen Shuiyu's eyes reddened. Shan Yu's face darkened. Doctor, we've wanted kids for 10 years, but she never got pregnant. You said it's related to coldness. Please help her. The doctor sighed. You can't rush it. First get the stomach better, then slowly nurse the body. Eat more warm, gentle foods, and after a while you can think about having kids. Shan Yu whispered, Hear that? No more eating whatever you want. Chen Shuiyu said nothing. The doctor wrote up a slip for tests. Ahu waited outside. Need any help? You help your wife sit, I'll queue up and pay. Shan Yu thanked him. Xue Ling chatted with the doctor about her own situation. The doctor had her lie down, listened to the fetal heartbeat, and checked the baby's position. The baby's head is very low now. In another half-month your family should be ready. When labor starts, come right away. Xue Ling nodded. I've already bought baby clothes and new bedding. The doctor gave her detailed hygiene advice so she'd be prepared and not caught off guard. Xue Ling took note. After half an hour, Chen Shuiyu finished her tests. The doctor frowned. You're only in your 30s, but your stomach is a mess. Do you want to live or not? Chen Shuiyu was scared. I'll listen to you from now on. Please give me medicine. The doctor explained, "You need medicine, but the main thing is to nurse your stomach, not just rely on pills. For the next 2 months, only eat rice or noodle porridge, no raw or cold foods, not even fruit. Drink warm water, add ginger to your food, and see how you do after 2 months." "Doctor, when can I get pregnant?" Chen Shuiyu asked anxiously. "No rush. Get healthy first, then slowly nurse your body. Add some Chinese medicine, and there's hope." "I understand. Thank you, doctor." Ahu drove them back to the inn, then returned to the shop with Xue Ling. Xue Ling asked quietly, "Is your mom still upset? Tell her to come by more often. Lin Kong's family will be moving out soon." Ahu grinned sheepishly. "Once they're gone, my mom will come back. She's just blunt. She's afraid she'll say something wrong and make things awkward with your relatives." Xue Ling sighed. "Every family has its troubles. This is the hardest chapter for us right now." "Don't worry about them," Ahu said. "Sister-in-law, just focus on making money and taking care of the baby. That's what matters most." Xue Ling shook her head with a wry smile. "The problem is, they're all after my money. I have to use a little to get rid of them." Ahu muttered, "I'm afraid it's a bottomless pit." As soon as Xue Ling got out of the car, she saw Cheng Tianyuan sitting outside the clothing shop, cracking sunflower seeds, clearly waiting for her. Ahu made a quick escape. "Sister-in-law, I'm off to eat at home." Cheng Tianyuan gave Xue Ling a fawning smile and said softly, "Sister-in-law, you're back." Xue Ling nodded and walked into the shop. "Come in and sit." Cheng Tianyuan was tidying up beer bottles. Seeing his sister following his wife, he sensed trouble, quickly packed up the bottles, and strode over. Xue Ling took out a box of biscuits and opened it. "Have some to fill your stomach." Cheng Tianyuan didn't stand on ceremony, quickly taking some to eat. Xue Ling noticed that after just over 10 days back, her sister-in-law had already gone from tall and skinny to a bit fairer and plumper. "Little sister, I know why you're here. Don't worry, I won't let you down." Cheng Tianyuan munched on the biscuits, her eyes darting. "Sister-in-law, if you don't give us the big apartment, we really have nowhere to live." Xue Ling smiled and countered, "Have you ever thought about it? Why is it that Lin Kong has ended up with nowhere to live? You've known him for over a year, been together nearly 10 months. If he were hardworking and did something proper, would you two really not even be able to rent a place?" Cheng Tianyuan fell silent, lowering her head. She had no education, hadn't gone to school, but even she could find work to support herself and him. If he worked hard and she contributed, they could have a decent life. Xue Ling continued quietly, "To me, he's an outsider. If you like him and marry him, then he becomes family. But if you married someone else, he'd have nothing to do with me, right?" Cheng Tianyuan said timidly. "But I have to marry him. I'm already pregnant with his child." Xue Ling didn't seem to care, smiling lightly. "There are plenty of people who get divorced after decades of marriage. If you can live well together, then stay together. If not, why force yourself? You don't owe him anything, do you?" Cheng Tianyuan half understood. She just knew she really liked Lin Kong and wanted to be with him. But thinking of those hard days in the capital, she felt afraid. If life was really going to be like that, she'd rather not have him at all. She'd run away once before and he coaxed her back. He'd changed a little, but not enough. "He said he'll change," Cheng Tianyuan said softly. I told him to find a job and he agreed." "If he's really willing to settle down with you, that's another story," Xue Ling said. But she had no faith in Lin Kong. Seeing his lazy, freeloading mother and how he'd been living off them, she knew he'd never change. Cheng Tianyuan heard her sister-in-law's tone soften and quickly said, "They're planning to hold the wedding banquet the day before mid-autumn. We really are getting married." Xue Ling reminded her, "You're not old enough to register for marriage yet." "The banquet's enough," Cheng Tianyuan said naively. "As long as everyone knows, that's all that matters." Xue Ling sighed inwardly. Her sister-in-law's naivety was truly something. If she didn't get burned a few more times, she'd never learn. But not being able to register the marriage was actually a good thing. less legal entanglement if things went wrong. If it ever came to the police or court, at least there'd be no official marriage and maybe less trouble. Cheng Tianyuan said nervously, "Sister-in-law, Mom had agreed to give me the big apartment, but she said, you wouldn't allow it. Sister-in-law, you already have so many apartments." Xue Ling sighed and explained, "Little sister, I can give you an apartment, a place big enough for your family to live in, also in Wangjiangyuan, 2 bedrooms, a living room, kitchen, and balcony, but I can only give it to you." "What do you mean?" Cheng Tianyuan asked in surprise. "I can't give it to Kong Jie and his mom? How does that work?" "No," Xue Ling replied. "I'll give it to you, put it in your name, change the deed to your name, yours alone." Cheng Tianyuan didn't really understand, but hearing she'd get an apartment in her own name made her happy. "Great, thank you, sister-in-law." Xue Ling waved her hand. "But you must keep the deed safe. You can rent it out, but you can't sell it. Otherwise you'll have nothing left. I'll only give you one. There won't be another." "Of course I won't sell it," Cheng Tianyuan said. "If I sold it, where would we live? Don't worry, I won't sell it." Xue Ling wasn't reassured, but she had to say it anyway. "All right, let's go tell Mom and Dad, then you can pick a 100 square meter unit and I'll transfer it to you." Cheng Tianyuan happily ran off. Xue Ling rubbed her forehead, feeling this apartment was just a tuition fee for her sister-in-law's life lessons. Just then, a tall, familiar figure walked in. Xue Ling looked up to see Cheng Tianyuan's handsome face, looking worried and complicated. "Yuangas, what's wrong?" Cheng Tianyuan frowned, his voice full of concern. "Wife, I'm sorry." Xue Ling quickly shook her head. "Don't say that. I know you're upset with your sister, but you can't do anything about her. And you're stuck between your parents, too. I'm just doing my duty as a sister-in-law, giving her a bit of dowry." "You don't have to comfort me," Cheng Tianyuan said, gazing at her. "The more you do, the more it hurts me." When she married him, he had almost nothing. The family only had today's good life because of her. But he couldn't help her much, and now his foolish sister was dragging her down. Xue Ling laughed softly, gently stroking her big belly. "If you really care about me, then hurry up and make me some beef noodles. I'm starving." Cheng Tianyuan knew she was changing the subject, so he squeezed her hand. "Wife, everything you've done for me and my family I remember here." He patted his chest hard. Xue Ling smiled and leaned into his arms. "As long as you understand me, that's enough." She hadn't chosen the wrong person, or loved the wrong man. He really was a caring, upright guy. No matter how bad his family was, as long as he understood and cared for her, she was willing to put up with a little loss and grievance. Cheng Tianyuan had just told Lin Kong and his mother about the apartment, and they immediately pushed to go pick one out at Wangjiangyuan. "The wedding banquet is next week. We can't wait. We have to get this done." Cheng Tianyuan took them over with a dark face. In the end, Lin Kong picked a mid-sized unit on the 6th floor facing the river. "We'll buy furniture tomorrow and move in right away." Cheng Tianyuan secretly asked Liu Ying for money, handing all 1,400 yuan of her dowry to Lin Kong. Lin Kong hurried off with his mother to buy new furniture. Liu Ying couldn't help scolding her daughter, furious. "That's your dowry. Why didn't you keep some for yourself, you stupid girl?" Cheng Tianyuan lowered her head, aggrieved. Kongga said, "It's better with him." Liu Ying was so angry she couldn't speak. Cheng Muhai just waved his hand. "Hurry up and move out. Just looking at you annoys me." After getting the money, Lin Kong and his mother went to the market and bought a bunch of furniture and daily necessities. Elevator apartments are so convenient. Just get in, press a button, and in a blink you're on the 5th floor. Haha. They picked the 5th floor of the Riverside West building. The neighboring unit was also one Xue Ling had bought, but it was already rented out. He Liuhua beamed. "In-laws, we've already imposed on you for too long. After the wedding banquet tomorrow, we'll move over there." Liu Ying couldn't help but ask, "Where are you holding the wedding banquet?" "Here, of course," He Liuhua blustered. "There's plenty of space, and most of the guests are your family anyway, so it's most convenient to do it here." Liu Ying was honest and simple, but she wasn't as foolish as her daughter. Your family has been eating and living here, and now you want to hold the wedding banquet here too. Her face darkened. I only know how to make some home-cooked dishes for everyone. I don't know how to do a wedding banquet. If you want to do it, you'll have to take over the kitchen. He Liu Hua's smile faded, and she said awkwardly, I only know some home cooking too. How about we do it together? Liu Ying was secretly angry. They took over 1,000 yuan of dowry, and now they wanted to throw a wedding banquet. So not only did her daughter have to pay to get married, but her family also had to pay for the banquet. Lin Kong said, I only invited a few friends. As for relatives, I'll just send some candy and let everyone know. I haven't made much of myself yet, so Afang will have to settle for a simple wedding. Cheng Muhai's face was grim. If you know she's settling, then treat her well. We're country folk, not good with fancy words, but we value honesty. He'd seen all kinds of people in his life, and after spending time with Lin Kong, he found him all show and no substance. Other than his looks, he had nothing going for him. Lazy, glib, and always scheming, he truly didn't like him. Lin Kong nodded quickly. Liu Ying told her son about the banquet and asked what to do. Cheng Tianyuan's face was cold. I'll go to the market for meat and vegetables and cook a meal. Liu Ying whispered, they also want beer. Okay, Cheng Tianyuan nodded. After we eat, tell them to move out tomorrow. Liu Ying was startled and tried to persuade him. For your sister's sake, just bear with it a little longer. Cheng Tianyuan snorted. If not for her, I'd have beaten him up the first day. With that, he rode off on his bike. The next day, Cheng Tianyuan went to the market early and bought a pile of ribs, meat, and other food and drink. Liu Ying and He Liu Hua started cooking in the kitchen, with Cheng Tianyuan helping out. The day before, Xue Ling had seen the Shan Yu couple off at the dock. She'd bumped her arm while moving goods and worried about the baby. She didn't dare use any medicine, so she kept quiet. Chen Shuiyu's stomach was a bit better. She went to the hospital for more medicine to take on the road. Shan Yu was straightforward. He paid Xue Ling 100,000 yuan in one go, and after all the clothes were boxed and loaded, he paid another 180,000 plus to settle the rest. After seeing them off, Xue Ling transferred over 180,000 yuan to her father and put the 100,000 profit into her own account. Looking at the 200,000 plus in her account, Xue Ling was secretly delighted. She gave Ahu 500 yuan. At first, Ahu refused, saying he hadn't brought in any new customers and didn't deserve it. Xue Ling explained, You helped clear the stock, called the truck, and helped load the goods. Those are all real contributions. Plus, your tricycle needs gas. Take it or I'll be embarrassed to ask for your help next time. Ahu grinned and accepted. Thanks, sister-in-law. That was easy money. He hesitated, then said, But you gave them a 20,000 yuan discount. That's a lot. With so much stock, you should have made more. Xue Ling shook her head. This whole batch was meant for them anyway. We had leftover fabric, so my dad had it all made up. It's autumn here, and these are all short sleeves. Only the southern island can sell them. Better to make a little less and keep a big client than have unsold stock sitting around. True, Ahu said. They're our biggest client. If we give them a good deal, they'll keep coming back. Xue Ling rubbed her arm. Exactly. Ahu tidied up outside, wiped down his tricycle, and said goodbye. Xue Ling smelled the food and called out, Ahu, we're having a wedding banquet here at noon. Stay and eat. No. Ahu refused. I've got things to do. I'll be off. Xue Ling knew he just didn't like Lin Kong and his mother, and things to do was just an excuse, so she didn't press. All right, come by when you're free. I'm planning to order a batch of winter clothes. Let's talk when you have time. Sure, Ahu agreed. I'll come by tomorrow. Xue Ling's arm hurt more and more, so she didn't dare clean the shop. She went to the kitchen to find Cheng Tianyuan. Seeing her pale face, Cheng Tianyuan immediately dropped what he was doing. What's wrong? Xue Ling whispered. Let's talk in the back. Back in the shop, Xue Ling took off her thin shirt, revealing a swollen, bruised right arm. Her fair skin made it look even worse. Cheng Tianyuan was alarmed. When did you get hurt? How did it get so bad? Xue Ling explained. Yesterday, when loading goods at the dock, I got bumped by an iron hook. I thought it was just a small bruise, but it's gotten worse. I didn't dare use any medicine since I'm pregnant. Let's go. Cheng Tianyuan carefully helped her dress. We're going to the hospital. Xue Ling hesitated. But the wedding banquet's about to start. I can drive myself. If it's just a bruise, fine, but if it gets worse and I get a fever, that's bad for the baby. Cheng Tianyuan helped her up. You're pregnant and hurt. How can I let you drive? It's just a meal. I already bought the food. They can cook it themselves. I don't care. He quickly told Liu Ying, then rushed Xue Ling to the hospital. When Liu Ying heard about Xue Ling's injury, she was worried and ran to find Cheng Muhai. Old man, Yuan said Ling Ling's arm is hurt. They're going to the hospital. I can't leave here, so you'd better go check on them. Cheng Muhai was startled. How did she get hurt? Is it serious? Which hospital? Liu Ying didn't know the city hospitals and shook her head anxiously. I don't know. Ling Ling's belly is so big. If the baby's hurt, I'm scared. Please go check on them. Chen Min and Chen Lan overheard and came over. Chen Lan volunteered. I know the way. I'll go help take care of sister-in-law. Right, Chen Min said. Lan's a girl. It's easier for her to help. She can ride a bike and knows the way. Let her go. Thank you, Lan. Let us know how it goes. Okay. Chen Lan hopped on her bike and hurried to the hospital. After arriving at the hospital, Xue Ling went straight to the obstetrics and gynecology department. The doctor listened to her explanation, frowned, and said, Let me take a look right away. Cheng Tianyuan helped her sit down and assisted her in taking off one sleeve. How did you get hurt so badly? The doctor exclaimed. Is your belly okay? Do you feel anything unusual? Xue Ling shook her head and replied, It's just my arm that hurts. My belly is fine, everything feels normal. The doctor examined her wound and explained, You've injured your muscle and a tendon. Let me check on the baby and the fetal heartbeat right away. A moment later, the doctor let out a sigh of relief. You're actually quite lucky. The baby is almost due, so the impact shouldn't be too great. The fetal heartbeat is normal for now. Cheng Tianyuan, worried, asked, Doctor, will an arm injury affect the baby too? Of course, the doctor explained. If you're not far along, any bumps or injuries can easily cause a miscarriage. Just yesterday, a woman over 5 months pregnant was hit while riding her bike. She thought it was just a bruise on her back and didn't think much of it, but in the middle of the night she had stomach pains. By the time she was brought in, it was too late. The baby was gone. She's still lying in the next room, and her condition is quite serious. Cheng Tianyuan was filled with lingering fear and nervously grabbed the doctor's arm. Will my wife be okay then? The doctor brushed his hand away and explained, Your wife is almost full term. As long as her belly wasn't hurt, it shouldn't be a big problem. The main concern is the possibility of premature labor, so your family should be mentally prepared. Get some things ready for the mother and baby, like clothes and small blankets. Oh, okay. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but get flustered. The doctor said, I'll apply some medicine to your wife's arm, but she'll need to stay in the hospital for observation for the next couple of days. If both mother and baby remain stable, then she can be discharged. Xue Ling gave a wry smile. I thought it was nothing, but my arm kept hurting more and more. I didn't dare take it lightly, so I had my husband bring me here right away. That's the right thing to do, the doctor explained. During pregnancy, the biggest fear is any kind of collision. Even injuries that seem far from the belly can have an impact. You've been in good health and exercise regularly, so there shouldn't be much of a problem. A nurse nearby sighed and said, Some pregnant women are too careless and only rush to the hospital when something goes wrong. Sometimes we can save them, sometimes we can't. If that woman yesterday had come in earlier, maybe the baby could have been saved. A few days ago, we had a difficult labor case. It was her second child, so the mother was pretty relaxed. But unfortunately, she fell at the stairs and thought it was nothing. That night, she had stomach pains. The baby was born prematurely, and the mother went through a day and night of suffering. It was the first time for both Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan to become parents, and hearing the doctor and nurse talk left them both shaken. The nurse applied medicine to her arm and told her she must stay in bed and rest and not move around too much. At that moment, Chen Lan arrived. Cheng Tianyuan instructed her to look after Xue Ling, then hurried back to Jiangyuan to pack some things. Chen Lan was extremely nervous and asked Xue Ling if she was in a lot of pain. "No," Xue Ling replied. "It's just a bit sore, but it feels better after the medicine. I just hope I don't go into labor early. There are still more than 2 weeks until my due date." Chen Lan was still a maiden and knew nothing about childbirth. "So, is it okay if the baby comes a bit early?" Xue Ling smiled and explained. "It should be fine, but it's best not to have a premature birth. The doctor said premature babies are often weak and harder to care for, and it's tougher on the mother too." Chen Lan said nervously, "Then let's hope you don't go into labor early. Sister-in-law, if your belly starts to hurt, tell me right away." Seeing how pale she looked, Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. "Don't be so nervous, or you'll make me nervous too. Don't worry, we're in the hospital, with nurses and doctors watching over us. Nothing will happen." Chen Lan gave a small laugh and said, "Sister-in-law, you're only 2 or 3 years older than me, but you seem so calm." Xue Ling raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? Are you saying I'm old-fashioned?" Having lived 2 lifetimes, her thoughts and actions were naturally different from girls in their 20s. Chen Lan shook her head with a smile. "No, you're very pretty. It's just, you have a very steady presence. It's easy to be around you, like a teacher at school." Half an hour later, Cheng Tianyuan returned, carrying a bunch of things. "Luckily, I'd already packed. I brought you 2 sets of clothes to change into and 1 for myself. I brought everything straight here." Xue Ling thought for a moment and said, "Brother Yuan, why don't you let Elan stay with me, and you go back to the shop for a bit? It's almost noon, and there's a wedding banquet over there. As the eldest brother-in-law, you should show your face and support your sister." Cheng Tianyuan was still worried about her and said in a low voice, "It's just 1 meal. If they really cared about the wedding, would they have left everything for us to do? My sister is so clueless. Showing up won't make a difference." His family had to provide not only a dowry, but also a house for his sister's marriage. When his sister was tricked away by Lin Kong, he hadn't even settled the score with them. But instead, their whole family got taken advantage of. Unfortunately, he couldn't persuade his parents or his sister. If it were his own daughter, he'd have taken her to the hospital to get an abortion, beaten up Lin Kong, and never had anything to do with that family again. Lin Kong and his mother freeloaded at the shop, used the dowry money to buy furniture. Actually, they only bought a bed and a wardrobe, and took everything else from the shop for free, even quilts and mosquito nets. Yesterday, he secretly settled the bill with Chen Min, and it came to over 200 yuan. He Liu Hua even had the nerve to say, "It's your brother-in-law's shop. We're all family. If we buy outside, others make a profit. How is that worth it?" They took things without paying. If it were his own shop, he could turn a blind eye, but he couldn't let Ahu and Chen Min get taken advantage of too, so he had to pay out of his own pocket. He'd been holding in his anger for a long time and really wanted to hit someone. Chen Lan pursed her lips and suggested, "Brother Yuan, Aunt and Uncle are really worried about sister-in-law. They asked me to come and let them know what's going on. Why don't you drive back and tell them about the situation here, so they don't worry too much?" Xue Ling nodded and said, "Yes, you should go back. I'll be here for a couple of days, and the elders need to know so they don't worry." "It won't hurt to wait a bit," Cheng Tianyuan said, glancing at the sky outside. "It's already noon. I'll go buy you both some food first." There was a small restaurant across from the hospital. Cheng Tianyuan bought 2 large meals, packed in aluminum containers, and hurried back. Passing by the next ward, he suddenly heard crying. Out of instinctive curiosity, he poked his head in. The baby was already 5 months. How could it just be gone? Woo! He saw a woman lying on the hospital bed, her hair messy and disheveled, her eyes red and swollen from crying. Next to her sat a man, chain-smoking and wiping away tears. He remembered what the doctor had said and felt a chill of fear. Luckily, his wife was healthy and the baby was almost full term. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened. Yesterday, Lin Kong had called him to help move furniture. Otherwise, he could have gone to the dock to deliver goods, and his wife wouldn't have had to go out with A Hu while heavily pregnant. Thinking of this, he was filled with regret. Damn it. It's like he owed that whole family. He told Chen Lan to take good care of Xue Ling, then, still fuming, headed back to the development zone. The hospital was in the old part of town, quite a distance from the Riverside development zone. Cheng Tianyuan drove steadily, not too fast, and by the time he reached the shop, it was already around 1 p.m. As soon as he parked, Chen Min and his parents came rushing over. "Ah, Yuan, how's Ling Ling? Is sister-in-law all right? Why did you come back alone?" Cheng Tianyuan explained. "The doctor said it's a bit serious. She needs to stay in the hospital for observation for 2 days. The baby might come early, so we need to be mentally prepared." "Ayah!" Liu Ying was startled and asked, "Wasn't there still half a month to go before the due date?" Cheng Tianyuan frowned and said in a low voice, "The doctor said she suffered a bump, so we'll see how things go after a couple of days of rest. Hopefully the baby won't come early. Luckily it's already late in the pregnancy, so even if it's 2 weeks early, it shouldn't be a big problem." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Cheng Tianyuan said, "I just came to let you know. I'll have to go back to take care of her." Liu Ying nodded repeatedly. "All right, I'll come over later to help too." Cheng Tianyuan glanced toward the kitchen and saw quite a few people inside, all men by the look of it. He looked at his parents and Chen Min and couldn't help but ask, "You haven't had lunch yet, have you?" Liu Ying replied in a low voice, "There are a lot of people here. Almost not enough seats. We've already had a little something to tide us over. We'll make more to eat later." Chen Min, a bit embarrassed, said quietly, "There wasn't enough food earlier, so Uncle went out to the market to buy more." Cheng Tianyuan asked angrily, "Weren't there supposed to be just a few people? Why are there so many? Does Lin Kong think he's so important?" "Keep your voice down," Liu Ying sighed softly. "Just bear with it a little longer. Once they finish eating, they'll move out this afternoon." Cheng Tianyuan took a deep breath and strode into the shop. "I'm going to get some toothbrushes and toothpaste. We'll have to stay over there tonight." Chen Min quickly followed and asked, "Do you need towels? Anything else? Bring more, just in case you need something and can't find it. We have a car, so it's not a problem to bring extra." "Just a toothbrush and toothpaste for each of us," Cheng Tianyuan replied. Chen Min quickly fetched them, packed them up, and handed them over. "Uncle and I can handle things here. Let Elan stay over there to help take care of sister-in-law." Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. "Have her come back in the evening. We can't be short-handed here." At that moment, He Luhua came out quickly. "Oh, brother-in-law, you're back?" She was holding chopsticks, her mouth greasy from eating. Cheng Tianyuan nodded indifferently. He Luhua quickly spread her arms wide. "We're having a wedding here today. Since you're coming from the hospital, you can't come in. Hospitals are unlucky places. Don't bring bad luck to our happy occasion." Cheng Tianyuan was instantly furious and barked, "This is my family's place. What are you doing here having a wedding? You're kicking me out of my own place. Who do you think you are? Your son can even lose a house, and you still dare to act up in my home. Get out! All of you! Get out now!" He Luhua was terrified, dropped her chopsticks, and ran back to the kitchen, her face pale. Cheng Tianyuan was still fuming, his voice booming and thunderous. Liu Ying and Father Cheng were both startled by him, and Chen Min stood dumbfounded at the shop entrance, not knowing what to do. Lin Kong and his gang of friends were all drunk, sprawled out and sleeping. Only Cheng Tianfang, who hadn't drunk, heard the commotion and hurried out. He Liuhua nearly bumped into her, shrieking in panic. "Your big brother's gone crazy! He yelled at me! Oh my God!" Cheng Tianfang, dressed in a bright red dress with a big red flower in her hair, came out and saw Cheng Tianyuan's dark, stormy face and started trembling in fear. "Brother, what are you doing?" Cheng Tianyuan roared, "You and Lin Kong get out this afternoon. Don't let me see you again. Our family has done more than enough for you. Since you insist on marrying him, today counts as your wedding. This is the path you chose. Whether you regret it or enjoy it, whether you're abused or happy, don't come back crying. Get out. All of you. Get far away." Cheng Tianyuan was most afraid of her big brother and started sobbing. Liu Ying looked away and whispered, "Ah, Yuan, don't be like this." Cheng Tianyuan turned and strode to his jeep, got in and drove off. Cheng Muhai watched him disappear into the distance and let out a long sigh. Chen Min swallowed and tried to comfort him. "Uncle, Ah Yuan is just angry right now." "I know," Cheng Muhai said with a bitter smile. "He's my son. I understand him. It's our fault for not raising our daughter well. We've made trouble for ourselves, for others, and for our son and daughter-in-law." When Cheng Tianyuan returned to the hospital, he found Xue Ling asleep, with Chen Lan dozing off beside her. He quietly packed up the aluminum food containers and took them back to the small restaurant across the street. "Boss, can you make me a bowl of noodles?" "You haven't eaten yet?" "Brother, it's almost 2 o'clock. "All right, wait a moment." Cheng Tianyuan actually didn't have much of an appetite, but since he needed to take care of his wife, he forced himself to eat even if he didn't feel like it, so he ordered a bowl of noodles. Thinking back on what happened earlier, he didn't regret it at all. As the ancients said, "Associate with gentlemen, keep away from petty people." Lin Kong and his mother were not good people, lazy, greedy, always looking to take advantage. If he could use this opportunity to draw a clear line with them, all the better. As for his sister, he had already done everything he could, given her a house and a dowry. If their parents couldn't teach her, she'd have to learn her lesson from others. If she wouldn't listen to her parents, the lessons from others would be even more painful. But that's just how it had to be. With her situation, she'd probably come home crying in a few days. It was best to draw the line now, and if she really couldn't take it anymore, he could help her then. After all this, the house was finally quiet. Thinking of this, he actually felt happy. From now on, not just him, but his parents too could focus on taking care of his wife. Even if she went into labor early, as long as there were enough people, they could handle it. He happily finished his noodles, paid, and walked back to the hospital with a smile. With the care of the doctor and her husband, Xue Ling's arms soon stopped aching. The baby's heartbeat remained normal, and there were no other issues. 2 days later, she was discharged smoothly. The doctor reminded her not to travel far these days, especially to avoid bumpy long-distance rides. Xue Ling remembered and explained, "Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, so we'll probably go back to our hometown. We have our own car, and it should only take about 20 minutes if we drive slowly." The doctor nodded in agreement. "As long as it's not too bumpy, it's fine. Just be careful. In your situation, the baby will probably come a bit earlier than the due date." "Okay, thank you, doctor," Cheng Tianyuan said, taking note. Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying were both relieved to see Xue Ling return safely. "Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. It's good to have the family together," Liu Ying said. She made Xue Ling's favorite pork bone soup, adding some red dates. "Have a bowl to warm your stomach. Dinner will be ready soon." Ahu's mother heard that Lin Kong's family had moved out, so she came over the next day to help, still smiling as always. "Little sister-in-law's back? That's great. I'll make you some crispy stuffed pancakes." Xue Ling quickly thanked her. Ahu rode over on his tricycle carrying 2 boxes of mooncakes. "My work unit gave out mooncakes today. The old colleagues called me over and I got 2 boxes. I brought them to share with everyone. There are 8 big pieces, 1 for each person." Everyone laughed and got ready for dinner. The factory had given the workers a holiday for the past 2 days. Some had 2 days off, some 3. So the development zone was bustling, with people coming and going in a hurry. After discussing with Chen Min, Cheng Tianyuan decided to close the shop for a day for the Mid-Autumn Festival. "Go home early tonight and get some rest. There's not much business anyway." Chen Min didn't mind at all. He just smiled and shrugged. "It's not like I have anything to do at home anyway. If I stay here a bit longer, at least I have you all to chat with." Ahu patted him on the shoulder and said, "Let's have a good drink together, just us guys. I'm free tonight, let's go have some beer." "Great," Chen Min grinned happily. Ahu's mother pursed her lips and muttered, "2 grown men with no wives to keep them company, so they can only hang out with each other. How embarrassing. Look at Ah Yuan. He's about to be a dad. You two are both older than him, but neither of you has a wife. Chen Min chuckled awkwardly. Auntie, you can't rush these things. Hu shrank his neck and said, I'm looking, aren't I? But I just haven't found anyone yet. It's not my fault. Useless, Hu's mother called out to Xue Ling. Little sister-in-law, do you have any friends or classmates? They don't have to be especially pretty or super capable. Just normal and down-to-earth is fine. Hurry up and introduce someone to our Hu or Min. Xue Ling was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. Not really. Most of my friends and classmates are up north, mainly in the capital, so they're too far away. My colleagues at the newspaper are mostly already married, so there really isn't anyone suitable. Hu's mother shook her head and sighed. Sigh. Why is it so hard to find a good daughter-in-law? Chen Min and Hu each grabbed a beer and dashed off. Hearing her mention the newspaper, Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, Wife, you haven't been to the newspaper much lately, have you? Oh, right. How are Liu Xing and that Wang Ting? Are they married yet? Xue Ling replied, I went to the newspaper last week and handed in 8 weeks' worth of columns, hoping that'll cover me through my confinement. Liu Xing said he's getting married at the end of the year. Apparently, Wang Ting's mom still has some demands, so the wedding is set for the end of the year. Cheng Tianyuan was curious. Demands? What kind? Xue Ling said, At first, Wang Ting's mom insisted he buy a new apartment. She wouldn't let her daughter marry him without one. Liu Xing scraped together enough to buy a small place, but her mom said it wasn't good enough, so he had to figure out how to upgrade to a medium-sized one. She didn't mention that she'd helped Liu Xing buy the apartment, letting him pay her back 100 yuan a month, slowly paying off the rest. Liu Xing finally managed to get a medium-sized place, but then Wang Qing's mom complained that the bride price was too low. She wanted 480 yuan for a lucky number. Liu Xing didn't have enough, so he's saving up, which is why the wedding is set for the end of the year. Hu's mother couldn't help but mutter, That mother-in-law is really something. Is her daughter that great? Cheng Tianyuan smiled. She's probably pretty good. She looks nice, has a good appearance, and most importantly, she's educated and has a stable job at the newspaper. When a mother raises a daughter, she's bound to be reluctant to let her go, so she'll make more demands and put the son-in-law through the ringer. Hu's mother nodded. That's not unreasonable. It's not easy to raise a good daughter, especially one with a stable job. It's only right to test the son-in-law a bit. Liu Ying couldn't help but sneak a glance at Xue Ling, secretly relieved. Ling was also well-educated, with great qualities. Better than that Wang Qing, really. Luckily, the Xue family's in-laws were good people. When she said she wanted to marry Ling to bring good luck, they agreed without a word. The bride price was minimal, and nothing else was required. She just married over in a hurry. By comparison, their family was really lucky. If they'd run into a mother-in-law like Wang Qing's, with their circumstances back then, they never could have married a daughter-in-law. Without comparison, you don't realize how fortunate you are. Thinking this, Liu Ying felt even more affection for her daughter-in-law. After tidying up and locking the doors and windows, everyone got ready to head back to Wangjiangyuan. It was already getting dark, and the wind by the river was strong, whistling as it blew. Suddenly, someone called out from outside the shop, Xue Ling! Xue Ling! Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling were both surprised and hurried out. It was actually Liu Xing. Liu Xing was holding his bicycle, wearing a white shirt and army green pants, with a pair of rubber shoes on his feet, standing clean and neat at the shop door. When you came by last week, the mooncakes director Liu ordered hadn't arrived yet. Today the newspaper gave everyone mooncakes, 2 boxes each, plus 8 big oranges. I picked yours up for you. I got off work late, so I'm delivering them a bit late too. Xue Ling, holding her big belly, came down the steps, smiling. Thank you, Liu Xing lifted his chin. No need to thank me, it's just a bit more walking. Here, let your husband take them. They're a bit heavy. Cheng Tianyuan quickly took them and thanked him. Xue Ling asked, You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Liu Xing shook his head. It's fine, I'll eat when I get home. The newspaper's on holiday tomorrow, but I had to work late to finish an article. Cheng Tianyuan quickly said, There are still pancakes in the kitchen. If you don't mind, sit down and have some, and keep Ling Ling company. I need to tidy up and close the shop. Liu Xing grinned. Well, then I won't be polite. Cheng Tianyuan warmly invited him to sit, brought out 2 big pancakes, and went to the back to get 2 bottles of beer, opening one. Liu Xing, always frugal to save for his wedding, was delighted to have some beer. Ling, your husband is really a good guy? Xue Ling smiled, stroking her round belly, and raised her eyebrows proudly. If he wasn't, why would I come all this way to marry him? Liu Xing laughed and took a big bite of pancake. This is good, tasty. He took a sip of beer and exclaimed, grinning, feels like a holiday tonight. Looking at his slightly thin, handsome face, Xue Ling couldn't help but say softly, don't be too hard on yourself. There's no rush to pay me back. You look like you've lost weight again. Liu Xing was stunned, then smiled. Thanks for caring. You might not be in a hurry for me to pay you back, but I am. I only make 200 a month, save 100 to pay you, 50 for the bride price, and give a bit to my parents. My dad's retired and doesn't get much, so I have to help out. If I don't save every penny, how could I ever save enough? Xue Ling clicked her tongue, peeled an orange, and ate it slowly. We're friends, so let me give you some advice. If you're really so poor there's no way out, then sure, save every penny. But if you want to actually have money, you can't just save. You have to earn more. Liu Xing pouted. I have a job. I'm not lazy. Wrong, Xue Ling said. I'm not telling you to quit, but I suggest you get a side job. Liu Xing raised his eyebrows and rolled his eyes. What kind of side job? What could I do? I need money fast. Ling, you must have some ideas, right? Teach me. No rush. Xue Ling ate some peanuts and asked, besides writing and reporting, what else are you good at? You're so skinny you can't do heavy labor. If you want a side job, you need a special skill. Liu Xing looked a bit dejected. All I can do is write and take photos. I'm really not good at anything else. Xue Ling's eyes lit up, remembering the photos Liu Xing had taken for the newspaper. You're good at photography. Did you study it? Liu Xing replied, I learned when I was studying in the provincial capital. Later I scrimped and saved to buy a Phoenix camera, but film is expensive, so I can only sneak a few shots for myself. I take a lot for the newspaper, though, since I can get reimbursed. Xue Ling exclaimed, then why not open a photo studio? Liu Xing was dumbfounded, then took a big gulp of beer. If I had the money to open a studio, I wouldn't owe you so much. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows with a smile and asked, you've thought about it before, haven't you? A photo studio can really make money. Who doesn't know it's profitable? Liu Xing explained eagerly. But to open a studio, you need your own developing equipment and you need to buy film too. It all costs money. Xue Ling thought for a moment and said quietly, as far as I know, there's only one small photo studio in Rongcheng, right? Yeah, and even though it's small, business is booming, Liu Xing explained. All the photos our newspaper needs are developed there. To take photos, you need a camera, which costs several hundred yuan. Not every family can afford one. Plus, film costs 10 or 20 yuan, and developing photos costs money too, so nobody buys a camera just to take pictures. They all go to the studio. He added a bit sheepishly, when I first graduated and interned at the newspaper, my family's finances were okay, so I secretly saved up. My internship paid 100 yuan a month, and I saved for over half a year to buy that Phoenix camera. To this day, it's the most valuable thing in my family. I treat it like a god. Xue Ling chuckled softly. It would be more than 30 years before smartphones became common, and photo studios would still be thriving for another 20 years. During this time, investing in a studio should still be profitable. It's a skilled trade, and not everyone can take photos. Plus, there are no point-and-shoot cameras yet, and cameras are expensive, so making money in this business shouldn't be hard. You already have a camera, don't you? Xue Ling said. That saves you a big chunk of the initial investment. Liu Xing's eyes lit up, then he smiled wryly. I do love photography, but it's a high-end hobby. Guys like me can't really afford it. Back when I was studying in the provincial capital, I scrimped and saved. Even found a mentor and joined the photography club when I graduated. But those days are long gone. Now it's all about daily necessities. How can I even dream about art anymore? Xue Ling giggled and teased. You're not even married yet, and you're already this defeated. What will you be like after you get married and have kids? No fighting spirit left at all. Liu Xing took a swig from his beer bottle and muttered, Ambition and art are for people with money. I don't have that luxury. I just want to live a good life and marry the woman I love. Enough nonsense. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows and asked directly, How about I invest in a photo studio and we make money together? Huh? Liu Xing jolted upright. Really? Yes, of course I want to. I'll work for you, run errands as long as I get to handle the camera and develop photos. Just give me a few yuan in wages. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh again. See, you do have ambition. It's just that you've been under too much pressure lately, so you're a bit down. Let's talk about how to invest in the studio and make it work. Liu Xing hugged his beer bottle, excited. Actually, I've thought about it before and even planned it out. The key is to rent a good location, preferably on a busy street. If you decorate it with some artistic flair, it'll definitely attract people. Then you buy a set of developing equipment, stock up on film and special photo paper, and that's basically it. Xue Ling wasn't an expert in this field, but she'd used cameras before and knew the general process. Really, the main costs are the camera and the developing equipment, plus you need skill for both taking and developing photos. Liu Xing, this is perfect for you. It's a business that relies on skill. Liu Xing nodded eagerly. It really is. I know how to take photos, I've learned to develop them, and I already have a good camera. Xue Ling asked, How much does the developing equipment cost? Where do you buy it? Do you have an idea? I do, Liu Xing replied. You have to order it from a machinery factory in the provincial capital, but it's expensive. I read in the paper that black and white equipment is cheaper. No way, Xue Ling interrupted. Color cameras and developing are already out there. If we're going to invest, we have to go for the most advanced stuff. Or how can we compete? The best technology is the best edge, got it? Liu Xing nodded, a little nervous. If it's color developing, it'll be 3,000 or 4,000 for a set. At least 3,000. No problem, Xue Ling said. I'll cover all the equipment and rent. You handle the photography and developing. As for profit sharing, how about I take 60% and you take 40%, since I'm putting in most of the capital. 80-20 is fine, Liu Xing said excitedly. As long as I can make a few extra yuan a day, I'm happy. You're putting in the big money, I can't let you lose out. Xue Ling shook her head and explained, The investment is just at the start, and I can't help with the actual work. After that, it's all on you. Besides, I want to make money, but I also want to help you out. We're friends. So, 60-40, and that's final. Liu Xing's eyes grew misty, and he said softly, Then, let's split the rent 50-50, and if we make money, I'll pay you back some of the capital. We can talk about that later, Xue Ling said. First, go order the equipment and find a good busy location to rent, okay? Okay, Liu Xing patted his chest. Tomorrow's a holiday. I'll go to the provincial capital right away. They discussed more details. Liu Xing was very professional and had already thought things through carefully. Xue Ling nodded and explained, I'm about to give birth, and I don't know much about this business, so I can only handle the investment. Wait a bit, I'll get you some money for the equipment and rent. Is it convenient for you? Liu Xing lowered his voice. That's a lot of money all at once. Xue Ling smiled and said quietly, It's fine. I've made a bit recently. Buying a few developing machines is no problem. Wow! Liu Xing's eyes sparkled. You're amazing. Xue Ling planned to buy land in Chengjia village tomorrow and had already asked Cheng Tianyuan to get 20,000 yuan ready for her. That would cost about 16,000, so she'd have 4,000 left. She went into the clothing shop and quickly brought out 3,000 yuan. You probably don't need to pay the full amount for the equipment up front, just a deposit. Use the rest to rent a place. If it's not enough, come back for more. Keep track of every expense in a ledger. Don't worry, I'll record every cent, Liu Xing said, looking nervously at the stack of cash. This is a lot. I feel anxious carrying it. Xue Ling looked at his tall, thin frame and felt uneasy too. How about this? I'll find someone familiar with the provincial capital to go with you, to help keep an eye on the money. One more person, one more layer of safety. How about that? Who? Is he available? Liu Xing asked. Xue Ling smiled. His name is Hu. He works for the transportation department. He can drive and he has a tricycle. He just went to the provincial capital to buy a car recently, so he knows the way well. If he goes with you, I'll feel better. Great! Liu Xing was almost clapping with joy. Is he free? He is, Xue Ling said. Wait a bit. I'll call him over so you two can meet and set a time to leave. Awesome! Liu Xing was over the moon. Cheng Tianyuan packed 4 bottles of beer in a mesh bag for Liu Xing to take home. Liu Xing happily accepted them, set a time with Hu, and rode off on his bicycle. Beer was still a novelty. 1 small bottle cost a yuan or 2, which was a luxury for most ordinary people, so they didn't buy it often. Cheng Tianyuan felt it was rare for Xue Ling's colleague to visit, so he was extra hospitable and even sent 4 bottles for Liu Xing to take home. He'd been busy in the back earlier, so he hadn't heard what Xue Ling and Liu Xing had discussed. It wasn't until he came over and heard Hu and Xue Ling talking about ordering photo-developing equipment that he was startled. Wife, why are you ordering that? Cheng Tianyuan asked in surprise. Xue Ling briefly explained the plan she'd worked out with Liu Xing, adding, I don't know much about this business, but he clearly does. He's got it all figured out. All I need to do is provide the money. Hu took a swig of beer and let out a satisfied, ah. This is a good investment. In this line of work, once you buy the equipment and can take your own photos, it's guaranteed profit. Taking photos is hard, and developing them is a skilled job too. The TV station reporters all take and develop their own photos. Sometimes people treat them like big bosses just to get a picture. Making money with skills is always a good thing. Xue Ling nodded in agreement. It's just an upfront investment. After that, it's all about the work. Liu Xing has free time in the mornings and evenings, plus lunch breaks and weekends. If he plans well and works hard, he should be able to earn back the investment pretty quickly. She added in a low voice, honestly, investing a few thousand yuan isn't that much. Hu and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged glances and both chuckled. She could make tens of thousands on a single shipment, so a few thousand was nothing to her, but for most people it was a huge sum. Hu explained, he really seems to know his stuff. He told me earlier that the old photo studio in Rongcheng's old town has poor developing skills and outdated equipment. If he can get the most advanced color machines, he's confident he can take and develop great photos. It's just, sister-in-law, you can't manage it yourself. So, for a long-term partnership, you have to really trust the other person. He didn't know Liu Xing well, so he felt he should at least remind Xue Ling. Xue Ling chuckled softly. We've been colleagues for a while, so I know him and Wang Ting pretty well. He's a literature guy, very straightforward by nature, so I'm not worried. When you work with someone, character is what matters most. His parents are honest workers, and he's open and direct. He's a good guy. Then there's nothing to worry about, Hu said cheerfully. This is a business worth doing. It'll definitely make money. Cheng Tianyuan didn't know much about the business, but it sounded pretty good to him too. So you're heading to the provincial capital first thing tomorrow? Yep, Hu replied. I don't have much to do anyway. Sister-in-law's out of clothes and I'm just sitting around bored. For mid-autumn, my mom can handle the ancestor worship. I'll take him to the provincial capital, and I can get out for a bit too. Xue Ling thought for a moment. Brother Hu, how about this? Liu Xing still has to work at the newspaper, so could you help out with the photo studio for a while? My belly's too big. I really can't run around right now. Sure, Hu agreed readily. I don't know the technical stuff, but I'm great at finding shops and buying things. He lowered his voice on purpose. Liu Xing looks like a weak scholar. He doesn't have much strength. I can help with the heavy lifting so he doesn't wear himself out. We still need him to take photos. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan both burst out laughing. That night, Cheng Tianyuan drove his parents and Xue Ling back to Wangjiang Yuan. Early the next morning, they packed up and headed to Chengjia village. The road was good. Leaving from the riverside, it took about 20 minutes. Cheng Tianyuan always drove steadily, never fast, and Xue Ling couldn't help but tease him for being too slow. He chuckled and shot back, "Did you forget what the doctor said? No bumpy rides, it's not good for the baby." "Fine, you win," Xue Ling said, smiling as she enjoyed the breeze. In the back seat, Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying were delighted, chatting with Xue Ling and enjoying the scenery. "In the old days, when your mom and I had to go to the county town, we'd have to leave at 4 or 5 in the morning. The roads were bad, and we'd only get there by noon. We'd rush to buy what we needed and then hurry back. There were no streetlights back then. If it got dark, it was pitch black. If there was a moon, it was okay, but without it, you could fall into a ditch. So we'd rush to get home before dark." Cheng Muhai laughed proudly. "Now the roads are wide and smooth, and we have a car so fast." "Look, we're almost at the village entrance," Liu Ying said happily. "So quick." As soon as their car entered the village, they saw the village chief and 2 other men waiting by the roadside, clearly looking out for them. "Ah, Yuan! Great, you're finally here! The village chief's been waiting here since early morning." Cheng Tianyuan quickly got out, pulled 3 packs of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to each of them. "Chief, Brother Xue, Uncle Qingshan, sorry to keep you waiting." "You didn't have to bring so much. 1 cigarette is enough." "Don't be polite. It's from our own shop. I brought plenty for everyone." "Well, we won't stand on ceremony then, thank you." The village chief happily lit a cigarette and walked quickly over to Xue Ling. "Sister-in-law Yuan, look. Here are the documents I got done. They're all stamped. Take a look." Cheng Tianyuan hurried over, opened the car door, and carefully helped Xue Ling out. "Slowly. Let me introduce you. This is Uncle Qingshan and Brother Xue, both from our clan. Uncle is the village accountant, and Brother is in charge of finances." Xue Ling greeted them warmly and asked her mother-in-law, Liu Ying, to hand out candies. "Take some home for the kids." "You're too kind. Thank you. Thank you, sister-in-law." Xue Ling turned and took the documents from the village chief, saw the official land bureau stamp, and smiled in satisfaction. "Chief, let's go to the village committee now. I've brought all the money, ready to sign and put my thumbprint." The village chief's eyes crinkled with joy. "Great! Let's go right now." Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying got out of the car. "You take the chief and the others over. We'll walk home. Once you've bought the land, come home for lunch." So everyone got in the car and headed to the village committee. The village chief clicked his tongue in admiration. "This is my 2nd time in this car. So smooth. It's a Jeep, worth tens of thousands." Qingshan and Brother Xue looked on with envy. Yuan, you're the first in our village to buy a car. You've brought honor to our ancestors." Cheng Tianyuan waved it off quietly. "It's all my wife's earnings. I'm not that capable yet." From the passenger seat, Xue Ling quickly said, "How can you say that? We earned it together. I just managed the money. Who keeps such strict accounts with their own wife? If the uncles and brothers hear you, they'll laugh at you." The village chief and the others all laughed. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at her fondly, his eyes full of warmth. It was a total of 300 mu of land, a large, continuous plot, altogether for 16,000 yuan. Cheng Tianyuan took out the money pouch and explained, "It's all 10 yuan bills. Each bundle is 1,000. Uncles, please count it." The village chief and the others widened their eyes, then came over with cheerful smiles to help count. Luckily, there were enough hands, so it was all done in just over half an hour. The village chief shook his head in disbelief. Yuan, just last year your family was still one of the semi-impoverished households in our village. In just over a year you've bought a car, bought a house, and now you own the most land in the whole village. Yuan, you've really made something of yourself. Don't forget to look out for your clan in the future." "You bought a house? In the county town? How big is it?" Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "My wife bought 2. One for the 2 of us, and one for the elders. They're right across from each other, so it's very convenient to look after everyone." The village chief praised, "So filial. Muhai got his prosthetic and moved to town with his wife. Now they're city folks. Haha. When he came back for Qingming, I thought he looked great, and now that I look closely, both of them have put on weight and look younger." That's all thanks to sister-in-law and Yuan taking good care of them? The old couple is finally enjoying the blessings of having children in their old age. Uncle Qingshan glanced around nervously and asked in a low voice, Yuan, has your sister Fang come back yet? Most people in the village knew about Cheng Tianyuan's situation. In a small village, everyone gossips, so news spreads fast and there are no real secrets. Cheng Tianyuan replied calmly. She and her husband are in the county town now. They had their wedding banquet not long ago, and they live not far from us. Really? That's great. Yes. That's how it is for daughters. They just need to find a good family to marry into. As long as she's married, now your whole family is in the county town and you can all look out for each other. Cheng Tianyuan didn't want to talk more about this, so he supported Xue Ling. Uncles, brothers, I'll take my wife home first. Today's the Mid-Autumn Festival, and there's still a lot to do at home later, so we won't hold you up. Everyone said their goodbyes, and Cheng Tianyuan drove Xue Ling home. The last time they'd come back was for Qingming, and it had been a rushed trip since they'd come in Hu's truck and couldn't take their time. Now that they had their own car, they could come and go as they pleased, so there was no need to worry. Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying walked back, greeting the neighbors along the way, handing out the candies and cigarettes they'd brought. One person was cleaning inside the house, another was busy in the kitchen. When Cheng Tianyuan got home, he brought out a big chair. Wife, you sit here. I'll go help Mom and Dad. Xue Ling wanted to help too, but they wouldn't let her. Liu Ying said softly, It's not heavy work, just a bit of cleaning, nothing hard. You just sit. Xue Ling smiled. Then how about you bring the vegetables out and I'll help pick them? It's boring just sitting here. I need something to do. All right, Liu Ying agreed cheerfully and went to get them. Cheng Tianyuan worked quickly, and by noon he'd finished cleaning both rooms and put the quilts out in the sun. Wife, I'll air out the quilts. You can use them for a nap this afternoon. The weather was already cool for mid-autumn, so you needed a light quilt indoors. Because she was pregnant, Xue Ling always felt hot, and at night she'd only cover her belly, leaving the rest of her body outside the quilt. He was always worried she'd catch cold, so he'd wake up at night and quietly cover her up. Xue Ling nodded in agreement. That noon, Cheng Tianyuan made hand-pulled noodles and added some braised beef they'd brought from town. Everyone had a simple lunch. In the afternoon, Cheng Muhai and his wife went out to visit neighbors. Cheng Tianyuan cleaned up the yard and even swept the road in front of the gate. Xue Ling lounged in the sun, looking at the land in front of the house, feeling delighted. There are 20 mu here, another 20 at the edge of the village, and now 300 more. Plenty. Cheng Tianyuan heard her muttering and couldn't help but look up and smile wryly. It's already a lot. Wife, it's a good thing we don't live in the village, or people would definitely laugh at us for buying so much wasteland. The land by the highway was all hard ground, good for building but not for farming, so the harvest wouldn't be good. Xue Ling shook her head and smiled. I didn't buy it to farm, so I'm not afraid of people laughing. Once this area gets developed, the land will be valuable. Cheng Tianyuan felt it was a bit far-fetched and said quietly, Wife, this place isn't like the county town. It will be in the future, Xue Ling explained. No one wants it now, so we can buy it cheap. Once it's developed, the price will go up. Think about the Riverside Development Zone. It used to be all wasteland, but once it was designated as a development zone, the price of land shot up from 200 per mu to several hundred. That's the best example. Cheng Tianyuan nodded in agreement. That's true. Xue Ling chuckled softly. Let's just wait and see. Timing is everything. If we prepare in advance, we won't have to worry about not having land later. If we wait until everyone wants it, it'll be too late. Cheng Tianyuan picked up the broom, went inside to wash his hands, and brought out a cup of warm water. Have some water, then go rest for a bit. Xue Ling shook her head. The bed's too hard. My belly's so big it's uncomfortable to lie down. Cheng Tianyuan felt a pang of sympathy. For over a month now, she hadn't been able to sleep flat on her back. Her belly was too big and it pressed on her, sometimes making it hard to breathe. The bed here was hard and stiff, making it even more uncomfortable. He thought for a moment, then folded up the quilt. Lie down and take a nap. Xue Ling went with him into the room and struggled onto the bed, lying on top of the quilt. This is much better. Cheng Tianyuan looked at her pointed belly and couldn't help but smile, gently placing his big hand on it. Maybe it was the gentle pressure, but the little one inside seemed to notice and shifted, making her belly change shape. Xue Ling laughed softly. Look, he's saying hi to you. Cheng Tianyuan grinned foolishly and bent down. Little one, can you hear Daddy calling you? Xue Ling giggled and pinched his ear. Babies can hear in the womb, you know. You can't scold him. Cheng Tianyuan laughed dotingly, taking her hand and rubbing it in his palm. I'd never scold. She'll probably look just like you. Xue Ling muttered. They say a pointed belly means a boy. Then he'll look like you too. Cheng Tianyuan gazed at her. That way he'll be good-looking. Her cheeks flushed as she leaned on his shoulder. Brother Yuan, in the future, let's have a few more kids, okay? Cheng Tianyuan agreed immediately. Of course, I really like kids. I'm just not good at coaxing them. You'll learn, Xue Ling laughed. The baby's coming in less than half a month. You'll have plenty of chances to practice. She looked at their simple new house and suddenly remembered something, whispering in his ear. This time last year, we hadn't even slept together yet. Cheng Tianyuan's handsome face turned red, and he squeezed her hand. Ever since you got pregnant, I've had to hold back. It's been tough, so don't tease me. He couldn't hide his frustration, which made Xue Ling laugh even harder. I didn't say anything. Ha ha. Cheng Tianyuan glared at her in mock annoyance and said softly, Go to sleep. I'll go to the kitchen and get started on the Mid-Autumn Festival dinner. Mid-Autumn Festival is a traditional holiday, one of the most important times of the year. By a little after 4 in the afternoon, smoke was rising from every household's kitchen as everyone started preparing dinner. Liu Ying and Cheng Muhai came back smiling and went straight to the kitchen to help. Ever since the old couple moved to the county town, every time they returned to the village, the neighbors would shower them with compliments. The elders felt proud and much more confident. Cheng Tianyuan had already prepared most of the dishes and asked, Is there a temple fair this year? There is, Liu Ying explained. It's our village's turn this year, so of course we're hosting. All the villages want to show off a bit. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh. After dinner, I'll take Ling Ling to have a look. She's been married here for over a year and still hasn't seen our local temple fair. Go after you eat, Liu Ying said. She's always so busy and rarely comes back. You should take her out for a walk. She doesn't even know how big our village is or where everything is. Cheng Muhai agreed. Exactly. Take her out and let her get to know our hometown. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. They'd brought plenty of ingredients from town, and the three of them worked together to get dinner ready in about an hour. Xue Ling had dozed off half-sitting, but didn't sleep well. When she woke up, she looked a bit pale and could only eat a little. Wife, have some more sweet lotus root, Cheng Tianyuan urged. Lotus root is best in August. He'd specially gone to the market yesterday to buy a few long roots, giving one to Ehu's mom and another to Chen Min and his sister. But Xue Ling really couldn't eat anymore and sat up. I'll walk around the yard a bit. I'm feeling uncomfortable. Cheng Tianyuan quickly put down his bowl to go with her. Xue Ling, worried he wouldn't get enough to eat, waved him back to the kitchen. It's mid-autumn. Every family is together. You should eat more with your parents. There's a lot of food tonight. Don't leave too much, or the elders will feel bad. Cheng Tianyuan was still hungry, so he filled a big bowl with food and brought it out to the yard to eat with her. This is a big porcelain bowl. The men in the village all use these in the fields. They hold a lot. Xue Ling looked at the bowl, almost as big as his face, and laughed. That's huge. If you fill it up, I definitely couldn't finish it. Cheng Tianyuan explained, That's the men's portion. Xue Ling rubbed her belly. Sitting and sleeping earlier wasn't comfortable. I'll just get a good sleep when we go back tonight. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, Do you want to see the temple fair? Every year at mid-autumn, there's a fair, and each village takes turns hosting. It's really lively. I loved going as a kid. There's even more food and fun than at New Year. Autumn is harvest time, so there's lots of good stuff. Xue Ling was tempted but shook her head. Maybe next year? I'm so pregnant now. If someone bumped into me, it'd be bad. There are lots of kids running around at these things. Better safe than sorry, so I'll skip it. When she was discharged a few days ago, the doctor had warned her repeatedly not to get jostled or bumped, or she'd risk going into labor early. With only about 10 days until her due date, she decided to be cautious. Cheng Tianyuan agreed, smiling. Next time, then. Next time we'll take the little one with us. Xue Ling smiled, gently stroking her belly. Kids love these events. I used to love temple fairs too. In the capital, the fairs are during New Year, mostly in the old city, and they last 3 days and nights, so lively. Sometimes there are dragon and lion dances, people beating drums and setting off fireworks. It's really festive. Cheng Tianyuan suddenly remembered something. By the way, did you tell your mom when she's coming? I need to know when to pick her up from the provincial capital. Xue Ling's mom had said she'd come to help with the postpartum month, planning to fly in. Xue Ling replied, It'll be a few more days. I'll call my parents when we get back to the clothing shop tomorrow. It's the off-season for my dad, so he should be free. The winter clothing orders had already been shipped, and the spring orders hadn't come in yet, so the factory had a month or two of downtime. After August, things slow down, and in winter they'll start on next spring's orders. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, They've been busy since New Year, so it's good to have a break. Your mom said sometimes when the factory is busy, your dad stays in the office for 10 days or half a month without coming home. Sigh, making money is never easy. Xue Ling sighed, thinking of Boss Liao. A few days ago, Boss Liao came by and chatted for a while. He said when he first started Yuan, he had nothing but a little capital. He had to do everything himself, worried the workers wouldn't understand the blueprints, so he watched over the site day and night, sometimes not going home for 3 or 4 months. Making money is never easy. Boss Liao had already investigated and found that the old orchard land behind Yuan was all rented out and wouldn't be available until next summer. He was older and more cautious now, not as bold as before, and always said he needed partners to invest together. After Yuan succeeded, he had more confidence and capital, but he still wanted help. Xue Ling was interested, but didn't have enough money yet, so she just said she'd love to work with him if there was a chance next year. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. That's true. There's no big reward without hard work. Wife, you haven't done any translation lately, and you'll be out of commission for another month or so. Do you need to ask Zhao Jiaxu for leave? Xue Ling smiled. When I went to the newspaper to hand in 6 weeks' worth of drafts, I also mailed a copy to her at the post office. I've been busy with wholesale and then got pregnant, so I haven't done much translation. She said she understands and told me to take my time. Just try to finish the book by the end of the year. How much is left? Cheng Tianyuan remembered how thick the book was and felt a bit uneasy. About half, Xue Ling replied. Cheng Tianyuan worried she was overdoing it and said softly, If it's too much, don't force yourself. You've taken on so much, but you only have 2 hands. How can you do it all? He felt sorry for her, and also thought she was a bit greedy, treating herself like a 1,000-armed goddess. But Xue Ling didn't mind. I'll just take it slow. I translated the first half, so it's better if I do the second half too, to keep it consistent and smooth. You'd better be ready. You'll have a baby to take care of soon, Cheng Tianyuan reminded her. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows with a smile. Aren't you going to help? I gave birth. Do I have to raise the baby alone? That's not right, is it? He laughed dotingly. Don't worry, of course I'll help. I'll even keep copying your translations for you. She grinned. That's more like it. After dinner, it was still a bit early. Cheng Tianyuan went into the kitchen to help with the dishes and discussed with his parents about heading back to the city early. Liu Ying asked, Why? Weren't we going to stay here overnight? No, Cheng Tianyuan explained. Lingling's not feeling well. Her belly's too big and she can't sleep on the wooden bed. It only takes 20 minutes to drive back to the city, so let's tidy up and go home. Upon hearing this, Cheng Muhai agreed. I'll go pack up. We'll leave in a bit. 10 minutes later, everyone had locked the doors and windows, checked the kitchen and yard, said a quick goodbye to the neighbors, and got in the car to leave. Xue Ling dozed off in the car. Liu Ying chatted with her husband about village gossip, mostly things she'd heard while visiting neighbors that day. I heard from Sister Xue that Biao's wife is still in the psychiatric hospital, but she's getting better and might be able to come back to the village soon. Sigh. Her family's fallen apart. She's really had a hard life. Cheng Muhai's face was serious as he said quietly, She's one of our clan. When she comes back, if she needs help, we should lend a hand. It's not easy for an elderly woman living alone. Cheng Tianyuan, driving, said, The village chief said their family still has 2 or 3 small fish ponds. If she works hard raising fish, she should be able to get by. Liu Ying had always been honest and had suffered a lot from Biao's family, but she wasn't hard-hearted. If she can manage, we don't need to interfere. We're not the only family in the clan. If others help, we'll help too. If everyone gives a little, we'll give a little. Cheng Muhai sighed. They say good people are rewarded and bad people get their comeuppance. Those two were always unreasonable and bullied the weak. Maybe this is their retribution. Liu Ying muttered, A lot of people in the village are secretly glad about what happened to them. Cheng Tianyuan said calmly, We shouldn't gloat, but we should take it as a lesson. Don't look down on people just because they're poor, and don't get arrogant just because you have a bit of money. There's always someone better out there. Liu Ying didn't quite get it, but she remembered something else. And that girl Fang. Just because her brother scolded her, she's been sulking and won't come home. She's so clueless. Doesn't she realize that without her brother and sister-in-law, she'd be out on the street? When Xue Ling was in the hospital, Cheng Tianyuan had planned to rush over to the wedding banquet just to give his sister some face. But Lin Kong and his mother went too far. His mother was busy preparing the banquet from early morning, and his father had to help, but when it was time to eat, they didn't even invite his parents or Chen Min, just ate by themselves and claimed there weren't enough seats. Not enough seats was one thing, but their attitude was another. It was his family's place. But he, as the brother-in-law, had to pay for everything, even the beer. His parents worked all morning and were still hungry at 1 in the afternoon, while the others were drunk and greasy-mouthed. What was even more outrageous was that Lin Kong's mother said he was unlucky and shouldn't come to the banquet. That was his place. Who was she to kick him out? He'd planned to leave but couldn't hold back and ended up kicking them out instead. That afternoon, he Liu Hua angrily packed up and moved to the 5th floor of Wangjiang Yuan. Cheng Tianfang waited for Lin Kong to sober up and went with him. Their luggage was already moved. They'd only stayed to get another free meal, and now that the banquet was over, they left. She wasn't afraid of her parents, but she was scared of her big brother. After he yelled at her, she didn't dare come home. Liu Ying thought it was Lin Kong who told her not to come, and she was angry about it. Cheng Tianyuan comforted her. If she doesn't come, we don't have to worry about her. Isn't that better? She's married now. Let her live her own life. Exactly, Cheng Muhai said. If she doesn't come, it's less trouble for us. If she comes crying, it's never for anything good. He was completely disappointed in his foolish daughter. Well, she's married now. Let her live her own life. They didn't expect her to be filial anyway. By the time the family got back to their riverside apartment in the city, it was already after 7. Mom, Dad, get some rest. They each went to their own apartments and got ready for bed early. But in the 5th floor apartment nearby, a big fight was going on. Cheng Tianfang was wiping away tears, sobbing. What did you promise me? You said after we got married you'd find a job and support the family, but you lied. You went gambling again. He Liu Hua shrilled, I gave you 10 yuan for mid-autumn dinner and you gambled it away. 10 yuan. Do you think money grows on trees? You heartless thing? Lin Kong looked embarrassed and mumbled, I was wrong. Fang, Mom, don't be mad. I wasn't really gambling. Just saw some friends playing cards and joined in for a couple of rounds. But you lost all the money. That's still gambling. Cheng Tianfang choked. What about my dowry? You took it all. Give it back. That's what my parents gave me. Lin Kong panicked and shot a look at He Luhua. He Luhua's face paled and she swallowed. The dowry is to help the family. I had Kong take half and give it to me for safekeeping so you two wouldn't waste it. It's with me. What? You're the daughter-in-law and you dare ask your mother-in-law for money? Cheng Tianyuan was at a loss for words. But that was from my parents. You're part of our family now, so your money is our family's money. He Luhua said shamelessly. I'm keeping it for your own good. Kong is my only son, who else would I favor? What are you afraid of? It's not like I'd keep it all for myself. Cheng Tianyuan's eyes were red with grievance, but she didn't know how to stand up for herself. I'm really hungry. It's mid-autumn. We should have a good meal. What now? He Luhua glared at her son, annoyed. There are still some pastries in the kitchen. Eat those for now. I'll go to the market for groceries tomorrow. Lin Kong tried to smooth things over. I'll look for a job tomorrow and start earning money soon. Cheng Tianyuan snorted and turned away from him. Lin Kong quickly started bragging. I have a high school diploma. Lots of places will want to hire me. I just need to take my time and find a job with a future. That's right. He Luhua came out of the kitchen smiling proudly. If it weren't for what happened to our family, Kong would have gone to college. We need to find a job with a good position and prospects. Lin Kong thought for a moment. Mom, what about working as a projectionist at the cinema? Does it pay well? He Luhua asked. We only want it if the salary's high. If not, forget it. Lin Kong pouted, a bit dissatisfied. The job's easy. Just load the film reels and wait for them to finish. But the pay isn't high, only 110 a month. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and said quietly, Isn't an easy job good? 110 isn't bad, and maybe you'll get a raise. Just take it for now, and if something better comes along, you can switch. But Lin Kong just shrugged. 110 is too little. I'm not interested. He Luhua quickly agreed. It really is too little. My son isn't just anybody. He should be making at least 200 a month. Besides, that's not even a government job, so it doesn't count as a good one. Cheng Tianyuan didn't really understand and couldn't help but ask, What's so special about a government job? Isn't it enough if you can make money? Kong doesn't have the strength for hard labor, so if he can find something easy, that's good enough, right? Hai Luhua rolled her eyes, clearly annoyed with her ignorant rural daughter-in-law. Of course it's different. A government job means you have status, and the government will take care of you for life. When you retire, you'll get a pension and retirement pay. You'll never have to worry again. Exactly. Lin Kong lifted his chin proudly. Don't think your brother and sister-in-law are so great just because they make a lot of money. So what if they do? What if they lose it all one day? Business is risky. If you invest and make money, great. If not, you could lose everything overnight. But a government salary is a lifetime guarantee. Even as slow as she was, Cheng Tianyuan could hear the obvious disdain in their voices. Isn't running a shop good? They sell daily necessities, nothing goes bad, and as long as you sell, you make money. My sister-in-law has so many houses. I heard from my mom that the rent is 40 or 50 a month for each, and with a dozen rented out, that's several hundred a month. Lin Kong gave an awkward smile and muttered, That's because she had money before. If her business ever fails, she might have to sell all those houses. He Luhua, unable to stand seeing others do well, said loudly, I've seen people with fortunes as far as the eye can see, but once their business fails, they lose everything. Don't think your sister-in-law is so great now. One day she might even have to sell her own place. Cheng Tianyuan muttered, If my sister-in-law loses her house, then we won't have anywhere to live either. What are you so happy about? Huh? He Luhua, embarrassed and angry, snapped, Who's happy? Of course I hope she doesn't go bankrupt, otherwise she might drag us down too. Bad luck. Lin Kong suddenly realized something. Fang, didn't your sister-in-law say she was giving you this apartment and putting it in your name? Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Lin Kong urged, Then hurry up and get it done. Since she's already promised, make sure she transfers it to you soon. No! He Lu Hua quickly corrected. You're the man, the head of the household. The apartment should be in your name, of course. What does a woman know? She shot her son a look. Lin Kong caught on and smiled ingratiatingly at Cheng Tianyuan. Right, you don't have an ID yet, so you probably can't put such an important property in your name. Tell your sister-in-law to put it in mine. I'm your husband. We're family. What's the difference? Cheng Tianyuan lowered her eyes and said quietly, My sister-in-law already did it. She put it in my name. She said this apartment is her gift to me, so it had to be in my name. She said it's all done. What? When did that happen? He Liu Hua demanded, her face darkening. Cheng Tianyuan, startled, said softly, Before the wedding banquet. My sister-in-law had a friend handle it. Said she knew someone, so it was done quickly. Lin Kong's face didn't look good. Why didn't you tell me? That's a big deal. Cheng Tianyuan shook her head. I don't know about these things. I just did what my sister-in-law said. Wrote my name, put my thumbprint, and it was done. We're living here anyway, aren't we? Why didn't you say anything? He Lu Hua shrieked. You're just a woman. Men should make all the decisions. Why is the apartment in your name? Does your sister-in-law look down on my son? Cheng Tianyuan pouted. My sister-in-law said if it wasn't in my name, she wouldn't give it to us. We'd have to rent somewhere else. Hearing this, He Lu Hua and Lin Kong were furious. They'd thought they could get the big apartment and then slowly persuade the in-laws to transfer it to their family's name, making it theirs for good. But now, not only did they not get the big apartment, even the small one was in Cheng Tianyuan's name. This would be a problem in the future. Jiangyuan was the best elevator building in Rongcheng, and people said a square meter was already 60 yuan, so this apartment was worth 6,000. 6,000. That was a huge sum. If they'd gotten the big one, it would be double, 12,000. But they missed out. The more the mother and son thought about it, the more upset they became. The Cheng family might be from the countryside, but they weren't easy to fool. Lin Kong quickly forced a smile. It's fine. It's yours. It's all the same. We're family. Whose name is on it doesn't matter. Come on, eat something. Don't go hungry. Cheng Tianyuan took the pastry and nibbled on it. She glanced at He Liu Hua's sour face and couldn't help but remember what her sister-in-law had told her. Her sister-in-law said, if the apartment was in her name, it would be hers alone. She and Lin Kong couldn't get a marriage certificate yet, so there was no joint property. If Lin Kong wanted the apartment, he couldn't get it. Her sister-in-law also said, if a woman can be independent, no one in her husband's family would dare look down on her. But she didn't know how to make money and had to rely on her husband, so her only resource was this apartment. She half understood, but finished her pastry and took another. He Liu Hua frowned. Why are you eating so much? Aren't you going to leave some for my son? This family depends on him. If he doesn't eat and sleep well, how can he earn money to support us? Cheng Tianyuan had always had a big appetite, and now that she was pregnant, she was even hungrier. She was annoyed and muttered, I'm just too hungry, so I ate another piece. Your son gambled away our mid-autumn dinner money. How's he going to support us? This is my home, it's in my name. Can't I eat another pastry? I'm pregnant too. He Liu Hua was speechless, her face turning red and white. Fine, you're so great. You have an apartment. Lin Kong quickly said, all right, stop arguing. Mom, don't say any more. She's pregnant, let her eat. He Liu Hua snorted and went back to her room. Lin Kong smiled and coaxed, eat as much as you want. We can't let the baby go hungry. Cheng Tianyuan ate quietly. She thought she was starting to understand what her sister-in-law meant. Having the apartment in her name was her resource and her voice in this family. Actually, she missed home and wanted to live with her parents. But at the wedding banquet, her big brother had been so angry and yelled at her. She didn't know what her mother-in-law had said to make her brother so mad. Back home, her mom would always make braised pork for mid-autumn. So delicious. Now that she was married, she didn't even have regular meals, and her husband always made excuses not to work. Thinking about it, maybe it would have been better not to get married and just stay at home. After Mid-Autumn Festival, Xue Ling rarely went to the development zone and spent most of her time in the apartment. She did some translation work, took walks, and waited for the baby to arrive, nervous and excited. After making his deliveries, Cheng Tianyuan would come home to keep her company, not daring to leave her alone. The doctor said you could go into labor at any time. If it happens and I'm not here and there's no one else to help you, I just can't relax. Xue Ling rubbed her pointed belly, shifting uncomfortably to find a better sitting position. These days, my belly's dropped even lower. It's hard to sit, hard to sleep, and I really can't sit for long anymore. Cheng Tianyuan helped her up gently. Just walk around the house for a bit. The apartment was very spacious, 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, plenty of space for her to walk. Xue Ling smiled and said, My mom said she's already booked her ticket. She'll fly out at 9 in the morning the day after tomorrow and should arrive a little after 11. I'll drive over early and pick her up at the airport, Cheng Tianyuan said. We should be home by around 4 in the afternoon. No rush, just drive safely? Xue Ling was full of anticipation. It's been almost 9 months since I've seen my parents. Luckily, we have the phone and can call often. Cheng Tianyuan said, Wife, I've been thinking, should we move our phone line home? You'll be doing your confinement here, not at the clothing shop. Xue Ling frowned, thought for a moment, and shook her head. That's the business line. I'll still need it for wholesale orders later. If only they had mobile phones. You could carry them anywhere and call whenever you wanted, assuming there was a signal. Cheng Tianyuan agreed, but Xue Ling smiled. You just reminded me, since the development zone isn't far, why not ask the telecom office if we can get an extension line? Extension line? What's that? Cheng Tianyuan asked. Xue Ling explained, It means one phone number can have several extensions, all sharing the same number. If someone calls, all the extensions ring. And you can make calls from any of them. Cheng Tianyuan was delighted. That's great. If we install one at home, you won't miss any calls from the shop. But is it expensive? Not really, maybe the wiring costs a bit. Xue Ling didn't mind the small expense. If you miss a business call, you could lose thousands, even tens of thousands. Communication is important. This is money well spent. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. I'll go to the telecom office this afternoon. Xue Ling reminded him, Bring a few packs of cigarettes. Even though the workers are paid, a little courtesy goes a long way. They'll be happier to help. Got it, Cheng Tianyuan said. After lunch, Xue Ling took a walk and read, while he drove to the telecom office. Installing an extension wasn't as complicated as a new line and didn't require much paperwork. After he gave the workers some cigarettes and explained, 2 technicians came with him to the development zone. By evening, they had a new extension at home. When Liu Ying came back, she was surprised. You installed another one? Isn't that expensive? No, Cheng Tianyuan explained. With the wiring, it was just 20 yuan. Liu Ying chuckled. But it looks exactly the same. Xue Ling didn't know how to explain, so she said, The plastic phone can be swapped anytime, but the line is the same. We didn't buy a new number, just a new phone to connect. Liu Ying still didn't get it. As long as it works. I'm old-fashioned, can't keep up with these new things. Old folks just slow everyone down and nag too much. Xue Ling laughed. Mom, old things are the most valuable. Both Cheng Tianyuan and Liu Ying laughed. That night, Cheng Muhai didn't come home with Liu Ying. He stayed at the shop. Chen Min was living on the 2nd floor, watching over some of the goods, while Cheng Muhai watched the warehouse. With people upstairs and down, they weren't worried about thieves. Recently, 2 factories had opened small shops, but they were small and run by relatives of the factory owners. Their prices were higher than outside, so workers preferred to walk a few hundred meters to Dajiale, which was right across from the development zone. Cheng Tianyuan knew this was inevitable. Soon, people will open small restaurants and shops here. As long as we keep our prices fair and our business honest, we'll stay competitive. Exactly, Xue Ling said. Our shop is family-owned, so we don't pay rent or have to bid for the space. Our costs are lower. As long as our prices aren't high, customers will know where to go. Liu Ying called out, I'm going next door. Don't lock the door. Hu said he's coming over and he's bringing something. Okay. Cheng Tianyuan left the door ajar. There were only 2 families at this elevator entrance, and there was security outside, so they weren't worried about strangers coming in. A while later, Hu hurried in. Sis-in-law, I have a few things to report. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. Why are you using the word report? You make me sound like some big boss. Cheng Tianyuan stifled a laugh and poured Hu a glass of water. Is it about the photo studio? Hu laughed. Sis-in-law, you're my boss now, the one who gives orders and pays me, so you're my big boss. That's right. Xue Ling invited him to sit in the living room. So, how's it going? Mid-autumn had been over for several days, and she'd heard that Hu and Liu Xing had been busy all over Rongcheng looking for a place to rent. Hu quickly replied, It's almost settled. We're just waiting for the photo developing machine. When we ordered it, the factory manager said all the parts were ready, just needed to assemble and test it and add the photo output part. It should be ready in a bit over half a month. What about the rest? Xue Ling asked. Hu said, Liu Xing and I searched the old and new parts of town for days and finally found a good spot. It's surrounded by residential buildings, pretty new, 2 storefronts and a small loft, quite spacious. I bargained and got the rent down to 50 a month. Did you sign a long-term lease? Xue Ling asked. Hu replied, For now, just a year, paid 6 months up front. The landlord was happy. Xue Ling frowned and explained, A year is too short. Is the landlord willing to sell? If so, we should buy it outright. We're in this for the long term, so we need to think about fixed investment and whether customers can remember the location. A stable shop is its own advertisement. Either sign a 5 or 10-year lease or try to buy it. Best is a long lease, 10 years if possible. Hu nodded. We didn't think that far. He thought for a moment. I'll ask the landlord tomorrow if they're willing to sell. It's a good spot. If we buy it, we could always rent it out later if we don't use it. No, a long lease is better, Xue Ling said. Buying a shop isn't like buying a house. The long-term benefits aren't as secure. Hu didn't quite get it and muttered, Long-term benefits? Sis-in-law, even if we don't use the shop anymore and move out, we can still sublet it to someone else, right? No, Xue Ling explained patiently. Think about it. Whether a shop makes money depends a lot on the surrounding environment and residents. Some old shops lose business as nearby roads get narrower and people move away. Isn't that true? It is. Hu nodded. That does happen. Xue Ling continued. If it's a new district, a new shop, that doesn't guarantee good business either, because it takes time for a new area to become busy. The spot you picked is right at the junction of old and new districts, which is perfect. But a shop's lifespan rarely exceeds 20 years, so it's hard to guarantee long-term value. Oh, Hu suddenly understood. But a house is different. If it's livable, someone will always want to rent it. But a shop needs business, and if there's no foot traffic, there's no business. Exactly. Xue Ling gently stroked her belly. So tomorrow, talk to the landlord and try to sign a 5-year lease, or even better, a 10-year one. Okay, Hu grinned. If we can rent long-term, the landlord might be even happier. He seemed short on cash and wanted a year's rent up front. If we sign a long lease, he can't just raise the rent on a whim. Xue Ling asked for the address and realized it was only a few hundred meters from the newspaper office. Hu explained, There were 2 other good spots, but Liu Xing insisted on this one because he works at the newspaper and can come over during lunch. He's the photographer, so it makes sense to listen to him. Right, Xue Ling nodded. We're partners, so we have to be considerate. If it's convenient for him, he can spend more time earning money, which is good for all of us. Hu said. This afternoon, Liu Xing brought his dad over to help clean up. I'll go help tomorrow, too. Is his father young? Xue Ling asked. He retired early because the factory wasn't doing well, but he's only about 50. He's a refined guy, dresses well, looks young. If I didn't shave, I'd probably look older than him. Hu joked. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan both laughed. Hu added, Liu Xing wants his dad to help watch the shop. Every store needs someone there all the time. That's great, Xue Ling said. If his dad's free after retirement, we'll give him a little stipend every month. Hu nodded. Sure. He can write and do accounts, so he's perfect for the job. Even better, Xue Ling smiled. And since Liu Xing gets 40% of the profits, his dad will be motivated too. Cheng Tianyuan asked, Lingling, what about Hu? He's helping with the photo studio and the clothing shop. How are you planning to pay him? No need, Hu protested. Sis-in-law's giving me a share, more than I make in a year at my job. I don't need a salary. But Xue Ling disagreed gently. Tianyuan's right. If you're putting in the work, you should get paid. If you help with the studio long-term and don't get anything, you'll lose motivation. I won't, Hu grinned. We're family. Don't worry about it. Xue Ling lowered her voice. We're not worried, but this business is a partnership with Liu Xing, so things need to be clear. Long-term cooperation always brings some friction. If you have a share, you'll have a say too, right? Hu chuckled. Sis-in-law, I didn't put in any money. I can't take a share. Xue Ling explained, most of the cost is up front. How about this? You help out when you can and I'll give you 10%. 10%? That's too much, Hu muttered. I'm just helping out. Liu Xing only gets 40%. I can't take that much. Xue Ling waved it off. I'll take 60. You get 10. It's easy to calculate. I'm just investing. I won't be able to help much, so 50% is enough for me. The next morning, Hu went to talk to the landlord, saying they'd pay a year's rent up front if he'd sign a 5 or 10-year lease. The landlord, apparently needing cash, happily agreed and signed a 10-year lease. Hu didn't hesitate and handed over 500 yuan. That afternoon, Hu and Liu Xing's father, Liu Dafu, continued cleaning up. After work, Liu Xing brought Wang Qing over, and the two of them got to work as well. Wang Qing was fully supportive of Liu Xing opening the studio. They'd already talked things out, their parents had met, and the wedding was set for the end of the year. Her mother wanted a bride price of 480 yuan, not a cent less, which put a lot of pressure on Liu Xing. He had to save to pay back Xue Ling and also save for the bride price, so he was pinching every penny, even skipping meat. Wang Qing felt bad but couldn't help. Her salary, except for bus fare, all went to her parents. Both of them were anxious but helpless. Luckily, Xue Ling, their old colleague, came to the rescue, agreeing to invest in the studio. She'd put up the money. Liu Xing would do the work. When Liu Xing told her, Wang Qing was overjoyed and not only supported him emotionally, but also planned to help out during lunch breaks and after work. While cleaning, she and Liu Xing discussed how to decorate the studio. They were both artistic, young, and romantic, full of creative ideas. Hu couldn't really join in, so he just smiled and said, You two decide. I'm fine with anything. Over the next few days, Liu Xing and Wang Qing shopped for supplies and decorated the studio, while Hu handled other tasks, keeping busy. Meanwhile, Cheng Tianyuan drove to the provincial airport, picked up Xue Ling's mom, and brought her back to Wangjiangyuan in Rongcheng. Xue Ling's mom was very pleased with their riverside apartment. The air is good, the view is great, and the floor is just right. Not too high or low. Very nice. Xue Ling, holding her big belly, came out smiling. I picked it, of course it's nice. Her mom looked at her round belly and couldn't stop smiling. Good thing I made it in time. I was busy getting supplements and clothes ready. Your dad kept urging me, saying if you gave birth early, I'd miss it. Cheng Tianyuan followed behind, carrying several big bags. Mom, you can buy anything here. You didn't have to go to all that trouble. Her mom smiled. Some things I specially asked friends to get. Having a baby is a big deal. You can't be careless. When I had you, your grandma, Lingling's maternal grandma, took care of me. She studied medicine and knew a lot. I learned a bit from her, so it's a family tradition for me to take care of you during your confinement. She quickly asked, The due date is in 5 days, right? We need to be ready. Sometimes babies come a little early. Xue Ling took her mother's hand and smiled. Don't be nervous. Sit down, catch your breath, and have some water first. Cheng Tianyuan set the bags aside, poured some water, and brought it over himself. "Mom, have some tea." "Oh, thank you, Ah Yuan," Xue Ling's mother said cheerfully. "I'm just so happy. I flew all the way here and I'm not tired at all. By the way, where are Ying and Muhai? They live next door, right?" Xue Ling explained. "They're across the hall. My in-laws went out early to help at the shop and won't be back until evening. They heard you'd be arriving this afternoon and already planned to come back early to have dinner with you." "Good, good," her mother said. "I brought gifts for them. When they get here, I'll give them out. By the way, is the shop far? Could Muhai still ride a bike?" Xue Ling was surprised. She hadn't known her father-in-law could ride a bike. "He doesn't ride anymore, just walks. The shop isn't far, about 10 minutes on foot. They always walk back and forth." Her mother nodded. "Older people need exercise. If it's not far, walking is best. At our age, in our 50s, our bones aren't what they used to be. If you fall, it's not good, so walk when you can." Cheng Tianyuan agreed. Dad used to ride, but after his arm got injured, he stopped. Back then, things were tough and we sold the old bike. Now he has a prosthetic, so he could ride. But since it's close, I didn't buy a new one. I'd rather they walk for the exercise. "They know how to use the elevator, right?" Xue Ling's mom asked. "You should teach them to use new things. Stairs are hard for older folks. They need to learn the elevator." "Don't worry," Xue Ling laughed. "After they moved in, I went up and down with them dozens of times until they got the hang of it." "That's good." Her mother sipped her tea and looked around the apartment. Cheng Tianyuan called Xue Ling's father to say he'd picked up his mother-in-law and they were home. Her father laughed. "That's great. Now I can relax." Cheng Tianyuan told him about the new extension phone at home. "Dad, you can call any time to chat with Mom." Her father laughed. "No need. It's nice to have some peace and quiet for once, not having to listen to her nagging." Xue Ling's mom, waiting to hear, caught that and was both annoyed and amused. "Oh, really? Then I just won't come home. You can do your own laundry, cook your own meals, and clean the house yourself." "No, no," her father panicked, coaxing. "I may not like the nagging, but I like having you at home." "Go on," she said, grabbing the phone and hanging up. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. With her mother's arrival, the house was suddenly lively. Cheng Tianyuan went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Xue Ling took her mom to the balcony to see the river view, and quietly told her about Lin Kong and her sister-in-law. Her mother frowned, displeased. How could cousin Lu Hua act like that? That's not all. Xue Ling told her about the mother and son's shameless freeloading. Her mother sighed. "We're distant relatives, several branches apart. Back in Rongcheng, she was a rich lady, always playing cards, and only brought Lin Kong to see us a couple of times. Who'd have thought she'd end up like this?" Xue Ling had no good impression of them. "I'm telling you so you'll ignore her. Just pretend you don't know her." "Isn't that a bit much?" her mother whispered. "She's your sister-in-law's mother-in-law, so technically family. If she comes, I should at least be polite." Xue Ling thought for a moment. "It's been years. She probably doesn't even remember you. Don't go out of your way to claim kinship. If she comes, just say hello, and that's it." "You child," her mother said, a little embarrassed. "She's an elder. If you treat her well, she'll treat your sister-in-law well. It goes both ways." Xue Ling shook her head and said coldly, "Mom, you don't know what she and her son are really like. If we hadn't given them money and a place to live, she'd never have let her son marry my sister-in-law." She saw things very clearly and worried that Lu Hua would use the distant family connection to take advantage. She wasn't stingy, but she had no patience for people like Lin Kong and his mother. Her mother frowned. "Your sister-in-law already has a child with Lin Kong. How could she not agree? That would be too much." It was sad to see cousin Lu Hua fall so far after raising her son this way. Xue Ling shrugged. "I'm just telling the truth. Just remember what I said, or there'll be trouble later." By evening, Liu Ying and Cheng Muhai came back, both carrying groceries. Her mother greeted them warmly, and they chatted happily, catching up after so long apart. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling went to the kitchen to prepare a big dinner to welcome her mother. After dinner, Cheng Tianyuan showed her mother to the guest room. "Mom, there are 3 bedrooms, all pretty spacious. Ling picked this one for you. It has a private bathroom and a small balcony. Do you like it?" "It's great, I love it," her mother said, very satisfied. "The layout is really nice, worth buying." Cheng Tianyuan took out fresh bedding. "These are all new. I washed and aired them out a couple of days ago." "Thank you," her mother said, very pleased with her thoughtful son-in-law. "Compared to last year, your parents look so much better." Cheng Tianyuan nodded. "Living here with good food and a good environment, they're much healthier, especially my dad. Since he got the prosthetic, his arm doesn't hurt, and with Director Xue's herbal recipes, his digestion is better and he's more energetic." Her mother yawned and smiled. "Seeing you all well puts my mind at ease." "Mom, take a shower and get some rest," Cheng Tianyuan said, leaving her to settle in. The next morning, Liu Ying made breakfast. Then she and Cheng Muhai went to the shop. Xue Ling was close to her due date, and the baby often woke her at night, or she'd wake up short of breath. Cheng Tianyuan stayed with her at night, so neither of them slept much, and they didn't get up until after 8. Her mother, tired from traveling, also slept in. After breakfast, the 3 of them went out. Cheng Tianyuan drove her mother around Rongcheng, and they stopped by the new photo studio. The studio was almost finished, warm, pretty, and full of artistic flair. It stood out even from a distance. "Looks great," Xue Ling said, peering out the car window. "Just the storefront and display window are so eye-catching. Liu Xing and Ahu really put in a lot of effort." Her mother teased. "You want to learn photography too? Think you can do it?" "I'm just the investor," Xue Ling grinned. "We have a professional photographer. I'll just be in charge of collecting the money." Xue Ling's mother didn't scold her at all. "If you like it, invest. As long as it doesn't affect anything else and the capital isn't too much, just go for it. In business, some things are steady, some are high risk and high reward. A photo studio is the kind where as long as people come you make money, there's not much risk." Xue Ling smiled. "The capital isn't much and I really like it. If we add a bit of advertising and do some 20% or 30% off packages during holidays, I bet we'll get a ton of customers." "Not bad," her mother agreed. "You need a few tricks in business, or how can you compete?" Cheng Tianyuan silently admired his mother-in-law. She really was from a big city with vision and experience. "Mom, why don't you come in and take a look? Half the shop belongs to Ling. Maybe you'll have some good advice for her." Her mother laughed. "I'll go in, but I doubt I'll have any advice. Still, the shop looks great, very eye-catching and attractive." They quickly helped Xue Ling out of the car. As soon as they parked, Ahu, who was busy inside, spotted them and hurried out. "Ah, Yuan and sis-in-law are here. Oh, this must be Auntie Xue. Hello, hello." Xue Ling smiled. "This is Brother Ahu, a good friend of ours. He works at the Transportation Bureau and now I've hired him as my assistant." Hearing he was a public servant, her mother was full of respect and shook his hand warmly. "Comrade Hu, you're so tall." Ahu laughed and led her into the studio. "Auntie, Rongcheng isn't as fancy as the capital, but it's developed a lot these past 2 years. Sis-in-law owns a bunch of apartments here. If you and Uncle ever want to visit, you'll always have a place to stay." Her mother nodded. "I'm here now, aren't I? Their apartments are really nice. I slept well last night." Ahu quickly showed them around. "The renovation's almost done. The 2 storefronts are wide and there's a big space inside. The loft is small. Liu Xing plans to put the photo machine up there." There was parking outside. The 2 shops were connected, and the place looked very spacious. The display windows were new, the glass sparkling. Liu Xing and his fiancée decorated with all these ornaments, lots of them handmade by Wang Qing. "She's really talented." Xue Ling admired the decorations and muttered, "I can't do any of this. Other than folding paper cranes, I'm hopeless at crafts." Her mother teased. "I taught you plenty when you were little, but you never liked it. My paper cuttings would be shredded by you in no time." Xue Ling. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled and took her hand. "You were always so active as a kid. Took everything apart to play with." Ahu laughed. "Sis-in-law, everyone has their strengths. You're great at making money. With money, you can buy all the crafts you want. No problem. Exactly. Xue Ling gave him a thumbs up. That's the best thing you've said all day. Her mother rolled her eyes at her, then looked around. Hey, that reminds me, I have a suggestion. Why not put some pretty paper cuttings on that wall and over there? It's cheap, just some paper. Great idea, Xue Ling grinned. Mom, you're half a paper cutting master. This is your job. Every New Year, her mom would cut all kinds of beautiful patterns for the windows and house. It made the place festive and artistic. A well-decorated studio makes for better photos, and good photos bring a good reputation. Her mother gave her a mock glare and smiled. Anyone from the capital can do this. I'm no master, I just got good from all the ones you ruined. Ehu quickly said, We have all kinds of paper here. Auntie, why not take some home and cut a few for us when you have time? Her mother pointed at Xue Ling's belly and laughed. I'm here to take care of her during her confinement. She hasn't even given birth yet. I have plenty of time. Go get the paper, I'll cut some right now. Okay. Ehu ran off to get it. Just then, a refined-looking man in his 50s came down from the loft, curious. Do we have guests? Xue Ling, holding her belly, greeted him with a smile. You must be Liu Xing's father? Hello, uncle. I'm Xue Ling, and this is my husband, Cheng Tianyuan. Oh, so you're Xiao Xue? Liu Dafu hurried over to shake hands. Xue Ling explained, I'll be busy having a baby in a few days, so I'll leave the studio to you and Liu Xing. You're too polite, Liu Dafu said emotionally. If you hadn't believed in Liu Xing's little talent, he'd never have realized his dream. He's wanted to open a studio since he graduated, even saved up for an expensive camera, but our family just couldn't afford it. He's been so busy lately, but he's always smiling. We're so happy for him. Xue Ling couldn't help but sigh softly. Turning your passion into a career and making a living from it, that's a wonderful thing. Cheng Tianyuan was moved, glancing at her. Xue Ling noticed and raised her eyebrows at him as if to ask, What is it? He said quietly, We'll talk later. Her mother showed off her skills in the studio, cutting some lifelike elegant peonies that left Ehu and Liu Dafu amazed. Wow, that's beautiful. Her mother took some paper and said, If you don't mind, I'll cut a few more for you. Thank you so much, Ehu beamed. Auntie, you're a rare paper-cutting master. Her mother, pleased, took a stack of paper and went home with Xue Ling and the others. Cheng Tianyuan went to the kitchen to make lunch, and Xue Ling followed, watching him work. Yuenge, did what I said earlier make you uncomfortable? Cheng Tianyuan smiled and shook his head. Not at all. I think you're right. Xue Ling asked, Did you have any hobbies as a kid? I don't think I've ever heard you mention any. He replied, I liked everything, but nothing in particular. If I had to pick, maybe when we played house as kids, I always liked being the shopkeeper. Then you've gotten your wish now, Xue Ling laughed. Cheng Tianyuan said softly, It's not quite enough yet. Tell me. Xue Ling helped chop vegetables. You want to open a supermarket? Like a chain store? Cheng Tianyuan was surprised. What's a supermarket? What's a chain? Xue Ling realized people here might not know those concepts yet. Well, it's a kind of store from Western countries. Chain is a word translated from English. Oh, what exactly is it? A supermarket is a big store where customers pick out whatever they want, then pay at the front. A chain means stores with the same name in different places, all part of the same company. That's about it. Cheng Tianyuan's eyes lit up at her explanation, and he couldn't help but quietly praise her. Just then, Xue Ling's mother came in and asked, Yuan, do you need a hand? Let me help you out. No need, Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Mom, lunch will be ready soon. Seeing her mother come in, Xue Ling didn't press the earlier topic. After they finished eating, Cheng Tianyuan quickly cleaned up and told Xue Ling to take a nap. Mom, please keep an eye on her. I need to go pick up some goods today. Her mother said, Go ahead. I'm here. Cheng Tianyuan left. Her mother sat in the living room cutting paper, chatting with Xue Ling. Since your dad's factory expanded more than double last year, business has been great this year. Xiao Heng is young and ambitious, but he always thinks it's not enough and keeps pushing your dad to open more branch factories. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows. Dad's already busy enough. If he opens more branches, can he even manage them all? He'd have to hire people, her mother explained. A single factory needs at least 100 workers, and a big one could have several hundred or even 1,000. You have to invest in the site, buy machines and fabric. That's a lot of money. I don't really agree with putting so much in at once. Xue Ling frowned. What about Dad? He's not that reckless, is he? She knew her father well. He was calm and steady, not the type to take big risks. Her mother replied, He's not, but Xiao Heng is. That boy grew up in a good family. Both parents are doctors. He's a top student, studied abroad, good-looking, proud, and at that age where he's bound to be impulsive. Xue Ling pursed her lips. You should talk to Dad more. You're both getting older, you shouldn't overwork yourselves. If you open too many factories and can't keep up, it could all backfire. I do try to talk to him, her mother said, but Xiao Heng keeps pushing, telling him to do foreign trade, open more branches. He thinks his uncle can do anything. Xue Ling thought for a moment. How's the foreign trade going? Still some hurdles, her mother replied. It's about policy. Your dad doesn't want to rush. He'd rather wait and see how others do it than follow their model. Xiao Heng is talented in this area, but after hearing your dad's reasoning, he calmed down. Xue Ling nodded. I don't have any big plans right now, so I can't help Dad. You just keep an ear out, and if you're not sure about something, call me. I did study English after all. You studied English, but do you know foreign trade? Her mother said skeptically. You're an outsider, don't get involved and make things more confusing. Xue Ling giggled. I know a bit. I even studied business English at school. Just keep me posted. Maybe I can give some advice. In her past life, she'd run a foreign trade company, so she was more than qualified. But for now, she just used this as an excuse to reassure her mom. Okay, her mother said, cutting paper. I'll tell you, but you have to help persuade him. And you'd better be convincing. Xue Ling laughed. Yes, Empress Dowager. Your humble servant obeys. Oh, by the way, her mother asked, are you still working as a middleman? I am, Xue Ling grinned. Most of my money this year came from selling Dad's factory's clothes. Her mother said, A few days ago, your dad got a call from a middleman. There was a typo on an order, and a batch of winter coats was overproduced by 20,000 pieces, apparently in your provincial capital. Winter coats? Women's? Xue Ling asked. Her mother nodded. All thick women's coats. Your dad told him to keep them in the warehouse for now and said he'd ask you if you wanted to wholesale them here for a profit. Sure, Xue Ling said. It's autumn now. Winter clothes will sell soon. What's the rush? Her mother scolded. Your main job now is to have the baby and recover. Your dad probably just wanted to keep the goods in the warehouse so you wouldn't have to run around. He'll tell you in a couple of months. Xue Ling smiled wryly. Parents are so thoughtful. Even when they're giving me a chance to make money, they're still thinking about my health. You'll understand when you're a mom, her mother laughed. You're sighing now, but just wait. Xue Ling just smiled, gently stroking her belly. Mom, I don't plan to stay in the same business as Dad. I can do wholesale, but my main focus won't be clothing. Her mother spread out some paper and asked casually, So what do you want to do? Translation? The photo studio? Neither, Xue Ling replied. In the next 10 years, I want to invest in real estate, and then see where it goes. Her mother looked surprised. Real estate? You mean building and selling houses? Right, Xue Ling pointed at their apartment. Like this? Invest in building communities, then sell the units one by one. Her mother frowned. That must take a lot of capital. With your little bit of money you want to invest in big real estate? That's not realistic. A mother knows how much her daughter has made. But Xue Ling didn't mind, and said quietly, I'll save up first, start small and work my way up. I'm not an expert, so I'll partner with professionals. Her mother was silent for a moment, then said, If it looks good, Borrow some money from your dad and invest. No need, Xue Ling said confidently. I want to earn it myself and invest step by step. I don't want to be in the same business as Dad. If the whole family is in one industry and there's a downturn, we'll all be at risk. Her mother thought about it and nodded. If that's the case, you should still take some money from your dad. Xue Ling replied, Not yet, and I don't plan to ask him. Mom, I can do it myself. That's not my only reason, her mother said seriously. Your dad's made a lot over the years, but last year's expansion cost a lot. This year he made several million, but Xiaoheng keeps pushing for more factories, so the money might get spent again. I just want to spread the funds out, not put it all in clothing factories. Even if clothing was their main business and losses were unlikely, you never know what could happen. Too many branches could mean management problems and more risk. She gave Xue Ling a look and said quietly, He's your dad, and you're his only child. One day this whole family will be yours and Yuan's, so why be so polite? Listen, spread the money out, don't put it all in clothing. That risk resistance you mentioned is exactly right. Do it that way. Xue Ling's eyes softened, and she finally nodded. If I'm short on funds, I'll definitely borrow from him. The mother and daughter chatted for quite a while before Xue Ling went to take her afternoon nap. Her mother wasn't sleepy, so she sat in the living room working on her paper cuttings. In the evening, Cheng Tianyuan came home, carrying a bunch of groceries. Mom, I'm back. Xue Ling's mother was arranging her paper cuttings in the living room and called him over to take a look. Cheng Tianyuan was surprised. So many? They're all beautiful, so delicate and pretty. Xue Ling came out yawning and glanced at them. This is my mom's real skill. She was just warming up at the studio this morning. Look, this is what a master can really do. Her mother laughed happily. Cheng Tianyuan put down the groceries, washed his hands, and came out. Wife, did you not sleep well this afternoon? Xue Ling shook her head with a wry smile. I just couldn't get comfortable. No position felt right, so I couldn't sleep. Her mother sighed and smiled. You're almost due. Your belly's so big. This is normal. When I was pregnant with you, I didn't sleep well for the last half-month either. Just hang in there. It's only a few more days. Cheng Tianyuan felt sorry for her and said softly, Why don't you lie down on the sofa for a bit? Xue Ling nodded and, supporting her belly, settled onto the sofa. Cheng Tianyuan poured her a glass of water, and another for his mother-in-law. Mom, Ahu will be coming by tonight to pick up the paper cuttings and have dinner with us. He said his mom made some yangmei berry preserves that have been fermenting for months, and he's bringing 2 jars for you to try. Oh, her mother smiled. That's very thoughtful of him. Cheng Tianyuan went to the kitchen to get busy. After her mother had some water and saw her daughter dozing on the sofa, she didn't want to disturb her and went to the kitchen to help her son-in-law. Yuan, Ahu looks to be in his 30s, right? Her mother asked. Is he married? Will he bring his wife over? No, he's not married yet, Cheng Tianyuan explained. I think he's 32 this year. Her mother said quietly, That's not young anymore. He should settle down. Cheng Tianyuan praised him. He's a very filial son, hardworking and generous, a really good man. Maybe he just hasn't met the right person yet. Her mother smiled. Once he does, it'll happen naturally. Cheng Tianyuan was quick in the kitchen, and her mother couldn't help but praise his cooking skills. When I was your age, I could barely make anything edible. Luckily, old Xue isn't picky. He'll eat whatever's there. Cheng Tianyuan replied warmly, Lingling isn't picky either. But she likes good food, her mother said quietly. She's our only daughter, so we spoiled her a bit. Look at her. She hardly ever goes in the kitchen. You've worked hard. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and shook his head. It's nothing. Anyone can do housework. She's busy with other things, it's not that she's lazy. Don't worry, Mom. Neither I nor my mom have ever blamed her for that. Her mother laughed. That's good, that's good. She knew her daughter's temperament well. Back home, Xue Ling never did any chores. She could barely boil an egg. Luckily, Liu Ying was kind, and Yuan was considerate, or she'd have been scolded for sure. Just as dinner was ready, Hu arrived. "My long legs got me here right on time," he called out with a laugh. Cheng Tianyuan opened the door and welcomed him in. Her mother couldn't help but ask, "Don't you have a doorbell?" "No," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "Ling Ling mentioned it before, but I couldn't find one at the hardware store and then forgot." Hu quickly added, "You have to get that at an electronics store. They have them." I'll pick one up tomorrow when I'm out," Cheng Tianyuan said. Xue Ling woke up, greeted everyone, and went to wash her face. Hu admired the paper cuttings. "Auntie, this is real art. Folk art is just the best. These are gorgeous." Her mother smiled. "Just a little trick. Nothing special. Take them and put them up. If you need more, just let me know. I'm not busy these days anyway." "They're more than enough," Hu said. "The studio looks great, and this afternoon, after we put up the photo studio sign, lots of people came by to ask when we'll open. There are a lot of residents nearby, and everyone passes by on their way to and from work. They're all curious." Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, "Didn't Liu Xing and Wang Qing think of a name? Just photo studio isn't enough. Customers need something memorable." "Yeah, I thought so too," Hu said with a laugh. "But Liu Xing said you're the investor, so he wanted to ask you. He's fine with anything." Xue Ling didn't want to interfere too much. "Let Liu Xing and Wang Qing decide. Don't pick something too complicated or too artsy. A shop name is like a person's name, easy to remember and recognize is best." "Got it," Hu said, shoveling food into his mouth. After a pause, he added, "Sis-in-law, why don't you come up with one? Liu Xing and Wang Qing don't want to decide. They probably want you to pick." Xue Ling said casually, "We're all good friends who became business partners. To me, friendship is important. If they like it, just call it Good Friends Photo Studio." "Hey, that's great." Hu's eyes lit up. "Easy to remember and recognize. Let's go with that." Xue Ling smiled. "Better check with Liu Xing and Wang Qing. I bet they'll want something more artsy, but try to persuade them to pick something simple." Cheng Tianyuan helped her with food and said quietly, "That's a good name." "I think so too," her mother said, for once not stingy with her praise. Xue Ling didn't care much, eating heartily. "Doesn't matter. If they don't like it, they can change it." After dinner, Hu took the paper cuttings and hurried off. "Liu Xing and Wang Ting are still busy at the studio. I'll go help. Lately, they stay there after work, sometimes until after 9. Cheng Tianyuan walked him downstairs and, after seeing him off, was about to head back when he noticed a group of people up ahead. He saw Lin Kong and a few men laughing and chatting, all red-faced from drinking. Judging by their flashy clothes, Cheng Tianyuan frowned and quickly went into the building, taking the elevator up. He didn't even want to run into them. The next morning, Liu Xing called Xue Ling. "That shop name is perfect. Wang Qing and I spent half the day thinking. Everything was either too plain or too artsy. Nothing felt right. Xue, you're good at everything." "Flatterer," Xue Ling laughed. "You two are doing all the work. I shouldn't interfere, just offering a suggestion." "What are you talking about? The name is really great. Even my dad said it's just right," Liu Xing laughed. "And I have more good news. The provincial machinery factory sent a telegram this morning. The machine is ready ahead of schedule, passed inspection yesterday, and we can go pick it up." Xue Ling said briskly, "Great. Have Hu handle it. He can arrange a truck. Have him come by to pick up the final payment and settle everything." "Okay," Liu Xing said happily. "Once the photo machine arrives, we can open any time. The shop's all decorated, and with Auntie's paper cuttings, it looks beautiful." "Great. You two pick the date," Xue Ling said. "I'll be busy having a baby, so I'm leaving it all to you. I'm counting on you." "No problem, don't worry." Hu was quick and efficient. Early the next morning, he hired a small truck, lined it with old cloth for padding, and sped off to the provincial capital. That afternoon, the photo processor was brought back. Including the transport fee, it cost about 4,500 yuan. Liu Xing was over the moon. That very night, He fired up the machine and developed a dozen beautiful landscape photos, bright, vivid, and full of color. Gorgeous. No wonder it's the most advanced in the country right now. Absolutely stunning. He took the photos to the newspaper office, excitedly showing them to all his colleagues, who were all impressed. Director Liu smiled. "You've always been the one taking photos for the paper. Now that you've opened your own studio, you can handle the developing too. Just report the costs to the deputy director for reimbursement." Really? Liu Xing couldn't believe he'd landed such a big, long-term job. Director Liu gave him a mock glare and laughed. "What do you mean, really? Would I lie to you? Of course we want our own people to earn the money, not outsiders. Besides, your skills are better than theirs." Liu Xing was so happy he nearly jumped for joy. "Don't worry, Director. My quality is top-notch, and I'll even charge 10 cents less per photo than the others." Good, good. Director Liu nodded, then told the staff, "Everyone should go support them when you can. This studio is a partnership between our colleagues Ling Ling and Liu Xing, and the name is great too. Old Friends Photo Studio. We're colleagues and friends, so of course we should support each other. Director, even if you didn't say so, we'd go. Liu Xing promised us a discount." "Exactly! I've walked by their shop these days and it looks amazing." "My daughter and wife have been begging to take photos. I told them to wait. We'll go to the best studio in Rongcheng." "Don't worry, Liu Xing, I'll help spread the word. Just remember my 10% discount." Liu Xing laughed. "Xue Ling said all friends and colleagues get 20% off, so don't worry. She's generous. The shop is her investment, so she calls the shots." "Fantastic! Boss Xue is so generous. I'll bring all my relatives and friends. Oh, and my mother-in-law has been wanting a family portrait. Her birthday's next weekend, so we'll bring the whole family." Liu Xing explained, "We're open all weekend. On weekdays, I'm only there at lunch and after work." "Got it." "Wow, Ling Ling really does every kind of business. She's gonna make all the money in the world." Ha 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 ha. 2 days later, Old Friends Photo Studio officially opened. Liu Defu even hired a fortune teller to pick an auspicious day. The studio was just a few hundred meters from the newspaper office, so all the colleagues came to celebrate. The place was bustling. Ahu set off a string of firecrackers, crackling loudly. Xue Ling didn't dare go. She was worried about the crowds in her belly, and besides, she'd felt a dull ache since morning and didn't want to risk it. Cheng Tianyuan went to show his face, saw everything was running smoothly with Liu Xing and Ahu in charge, and quietly slipped back home. "Don't worry. Everything's great." But Xue Ling didn't look well and whispered, "I think I might really be going into labor." Cheng Tianyuan rushed over, panicked. "What's wrong? Where does it hurt? Is it starting?" "Go get Mom. And grab the things," Xue Ling panted. Cheng Tianyuan, flustered, dashed off, shouting, "Mom! Mom! She's having the baby!" Her mother rushed out of the kitchen, saw how frantic he was, and quickly grabbed him. "Don't panic. Having a baby is a happy event. Everything's packed. Just take her to the hospital. Don't lose your head." Cheng Tianyuan swallowed hard, breathing heavily. "Quick, let's go." Her mother dashed to the bedroom, grabbed a big travel bag and her own purse. "All right, let's go." Cheng Tianyuan carefully helped Xue Ling out the door. They left the complex and got into the jeep. Xue Ling took a deep breath and settled in, seeing Cheng Tianyuan's pale, tense face. She didn't dare cry out in pain and gently reassured him. "I'm fine. Drive slowly. There's no rush." Okay. Cheng Tianyuan mimicked her deep breathing, calmed himself, and started the car. Half an hour later, they arrived at the hospital. By then, Xue Ling couldn't walk anymore and whispered, "I can't. It hurts too much." Cheng Tianyuan hurriedly opened the door, scooped her up, and strode toward the maternity ward. "Nurse, doctor, my wife's having a baby." Her mother rushed after them with the bags. As soon as Xue Ling lay down, before the doctor could even check, her water broke. The doctor called out, "Quick! Get her to the delivery room. Everyone, get ready." Xue Ling was racked with contractions, sweating and gasping for breath. There were other women in labor, so Cheng Tianyuan, being a man, was sent out. Her mother was worried but cheerful. Hang in there. Once the baby's out, the pain will be over. A doctor calmly put on gloves and said, "The baby's head is already very low. It shouldn't be difficult. Have confidence, breathe, and push with the contractions." Xue Ling gritted her teeth, but finally couldn't hold back and cried out in pain. Cheng Tianyuan outside was a bundle of nerves, pacing and wringing his hands. A short, thin man in his 30s sitting in the corridor looked up at him. "First baby, comrade? You look nervous." Cheng Tianyuan nodded anxiously. The man glanced around. "You came alone? That's not enough. My wife's in there too. Her third. My mom's with her, and I called my sister and mother-in-law to help. You need more people. After the birth, you have to take care of both mom and baby." "Oh, right!" Cheng Tianyuan, in his panic, realized he'd forgotten to tell his own parents. That morning, before going to the shop, Liu Ying had told him to let her know if anything happened with Ling Ling. But now, he couldn't leave. Just then, the sound of a baby's cry came from inside. The short man grinned. "That must be my wife. I'm a dad again." A moment later, a nurse came out and said to Cheng Tianyuan, "Are you Xue Ling's husband? She's delivered." Cheng Tianyuan broke into a huge smile and rushed forward. "Wait," the nurse said. "You can't go in yet. Go get some hot water for her to drink. Once we've cleaned up mom and baby, we'll bring them to the ward." Xue Ling's mother poked her head out, her forehead covered in sweat but beaming. "Ah, Yuan, Ling Ling's had the baby. It's a big, healthy boy. So handsome." Cheng Tianyuan couldn't stop grinning, so happy he didn't know what to do, nodding over and over. After getting the news, Liu Ying and Cheng Muhai hurried to the hospital. They saw Xue Ling sleeping soundly in bed, Cheng Tianyuan sitting by her side, full of concern, while Xue Ling's mother cradled the baby, cooing, good boy, nonstop. Liu Ying was overjoyed and rushed over to the baby. "Hai Tang, let me hold him, let me hold him!" Xue Ling's mother's name was Hai Tang, surname Lin. The two women had been neighbors since they were young and always called each other by name. "He's so handsome." Hai Tang carefully handed the baby over, beaming with pride. "Look at that little nose, that little mouth, so adorable." Liu Ying was so happy she could hardly speak, just nodding over and over. Cheng Muhai hurried over, peeking at the baby. "Wow, he's a big one, bigger than his dad was at birth." Hai Tang laughed. "The nurse just said he weighs 6 Jin 8 Liang, about 3.4 kg. That's pretty big, right?" Yes, a big healthy boy." Both Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying were all smiles. Cheng Muhai's eyes grew a little misty and he said softly, "Another generation for the Cheng family. Our ancestors are watching over us. Wonderful. Another generation." "I'm a grandma now," Liu Ying said, cradling the baby and examining him. "He looks like both Ah Yuan and Ling Ling, better looking than either of them." Everyone laughed happily. Liu Ying quickly looked at the sleeping Xue Ling and asked, "Was it a hard delivery?" Hai Tang sighed. "Of course it was. She cried from the pain in there. I didn't dare feel sorry for her, just scolded her for being a crybaby." Cheng Tianyuan added, "She was in the delivery room for an hour before the baby came." Hai Tang said gently, "That's actually pretty fast. For a first baby, even the doctor said it was quick." Cheng Muhai quickly said, "She should have some nourishing soup. She looks so pale." "She had a little water and then fell asleep," Cheng Tianyuan said. "Mom, maybe you could go home and make some chicken soup? The doctor said she had a natural birth and can eat whenever she's ready. For now, let's give her some light porridge and later she can eat more." Liu Ying immediately said, "Okay, I'll go right away." Cheng Muhai hugged his grandson, then said, "I'll help so it'll be faster." "Wait," Cheng Tianyuan suddenly asked. "How did you get here?" "I called earlier and Chen Min answered. Did he bring you?" Cheng Muhai explained, "The shop was busy today, so he couldn't leave. Your bike was outside the shop, so I brought your mom on it." Hai Tang said, Yuan, you drive fast. Why not take your parents home? I'll stay here with Ling Ling. If anything comes up, I'll call the nurse." "No." Cheng Muhai waved his hand. "Ling Ling might wake up soon. Yuan should stay to help her eat and drink. The roads are good. I'll ride the bike home. Don't go too fast, Cheng Tianyuan reminded. The doctor said to add some red dates and goji berries. No rush, she can eat in a few hours. Cheng Muhai nodded. No problem. We'll buy and cook the chicken, then bring it over. They looked at the baby again, then left, still smiling. By now it was noon. Cheng Tianyuan quickly went out to buy food and ate with Haitang. The newborn had a little water earlier and had been sleeping soundly since. Haitang explained, I had a friend bring me some baby bottles from abroad, all different sizes. Ling had me wash them in hot water yesterday, and I just used the smallest one to give him some water. He's got a strong suck. His little mouth was working away. Cheng Tianyuan smiled, his eyes full of tenderness. The baby clothes looked small, but once he put them on, they were still a bit big. His arms and legs are tiny. If his face weren't so chubby, I'd think he was too skinny. Haitang shook her head. He's very sturdy. Ling exercised enough so she didn't gain much weight herself. She gave all the nutrition to him. It's not good if the mom gets too fat and the baby is skinny. Cheng Tianyuan looked at the sleeping Xue Ling, his voice full of concern. She's been through so much. It's fine. She'll recover with good care. That's what the postpartum month is for, Haitang said, eating quickly and smiling. Suddenly, Cheng Tianyuan remembered, Oh, I need to call Dad. He's still in the capital and doesn't know yet. Eat first, Haitang chided. If he's not here, it's his own fault for being the last to know. Tell him how cute the baby is. Make him jealous. Cheng Tianyuan laughed and nodded. After eating, he quickly cleaned up the lunchboxes and returned them to the shop at the hospital entrance. Then he found a public phone nearby. Xue Ling's father was overjoyed to hear the news. A boy? Wonderful! My daughter had a son. I'm a grandpa now. Does he look like you or Ling? Cheng Tianyuan replied, A bit of both. He's really cute. Great! Remember to take photos and have your mother-in-law bring them for me to see? Take lots, okay? Of course, Cheng Tianyuan agreed. Her father said, The factory doesn't have any orders right now, so we're temporarily shut down. But Xiao Heng and I are looking for a place to open another branch, running around all day. Cheng Tianyuan reassured him, Don't worry, Dad, I'll take good care of Ling. When Mom goes back, we'll send you a dozen photos, with Ling in them too. Yes! Yes! Her father hadn't seen his daughter in over 10 months and missed her dearly. Yuan, if you're free for the new year, why not bring the baby here? We have heating, so you don't have to worry about the cold. Don't worry, Dad, we'll definitely come for New Year's. Her father was finally at ease, gave a few more reminders, and hung up. Long-distance calls were expensive, and after more than 10 minutes, Cheng Tianyuan paid 8 yuan before the shopkeeper let him go. Having just become a father, he didn't care about the money and happily returned to the hospital. At around 3 in the afternoon, Xue Ling finally woke up. Cheng Tianyuan gave her some water, then hurried out to get porridge for her. Xue Ling was exhausted and hungry and finished a whole bowl in one go. Another bowl! Seeing her appetite, Cheng Tianyuan quickly fed her another. After eating, Xue Ling gently lifted the blanket and touched her belly. Mom, why is my belly still so big? Didn't the baby come out? Is there another one in there? Her mother laughed and scolded. You just gave birth. How could it go back to normal so fast? It'll take at least half a year. Really? Xue Ling frowned, mourning her figure. She used to have a curvy figure and a tiny waist, but after pregnancy her waist had disappeared. Now her waist was thick and her belly still stuck out. She just couldn't accept it. Cheng Tianyuan quickly comforted her. Don't worry, you'll recover soon. Will you dislike me? She teased. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. Never. How could I? She went through the hardship of pregnancy for him and even gave him a big, healthy son. He barely has time to feel sorry for her. How could he possibly dislike her? His ears turned slightly red, and he lowered his voice. You look really good right now. Even more curvy than before. Following his gaze to her own full chest, Xue Ling's pretty face flushed, and she shot him a playful glare. Oh well, you win some, you lose some. Once I finish my postpartum confinement, I'll start exercising every day and get my tummy back in shape. Xue Ling's mother ignored her completely, cradling the baby as she fed him. Look at him. He's eating so eagerly. The doctor just said he couldn't eat yet, but now he can finally have formula, and he's loving it. Xue Ling craned her neck to peek over, giggling. Mom, where did you get that formula? My milk hasn't come in yet, has it? Her mother shook her head and explained. You just gave birth. It doesn't come in that fast. It'll be at least the day after tomorrow before you have milk. This formula is imported. I brought it with me. If you don't have enough milk, we'll just give him formula. He looks like he's got quite the appetite, so who knows if your milk will be enough. Xue Ling remembered the 2 big bags her mom had brought and exclaimed, You even brought formula? That must have been so heavy. It's fine, her mom said, beaming at her precious grandson. There's checked luggage on the plane, so who cares about the weight? I brought 5 cans. My old friend brought them back from abroad, and I bought 5 from her. Xue Ling nodded. All right, let's feed him formula for now. Once I have milk, I'll nurse him myself. Cheng Tianyuan noticed how pale she looked and said gently, The baby has both his mom and me to take care of him. You just rest. No. Xue Ling couldn't wait to hold her son. She smiled. Once he's full, I want to see him. Giving birth was so hard. It really wore his mom out. Cheng Tianyuan squeezed her hand, his eyes full of tenderness. I heard everything, but I couldn't come in. There were other mothers inside. Honey, you've worked so hard. Xue Ling chuckled softly. If you know how hard it was, then you'd better help take care of him in the future. Don't let him get too naughty. Of course, Cheng Tianyuan agreed readily. Just then, footsteps sounded outside. Knock, knock. The hospital room door was knocked, and then Ah Hu's voice came through. Ah Yuan, sis-in-law, are you in there? Ah Lan and I are here. Can we come in? Xue Ling quickly straightened the covers and half lay back down. Sure, come in. Ah Hu pushed open the door, and Chen Lan came in, grinning excitedly. Wow, sis-in-law, I heard you had a big nephew. Where is he? Oh, Grandma's holding him. Let me see. Ah Hu laughed heartily. Congratulations, congratulations. The 2 of them crowded around to look at the baby. One said he looked like his mom, the other said he looked like Ah Yuan. The siblings argued for a while, finally agreeing that he looked like both. Ah Hu explained. Liu Xing didn't go to work today. He's been busy taking photos for the first batch of customers, mostly colleagues from the newspaper and their families. Editor Yang even brought his son and daughter to take a family portrait. I was halfway through helping when Ah Lan came to find me, saying you'd had a baby boy and I should bring her over to see. Xue Ling smiled. You didn't have to come today. It's the first day the studio opened. There must be a lot to do. Chen Lan said sheepishly, I just couldn't wait to see my little nephew. It's fine, Xue Ling said with a smile. You can come hold him every day from now on. Everyone laughed. Ah Hu added, When we came over just now, sister-in-law Wang Qing had already finished work and was helping out over there. Uncle Lu is there too. He must be busy. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, Did you do any special promotions today? Ah Hu replied, They're all Liu Xing's colleagues from the newspaper, so everyone got a 20% discount. I told Liu Xing you wanted a big promotion to advertise the studio. He agreed. There will be a 20% discount for the first 3 days. Tomorrow's Saturday, the day after is Sunday, so it should be packed. Liu Xing plans to sleep in the attic at the studio tonight. It's the grand opening, so of course you have to work hard. Xue Ling smiled. Gotta earn that wedding fund and get married soon. Ah Hu nodded in agreement. Yeah, they're already engaged, just waiting to have the wedding at the end of the year. At that moment, there was another knock at the door. A nurse poked her head in. The new mom just gave birth and needs to rest. There shouldn't be too many visitors and you need to keep the noise down. Ah Hu quickly raised his hands in surrender, laughing apologetically. Yes. Sorry, I've always had a loud voice. Don't worry, we'll leave right away. The nurse giggled and left. Ah Hu couldn't help glancing back a few times, his face beaming. That evening, Cheng Muhai brought Liu Ying to the hospital. I made a big pot of stew, still hot. Here, give Ling Ling a drumstick first, then some soup. Haitang, you must be tired too. Come have a bowl. The two elders fussed over the baby while the other three ate chicken soup. Liu Ying asked gently, Ling Ling, does your stomach still hurt? Make sure you rest well. Xue Ling gave a wry smile. I still get cramps now and then. The doctor prescribed some Chinese medicine, said it should help. Really? Liu Ying asked. Where's the medicine? I'll take it home and make it for you. Cheng Tianyuan explained. The doctor had the nurse prepare it. It's a special formula they often make for new moms here. We just have to wait in the room. Tomorrow, after another dose, we can go home. Xue Ling had a natural delivery and didn't even need an IV. The doctor said she could be discharged tomorrow. Liu Ying couldn't help but praise. Hospitals are so much better. When I had A Yuan and A Fang, it was all at home. The village midwife was slow and rough. It's definitely better in the hospital, Xue Ling's mom agreed. People are more health conscious now and they take better care of themselves. If anything happens, the younger generation goes straight to the hospital. That's a good mindset. Cheng Muhai chuckled and said, City folks are more aware than people in the countryside. Back home, everyone still gives birth at home. Liu Ying lifted her chin. Well, we live in the city now, so we should do things the city way. Look, both mother and baby are safe and we have a big, healthy grandson. Isn't that great? Absolutely, Cheng Muhai agreed. If it's important, you have to take it seriously. Xue Ling ate a drumstick and a bowl of soup and was full. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? Is it too greasy? No, Xue Ling said softly. My lower belly keeps cramping. It's a bit uncomfortable. Liu Ying said she'd already showered and told A Yuan to take Xue Ling's mom home to rest. She would stay and help tonight. But Cheng Tianyuan didn't want to leave. He said quietly, Let's wait a bit. Ling Ling isn't feeling well. I'll take Mom home after she's had her medicine. Just then, Ah Hu came in with a thermos. My mom made 2 bowls of blood soup. She says it's the best thing for new moms. She told me to bring it over as soon as I got off work. Wow, Auntie Hu is so thoughtful. Cheng Tianyuan poured out half a bowl, let it cool, and gave it to Xue Ling. Oh, right, Ah Hu, I have something to talk to you about. Ah Hu said, Let's go outside then. The two of them walked out to the corridor, and Ah Hu lit a cigarette. Yuan, what's up? Is it about the shop? Don't worry about it. Amin can handle things on his own, and Alan and my mom are helping too. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. That's not what I'm worried about. There's something I need you to take care of. Yesterday morning I saw someone dumping trash not far from our shop. I don't know when it started, but it's already piled up to a whole truckload. Really? Ah Hu's eyes widened. Cheng Tianyuan frowned and said, It's just a dozen meters behind our shop's storeroom. Looks like scrap waste, not household garbage. Ah Hu thought for a moment, looking suspicious. I'll drive over and check it out later. Since the shop was built on land belonging to their neighborhood committee, it was more appropriate for him to take a look. Cheng Tianyuan explained, I noticed it the day before yesterday and asked Amin, but he shook his head and said he didn't know. I asked my dad and he said he noticed it early one morning a few days ago. I suspect someone's been dumping it there at night on purpose. Scrap waste? What kind? Ah Hu asked seriously. Cheng Tianyuan replied, It looks like a bunch of waste plastic, and it smells terrible. They might keep dumping more, so since you're a local, it's best if you handle it. Our shop is over there, and with customers coming and going, if there's a pile of stinky plastic nearby, it'll really hurt the environment and hygiene. All right, I'll look into it right away, Ah Hu said in a low voice. Whoever dares to mess with Grandpa Hu, I'll shave their head bald. Cheng Tianyuan patted his shoulder. Don't be too impulsive. It might be someone from your own neighborhood committee. Just talk to them and ask them to take the trash to the dump instead of leaving it around. It might not be that simple, Ah Hu spat. Everyone in the committee knows I run that shop. I haven't offended anyone, so if someone's dumping trash there on purpose, maybe they're just jealous of our business. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and said quietly, Go investigate. Maybe stay over there tonight and see if you can catch them. I suspect they come late at night. My dad gets up at 5 every morning. No one's up earlier than him. Good idea. Ah Hu thumped his chest. Leave it to me. Don't worry, I'll get to the bottom of this. Cheng Tianyuan apologized softly. My wife just gave birth, so I really can't get away right now. I'll have to trouble you and Ah Min to look after the shop for now. Don't be so polite. Ah Hu grinned and gave him a friendly shove. Go be a dad, I'm off. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and went back into the room. Ah Hu took a drag on his cigarette, about to flick the butt away. No smoking in the hospital, a woman's voice scolded. Startled, Ah Hu quickly turned his head. He saw a pretty young nurse glaring at him angrily. The wall says no smoking. Didn't you see it? Ah Hu was momentarily stunned, then turned to look at the sign and gave an embarrassed smile. Sorry, I didn't notice. The nurse glared at him, mocking. Bad eyesight is one thing, but don't you even know the basics? What hospital allows smoking? At least come up with an excuse people might believe. Ah Hu's ears turned red and he mumbled, I really didn't see. Please don't say any more. I've already thrown the cigarette away. See, I threw it away. Hey, the nurse snapped, raising her voice. Now you're littering too? That's even worse. Flustered, Ah Hu quickly picked up the cigarette butt and bowed with a sheepish grin. I'll throw it in the trash outside. Really, don't be mad. I'll do it right now. The nurse barked. Don't let it happen again. I don't care if you're a patient or a family member. If you do it again, you'll all be kicked out. Ah Hu couldn't help but laugh, finding the feisty little nurse rather cute. You're still laughing, the nurse scolded, hands on her hips. The more she scolded, the harder Ah Hu tried to hold back his laughter, clutching his stomach. Ha ha ha! I can't help it when I see you. Ha ha ha! The nurse, seeing him laugh, couldn't help but smile herself. What are you doing? I'm scolding you. What's so funny? Ah Hu shook his head, his bright eyes crinkling with mirth. I don't know, I just find you funny. The nurse rolled her eyes, both amused and exasperated. Are you making fun of me? No, no. Ah Hu quickly rubbed his face, trying to suppress his laughter. I just think you're really cute. The nurse's face turned bright red. She huffed and kicked him lightly on the shin, then turned and walked away. Ignoring the pain in his leg, Ah Hu hurried after her. Hi, can I know your name? I'm Ah Hu, surname Hu. Sorry about earlier. Hey, don't go. That night, Xue Ling and her baby stayed in the hospital. After taking her medicine, the cramps in Xue Ling's lower belly gradually faded, and she felt much better. Having just given birth, she was still weak and soon fell into a deep sleep. Cheng Muhai went back to the shop to sleep, while Cheng Tianyuan took Xue Ling's mom back to the apartment to rest, quickly showered, and hurried back to the hospital. Liu Ying stayed by the baby's crib, watching the little one closely and making a shushing gesture. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at the hospital bed and saw Xue Ling sleeping soundly, finally relaxing. He walked over to the crib and saw his son sleeping sweetly, so tiny, but with a strangely calm look on his little face. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. Mom, why don't you nap here? I'll keep an eye on him. Liu Ying shook her head. I can't sleep. I'm just too happy. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and whispered, You're a grandma now. Over the moon, huh? Of course. Liu Ying's eyes narrowed with joy as she looked at her grandson. When you were born, you were just as fair and chubby. Your dad rushed home from the city and bought me all sorts of things to eat. He watched over you constantly, wouldn't even sleep at night. In the blink of an eye, you've grown up and become a father yourself. Time really flies. Cheng Tianyuan's eyes were full of warmth as he whispered, Yeah. I still remember just marrying Ling Ling, and in a little over a year our child is already here. Liu Ying grinned. Ling Ling is a lucky girl. Look, her first child is a big, healthy boy for our family. He's the eldest grandson. In rural areas, having a boy or a girl means something very different. If a daughter-in-law gives birth to a son right after marrying in, the husband's family will treat her much better, feeling she's fulfilled her duty of carrying on the family line. Daughters are raised for someone else's family, but sons are the ones who will care for the elders in their old age. Having grown up with these rural beliefs, such ideas were deeply ingrained in her. So with Xue Ling's first child being a big, healthy boy, it not only brought honor to the Cheng family, but also secured her position and status in the family and among the elders. Cheng Tianyuan, being well-educated and having lived in the city for years, didn't care as much about these ideas. But seeing his wife go through so much to give him a son, he was deeply moved and determined to treat her even better from now on. The next morning, the doctor and nurse came for their rounds. The doctor checked the baby, asked about his bowel movements and feeding, and nodded in satisfaction. The weather's getting cooler. Make sure to keep him warm in the mornings and evenings. Then she checked Xue Ling and gave instructions on how to keep clean. All right, go handle the discharge paperwork. You're ready to go home. Cheng Tianyuan agreed at once and hurried off to take care of it. Just then, Hu and Cheng Muhai arrived, carrying a big bag of breakfast and a special rich chicken soup just for Xue Ling. Cheng Tianyuan didn't bother finishing the discharge paperwork and hurried to arrange breakfast for Xue Ling. Xue Ling, feeling a bit more energetic, said, I can eat by myself. You go take care of your errands. I'll go. Hu snatched the paperwork with a grin. I'm kind of familiar with the nurses. I'll help you get it done. Cheng Tianyuan was busy and didn't think much of it. He grabbed a handful of cash from his pocket and handed it to Hu. All right, we'll eat breakfast first. You handle the paperwork. Hu happily trotted out. Xue Ling, always observant, couldn't help but glance suspiciously at his back and chuckled quietly. Liu Ying urged, Lingling, drink the soup while it's hot. Hurry up. Cheng Muhai was holding his grandson, grinning from ear to ear. I got up at 5 to make the chicken soup. Hu stayed over there last night, woke up early too, helped me with breakfast, and insisted on coming with me. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, Dad, did you notice anything last night? Huh? Cheng Muhai looked confused. What about last night? Cheng Tianyuan said, Never mind. Later you can help out at the shop. Mom and I will go home. With your mother-in-law there, it shouldn't be too busy. All right. Cheng Muhai looked at his sleeping grandson and smiled. This little guy looks so well-behaved. Isn't he? Liu Ying said proudly. He just eats and sleeps, barely cries at all. Such a good baby. Xue Ling couldn't help but remind them, we should hurry up and give the baby a name. From now on, we should call him by his name or nickname. Cheng Muhai scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. We're not very educated, so you and Yuan should pick the name. Anything is fine with us. Liu Ying nodded in agreement. Pick something nice and strong. Xue Ling didn't have any ideas, so she looked to Cheng Tianyuan. He smiled slightly, as if he'd already thought it through. Ever since I found out you were pregnant, I started thinking about names. If it was a boy, I wanted to call him Cheng Huanran. If it was a girl, Cheng Yiran. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows, then smiled. Both sound nice. Since it's a boy, let's call him Huanran. His nickname can be Ranan. Liu Ying repeated the name a couple of times, then couldn't help but ask, what does it mean? It sounds nice, but is it strong enough? Cheng Tianyuan laughed. Mom, a name is just a name. Why does it have to sound strong? If someone's just an ordinary person, a strong-sounding name doesn't mean much. It's not like giving a grand name will make my son a big shot. People have to work hard for themselves, not rely on the name their parents give them. That makes sense, Xue Ling agreed. Cheng Muhai glared at his wife and said quietly, If our son and daughter-in-law like it, that's good enough. Why butt in? What do you know? Ranan sounds great, I like it too. Since everyone else agreed, Liu Ying couldn't object anymore. All right, what was it again? Huanran? Okay, Huanran it is. Xue Ling turned to explain, Mom, Huanran is a really nice word. The idiom Huanran Yixin means to take on a brand new look to welcome a better future. Oh. Liu Ying, hearing the word idiom, and Xue Ling's explanation, was immediately satisfied. That's definitely good. Let's go with that. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but give Xue Ling a fond look, seeing how she'd soothed his mom with just a few words. "Eat up, have some more meat." But Xue Ling just drank the soup, saying softly, "I'm not very hungry. I'll just have more soup." After a while, Hu still hadn't returned. Cheng Tianyuan packed up their things and found a light jacket for Xue Ling to put on. "You all wait here. I'll go check on things." A little while later, Cheng Tianyuan and Hu came back, both with big smiles on their faces. Xue Ling eyed them thoughtfully. "What's up? Did you get some great deal or something?" "No, nothing like that." Hu's face turned red. "Sis-in-law, we're ready to go. I'll drive you all home." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled quietly. "I'll take her and the baby back to the apartment. You take my dad to the shop, then go help out at the photo studio. It's Saturday. There should be a lot of customers." "Got it." Hu agreed cheerfully and left with Cheng Muhai. Cheng Tianyuan loaded up their luggage, then helped Xue Ling, while Liu Ying carried the baby. They all got in the car. Half an hour later, they arrived at Wangjiang Garden. As soon as they got out of the elevator, they reached the apartment door. Hearing the elevator, Xue Ling's mom hurried out to open the door. "Oh, you're back so soon. That's wonderful." She rushed straight to her grandson and scooped him up. Xue Ling couldn't help but tease, "Your own daughter can barely walk and you don't even spare me a glance. You just go straight for your grandson." "You've got Yuan to help you. What do you need your old mom for?" her mother shot back with a laugh. "What, are you jealous of your own son?" Everyone burst out laughing. Liu Ying went inside and saw that Xue Ling's mom had already cleaned the place thoroughly and put all the bedding out on the balcony to air. Cheng Tianyuan quickly brought the bedding in and made the bed. Xue Ling lay down on the warm bed, breathing in the fresh, sun-drenched scent. Home. It feels so good to be home. Cheng Tianyuan busied himself unpacking and explained, "The hospital just isn't the same as home. Too many people, too much noise, people coming and going, and by 4 or 5 in the morning people are already shouting. Are you tired? Why don't you sleep a bit more?" Xue Ling glanced at him and teased, "I slept for several hours at least." "What about you? You didn't even have a bed, just napped against the wall." He grinned. "I'll catch up on sleep this afternoon. I'm a grown man, missing a little sleep now and then is no big deal." But Xue Ling was feeling quite energetic and couldn't help but ask, Hu was acting all mysterious at the hospital. Was something good going on? His face was all red, and he kept running back and forth. Did he meet a girl at the hospital? She was always sharp, so Cheng Tianyuan wasn't surprised at all. "You guessed it. Do you remember that young nurse who works with Dr. Lin, the one with the round face, really cute?" Xue Ling quickly remembered. "Mo Lily, right? Not very tall, a little chubby?" During her pregnancy, Dr. Lin had been in charge of her checkups and delivery, so she'd gotten to know the 2 nurses who worked with her. One was already in her 30s with a big kid. The other was Mo Lily, young, pretty, and quite friendly, so she stood out in Xue Ling's memory. "That's right," Cheng Tianyuan said. "I only recognize her face, not her full name. But I think it's the one you're talking about. Mo Lily. I heard Hu call her Ali." "Here's a fluent, natural English translation of your passage." Xue Ling giggled. "They're already calling each other so affectionately? Don't tell me they've known each other for a while." Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. "I have no idea. When I went to find him earlier, he was chasing after her, asking all sorts of questions. I think they probably just met in the last couple of days." Xue Ling thought for a moment. "Mo Lily looks about 20, really young. Hu's already in his 30s, right?" 32? Cheng Tianyuan replied. "Yeah, there's quite an age gap." Xue Ling widened her eyes. "Maybe she likes older guys. Age isn't a problem, and distance doesn't matter." Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask curiously, "What does likes older guys mean?" Xue Ling explained, "In big cities, young people use file or type to mean what they like, so uncle type means someone who likes mature older men." "Oh, I see." Cheng Tianyuan finished tidying up her clothes and asked, So what about you? Are you into older guys too? Xue Ling laughed. Are you an uncle? You're only a few years older than me. 5 years older, and you want to call yourself an uncle? Not even close. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled, teasing. True, you must be into big brother types then. She stuck out her tongue at him playfully. Big brother, I'm a little thirsty. Wait right here. Cheng Tianyuan quickly got up. Big brother will get you some water. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, Liu Ying and Xue Ling's mom fed little Renan and changed his diaper. The little guy's asleep again, Xue Ling's mom said gently. His mom is still tired, so I'll take him to my room to sleep. But Liu Ying was reluctant to let go, smiling softly. Let me hold him a little longer, just a bit. Xue Ling's mom came over beaming. This little one is so fair and pink, so quiet and well-behaved. He's just adorable. The more I look at him, the more he looks like Yuan, don't you think? His eyes and brows are like Yuan, but his nose and mouth are like Ling Ling. By the way, was Ling Ling a good baby? Yuan was so quiet as a child, never cried or fussed, always calm. Oh, then he must take after Yuan. My Ling Ling was nothing like that. She cried and fussed and wore me out. With 2 grandmas fighting to hold the baby, Xue Ling could finally relax and soon drifted off to sleep. After giving birth, she'd lost quite a bit of blood, and sometimes felt dizzy if she sat up too long. The doctor had told her to stay in bed as much as possible for the next few days and eat more foods to replenish her blood and energy. She'd never slept well in the hospital, always being woken by nurses coming and going or noise from the hallway. Now that she was home, the room was quiet and she could finally get a good, peaceful sleep. Cheng Tianyuan called Xue Ling's father to let him know that mother and baby were home. Her father responded, told him to take good care of Xue Ling, and then quickly hung up. Xue Ling's mom couldn't help but ask, "What's he doing? He hung up so fast. I wanted to talk to him." Cheng Tianyuan smiled and explained, Dad said he's out looking for a place to set up a branch factory, so he's been running around a lot lately. Mom, why don't you call him again tonight when he's home? Forget it, Xue Ling's mom said, hugging little Renan with a big smile. I'd rather just hold my sweet grandson. After tidying up, Cheng Tianyuan saw it was only a little after 10, so he went to the kitchen to make black chicken soup, asked Liu Ying to keep an eye on the stove, and then hurried off to the shop. It was work hours, so the shop was quiet. Chen Lan was cleaning, Chen Min was wiping the windows, Hu's mom was busy in the kitchen, and Cheng Mohai was dusting the merchandise. Cheng Tianyuan got out of the car and headed straight for the storeroom in the back. The pile of plastic trash was still there, reeking in all sorts of colors and filthy. He took a quick look and saw it hadn't grown any bigger. He went back to the shop and greeted everyone. Chen Min grinned. Congrats! You're a dad now. Is your wife okay? She's fine, we're all home now, Cheng Tianyuan replied. I just came to see if there's anything I can help with. No need, Chen Min said. You just rest. You just restocked a couple days ago, so the storeroom is still full. If we run low on anything, I'll let you know right away. Cheng Tianyuan asked, Where's Hu? Did he go to the photo studio? Chen Min replied, After dropping off Uncle Muhai, he didn't even stop his tricycle, just headed straight to the studio. I heard there are a lot of appointments today. Last night, they were busy until after 10. You can take photos at night? Cheng Tianyuan asked, surprised. Back where I'm from, we could only take photos at noon. If it got even a little late, they wouldn't do it. Apparently you can, Chen Min said. Hu and Liu Xing were busy taking photos last night and then had to develop them. They use some kind of flash, so the pictures come out nice even at night. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. That's something only professionals would know. We're just laymen, we can't even guess. They both laughed. Chen Lan carried out a bucket of dirty water. I told Hu yesterday that I want to go take photos in a couple of days, and I'm bringing some friends. We want solo shots and a big group photo. Hu said there's a 20% discount for the grand opening, so we should go soon. Cheng Tianyuan reminded her, Liu Xing only has the studio on weekends. The rest of the time, he's only free at noon or in the evening. You'll have to go then. Evenings are fine too, Chen Min added. Great, Chen said with a smile. I haven't been yet, but a friend of mine saw it and said the Good Friends studio is really nicely decorated. Everyone who passes by says it looks great. Chen Min said gently. If you go out at night, don't stay too late. They close at 10, and Liu Xing still has to develop photos after that. Got it, Chen said. Seeing that there wasn't much to do at the shop, Cheng Tianyuan drove to the market, bought a bunch of fresh ingredients, and went home to cook. In the afternoon, Liu Ying went to rest. Xue Ling's mom watched over little Ranan, and both Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan took naps. After 10 that night, Cheng Muhai came home. The shop's closed, so I came to see my grandson. Liu Ying said, Hai Tang and I are watching him tonight. He's so good. Eats and sleeps, no trouble at all. You don't need to worry. Cheng Muhai rocked his grandson. All right. I'll take a shower and then walk back. I'll sleep at the shop tonight. I thought Hu would be staying there, so I came here to sleep. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. Dad, you should sleep at the shop tonight. Okay. Cheng Muhai didn't think much of it. After holding the baby for a while, he went next door to shower and then slowly walked back to the shop. That night, Chen Min and Hu slept upstairs, while Cheng Muhai slept in a room in the storeroom. But in the middle of the night, the sound of a tractor suddenly echoed outside. Hu sprang up, alert, and threw on his jacket. Damn! I've been waiting for you to walk right into my trap. Amin, wake up! They're here, let's catch them! Chen Min groggily got up, hurriedly pulling on his coat. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Hu leap from the second floor. Huh? Cousin! He rushed over in a panic, just in time to see Hu jump onto the shop sign, nimbly climb down, and then, like a leopard, charge off into the night. Xue Ling giggled. They're already calling each other so affectionately? Don't tell me they've known each other for a while? Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. I have no idea. When I went to find him earlier, he was chasing after her, asking all sorts of questions. I think they probably just met in the last couple of days. Xue Ling thought for a moment. Mo Lili looks about 20, really young. Hu's already in his 30s, right? 32, Cheng Tianyuan replied. Yeah, there's quite an age gap. Xue Ling widened her eyes. Maybe she likes older guys. Age isn't a problem, and distance doesn't matter. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask curiously, what does likes older guys mean? Xue Ling explained, in big cities, young people use file or type to mean what they like. So uncle type means someone who likes mature, older men. Oh, I see. Cheng Tianyuan finished tidying up her clothes and asked, so what about you? Are you into older guys too? Xue Ling laughed. Are you an uncle? You're only a few years older than me. 5 years older and you want to call yourself an uncle? Not even close. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled, teasing. True, you must be into big brother types then. She stuck out her tongue at him playfully. Big brother, I'm a little thirsty. Wait right here. Cheng Tianyuan quickly got up. Big brother will get you some water. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, Liu Ying and Xue Ling's mom fed little Ranan and changed his diaper. The little guy's asleep again, Xue Ling's mom said gently. His mom is still tired, so I'll take him to my room to sleep. But Liu Ying was reluctant to let go, smiling softly. Let me hold him a little longer, just a bit. Xue Ling's mom came over, beaming. This little one is so fair and pink, so quiet and well-behaved. He's just adorable. The more I look at him, the more he looks like Yuan, don't you think? His eyes and brows are like Yuan, but his nose and mouth are like Ling Ling. By the way, was Ling Ling a good baby? Yuan was so quiet as a child. Never cried or fussed, always calm. Oh, then he must take after Yuan. My Ling Ling was nothing like that. She cried and fussed and wore me out. With 2 grandmas fighting to hold the baby, Xue Ling could finally relax and soon drifted off to sleep. After giving birth, she'd lost quite a bit of blood and sometimes felt dizzy if she sat up too long. The doctor had told her to stay in bed as much as possible for the next few days and eat more foods to replenish her blood and energy. She'd never slept well in the hospital, always being woken by nurses coming and going or noise from the hallway. Now that she was home, the room was quiet, and she could finally get a good, peaceful sleep. Cheng Tianyuan called Xue Ling's father to let him know that mother and baby were home. Her father responded, told him to take good care of Xue Ling, and then quickly hung up. Xue Ling's mom couldn't help but ask, "What's he doing? He hung up so fast, I wanted to talk to him." Cheng Tianyuan smiled and explained, "Dad said he's out looking for a place to set up a branch factory, so he's been running around a lot lately. Mom, why don't you call him again tonight when he's home?" "Forget it," Xue Ling's mom said, hugging little Ranan with a big smile. "I'd rather just hold my sweet grandson." After tidying up, Cheng Tianyuan saw it was only a little after 10, so he went to the kitchen to make black chicken soup, asked Liu Ying to keep an eye on the stove, and then hurried off to the shop. It was work hours, so the shop was quiet. Chen Lan was cleaning, Chen Min was wiping the windows, Ah Hu's mom was busy in the kitchen, and Cheng Muhai was dusting the merchandise. Cheng Tianyuan got out of the car and headed straight for the storeroom in the back. The pile of plastic trash was still there, reeking in all sorts of colors and filthy. He took a quick look and saw it hadn't grown any bigger. He went back to the shop and greeted everyone. Chen Min grinned. "Congrats, you're a dad now. Is your wife okay?" "She's fine, we're all home now," Cheng Tianyuan replied. "I just came to see if there's anything I can help with." "No need," Chen Min said. "You just rest. You just restocked a couple days ago, so the storeroom is still full. If we run low on anything, I'll let you know right away." Cheng Tianyuan asked, "Where's Ah Hu? Did he go to the photo studio?" Chen Min replied, "After dropping off Uncle Muhai, he didn't even stop his tricycle, just headed straight to the studio. I heard there are a lot of appointments today. Last night they were busy until after 10. "You can take photos at night?" Cheng Tianyuan asked, surprised. "Back where I'm from, we could only take photos at noon. If it got even a little late, they wouldn't do it." "Apparently you can," Chen Min said. Ah Hu and Liu Xing were busy taking photos last night, and then had to develop them. They use some kind of flash so the pictures come out nice even at night. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. "That's something only professionals would know. We're just laymen. We can't even guess." They both laughed. Chen Lan carried out a bucket of dirty water. "I told Ah Hu yesterday that I want to go take photos in a couple of days, and I'm bringing some friends. We want solo shots and a big group photo. Ah Hu said there's a 20% discount for the grand opening, so we should go soon." Cheng Tianyuan reminded her. "Liu Xing only has the studio on weekends. The rest of the time he's only free at noon or in the evening. You'll have to go then." "Evenings are fine too," Chen Min added. "Great," Chen Lan said with a smile. "I haven't been yet, but a friend of mine saw it and said the Good Friends studio is really nicely decorated. Everyone who passes by says it looks great." Chen Min said gently, "If you go out at night, don't stay too late. They close at 10, and Liu Xing still has to develop photos after that." "Got it," Chen Lan said. Seeing that there wasn't much to do at the shop, Cheng Tianyuan drove to the market, bought a bunch of fresh ingredients, and went home to cook. In the afternoon, Liu Ying went to rest, Xue Ling's mom watched over little Ranan, and both Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan took naps. After 10 that night, Cheng Muhai came home. "The shop's closed, so I came to see my grandson." Liu Ying said, "Hai Tang and I are watching him tonight. He's so good, eats and sleeps, no trouble at all. You don't need to worry." Cheng Muhai rocked his grandson. "All right, I'll take a shower and then walk back. I'll sleep at the shop tonight. I thought Ah Hu would be staying there, so I came here to sleep." Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. "Dad, you should sleep at the shop tonight." "Okay." Cheng Muhai didn't think much of it. After holding the baby for a while, he went next door to shower and then slowly walked back to the shop. That night, Chen Min and Ah Hu slept upstairs, while Cheng Muhai slept in a room in the storeroom. But in the middle of the night, the sound of a tractor suddenly echoed outside. Ah Hu sprang up, alert, and threw on his jacket. "Damn, I've been waiting for you to walk right into my trap. Min, wake up. They're here. Let's catch them." Chen Min groggily got up, hurriedly pulling on his coat. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Ah Hu leap from the second floor. "Huh? Cousin!" He rushed over in a panic, just in time to see Ahu jump onto the shop sign, nimbly climb down, and then, like a leopard, charge off into the night. Chen Min didn't care about anything else and rushed down the stairs in a panic, shouting, "They're here! They're here!" He nearly tripped at the bottom, stumbling to steady himself before dashing toward the back of the warehouse. From a distance, he saw Ahu already throwing punches at someone while Cheng Muhai had come running out, his voice trembling. "What's going on? Is there a thief?" The other side had a small tractor, just 2 people, both skinny and scrawny. Ahu was tall and strong. After a few punches, the 2 couldn't fight back and could only wail for mercy. With a cold snort, Ahu grabbed one in each hand and dragged them toward the warehouse. "Uncle Muhai, go turn on the big lights outside." Cheng Muhai nodded blankly and hurried to open the door. Ahu shouted at Chen Min, "What are you standing there for? Go get some rope and tie these 2 brats up." "Okay." Chen Min quickly opened the shop door and soon came back with 2 thick hemp ropes. He was too nervous to get close, so Ahu glared at him, kicked one of the men to the ground, pinned him with his foot, and used his free hand to tie up the other. In no time, the 2 were bound together. The big floodlight outside the warehouse came on, illuminating the 2 men. Chen Min squinted and took a closer look, then suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, aren't you the guys who run the little shop inside?" Ahu snorted. "I recognize them right away. Damn it, heartless, dumping all this stinking trash at my shop. It's bad enough to dump it out back, but you even dumped it out front." Chen Min glared at them, furious. "You did this on purpose. Are you jealous of our good business so you tried to stink up the place and drive away our customers?" The 2 men hung their bruised faces in silence. Ahu growled, "Isn't it obvious? No grudges, no feuds, must be jealousy." Cheng Muhai spat and cursed. "I knew something was off. How did so much trash suddenly appear and more every day? We waited all day and never saw anyone pass by. Turns out you were sneaking around in the middle of the night. Infuriating." Chen Min hesitated, unsure what to do. "Cousin, so what should we do now?" Ahu didn't hesitate. "What else? Of course we call the police and let them handle it. I already told the neighborhood committee yesterday. As soon as it's light, I'll go get them." "Do we really have to make such a big deal out of it?" Cheng Muhai, being an honest countryman, got nervous at the thought of calling the police in the committee. "Will it affect our business?" "Of course not," Ahu said loudly. "We need to make this public, let everyone know. They should apologize sincerely and clean up all this trash. Best if all the factory workers find out too, so they can see what kind of people run that little shop." Right, Chen Min agreed. Ahu jerked his chin. "Go to the shop and call the police. I'll watch these 2 bastards." Chen Min hurried off. Cheng Muhai brought over a stool for Ahu to sit on, then went to boil some hot water and brought it out for him. "The night air's chilly. Have some to warm up?" Ahu grinned. "I just got a good workout. I'm plenty warm." "Thanks, uncle." By the light, Cheng Muhai looked over the 2 tied-up men. Both were short and skinny, with shifty faces, clearly not good people. "They're from the little shop inside?" "Which one?" Ever since the factories brought in more workers, there was a demand for food and daily necessities. Some factory managers set up their own shops, others leased them out. Even so, Dajiale was still the busiest store nearby, bigger, with more variety and cheaper than the others. That's why workers preferred to walk a bit farther to shop there. Ahu took a drag on his cigarette and said, "They're from the fan factory's shop. Uncle, your eyesight isn't great, so you probably never noticed." Oh. Cheng Muhai really couldn't remember so many people, so he just nodded. Soon Chen Min came back after making the call. "The police said they'll be here soon. We're to keep an eye on the thieves and not rough them up." "I haven't even really touched them," Ahu said righteously. Chen Min chuckled. "If you really went all out, they probably wouldn't survive." Ahu had always been big and strong, the toughest kid in the neighborhood. His mom worried he'd be too rough, so she taught him to behave and sent him to school, hoping he'd get a government job. It worked. He grew up with a strong sense of justice, was reliable and helpful, and made lots of friends. The 2 thieves, hearing this, trembled and huddled together in fear. Half an hour later, a small police motorcycle arrived and 2 officers got off, shivering in the cold. "It's you guys, right?" "Yes." Ah Hu stood up and greeted them warmly. "Officers, thanks for coming. We're the ones who called." The river wind was strong at night, and by now it was already chilly in the 9th lunar month. The officers had been sleeping in the station when the call came, so they rushed over and were still shivering. Cheng Muhai quickly poured them hot water. Ah Hu explained what happened, emphasizing how the others had dumped foul-smelling trash at their shop with bad intentions. "Officers, come take a look. The tractor's full of waste. Who knows what it is, but it stinks to high heaven. If this stuff sits here, it could make people sick." The officers went over to look and immediately covered their noses. "What is this? It reeks." The 2 thieves stammered. "We don't really know. It's factory waste. They said it had to be disposed of or it would cause pollution. We waited until no one was around and hauled it out." The officers frowned. "This stuff could be dangerous. If it's highly polluting and gets into the river, it could cause a major disaster. If people get sick from drinking the water, can you take responsibility?" The 2 men, terrified, confessed everything. "Their shop is the biggest and does the best business. We were jealous, so we wanted to mess with them. We didn't think it through. Really, we didn't mean to hurt anyone." The officers said, "When it's light, we'll go to the fan factory and investigate, see if there are any accomplices. This is theft. You can't escape that." Ah Hu added, "We live in a law-abiding society. If you do something wrong, you have to accept the consequences. As for how they'll apologize and compensate us for hurting our business, we'll follow your instructions." The officers nodded. "Good thing you caught this in time. If this stuff had gotten into the river and made people sick, it would have been a huge problem." At dawn, the officers went to the fan factory to investigate, taking the 2 thieves with them. Ah Hu went along as well. News spread quickly. The people from the little shop, jealous of Dajale's good business, had tried to sabotage them. Soon, everyone in the industrial park knew about it. After getting the call, Cheng Tianyuan went back to the bedroom to tell Xue Ling. "Honey, I need to head over there right away. Will you be okay on your own?" Xue Ling nodded quickly. "My stomach doesn't hurt anymore, and I feel much better today. Don't worry, your mom and my mom are both here. We'll be fine." Little Renan was being very good. No crying or fussing, just waking to eat and then sleeping again. With both moms chatting together, things were actually pretty easy. Cheng Tianyuan squeezed her hand. "All right, I'll go check things out." "Wait!" Xue Ling grabbed his hand. "When you get back, write a notice and explain everything clearly so people don't start spreading rumors and blaming our shop." "Okay," Cheng Tianyuan agreed. Xue Ling added, "Also, check which products in the shop aren't selling well. Put those out for a discount. Say it's to celebrate catching the thieves." "Great idea," Cheng Tianyuan immediately understood, pleased. "Once the workers hear about this, they'll be curious and come by. We can use this as a chance to run a promotion." "Exactly," Xue Ling waved him off. "Go on, get to it." Cheng Tianyuan drove to the industrial park and found Chen Min busy in the shop, with lots of workers hanging around outside, smoking and chatting. Chen Lan was sweating as she worked, laughing. "There were so many people here earlier watching the excitement when the thieves were caught. Business is even better than usual." Seeing the crowd, Cheng Tianyuan was secretly delighted. Chen Min hurried over and told him everything that had happened the night before. Ah Hu and the police went to give statements, and the 2 thieves were taken away. The fan factory manager said the stuff they dumped was heavy metal waste, poisonous material that has to be buried deep or specially handled. They sent people to haul it away just now. "The manager didn't know about this?" Cheng Tianyuan asked. "No," Chen Min explained. "Those 2 snuck in at night and dug it out. The manager said a few boxes of fans have gone missing recently too, so he asked the police to investigate that as well." Cheng Muhai called out, "Enough chatting. Ah Hu said he'll handle things, so let's focus on business. You 2, come help with checkout." "You go," Cheng Tianyuan said. "I'll write the notice and then we'll run a promotion." "A promotion?" Chen Min was surprised. Half an hour later, a notice was posted at the entrance of Dajale. announcing a special sale to celebrate catching the thieves and thanking all the workers for their support. Every product in the store is 10 cents cheaper. Beer, too, 10 cents off. Buy 2 packs of hangers or similar items, save 30 cents. Word spread quickly, and by lunchtime, Dajiale was packed with workers. Cheng Muhai kept hauling goods from the storeroom. Ahu's mom helped carry things. Chen Min and Cheng Tianyuan handled checkout, and Chen Lan bagged items. Everyone was so busy they barely had time for a sip of water. Ahu finished at the police station around noon and planned to stop by for lunch before heading to the photo studio. But as soon as he arrived, he was stunned by the huge crowd outside the shop. What happened? He stuffed his keys in his pocket and squeezed through the crowd. Ahu! Come help with checkout, quick! Cheng Tianyuan called. Cousin Hu, help me! Chen Lan shouted. Son, hurry! We need 2 more cases of beer, go get them! His mom called, out of breath. Ahu barely had time to think, just rushed to help his mom. It wasn't until after 9 p.m. that night, when everyone was exhausted, that they finally closed the shop. Looking at the empty shelves and storeroom, they were tired but happy. Cheng Tianyuan called the wholesaler to order more stock for the next day and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Here! Ahu's mom had made a dozen big baked buns, handing out 2 to each person. Ahu wolfed his down, mumbling, Mom, give me a bottle of beer. Not even half a bottle left, his mom replied. We sold out of beer by evening, over a dozen cases gone. Ahu just laughed and kept eating. People just love a bargain. Look, it's only a 20-cent discount, but everyone rushed in like crazy, almost fighting for it. Ha ha! Chen Lan's 2 braids were a mess, hair all over the place. We only sell food and daily necessities, stuff people need anyway. If you save 20 cents on each item and buy a few, that's a whole yuan. Why not buy when it's cheaper? Exactly, Chen Min said, so tired his hands could barely move. A yuan is a day's meal for a worker. It's not a small thing. Cheng Muhai leaned against a big box, happily munching on a bun. If it were me, I'd buy too. Someone bought 10 bottles of beer at once, saved a yuan and could buy another bottle. Cheng Tianyuan looked at the empty shop and couldn't help but smile. In the future, when we have too much stock, we'll run more promotions, but we'll need more people to help out. I'm exhausted. Ahu had barely slept the night before, ran around all morning and worked all afternoon. He just collapsed on a box and fell asleep. Cheng Tianyuan said, Everyone, go rest. We won't open tomorrow morning. Wait until I get more stock, then we'll open in the afternoon. I'll do the accounts with Chen Min, then we'll rest. Chen Lan rode her bike home with Ahu's mom. Cheng Muhai quickly showered and went to sleep in the storeroom. No one bothered with Ahu, just let him sleep on the box. Cheng Tianyuan and Chen Min counted the money, working until midnight before they finally finished. Conservatively, we made over 1,000 yuan today. Pure profit, Cheng Min said, stretching. My back is killing me. Cheng Tianyuan locked the cash drawer, saw Ahu still sleeping, and pulled a comforter from the shelf to cover him. Chen Min, I'm heading home. You should get some sleep too. Then he drove home. He opened the door quietly, but found the living room brightly lit. Liu Ying and Xue Ling's mom were there, sleepy-eyed, feeding little Renan. The baby's hungry. He needs to eat every 2 or 3 hours. Why are you home so late? Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Business was just too good. Liu Ying said, Go get some rest. Ling Ling's already asleep. We'll take care of the baby. Cheng Tianyuan was exhausted, so he tiptoed to the bedroom, took a quick shower, and slept until morning. When he woke up, Xue Ling was sitting at the dressing table, brushing her hair and smiling at him in the mirror. He sat up, yawning. Honey, what time is it? Almost 8, Xue Ling replied. It's cloudy today, and it rained a bit this morning. I just woke up too. Cheng Tianyuan quickly got up and dressed. I need to go restock. The shop's almost empty after yesterday. There's nothing left to sell today. Xue Ling waved him off, smiling. Eat first. Don't rush. He apologized softly. I'll be back this afternoon after I finish. Xue Ling suddenly remembered. Yesterday afternoon, Wang Ting called and said a few colleagues want to come see me and little Ronan after work. Bring some fruit home this afternoon so we can host them. Will do. That morning, Cheng Tianyuan made 3 or 4 trips before finally restocking all the shelves. At noon, he made 2 more runs, bringing back over a dozen cases of beer to store in the warehouse. After Chen Min finished stocking, he opened the shop doors and windows, while Cheng Muhai helped carry goods to the storeroom. Cheng Tianyuan tallied up the numbers and realized they were still short on toothpaste and toilet paper, so he went out again. By the time he got home, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Seeing how dirty he was, Xue Ling quickly reminded him, "The baby's still little and has a weak immune system. If you're dirty, don't hold him. Go change your clothes first. When the guests arrive, you'll probably need to help hold the baby." Okay. Cheng Tianyuan went to shower and quickly washed and hung up his clothes. Standing on the balcony, he suddenly noticed someone lazily leaning on the railing across the way, smoking. It was Lin Kong. Cheng Tianyuan snorted to himself and turned back inside. Sleeping in during the day, loafing around. Honestly, he's so lazy it's infuriating. Back in the bedroom, he found Xue Ling propped up in bed reading, the baby curled up beside her, sleeping soundly. Her mom and Liu Ying were chatting in the living room, discussing knitting patterns for a little sweater for their precious grandson. Looking at the warm, harmonious scene both inside and out, Cheng Tianyuan felt deeply content. As long as his family was safe and healthy and everyone got along, all the hard work outside was worth it. He drank some water and chatted with the 2 elders for a while. Just then, the doorbell rang. He hurried to open the door. Wang Ting stood there shyly, holding a bag of apples. "Hello?" Cheng Tianyuan quickly welcomed her in. Wang Ting looked around the apartment and greeted the 2 elders. Then Cheng Tianyuan led her to the main bedroom. Wang Ting smiled and rushed over to the little one on the bed. "Wow, so cute. Everything's so tiny and pink. He's got such good features. He'll definitely be a handsome boy when he grows up." Xue Ling happily pulled Wang Ting over to chat, while Cheng Tianyuan took his son to the living room. Wang Ting glanced at Xue Ling and laughed quietly. "You filled out a bit, but you don't look much heavier." Xue Ling, dreading this topic, laughed helplessly. "All right, spare me!" Wang Ting explained. "Actually, Editor Yang and the others were supposed to come too. We'd all planned it, but suddenly there was an urgent interview from the county government, so the deputy director and Editor Yang had to go in person. I had to come alone. The other colleagues all prepared little gifts for your son. They said they'll bring them to you in person after your confinement." She blushed and added softly, "The male colleagues felt awkward about visiting you during your confinement. They said they'll wait until you're out and then bring the gifts." Xue Ling clapped her hands happily. "I'll be waiting?" Wang Ting continued. "The photo studio is doing really well. On weekends, Liu Xing is busy until after 1 a.m. He's there all day on weekends, and during the week, photo sessions are scheduled from noon to 2 and from 5 in the afternoon until evening. The rest of the time, Uncle Liu and Ahu watch the shop, handling customers who come to pick up photos or buy film." Xue Ling couldn't help but mutter, "That means Liu Xing barely gets any rest." "He does rest," Wang Ting explained. "He doesn't have to work at night, and after developing photos until around 11, he goes to bed. Sometimes there aren't many photos, so he finishes quickly. And it's not like there are customers all the time, right?" Still, Xue Ling advised, "You should remind him to take care of himself, not just focus on making money." Wang Ting forced a smile, but her eyes didn't show any happiness. I'll remind him." Xue Ling, always observant, immediately noticed something was off. "Qing, what's wrong?" Just then, there was a knock at the door. Cheng Tianyuan came in with a plate of fruit, smiling. "Wang Qing, have some oranges and pomelo?" Wang Qing quickly stood up. "You don't have to be so polite. I'll just sit for a bit and then go." Cheng Tianyuan said, "You rarely come by. Stay and chat with Ling Ling a while longer. It's still early, no need to rush." Then he leaned over and whispered to Xue Ling, "Pomelo can be a bit too Haiti. Just have 1 piece. You like oranges? So I cut up 4. Great. Xue Ling happily took the fruit. Cheng Tianyuan didn't interrupt their conversation and soon closed the door and went back to the living room. Wang Ting looked at the happiness on Xue Ling's face and seemed lost in thought, letting out a quiet sigh. Xue Ling handed her a piece of pomelo. Let's eat and chat. Is something going on? Both women were already engaged, with their wedding set for the end of the year and their new home ready. Everything should be going smoothly, so why did Wang Ting still look so troubled? Wang Ting's eyes reddened and she said softly, "It's my mom. She's making things really hard for me." Xue Ling raised her eyebrows and comforted her. "Don't worry. Take your time. Don't bottle things up. It'll only make you feel worse. Even if I can't help, at least let me listen." Wang Ting wiped her tears and nodded. My dad passed away when I was a teenager, so my mom raised my brother and me on her own. I did well in school, but my brother never liked studying. My mom had no choice but to scrimp and save to support me. Later, I went to college and got a job at the newspaper, which made her really happy. My mom had it tough, and since my brother is her only son, she spoiled him. After I started working, she always reminded me not to forget my roots and to be good to my brother, because the money she spent on me was money my brother gave up for me. I know how hard it was for her, so every month, except for my bus fare, I give my whole salary to the family. Even the royalties from my books all go to my mom. But she still thinks I'm not doing enough. Xue Ling frowned. How is it not enough? Wang Ting choked up. A while ago, my mom only asked for 480 yuan as a bride price, but now she says that the only reason I could get a job at the newspaper is because the family raised me, so after I get married, I should keep giving her my whole salary, just like before. She says Liu Xing can run his own studio now, so he doesn't need to support us. But as her daughter, I have to take responsibility for the family. I feel so stuck. I haven't dared tell Liu Xing. If it was just part of my salary, maybe he'd agree. But if it's all of it, he probably won't. I see how hard he's working, and I feel both sorry for him and helpless. My mom was widowed young and is very strong-willed. She's always spoiled my brother, saying she'll rely on him in the future and that I have to be good to him. My brother is 20 now, but he's lazy, always changing jobs, never bringing money home, and already has a girlfriend. My mom wants such a high bride price from Liu Xing so she can use it to help my brother get married. The money is one thing, but she insists I keep handing over my whole salary after marriage. It's just too much. Xue Ling clicked her tongue. Your mom really is playing favorites. Wang Ting choked up as she wiped her tears. There's nothing I can do. After all, I'm a daughter. My mom always says raising a daughter is a losing investment. She let me go to school, so I should know how to repay her. Xue Ling frowned and gave a wry smile. That kind of thinking is a bit extreme. If every family thought that way, where would men ever find wives? If having children was all about profit and loss, no one would want to have kids. Life isn't a business and you can't measure it all in money. That's just too harsh. Maybe because she'd finally found someone who understood, Wang Ting couldn't stop once she started talking. My mom was never satisfied with Liu Xing. She said he's just an ordinary guy, not a high earner, and his family is average. The only reason she agreed was because he has a stable job. I've known Liu Xing for years and really like him, so I kept persuading my mom until she finally gave in. But then she wanted an apartment, and once we had one, she wanted a bigger one. Now that we're finally engaged, she set a specific bride price. And now that Liu Xing has opened his own studio, she insists I talk to him about handing over my salary after marriage to support my family. Liu Xing's studio just opened, and she's already making these demands. I really don't know what to say. I haven't dared bring it up with him. I just try to help out at the studio during lunch breaks and after work, hoping he can earn a bit more so things won't be so hard later. Xue Ling sighed softly. It's understandable for parents to want their children to support them in old age, but your mom isn't considering your and Liu Xing's real situation. That's a bit much. So what are you planning to do? Wang Ting wiped her tears. What else can I do? I'll wait until after we're married to talk to Liu Xing. He's working so hard right now, I don't want to drag him down. Xue Ling thought for a moment and said quietly, Maybe you can talk to your mom and explain that once you have your own family, you'll have your own expenses and responsibilities. If you rely entirely on your husband, you'll lose your say in your new home and might even be looked down on. Maybe you can suggest splitting your salary, half for your family, half for your in-laws. Wang Ting bit her lip, not daring to say more. Xue Ling didn't want to give too much advice. After all, it was Wang Ting's family matter. If both sides were willing, it wasn't her place to interfere too much. So she shared her own experience. I've been married into this family for over a year now, so I have a bit more experience than you. My in-laws and my parents know each other well, and both families are honest, down-to-earth people. They treat me very well. But if I didn't contribute financially to this family and just relied on my husband, they probably wouldn't respect me as much or involve me in decisions. My sister-in-law once said in front of everyone that since I married into the family, my earnings should belong to them. My husband is very supportive. He never cares how much I make, and he always stands up for me in front of his family. But even so, I still work hard, earn my own money, save, and help out when needed. My in-laws see this and naturally respect and care for me more. Wang Ting looked a little confused. What if you didn't contribute? Xue Ling replied. Then it would be different. If I were just a housewife relying on my husband, I'd have to follow his lead in everything. My in-laws would see me as dependent and wouldn't value me as much. She patted Wang Ting's arm gently. But you can earn money, and Liu Xing's parents know that. If you didn't work, maybe Liu Xing, being so accomplished, wouldn't have chosen you. They want you to work together with him, to build your family together. She continued. But if you get married and your whole salary still goes to your mom, and you don't contribute to your new family, his parents will be disappointed and eventually resentful. It's only a matter of time. Wang Ting's eyes filled with tears again. Liu Xing's mom once held my hand and said their family would rely on us young people from now on. They're getting old. Xue Ling sighed softly. So you need to find a balance. Otherwise, even if your mom is happy, your in-laws and husband will be unhappy. Remember, you're marrying into Liu Xing's family. You'll be living with him and his parents every day, so you have to consider your place there. Wang Ting finally understood and choked out, Then I'll go talk to my mom. I'll beg her. Xue Ling nodded. You need to reason with her and explain the situation. Tell her that if things go on like this, you'll have no standing in your new family, and it won't last. She worked hard to raise you and you won't abandon her. But you only have so much salary and need to divide it wisely. Wang Ting nodded quickly. Luckily, Wang Jiangyuan and the newspaper aren't far apart, so I can save money by not taking the bus. I'll talk to my mom and try to split my salary. Half for her, half for my new family. Do you know how to ride a bike? Xue Ling asked. Most young people at that time did. Wang Ting nodded. I learned, Xue Ling smiled. That's great. I was just wondering what to get you for a wedding gift. I'll give you a bicycle. That way you can ride to work every day, and since we'll be neighbors, you can come visit often. Wang Ting was startled and quickly shook her head. No, bicycles are expensive, over 100 or 200 yuan. That's too much. Xue Ling squeezed her hand. I've made good money selling clothes. Buying a gift like this is no problem. If you consider me a friend, don't refuse. You and Liu Xing are both my friends. Of course I have to get you a wedding present. Wang Ting couldn't argue anymore and smiled. Then, just don't get anything too expensive. I don't want you to spend too much. She squeezed Xue Ling's hand in return. Ling, you've helped me and Liu Xing so much. I'm not good with words, but we're both really, really grateful. We'll never forget your kindness. As evening fell, Wang Ting left. Cheng Tianyuan walked her downstairs and watched her leave the complex before taking the elevator back up. When he came in, he asked suspiciously, Honey, why were Wang Ting's eyes red? Is everything okay? It's fine, Xue Ling replied. Just some family stuff. Girls get emotional when they're troubled. We talked it through, and she's feeling better now. Cheng Tianyuan was relieved. As long as it's nothing serious. Xue Ling's mom knocked on the door, calling with a smile, Dinner's ready. Yuan, help her out to eat. No need, Xue Ling said, getting out of bed and slowly making her way to the dining room. Liu Ying couldn't help but praise, "You're recovering so fast. Youth really is a blessing," Xue Ling's mom joked. "Then you'd better have another one next year." The house filled with laughter. Because Xue Ling was still young, her body recovered very quickly. By the 5th day, she already felt almost back to normal, so she started doing light exercises in the living room and on the balcony. Sometimes she did squats, sometimes she just walked around, gradually increasing the intensity. At first she slept a lot, but later she cut back to just a midday nap, spending the rest of her time at home reading or working on translations. Her mom advised her not to start working so soon, but Xue Ling was bored at home, and translation was the only thing she could do. Little Renan was very well behaved, eating and sleeping all day, now chubby and healthy. When he woke up, he'd open his eyes and look around curiously. He can't see very far yet, but he already loves to look at things. He's so curious about the world. At first, Cheng Tianyuan was stiff and awkward holding the baby, but after doing it more often, he became much more comfortable. Now, whenever he came home, he'd wash his hands, change clothes, and then take his son out to the balcony or living room. With someone to hold the baby, the two grandmas could go to the kitchen together, chatting quietly as they worked. When Cheng Tianyuan saw his son fall asleep again, he'd gently rock him and say, "Honey, you don't have to rush with the translation. Take care of your neck. I heard from the elders that you shouldn't bend your head too much during the postpartum month. Exercising and moving around is more important." Xue Ling waved him off unconcerned. "Some things you have to watch out for, like not eating cold food or catching a chill, but to really recover, you need to exercise and keep clean. I'm washing my hair tonight. If I don't, I'll go crazy." Her mother-in-law, Liu Ying, told her she shouldn't bathe or wash her hair during the postpartum month. That scared Xue Ling at first. Luckily, it was already after Mid-Autumn Festival and the weather was cool. Otherwise, going a whole month without bathing or washing her hair in the summer would be unbearable. Fortunately, her own mom was from a big city and had better hygiene habits. The doctor at the hospital already said it's fine as long as the water is warm and not cold. Don't wash your hair in the first few days, but after that, it's okay. Just use ginger water at midday when it's warm. Xue Ling hadn't washed her hair in a week and felt like her head wasn't even her own anymore. "My mom already made ginger water. I have to wash my hair tonight." Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh, trying to persuade her. "Why not wait a couple more days?" Xue Ling gave a wry smile. "If you sleep next to me tonight, aren't you afraid I'll stink you out?" "Not at all," Cheng Tianyuan replied. "But I am." Xue Ling poked her head, grumbling. "My scalp is so itchy I can't stand it. If I don't wash, I'll just be growing bacteria up there. How am I supposed to get through the month like that? Hygiene is important, no need to stick to every old rule." Cheng Tianyuan thought about it and agreed. "All right, after you wash, I'll help dry your hair with a few big towels." "Thanks." Xue Ling poked her book with a pen, muttering, "Foreigners don't even have this postpartum month tradition and they're all fine. It's good to rest, but some unhygienic customs should be abandoned." All right, Cheng Tianyuan said, rocking his son with a smile. "Son, look at your mom. Just to wash her hair, she's given a whole speech. She almost started a debate on cultural differences between China and the West." Xue Ling giggled and buried herself in her translation, ignoring them. That evening, little Ranan fell asleep early, and both grandmas went out for a walk in the neighborhood. With nothing to do, Cheng Tianyuan helped her copy out the final draft of her translation. Xue Ling worked on her English column, and the living room was quiet. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Cheng Tianyuan went to open the door. It was Ah-Hu. Ah-Hu didn't look too good, but forced a smile as he came in. "Sis-in-law, you're still working during your postpartum month? Don't! You can never finish making money, but your health is most important. Besides, you just rented out 3 more apartments and the photo studio is doing great. Money's flowing into your pocket every day." "Really?" Xue Ling pretended to be surprised, patting her pockets. "Nope, still empty." Ah-Hu burst out laughing. Cheng Tianyuan peeled a big apple for him and handed it over. No need to make tea, just have some fruit. These apples are really sweet. Ah Hu didn't stand on ceremony, taking a big bite. Not bad, sweet and crisp, Xue Ling asked. Is the photo studio busy? Busy, Ah Hu replied. The place looks nice, it's easy to find, and the prices are fair. Lots of people are lining up for photos. Luckily, the shoots go quickly, otherwise the studio would be packed. Uncle Liu and I handle registration and payments, and Liu Xing takes the photos. He also develops them at night. Yesterday, a dozen girls came during lunch for solo and group shots, used up 2 rolls of film. Xue Ling chuckled. With only Liu Xing as photographer, it's definitely a lot. Ah Hu said. I told Liu Xing to teach me more when he has time. That way, if customers come early, I can take their photos. I once knew a foreign journalist who stayed at the same hostel as me. He taught me a bit about cameras, but I'm not very good. He used to mix chemicals and develop his own photos. Then you should learn more, Xue Ling encouraged. It's always good to have another skill. Ah Hu gave a wry smile. I can take casual shots, but not very well. Plus, I'm naturally restless. I'd go crazy if I had to stay in the studio all day. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and suggested, if business is that good, maybe you could hire another photographer. It's not that easy, Xue Ling explained. There aren't any professional training programs right now, so the quality probably wouldn't be great. Most photographers are part-time, not full-time. Ask Liu Xing, Ah Hu said. Yesterday we did the accounts and he was really happy, said making money in business is so much faster, and he's confident the studio will get bigger and better. He used to be in a photography association, so he probably knows people in the field. Xue Ling thought it over. Talk to him about it. The studio is open all day, but only has 2 hours at noon and a bit in the afternoon for photos. Sooner or later, that'll be a problem. The newspaper job is stable, and Liu Xing can't afford to quit yet. His family wouldn't agree either. Ah Hu nodded, slowly munching his apple, but still looked a bit down. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged a glance, growing curious. Ah Hu, what's wrong? You seem troubled. Huh? No. Ah Hu quickly shook his head, as if afraid they'd see through him, and kept eating his apple. Xue Ling saw he didn't want to talk, so she didn't push. By the way, I wonder how Shan Yue and Chen Shuiyu's batch of goods is selling. They haven't called. Mentioning the clothing business finally perked Ah Hu up. Sis-in-law, autumn's already half over. Shouldn't we start planning to sell winter clothes? Have you placed any orders? Xue Ling shook her head. I asked my dad. The factory's shut down for now, and except for some off-grade winter stock, the warehouse is empty. But there's a batch of misordered winter goods in the provincial capital. I'm thinking of talking to him about sending the off-grade stuff here to sell cheap. We can also get the misordered batch and sell it, should be cheaper. Ah Hu got excited. Sis-in-law, get on it. Once you're through your confinement, we can make a lot of money again. All right, Xue Ling agreed cheerfully. In the blink of an eye, little Renan was already half a month old. The little guy was chubby to begin with and so well behaved, eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating. He was growing even rounder, with a plump little face and chubby arms and fists. Xue Ling didn't have much milk, and every time the baby nursed, her chest hurt badly. Cheng Tianyuan felt sorry for her and said, since it's not enough and the little guy has such a big appetite, why not just give him formula too? Liu Ying, though, was worried about the cost and said quietly, formula is expensive. A single can costs more than 10 yuan, and I hear it doesn't last long. Xue Ling's mom was also against it, explaining, a friend of mine said domestic formula isn't well regulated yet, not like foreign brands. It's still safest to give him breast milk. But it's not enough, Xue Ling muttered. If he can't get enough, he'll go hungry. Cheng Tianyuan, feeling for both his wife and child, made the decision. Let's use formula, and we'll try to buy the best brands we can. Xue Ling's mom, worried the baby wouldn't get enough to eat, agreed. I'll ask my friend to buy a few more boxes. Once he's 3 or 4 months old, if he's still hungry, we can start him on some rice cereal. Exactly, Xue Ling said. When he's a bit older, we can add some solid foods." Seeing everyone was on the same page, Liu Ying finally agreed too. "In that case, Ling Ling, don't nurse him anymore. Just wean him." Xue Ling breathed a sigh of relief and agreed wholeheartedly. She thought that since she didn't have much milk, it would just dry up after weaning. But once the baby stopped nursing, she became engorged and uncomfortable. Her chest hurt, her arms hurt, even her neck started to ache. She couldn't work on her translations, so she spent her free time applying warm compresses, groaning in pain. When Cheng Tianyuan came home from work, he immediately helped her with the compresses, not even stopping to hold his son. "Here, lie down on your stomach. Let's put a compress on your shoulders too." Xue Ling lay on the bed, moaning in pain. Being a mom is really not easy. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh, gently reminding her, "You've only really been a mom for half a month." Xue Ling sighed dramatically. "It already feels like half a lifetime. So long." "If having one kid feels like half a lifetime," Cheng Tianyuan teased, "then if you have a few more, wouldn't that be your whole life?" "Exactly." Xue Ling waved her hand, muttering, "No more for now, I'm already a little scared." Even though both her mother-in-law and her own mom said the baby was very well behaved, he still needed to be fed, held, and taken care of in every way. A few hours was fine, but over time, it could drive anyone crazy. Cheng Tianyuan's eyes darkened a little, and his big hand slid slowly down her shoulder. "Honey." Xue Ling's cheeks flushed as she snuggled into his arms. After so much time together, she was more than familiar with his every reaction. Cheng Tianyuan pulled her into his embrace, kissing her passionately, his breath growing unsteady as he lost himself in her sweetness. Suddenly, a baby's cry rang out from the living room. "Wah, wah." They both froze, faces flushed, and then burst out laughing. Outside, they could hear the grandmas soothing the baby, and the romantic mood in the room quickly vanished. Cheng Tianyuan stroked her belly and whispered, "How much longer do I have to wait? I'm about to lose it." He was still a young man, and with his beloved wife in his arms, even the strongest self-control had its limits. "Be patient," Xue Ling giggled. "At least wait until I'm done with my postpartum month." Cheng Tianyuan took a deep breath, burying his face in her shoulder. "Honey, you'll have to make it up to me later. It's been so long and some nights are really tough." Xue Ling couldn't help but remember how things almost got out of hand during the new year, and felt a little nervous. "You'd better take it easy. I need time to recover. Those days around New Year were wild. I think that's when our son was conceived." Cheng Tianyuan was delighted to hear that and kissed her earlobe. "Then let's work hard and have a few more." Xue Ling poked his chest, laughing. "Weren't you just saying we shouldn't have too many?" Then she slipped out of his arms. "You're too easily tempted right now, so let's keep our distance. I'm afraid you'll lose control." Cheng Tianyuan took a deep breath, both helpless and longing. "If you won't let me hold you, I'll go hold our son." "Go ahead," Xue Ling said generously. "He's all yours from now on." Cheng Tianyuan grinned, gave her a playful pat, and went out to hold his son. That night, Xue Ling's mom was in charge of dinner, making a table full of northern dishes. Liu Ying loved northern food. "The flavors are stronger than here, really whets the appetite." Xue Ling's mom smiled. "Eat as much as you like. When New Year comes, let Yuan take you and Muhai to the capital, and I'll show you real northern cuisine." Liu Ying nodded eagerly. "We're in the central region, but the capital is definitely up north." "That's right," Xue Ling's mom explained. "The train is too slow. When the time comes, we'll fly. It's so fast, just an hour or two." Liu Ying had never even been on a train, let alone a plane, and her eyes lit up with excitement. Cheng Muhai always came home in the evenings to hold his precious grandson. Even if the baby was asleep, he had to hold him before heading back to Dajiale. He walked in just as they were talking about flying. "What's this? You want to fly somewhere?" Liu Ying laughed. "Haitang wants to take me to the capital by plane." Cheng Muhai took his grandson from his son, cradling him like a treasure. "Flying is great. If you're willing to spend the money, you could even go abroad. Liu Ying asked. Flying must be more expensive than the train, right? How much more? Cheng Muhai replied loudly, Several hundred, even over 1,000. Liu Ying was shocked. She couldn't imagine spending that much. For her, a few hundred yuan was a huge sum, something she might not earn in a year or two. That kind of luxury was out of the question. Xue Ling's mom, coming from a well-off family, didn't bat an eye at 1,000 yuan. Don't worry about the cost. Ling Ling will pay for you. Xue Ling laughed. All right, if Mom says so, I'll make sure it happens. Only her mom could be so good at volunteering her daughter's money. Cheng Muhai had never traveled far either, and was secretly excited. I've heard there are lots of famous and fun places in the capital. Absolutely, Xue Ling's mom said warmly. When the time comes, you all come together. Old Xue and I will take you sightseeing. Great, let's do it at New Year. Xue Ling smiled wryly. Fine, the 4 of you can go have fun, and Yuan and I will take care of the baby. It's settled. Her mom quickly added, Little Ranan has to come too. His grandpa is waiting to see him. By the way, why hasn't he called these past few days? That old Xue. I'm not home, and he's just enjoying himself. Everyone burst out laughing. Xue Ling, gnawing on a chicken wing, said, I called Dad the other day. He said with you gone, he can only eat out every day, and he's already sick of it. He's just waiting for you to come home. Her mom couldn't hide her pleased smile. That's good. Let him see what life is like without his wife, so he'll appreciate you more. Brilliant, Mom. That's a genius move, Xue Ling said, raising her greasy thumb in admiration. Go on, Xue Ling's mom brushed away her daughter's greasy thumb with a laugh. If it weren't for my precious grandson, I wouldn't have come at all. Xue Ling giggled, not taking her mom's words to heart. I talked to Dad and asked him to discuss with his wholesaler friend about getting that batch of misordered winter clothes from the provincial capital shipped over as soon as possible. Her mom asked, Did he agree? If they were misordered, haven't they been hard to sell? They haven't sold at all, Xue Ling explained. They've just been sitting in the warehouse. Dad told his friend not to sell them, said he was saving them for me. Cheng Tianyuan was curious. How many pieces? 20,000, Xue Ling replied. Winter's coming next month, so it's time to start wholesaling winter clothes. I asked Dad to send me a few boxes of off-grade stock from his warehouse, and also to have his friend ship those 20,000 pieces over. Her mom gave her a look and said quietly, You're still in your postpartum month. Let your dad handle it. Since it was a misordered batch, your dad didn't make his friend take the loss. Just asked everyone to be understanding. When those 20,000 pieces arrive, just pay your dad back his cost price. That's enough. Xue Ling grinned. Dad said he already made a profit on that batch, so I don't need to pay him back. He's saving it for his grandson's formula money. That won't do, Cheng Tianyuan objected immediately. Your dad still had to pay for the fabric, labor, shipping, electricity. Those aren't small costs. 20,000 pieces is a huge number. Just paying him back the cost is already generous. You can't let your dad take a loss. Liu Ying nodded in agreement. Yes, 20,000 is a lot, not just a few pieces. Cheng Muhai, patting his grandson's back, laughed. Let his parents earn the formula money, not his grandpa. Running a factory isn't easy. He's been busy all year and only just got a few days' rest. It's tough. My dad said it's fine, Xue Ling's mom explained. This line of winter clothes was made from summer through fall, over 6 months, using who knows how many truckloads of fabric. The total orders were several million pieces, so he's not worried about the cost of these 20,000. As a grandpa, giving a little for his grandson's formula isn't a big deal. Xue Ling laughed quietly. My mom really is a master at getting her way. Cheng Muhai was stunned at the mention of several million pieces. If you make even a few cents on each winter coat, that's a huge sum. Her mom smiled modestly. It's decent, enough to get by. The profit on winter clothes is a bit better than on autumn or summer wear. Liu Ying, not great with numbers, asked, If you make 1 yuan per piece, that's... A few million yuan, Cheng Muhai said quietly. Liu Ying stared in shock. That much? Cheng Muhai nodded slowly. Hearing her mom talk like that, Xue Ling thought she should help her dad spread out his capital and reduce risk, so she didn't argue further. My dad's already decided, so I didn't refuse. His friend said the shipment will be here in a couple of days. The provincial capital is only half a day's drive away, so it should arrive soon. I've already asked Hu to help out. Cheng Tianyuan said, I'll help too. The clothing shop hasn't been open much lately, so it must be dirty. I'll go clean up first and get the place ready. Xue Ling reminded him, clean both inside and out. My dad sent a few boxes of off-grade stock, which should arrive in a couple of days. The quality is different, so keep them separate. Don't mix them up. Got it, Cheng Tianyuan agreed right away. Cheng Muhai said gently, Ling, you're still in your postpartum month. Don't be in such a rush to make money. Your health comes first, okay? Don't worry, Dad, Xue Ling replied. I'm not going out, just making phone calls. Yuan and Hu will handle everything. Hu earned a commission. He got 10 cents for every piece sold, so he was very motivated. The photo studio was doing well, but he couldn't sit still all day, so he was happy to have something else to do. After getting Xue Ling's instructions, he made a couple of trips to the train and freight stations. Uncle Liu Dafuk saw him coming and going and couldn't help but ask, What are you up to? Hu explained simply, Once the goods arrive, I have to help my sister-in-law drum up business. You'll be in charge of the shop's business and accounts. Uncle Liu was literate and good with numbers, so it was no problem for him. Hu, you sure do a lot. You work for the transport department, help at the photo studio, do clothing wholesale, and even drive trucks. How do you manage it all? Hu chuckled. I've told you before, you're older than me, so don't call me brother. It's too much. I couldn't sit still at the transport department, so I'm on unpaid leave. I'm Lingling's assistant. Whenever she has business, she brings me in, so I end up doing a lot. I used to drive trucks, but not so much now. I see, Uncle Liu said, then asked, That Xue sister-in-law used to work at the newspaper, right? Why'd she give up such a stable job for the clothing shop? Is it really profitable? It's super profitable. Hu lowered his voice, eyes darting. She's loaded. She bought a Jeep and 30 apartments in Yuan to rent out. Why stick to a stable job for 200 yuan a month when she makes over 1,000 just in rent? Wow. Uncle Liu's eyes widened. That much money? Hu nodded. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. The clothing business is where the real money is. Uncle Liu thought for a moment, then said quietly, So the photo studio makes a few dozen yuan a day, which we think is a lot, but to her it's probably nothing. Of course not. Hu waved his hand. Uncle Liu, it's quiet here right now, so I'll go get busy. If more customers come, just have them wait and take your time. All right, Uncle Liu nodded. After Hu left, Liu Xing came over during his lunch break with his aluminum lunchbox. There were no customers, and his dad was cooking noodles. He handed the lunchbox to his dad. Dad, I'll have noodles. You eat rice. Let's eat together, his dad said. I'm older. Can't eat too much meat. You work hard, so you need to eat more. The father and son sat in the corner to eat. Lately, Liu Xing had been so busy he barely had time to breathe, but he was in high spirits and very happy. Uncle Liu thought of what Hu had said earlier and couldn't help but encourage his son to work harder. In the past, your mom and I thought having a steady job and a stable life was the best thing. But now, seeing us make 100 or so a day, sometimes a few dozen, I think running a small business isn't bad. Your colleague quit and made so much in less than a year. Liu Xing smiled. It depends on the person. Xue Ling studied foreign languages, comes from a big city, has broad horizons and strong abilities. Plus, her dad runs a clothing factory, so she has more advantages than most. It all works together, so of course she earns more. He glanced around the studio and said quietly, For me, this is already a huge step forward. I'm very satisfied. Uncle Liu thought about himself, then looked at his son, and sighed inwardly. His own vision was limited, and so was his ambition. No wonder his son wasn't especially ambitious either. Late at night, at the new freight station's receiving area, Hu and Cheng Tianyuan waited in a corner, shivering in the chilly autumn wind. Cheng Tianyuan, worried they'd catch a cold, said, "The jeep's outside. Let's wait in the car." Hu sniffled and nodded. "Good idea." Tonight, the batch of goods from the provincial capital was arriving, not by train, but by truck. They'd gotten a call earlier saying it would get in around 2 or 3 in the morning. Cheng Tianyuan picked up Hu, and the two of them came to the freight station to wait. "Autumn's no joke," Hu laughed, tugging at his thin jacket. "I was sweating in this at noon, but now it's just right. Who knew it'd be freezing by midnight? I'm shivering." Cheng Tianyuan rubbed his hands together. "The temperature swings are huge now, and there aren't any buildings around here to block the wind. It's really gusty. Let's not stay out here too long." Hu glanced at the clock in the car and cursed with a laugh. "It's almost 4. Damn, we've been waiting over an hour in this wind. No wonder we're freezing." Cheng Tianyuan shut the car door, blocking out the wind, and the car quickly warmed up. "There's beer in the back. Want a drink?" Hu didn't hesitate, grumbling, "I'm thirsty. A little beer to warm up." Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but tease. "If it were liquor, maybe it'd warm you up. Beer? That's just your imagination." Hu burst out laughing. "With all this running around, just climbing in and out of the car warms me up before the beer even hits my stomach." Cheng Tianyuan didn't drink, instead taking out his thermos and sipping some water. Hu asked, "Why aren't you having a drink?" Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "My son's still little. He can't handle even a whiff of alcohol. If I drink, I'll smell, and my wife won't let me hold him." Xue Ling always said the baby's immune system was weak, so if he went out and got dirty, he had to wash up and change before holding the baby. Otherwise, she wouldn't let him near. Luckily, he was a clean person by nature, or he probably wouldn't even get to touch his son's clothes. Hu chuckled. "It's great to have a son to hold. That little guy is so chubby and cute." Cheng Tianyuan's eyes narrowed with a smile he couldn't hide. "I don't know why, but every time I see him, I get this warm, soft feeling inside. Maybe that's what they call fatherly love." Hu was taken aback, then laughed. "I can't relate. I'm still single. No wife, no son. I don't know what fatherly love feels like, so I can't really join in." Cheng Tianyuan nudged him, glancing over with a half smile. "What about that nurse at the hospital? Lily, was it?" He vaguely remembered his wife mentioning a young nurse named Mo Lily, though he wasn't sure about the name. Hu's face stiffened, and he took a swig of beer. "No chance." Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean, no chance? Did you even try? Did she turn you down?" "It's not that." Hu sighed deeply, then suddenly changed the subject. "Remember those 2 skinny guys who tried to sabotage our shop with factory waste?" Cheng Tianyuan nodded, puzzled. "Of course I remember. Why bring that up now?" Hu sighed. "When I went to the hospital to see you and the baby, I thought that nurse was... well, she just felt right to me. She's not tall, but she's pretty, and the moment I saw her, I just liked her. You know that feeling?" "Then why not go for it?" Cheng Tianyuan pressed. "I saw you chatting with her that day, calling her Ali this and Ali that." Hu gave a wry smile. "Don't remind me. That night we got along well, at least exchanged names. The next day, when you and the baby were discharged, I made sure to go see her. I asked her out for dinner and a movie, and she agreed. We watched the movie, had dinner. It was a great start. I thought I finally saw some hope. And then," Cheng Tianyuan interrupted. Over the past couple of weeks, Hu had seemed his usual boisterous self, but Cheng Tianyuan had noticed him zoning out sometimes, his smiles a bit forced. If things had started so well, what went wrong? If Mo Lily wasn't interested, she wouldn't have agreed to go out with him, especially in this era, when women wouldn't go out alone with a man unless they really liked him. Hu rubbed his forehead, half laughing, half crying. That night I was so happy I could barely sleep. But in the middle of the night those two idiots showed up. I caught them, tied them up, and in the morning went with the police to the factory for the investigation, then to the station to give a statement. And there, I ran into Ali. Turns out, she's Mo Tianqian's little sister. What? Cheng Tianyuan was shocked. What a coincidence. He remembered clearly. One of the guys they caught was named Lin Song, the other Mo Tianqian. Mo Tianqian ran the little shop at the fan factory, and his name was so unusual it stuck in his mind. Ah Hu frowned and forced a smile. When I saw her at the police station, my mind was a mess. I finally found someone I liked and things were going well. Who knew? Who knew? Sigh. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but say, her brother did something wrong. If she's a reasonable girl, she shouldn't blame you. She totally blamed me, Ah Hu said. When she saw her brother all bruised up and heard I was the one who hit him, she cursed me out, even punched and kicked me. I didn't even get a chance to explain. Luckily, the police were there to pull her away, but thinking about how furious she was at me, I just feel so frustrated. Cheng Tianyuan frowned. Did you try to talk to her afterward? At least explain that you were the victim. Ah Hu said quietly. That afternoon, I went to the hospital to find her. She just glared at me, gave me a look that could kill, and wouldn't say a word. Seeing how upset he was, Cheng Tianyuan sighed. If she can't tell right from wrong, she's not worth your time. Better to move on and let fate take its course. Ah Hu rubbed his rough face and pouted. Do you think I'm just unlucky in love? I'm 32, and every time something starts, it falls apart before it even gets going. Damn, maybe the old matchmaker just doesn't like me, or maybe he's forgotten me altogether. Maybe I'm destined to be alone forever. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. What nonsense! You're not some fool. Heaven and the old matchmaker haven't forgotten you. Then why is my luck with women so bad? Ah Hu seemed genuinely discouraged. He let out a long sigh and leaned against the window. If it weren't for that accident on the job back then, I'd probably be married by now, maybe even have a kid who's 7 or 8. She's doing well, and I've always wished her happiness. I never thought about interfering in her marriage. I admit, I'm a rough guy, but I'm not a bad person, so why can't heaven let me marry a girl I really like? Cheng Tianyuan patted his shoulder. It'll happen soon. There's an old saying in the countryside, if she's meant to be yours, she'll always be yours. If it's destined, things will fall into place. Just wait a little longer. Don't rush it. Ah Hu managed a smile and chuckled. Saying it out loud, I do feel better. Cheng Tianyuan smiled too, glanced at the clock and saw it was already past 4. Want to take turns catching a nap? Ah Hu put down his beer bottle. I'm not sleepy yet. You nap for a bit, I'll go check outside. If the truck still isn't here, you can come out and take over. All right, Cheng Tianyuan agreed, pulled his coat tight and leaned back in the seat to sleep. Ah Hu went out to look around, but there was still no sign of the provincial truck. He smoked a cigarette in the corner, warmed up for half an hour, then went to find Cheng Tianyuan. Cheng Tianyuan yawned, took another sip of water, and went outside to wait. Ah Hu dozed for about an hour before someone knocked on the window. It was already getting light outside. Cheng Tianyuan was waving at him, so he rubbed his eyes and jumped out of the car. How is it? Has it arrived? Cheng Tianyuan replied, It's here. The whole truck is packed. The driver said he had a flat tire on the way and it took over an hour to fix. Ah Hu grinned. I know how tough this business is. Come on, it's almost dawn. Let's take the driver for something hot to eat, then head straight to Dajale. The driver said he'd already eaten on the road and wasn't hungry, so they just led the way to unload the goods. Cheng Tianyuan drove the truck back to the development zone. It was still early, the shop wasn't open yet, and only Cheng Muhai was in the kitchen boiling water. When he saw his son and Ah Hu arrive, he quickly poured 2 bowls of hot water for them. Ah Hu took one, shivering as he drank half the bowl. Wow, uncle, this hot water is just what we needed. Cheng Muhai poured a bowl for the driver too. Chen Min heard voices downstairs, quickly threw on a coat and came down. What's going on? What's in here? Ah Hu replied, Winter clothes for sis-in-law's shop. The whole truck's full. Chen Min rubbed his hands. It's freezing. Let's unload. Think of it as a warm-up. Everyone laughed and got to work. With several strong young men plus the driver, they unloaded the goods quickly. Cheng Tianyuan paid the driver, who thanked them and drove off. Ah Hu yawned and rubbed his stomach. Let's get some breakfast, then catch up on sleep. Cheng Muhai said, Your mom's not here yet. Want me to fry you a couple of eggs? No need. Ah Hu nudged Cheng Tianyuan. I know a place with great soy milk and buns. Let's go eat together. Chen Min yawned. I'll pass. I'll nap for another half hour and get ready to open the shop. Cheng Tianyuan took out his car keys. We'll go eat first, then come back. Ah, Yuan! Cheng Muhai hurried over, holding a big stack of paper. Your mom said we're out of paper over there. Take this with you. Little Ronan spits up and poops, so we need it. He added, I already had Chen Min pay for it. Cheng Tianyuan took it. Okay, I'll drop it off and then come back to check the stock. The two of them drove off and had soy milk and buns for breakfast. Cheng Tianyuan thought the soup dumplings were really good, and since Xue Ling loved them, he bought 8 to take home. Ah Hu wiped his mouth. My mom will like these too. I'll bring some for them as snacks. At the entrance to the development zone, Cheng Tianyuan dropped him off and headed to Wangjiangyuan. By now it was after 7, and workers were already starting to move about. Ah Hu was halfway there when he spotted a familiar figure ahead and stopped in his tracks. Huh? It was Mo Lily. She was wearing a nylon jacket, her hair in 2 short braids, pushing her bike into the development zone. Ah Hu's heart skipped a beat and he quickly ducked into a shop. Even so, he couldn't help but glance back, watching as Mo Lily entered the factory and disappeared from view. Ah Hu, his mom called. What are you doing? Ah Hu jumped, handed the buns to his mom. Mom, these are for you. I'm going to check out the fan factory. His mom took the buns, sniffed them, and, seeing her son dash off, just went inside to call Chen Min and Chen Lan for breakfast. Get Ah Yuan's dad too, these buns smell amazing. Ah Hu hurried into the fan factory and found the little shop closed and quiet. Business had never been great, and after the theft scandal, the manager had ordered it shut. The police said Mo Qianqian and the other guy had broken safety laws and would be detained for half a month. By now, Mo Qianqian should be out, but the factory had fired him. So why was his sister here? The fan factory was big, with workers coming and going for their shifts. Ah Hu didn't know where to find Mo Lily, but when he saw her park her bike outside the shop, he decided to wait for her there. He waited and waited. Half an hour passed before Mo Lily finally appeared, a leather shoulder bag slung over her shoulder. She was surprised to see Ah Hu. He felt awkward and coughed. My shop's over there. I saw you come in and thought I'd say hi. Mo Lily glanced at the cigarette butts on the ground, guessing he'd been waiting a while. She didn't say anything, just pushed her bike toward the factory gate. Ah Hu hesitated, swallowed, and didn't know what to say. Mo Lily walked a couple of steps, then suddenly turned back, half smiling. Aren't you here to see me? Why are you just standing there? Or do you have business here? Ah Hu quickly shook his head and forced a smile. No, nothing. He hurried to catch up and walked beside her. They left the fan factory together, heading toward the development zone entrance. Ah Hu asked quietly, Your brother, is he all right now? Mo Lily shrugged. He's fine. He got out a couple of days ago. He did something wrong, so the police detained him. He deserved it. Ah Hu immediately broke into a delighted grin. Really? That's how you see it? That's great. Mo Lily turned away, half teasing, half scolding. Great, my foot. Who said anything was great? My brother did something wrong, so he deserved to be punished. But you're not a cop or law enforcement. What gave you the right to hit my brother? You were wrong to beat him up too. Ah Hu was embarrassed, his face turning a little red. I was just anxious at the time, afraid they'd get away, so I hit him a few times. Your brother's so skinny I barely had to do anything before he was begging for mercy. So it's my brother's fault for not being big enough to take a beating? Mo Lily shot back, sharp-tongued. You hit someone and still think you're in the right. Don't you know intentionally hurting someone is a crime too? Why didn't the police arrest you? Ah Hu quickly gave up, lowering his voice. Well, I was the victim. The police knew I caught the thieves myself and even praised me. I'm a public servant. I can't stand people doing bad things, and sometimes I get impulsive. Mo Lily stopped in her tracks, raising an eyebrow. You used to be a public servant? I still am, Ah Hu explained. I work for the traffic department, still officially on the job. Mo Lily's lips curled in surprise. Didn't expect you to be a government worker. Yeah. Ah Hu seized the chance to add, I'm a logistics supervisor at the traffic department, but I can't stand sitting in an office, so I took unpaid leave to do business. Oh. Mo Lily glanced ahead at Dajala, seeing the 3-story shop bustling with people. Is that your store? Ah Hu nodded quickly. I co-own it with a friend. I have a third of it. Mo Lily looked it over. Business seems good. It is. Ah Hu grinned. Our shop is big, well-stocked, and prices are fair, so business is always decent. No wonder my brother was jealous, Mo Lily said, a little sour. He just had a tiny shop in a corner, no way to compete. Jealousy gets you nowhere, Ah Hu said bluntly. There are tons of people doing business. Who can you really compete with? Like they say, there's always someone better out there. The important thing is to do your own thing well. We always focus on good quality and fair prices, just making a small profit. Never greedy. Mo Lily's eyes flickered and she said quietly, I heard more about what happened with my brother. He was in the wrong. My parents scolded him too. That day at the police station, I was impulsive. I yelled at you and even hit you. It's fine. Really. Ah Hu patted his chest. I've got thick skin, I can take a few hits. Mo Lily couldn't help but laugh. Ah Hu blushed, then stammered, the clothing shop over there. Do you want to check it out? Mo Lily, seeing his awkwardness, asked, Is that your shop too? No, Ah Hu explained. That's my sister-in-law Xue Ling's shop, the one who just had a baby. I help her out with business and get a share of the profits. Oh. Mo Lily remembered Xue Ling and praised, She looks like a really capable and pretty woman. Woman? Are you older than her? Yeah, Mo Lily said. I'm 24, she's only 22. Ah Hu quickly said, 24 isn't old at all, not at all. Mo Lily blushed and stopped walking. Is the clothing shop doing well? Why don't you stick to your good job and instead run shops and sell clothes? Ah Hu explained, I've always been restless, not used to office work. Running a shop is more profitable and I like it. The clothing shop may look small, but my sister-in-law mainly does wholesale. It's very lucrative. She's helped me make several thousand wen this year. I bought a place in Wangjiangyuan and a tricycle, all from this year's earnings. Mo Lily's eyes widened in surprise and envy. It's that profitable? Ah Hu grinned. That's because my sister-in-law is really good at business. I just follow her lead. Mo Lily looked around, then suddenly remembered something and broke into a smile. Dajong Clothing Store? So this is Dajong Clothing Store! My friend bought 2 beautiful summer tops here and I had her buy one for me too. Ah Hu nodded. All our clothes come from the capital, great styles and quality. Just last night, Yuan and I picked up a shipment of 20,000 winter coats. No girl can resist pretty clothes, and Mo Lily was no exception. Winter coats? Can I go in and have a look? Of course, Ah Hu said. I'll help you with your bike. Come on, I'll show you. After dropping off the bag and paper at home, Cheng Tianyuan checked on his sleeping son, reminded Xue Ling not to spend too long on her translation, and hurried out again. Back at the clothing shop, he found Ah Hu whistling happily, looking like he'd just struck gold. Cheng Tianyuan closed the car door, rubbing his tired eyes. What's up? Did you sell all the winter coats already? Ah Hu snorted with a laugh. Not yet. I haven't even started counting, but there's probably one less. I just gave one away. Cheng Tianyuan shot him a look, amused. So? What's there to be so happy about? With that many, you can give away as many as you want. Ever since Xue Ling started selling clothes, almost everyone around them had gotten free outfits. Except for the older folks who didn't dare wear trendy styles, everyone else had tried them. Hu just kept grinning. Cheng Tianyuan gave him a look. You're not possessed, are you? No, Hu beamed. I hit the jackpot. I just ran into Mo Lily. She talked to me and we had a great conversation. She really liked one of the winter coats, so I gave her one. And I asked her to the movies tomorrow night. Oh? Cheng Tianyuan remembered the whole Mo Qian incident and asked, She doesn't blame you anymore? No, Hu explained. She didn't know what her brother had done before, so she misunderstood me. Today she came to the fan factory to pick up her brother's last half-month's wages, ran into me, and we cleared things up. That's good, Cheng Tianyuan smiled. If it was just a misunderstanding, it's all fine now. I'm going to the movies with her tomorrow night, Hu said nervously. What should I wear? My army jacket is all worn out. I should buy a new one. And is my hair too long? I'll get a haircut tonight and clean up. Cheng Tianyuan just smiled and shook his head, leaving him to his excitement as he went to check the stock. This batch of goods had been misordered by the wholesaler, but everything had already been counted and sorted by size, with each size packed separately and the quantities clearly checked. The two of them worked until evening and finally finished organizing everything. Since they'd barely slept the night before after dinner and getting all the goods in place, they just collapsed on the cardboard boxes and dozed off. Hu mumbled, Just an hour's nap. I need to get a haircut. Cheng Tianyuan was so exhausted he fell asleep on the boxes without even answering. It wasn't until Hu's mom came by to find her son that she discovered the two of them fast asleep. She couldn't help but laugh and feel a little sorry for them. Wake up! Wake up! It's already past 9, go home and sleep. The two of them woke up groggy, then both started laughing. Hu's mom brought over 2 bowls of hot water. Have a drink to wake up. If you're done here, lock up and go home to sleep. The apartment at Wangjiangyuan was already ready to move into, just needed the furniture brought over. But Hu's mom didn't want to move in yet, worried that when a new daughter-in-law came, she'd mind that it was an old place, so she kept waiting. Hu rubbed his face and grinned. A nap really helps. Mom, my hair's too long. I need a haircut. I'll get it done, then go home for a shower and sleep. Have Lon walk you home, okay? His mom squinted at his head. What's wrong with it? It's not long. You always say you'll only cut it when it touches your ears to save money. It's nowhere near your ears yet. Hu just smiled and handed her the bowl. I'm off. You get some rest tonight. I'll be home later. He hurried off on his tricycle. His mom muttered with a laugh. What's he being so mysterious about? Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. Don't worry. He's working hard to find a wife. Really? She asked in surprise, then shook her head. Don't try to make me happy. If someone wanted that rascal, he'd be married by now. Cheng Tianyuan yawned and waved her off. You'll see. Auntie, I'm heading home. Tell my dad for me. All right, she called after him. Be careful at night. Don't go too fast. Got it. Cheng Tianyuan had just finished locking up and was about to leave when the phone inside rang. He was surprised. He wondered if Xue Ling was still awake, or if she'd picked up on the other line. He paused and went to answer. Hello? The caller quickly introduced himself. This is Shan Yu. Is this Cheng Tianyuan? Cheng Tianyuan said yes and exchanged a few pleasantries. Shan Yu explained that after they'd shipped that last batch of goods, it had sold out in just over half a month. But his wife's health hadn't been good, so she'd been resting at home and they hadn't rushed to do more business. Cheng Tianyuan replied, My wife's been busy with the baby and her postpartum month, so we haven't restocked either. We just got a new batch of winter clothes last night, 20,000 pieces. Shan Yu said, It's warm here, so we don't need winter clothes. Your wife had the baby? Boy or girl? A boy. Just mentioning his son, Cheng Tianyuan's eyes softened. Chubby and really cute. Shan Yu sounded envious. That's great. My wife and I have been married over 10 years and still don't have kids. We've tried all sorts of medicine, but still no luck. Cheng Tianyuan comforted him. Don't worry. Just focus on getting healthy. Once your health is good, having a child will be easier. Money's important, but health comes first. Take care of that before worrying about business. He knew Shan Yu and his wife were quite well off. He'd heard before that they owned several properties on the southern island, had built 5 houses back home, one for his brother, one for his parents, and one for his in-laws. Not only did they have lots of houses, but they also owned 3 big trucks for daily freight runs. Shan Yu seemed moved by his words. You're right, but we realized it a bit late. My wife's been with me since I was a teenager. We spent years working hard, always hustling, never daring to have a child. We were always on the move, eating at odd hours, exhausted all the time. Our health just isn't what it used to be. No need to rush, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. You're only in your 30s, still young. Just take some time to recover and you'll be fine. Shan Yu gave a bitter laugh. I'm doing okay, but my wife's not. Last time we saw a doctor in your city, she got a bit better after some medicine. But as soon as she felt better, she started eating all sorts of things again and her stomach went bad. Last week she had acute gastroenteritis. She was in so much pain I had to rush her to the hospital. She just got out after a week on an IV. Is she all right now? Cheng Tianyuan asked politely. Shan Yu sighed. She's okay, but still needs to recover. She can't eat carelessly anymore. I was just bored and wondered if you had any summer clothes in yet, so I called to ask. No summer stock yet, Cheng Tianyuan replied. My wife says it's not the right season, and we need a big enough order to start production. 100,000 pieces, right? Shan Yu asked. That's right, 100,000. Shan Yu thought for a moment. I'll wait until my wife's better, then get in touch. If we want to order, I'll confirm with you. With her sick, the house has been chaotic and I haven't had the energy for business. No rush, Cheng Tianyuan said. Just call when you're ready. My wife's still in her postpartum month. She won't be out for another 10 days or so. Since your wife's not well, take care of her first. Business can wait. I'm so torn. I'm tempted to just buy a ticket and come over tomorrow, Shan Yu said, frustrated. Cheng Tianyuan was surprised. What's wrong? Did something happen? Shan Yu sighed, lowering his voice. My wife and my mom argue every day. It's giving me a headache. I finally made it home, was in a good mood, but now they fight at every meal and I'm just miserable. If you had summer stock, I'd buy a ticket and come see the goods right away. Cheng Tianyuan felt sorry for him and said quietly, Running away isn't the answer. You need to help smooth things over. After all, you're all family. Harmony brings prosperity. A lot of people complained about mother-in-law and daughter-in-law issues, saying it was the biggest problem in a family. He considered himself lucky. He'd never had to worry about that. His wife and mom always got along, and his dad too, so he had far fewer worries. Ah, Shan Yu groaned. And you don't have any stock, and we don't need winter clothes here. I'll get in touch in a few days and see if we want to order more. All right, talk soon. Cheng Tianyuan hung up. In the blink of an eye, Xue Ling was almost done with her postpartum month. Her mother and mother-in-law, Liu Ying, had been staying at home with her the whole time, taking care of meals and helping with the baby. Xue Ling was still young, so aside from feeling a bit uncomfortable in the first few days, she recovered quickly and was soon back to normal, with no real issues. Other than those couple of days when my milk came in, the rest wasn't too bad, Xue Ling said. Wang Ting and editor-in-chief Lin exchanged a glance, one blushing and smiling, the other unable to hide her envy. Youth is a blessing. When I had my 3rd child, I was already in my 30s. It took me more than half a month just to get out of bed. Editor Lin had been wanting to visit, and finally came with Wang Qing on the weekend. She was in her 40s now, and her kids were growing up, so she didn't have to look after them all the time anymore. Having raised 3 children, she was full of experience and shared a ton of parenting tips with Xue Ling, reminding her over and over. Wang Ting listened with great interest, making mental notes of everything. Xue Ling laughed. I haven't really taken care of the baby myself. My mom and mother-in-law have been doing most of it. In the mornings and at lunch, if I have time, I'll hold him for a bit, but that's about it. Editor Lin said. That's because you're still in your confinement month. They don't want you to get tired and want you to rest more. Once you're done with the month, you'll have to take care of him yourself, right? My mother-in-law said she'll help, Xue Ling explained. My husband and I talked it over. During the day, the elders will help, but at night, we'll take care of him ourselves. The older folks don't sleep well at night, so we want them to get more rest. Editor Lin praised her. It's great that you're so considerate of your elders. When I had my kids, I had to work and take care of them at the same time. I was run off my feet. Luckily, my mother-in-law was healthy and helped for a few years, or I never would have managed. Xue Ling smiled. This is our first, so we have enough hands for now. Don't rush into having a second one, Editor Lin said, beckoning her over. Even though you're young and healthy, don't push yourself. Pregnancy and childbirth are tough on a woman's body. Take your time to recover before thinking about another. If you space the kids out, it's less exhausting and you can take better care of each one. Plus, your body will have time to heal. Xue Ling nodded. Wang Ting couldn't help but ask, is pregnancy really that hard? I've heard a lot of friends talk about morning sickness and all that. It's not just that, Editor Lin explained. Once you're pregnant, your hormones and your whole body change. A lot. It takes time to adjust, and then time to recover. In short, having a baby is never easy for a woman. Wang Ting blushed and didn't ask any more. Xue Ling, having been through it, nodded vigorously. It hurts so much. You don't know until you've been through labor just how painful contractions are. Editor Lin shook her head with a wry smile. When I had my first, I was in labor for 3 days and nights. Wang Ting's face went pale. 3 days and nights? You're not joking? Of course not. It's not constant pain. Editor Lin laughed. Contractions come and go. If it was nonstop, no one could survive. I'd eat whenever I had a break and sleep whenever I could. My husband had never been a dad before, and he was so scared he barely slept for 3 days. After I gave birth, I was still okay, but he fainted from exhaustion and scared the doctors and nurses. Xue Ling and Wang Ting both burst out laughing. Editor Lin went to see little Run-On, then came back full of praise. What a handsome little boy. Who knows how many hearts he'll break when he grows up. You said his name is Huanran? What a great name. So meaningful and poetic. Wang Ting giggled. I bet it was Ling Ling who picked the name, right? No, Xue Ling explained. My husband chose it. He said that after having me and the baby, his life and family felt completely renewed. So he named our son Huanran, but we all just call him by his nickname, Ran-On. Wow! Editor Lin almost clapped. That's so romantic. It sounds great and it's so meaningful. Wang Ting's eyes sparkled. Your husband seems so serious, but I didn't expect him to be so thoughtful and sweet. He must really treasure you. Xue Ling covered her mouth, laughing. I wouldn't know about that. Oh, please, Editor Lin teased. You're just pretending. The three of them laughed together.